Chapter 1, Uchiha Tianqi. This book is a light novel, so please immerse your mind in it. My name is Li Xiaotian. While I was at home indulging in anime, I inexplicably found myself transported to the world of Naruto. To my astonishment, I became the son of Uchiha Obito. My father was eliminated by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, after defecting from the village at the Valley of the End. My mother, unable to bear the village's slander, succumbed to despair, leaving me an orphan. I am now called Uchiha Tianqi. 10 years of age, due to my lineage as the son of a rogue ninja, I was not permitted to attend school. When I was 3, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, deemed me a potential threat as a descendant of Uchiha Obito and believed it prudent to eliminate me before I could become a menace. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama intervened, asserting that the sins of Obito should not be visited upon his progeny. One must commend Hashirama for his loyalty. Even after Obito's betrayal, he continued to safeguard his child. Initially, this was a boon for me, but alas, the respite was fleeting. A mere 2 years after returning from his battle with Obito at the Valley of the End, Hashirama passed away. It was once agreed that the position of the second Hokage would be held by a member of the Uchiha clan. However, due to Obito's treachery and the lack of formidable warriors within the clan to rival Tobarama, he ascended to the role of Konoha's second Hokage with the support of the populace, and the Uchiha clan dared not contest this. At 5, I was supposed to commence my education, but after Tobarama assumed the mantle of Hokage, my right to attend school was stripped away. He even dispatched individuals to surveil me, while the Uchiha clan distanced themselves from me, fearing the repercussions of associating with the son of a traitor. Yet, despite these adversities, I, inheriting Obito's potent bloodline, exhibited remarkable aptitude for learning. Although most powerful ninjutsu scrolls and funds were confiscated by the second Hokage, I managed to attain the strength of a genin solely through the remaining basic techniques. However, the more I excelled, the more Tobarama sought to eliminate me on numerous occasions. He attempted to put an end to my existence, only to be thwarted by my elder sister-in-law, Uzumaki Mito, Hashirama's wife. Otherwise, I might not have reached my 10th year. By the riverbank, I sat upon a stone, gazing at the gently flowing water, unable to contain my lament for my sorrowful fate. As a modern youth, I have somehow traversed into the world of Naruto. Not only did I cross over, but I also became the son of Uchiha Obito. By the way, when in the original work did Obito have a son? I am denied an education and subjected to surveillance. Is this some sort of death sentence? Tianqi remarked, tossing a stone into the river, his brow furrowed with concern. I have watched Naruto before my journey here, and I am familiar with the plot. Yet my current situation bears no relation to it. I do not even know if I can survive until that time. Even if I do, considering Konoha's stringent oversight of me, I would merely be a weak old man when the story begins. Sigh. I am denied access to ninjutsu scrolls, have no mentors, and lack any special privileges. No matter how great my talent, I have nowhere to showcase it. Am I expected to develop ninjutsu on my own? Developing my own ninjutsu. Indeed, I can create my own techniques. How could I have overlooked such a simple solution? Tianqi slapped his forehead in realization. Before developing ninjutsu, I must first ascertain the nature of my chakra. Then, I can research and create techniques based on my attributes. Acquiring chakra testing paper is easy. It is readily available on the street. I shall procure it at once. With resolve, Tianqi dashed towards the marketplace. The 3 Umbu operatives, established by Tobarama, observed as Tianqi sprinted away. Captain, why do we need to monitor this brat day in and day out? One remarked, his mask resembling a cat's face, while another nodded in agreement. You, a newcomer to the Umbu, failed to comprehend his father is a being who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage. What? The defector Uchiha Obito? He is a descendant of that individual? Now you understand his significance. The 2 subordinates nodded in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to Tianqi, the Umbu were discussing him, as he happily returned home with the chakra testing paper in hand. His residence lay on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan, in a position only marginally better than Naruto's, as he was not subjected to being called a monster or pelted with objects. Upon entering his home and closing the door, he immediately commenced the test, channeling chakra onto the testing paper. Soon, the upper left corner began to burn. Tianqi, witnessing this, felt no surprise. Fire attribute chakra was nearly ubiquitous among the Uchiha. As the chakra flowed steadily, the upper right corner crumpled, the lower left corner shattered, and the lower right corner became damp, ultimately splitting cleanly in 2, as if severed. Observing the paper reveal 5 distinct chakra attributes, his expression darkened rather than brightened. Good heavens! My identity is already conspicuous enough. If Tobarama discovers that I possess 5 attributes, he may very well storm in my home with a blade. This cannot stand. I must destroy this piece of scrap paper. At once the plot has yet to unfold, I cannot afford to falter over such trivialities. With haste, Tianqi retrieved a small fire pit and tossed the testing paper inside, watching as it turned to ash, granting him a modicum of relief. At that moment, a sudden voice echoed in Tianqi's ear. Beep. Binding point system. Binding host Uchiha Tianqi. Ah, what the hell is this? Tianqi exclaimed, a headache surging as a torrent of information flooded his mind, the pain gradually subsiding after half an hour. As the discomfort faded, a virtual screen materialized before him. What in the world? This unexpected phenomenon startled him. Anyone would be taken aback by such a sudden appearance. The screen displayed a series of text, accompanied by the system's voice. The system will issue tasks at irregular intervals based on the host's surroundings. Completing tasks will grant points and rewards, which can be exchanged for items in the shop. To utilize the system, simply mentally invoke it. The system interface is visible only to the host. Here is your first task. Defeat Uchiha Yang, who comes to provoke you reward. 100 points. Failure will result in immediate deletion. Hey, don't just issue tasks without consulting me. I haven't even grasped this yet. And this deletion threat is a bit excessive, don't you think? The system disregarded his protests. Seeing that the system paid him no heed, Tianqi quickly organized the information in his mind in simple terms. This was a system that required him to complete tasks. Completing them would earn him points, which could be exchanged for items in the system shop. Failure to do so would result in his demise. Tianqi gritted his teeth. Truly, everyone seems intent on taking my life. Even this so-called golden finger system wants me dead. Since you all want me to struggle, I shall show you that I can thrive against the odds and slap your faces with my success. Opening the shop, Tianqi silently wished to access it and see what items could be exchanged as anticipated. He found the following. Rinnegan, 5 million points. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, 1 million points. Sage Body, 1 million points. Gazing at the string of zeros behind each item, Tianqi's expression conveyed his realization of the harsh reality. Chapter 2. System Tasks. Is this truly a point system? I believe it should be called the Take My Life system. Completing tasks merely nets me 100 points, a pittance for a beggar. The good items in the shop demand exorbitant points. How on earth am I supposed to make a name for myself with this system? Tianqi vented his frustrations towards it. The Uchiha clan was currently divided into two factions. One led by the Elder Statesman, a faction of martial prowess that idolized Uchiha Obito. The elder's strength was comparable to that of the clan leader, however. His supporters were few, preventing him from attaining that position. Obito had once been the clan leader, and it was reasonable for some to remain loyal to him. Unfortunately, when Obito sought to lead his clan away from Konoha, the majority opposed him, forcing him to depart alone. While the martial faction was willing to follow Obito, he did not take them with him. The other faction, led by the current clan leader, Uchiha Q, a former elder, was more moderate in their approach. They cherished the peaceful existence in Konoha and thus rejected Obito's plans. The martial faction numbered only 100 or so, while the moderate faction boasted several thousand. Although the martial faction was small in number, their combat prowess was formidable. Every member, from the elderly to women, was a ninja, save for the very young. However, aside from the elder, they lacked any other high-level combatants. Conversely, the moderate faction, while not as militarized as the martial faction, had the advantage of sheer numbers. Moreover, they had a true leader in the clan head, and their top-tier combatants exceeded those of the martial faction, including Uchiha Kagami, who was taken as a disciple by Senju Tobarama. As far as Tianqi knew, Uchiha Yang belonged to the moderate faction. Though he was merely a genin, he was not an ordinary one. He was an elite genin, on the verge of becoming a chunin. Given Tianqi's ordinary genin strength, he was no match for Uchiha Yang. And the more he pondered this, the angrier he became. System, do you truly wish for my demise to come sooner? If you desire for me to finish this journey swiftly, you might as well obliterate me outright. Why then must you issue me a task? Is this some sort of humiliation? Just as Tianqi finished cursing, the system's voice echoed in response. Ding! The novice gift pack is being distributed. The host may select one a rank or below ninjutsu, or opt to unlock a single Tomo Sharingan. Upon witnessing the novice gift pack presented by the system, Tianqi cursed again. The system is truly deserving of scorn. If I refrain from berating you, do you intend to withhold the novice gift pack? Oof! How infuriating! After his outburst, Tianqi directed his gaze toward the gift pack. Faced with the options, he resolutely dismissed the rank ninjutsu. Abandoning advanced ninjutsu is a wise choice with my meager chakra reserves. Even if I were to learn it, I wouldn't be able to unleash it. He then shifted his attention to the other option. The single Tomo Sharingan is rather appealing. It can enhance my perceptive abilities, which would significantly bolster my current strength. As he prepared to select the single Tomo Sharingan, the exchange price in the shop caught his eye, inciting a wave of anger. Damn system. The exchange price for a single Tomo Sharingan is merely 100 points. I could easily complete a task to earn that myself. This is hardly a choice, it's simply a way to hand out a ninjutsu of a rank or below. Come out and face me if you dare. After his tirade, the system remained unresponsive. Seeing the system's silence, Tianqi hesitated for a moment, ultimately opting for the most suitable ninjutsu for his current capability system. I choose Crank Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. In an instant after making his selection, he completely mastered the Great Fireball Technique, feeling as though he had trained for many years, comprehending all the intricate release techniques. This ninjutsu is undoubtedly the most fitting for me at present with my current chakra as a genin. I can use it a maximum of 3 times if I can seize the opportunity to strike Uchiha Yang. This task will be accomplished flawlessly. The first mission must be executed perfectly. Tianqi clenched his fist determinedly. As for hand seals, Tianqi had devoted much of his time over the years to perfecting them, and now his speed could rival that of a fully grown Kakashi. Time passed quietly as Tianqi awaited Uchiha Yang's arrival at home. Half an hour, 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours. As darkness fell outside, Tianqi could no longer remain still. System, what on earth is going on? Didn't you say Uchiha Yang would come looking for trouble? It's dark now, and he still hasn't arrived. Are you toying with me? Don't think that by remaining silent, I will spare you from my wrath, I assure you. I will continue to hurl insults. Tianqi launched into a tirade, cursing the system for 10 minutes before finally pausing, his throat parched, while the system remained utterly silent. Damn, you truly can endure, system. You are ruthless in going out to see what's happening after drinking a glass of water. Tianqi stepped outside after wandering aimlessly for a while. He finally uncovered the issue. No wonder Uchiha Yang hasn't shown up in this secluded area near my home. There's not a soul in sight. Not even a dog. I never paid much attention, but the lack of life here is astonishing. Having concluded his complaints, he began to make his way toward a more populated area. As he neared a bustling spot, he spotted his target, Uchiha Yang. So you were here all along. No wonder I couldn't find you. Since you won't come to me, I shall take the initiative, he declared, approaching Uchiha Yang without sparing him a glance. At that moment, Uchiha Yang also noticed Tianqi. A malicious grin spread across his face. You, the discarded clan leader, let's see how I'll deal with you. Although the adult had instructed him to keep his distance from Tianqi, he paid it no mind. A discarded waste of a lesser clan leader, lacking power and effectively under house arrest, was the perfect target for bullying. The two approached each other, seemingly strangers. Just as they were about to pass one another, Uchiha Yang stumbled and collided with Tianqi. Ah, if it isn't our lesser clan leader, Uchiha Tianqi. Oh no, I should say the former clan leader. What brings you out for a leisurely stroll today? Uchiha Yang. What exactly do you want to say? Tianqi glared at him, curious about Uchiha Yang's intentions. What I want to say, it's because of your father that our clan was banished from the village center by Lord Hokage to this desolate corner. If it weren't for your father, the Uchiha wouldn't have lost their standing as the second Hokage. This is all your father's doing. How dare you question me? You're so arrogant today. I will teach you a lesson, you worthless fool, he declared, throwing a punch at Tianqi. Tianqi swiftly dodged the sudden attack, twisting his body to deliver a kick in return, while Uchiha Yang, skilled in taijutsu, managed to evade it. The two exchanged blows, and for a moment, it seemed they were evenly matched. Realizing he couldn't gain the upper hand, Uchiha Yang withdrew a kunai and hurled it at Tianqi. The kunai struck Tianqi, momentarily stunning Uchiha Yang, who hadn't anticipated such an easy hit just then. Tianqi transformed into a wooden replica with a loud thud. Uchiha Yang exclaimed in disbelief, realizing he had been tricked. Just as he prepared to act, a kunai was suddenly pressed against his neck, and Tianqi's voice drifted toward him. You've lost. Uchiha Yang, with a kunai at his throat, remained unfazed, replying coolly, I knew it wouldn't be so easy, but don't underestimate me. With a thud, Uchiha Yang transformed into a wooden replica as well. The two engaged in combat once more, and gradually, Tianqi found himself at a disadvantage. After all, Uchiha Yang was an elite genin, while Tianqi was merely an ordinary genin in the short term. He could hold his own, but as time wore on, the tide turned against him. Nearby, an ANBU operative observed Tianqi and turned to his companion. Captain, should we intervene in their brawl in the village? Intervene? For what? It's merely a childish skirmish. Look at Uchiha Tianqi. He's already falling behind. It's just Uchiha fighting amongst themselves. It has nothing to do with us. Uchiha Tianqi would do well to receive a good beating that way. We can report back to Lord Hokage. After all, he holds no affection for him. The ANBU captain remarked nonchalantly. Isn't that a bit inappropriate, Captain? What's inappropriate about it? Just watch. While the ANBU chatted idly, Tianqi realized that as time passed, His situation grew increasingly dire. He began to evade while searching for an opportunity to unleash his ninjutsu. Chapter 3. Imprisoned in the Detention Center. Uchiha Yang observed that while he had the advantage in taijutsu, he still couldn't determine a clear victor. He halted and spoke up. Uchiha Tianqi, a formidable ninja, declared that ninjutsu was his true calling. With that, he commenced the hand seals without hesitation. Tianqi observed Uchiha Yang forming hand seals without a hint of hesitation, swiftly following suit while declaring, "You were absolutely correct. A ninja ought to wield ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique." Both combatants unleashed their fireballs almost simultaneously, resulting in a collision that sent forth a wave of scorching heat. My ninjutsu has been directly endowed by the system, with proficiency and skills maximized. You, merely a genin, are truly seeking punishment by attempting to compare yourself to me. Tianqi thought with a smirk. Gradually, Uchiha Yang found himself at a disadvantage in this clash of techniques. His fireball began to diminish in size. Observing his opponent falter, Tianqi intensified his efforts, and in an instant, his massive fireball eclipsed Uchiha Yang's, surging directly towards him. How was this possible? Uchiha Yang was left frozen in place, staring at the fireball hurtling towards him. At that moment, the Umbu, who had been monitoring the situations, realized that lives were at stake and rushed forth to rescue Uchiha Yang. The great fireball struck a nearby tree, obliterating several trunks in the process. I actually lost, defeated by a mere waste of space. Uchiha Yang, rescued, could hardly believe he had been bested by someone who had not undergone formal training. You two brats. The Uchiha clan is responsible for maintaining the village's peace, yet you choose to break the law. This time, you shall not escape punishment. The Umbu captain declared, just as Tianqi attempted to explain that he had been provoked first. The Umbu captain swiftly bound both of them and took them to a temporary holding cell. In the Hokage's office, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was buried under a mountain of paperwork. Ever since my elder brother's passing, and with the first leaders of each village following suit, the second Hokages are now leading the 3 great shinobi villages into probing skirmishes against Konoha. The shinobi world is about to become turbulent, though thankfully Sunigakure has not joined in. As Tobarama contemplated the situation in his office, the Umbu suddenly appeared before him. Noticing the kneeling Umbu who had been surveilling Tianqi, he inquired, "What is it? Has that little brat caused some trouble?" "Indeed, Hokage-sama. That little brat engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha in the village, even employing ninjutsu." The Umbu captain replied truthfully. Tobarama rubbed his forehead and sighed. What a troublesome little rascal. With several ninja villages stirring unrest, he has chosen to join in as well. I wonder where he learned the ninjutsu. Forget it. This time, I shall prove to my brother that Madara is not a good person, nor is his son. Since there is no way to prevent him from growing stronger, I might as well let him be and see what kind of commotion he can create. From this day forth, the Umbu shall cease monitoring that little brat. You shall gather intelligence at the borders instead, Tobarama decided, issuing orders to the Umbu. And those 2 little brats? Keep them confined for 2 days. Let them learn a lesson. Understood. The Umbu vanished from the office in a flash. Watching the Umbu depart, Tobarama felt a headache coming on. Allowing this troublesome little brat to grow unchecked was simply unacceptable. He needed to find someone loyal to Konoha to mentor him. Who should I consider? Before long, Tobarama thought of his disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This disciple was exceedingly loyal to Konoha and possessed sufficient strength. Though still young and inexperienced in teaching, everyone has to start somewhere. He would be the most suitable choice to guide the little rascal. Without further ado, Tobarama summoned Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Tianqi, confined, summoned the system and accessed the shop to exchange for a single Tomo Sharingan. Ding. Exchange successful. Instantly, Tianqi felt his mind go blank, as if on the brink of unconsciousness. Subsequently, 2 streams of unique energy flowed from the periphery of his brain toward his eyes. In an instant, Tianqi experienced a throbbing pain in his head, accompanied by a sharp sting in his eyes. He closed his eyes tightly, clutching his head in an attempt to ease the discomfort. As a minute passed, the pain subsided, and Tianqi understood that he had activated the Sharingan. He cautiously opened his eyes, revealing that his once black pupils had been replaced by a vivid crimson hue, with a single black Tomo resting quietly within. Though there was no mirror present, he could easily envision how he appeared. Tianqi gazed at the flies buzzing within the confines of the cell, their wing beats tracing a clear trajectory in the air, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. With the Sharingan in my possession, I too can pursue the path of the strong. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tobarama observed his young disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still a mere 20-year-old, not yet having reached his pinnacle of strength. Monkey, can you guess why I summoned you? After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen replied, Is it regarding the probing of the major ninja villages along the borders? Tobarama shook his head. You need not concern yourself with matters of the borders. Even if war were to erupt, the older generation will bear the brunt. I have summoned you to assign you a task. A task? What sort of task? You are aware of Uchiha Tianqi, are you not? Hiruzen nodded, understanding the significance of Uchiha Madara's son, who was notorious within the village. Monkey, you have yet to mentor anyone, and I intend for you to guide the young boy. You want me to take him on as my disciple? Hiruzen's astonishment was palpable. No, simply regard him as a team member. I wish for you to instruct him and gradually steer him. I seek to determine whether, upon gaining his abilities, he will resemble Madara or Mirror Kage. And if he turns out to be like Madara? Hiruzen inquired cautiously. If he resembles Madara, humph. Do not blame me for sending him directly to meet Madara, Tobirama replied. That young boy is currently confined in the detention center. In 2 days, go and retrieve him. Thereafter, he will be in your care. Do not let me down. Yes, sensei. 2 days later, Tianqi found himself alone in the prison. As Uchiha Yang had been spirited away by the moderates a day prior, leaving him as the sole target, with no one from the militant faction coming to his aid. Damn. The fact that I remain here unfreed is undoubtedly the doing of Tobirama Senju. You cunning old fox, just wait. I shall see how long you can keep this up. Do not allow me to grow stronger. Once I do, I will parade before you daily, making you aware of what it means to despise me yet be unable to eliminate me. As Tianqi finished lamenting, a figure appeared outside the cell, observing him. Tianqi regarded the young man and remarked, if you are seeking someone, you might want to look elsewhere. I am the only one here. He assumed the stranger was searching for someone, casually gesturing to indicate the absence of others. However, the young man remained motionless, fixated on Tianqi. Why haven't you left yet? Tianqi approached the youth, tilting his head for a better look. The young man seemed familiar. Yet Tianqi could not recall where he had seen him before. He waved a hand in front of the young man's eyes. No reaction? Could he be blind? Or perhaps both deaf and blind? How unfortunate. Hiruzen, overhearing Tianqi's comments, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He interjected, I am neither deaf nor blind. I have come to escort you out. Come with me. With that, he unlocked the cell door and stepped outside. You're here to take me? What a peculiar situation. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. Regardless, let us just leave. Thus, Tianqi followed the young man out of the detention center. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the youth, pondering who he might be, as both his appearance and voice sparked a sense of familiarity. Chapter 4. The non-existent bell heist. Upon exiting the detention center, the duo made their way to the riverbank. As they arrived, the young man, who had been under Tianqi's scrutiny, finally spoke. Are you not curious as to why it was I who freed you? Tianqi shook his head and said, whether you release me or not, I am indifferent. I have grown accustomed to it. I merely wish to know who you truly are. You seem familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Upon hearing Tianqi's words, the young man laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. Your identity is indeed a concern for you, but you cannot be blamed for it. After all, no one can control their origins. As for your feeling of familiarity, perhaps I simply possess a commonplace visage. Tianqi gazed at the young man with a hint of surprise. Indeed, you are quite different from the villagers, while others shun me. Refusing even the slightest semblance of kindness, my curiosity about your identity has only deepened. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Saratobi Hizashi, 20 years of age, a jonin, and your future captain. This marks my inaugural experience in guiding a newcomer, so I kindly ask for your support moving forward. Upon hearing Saratobi Hizashi's introduction, Tianqi stood there, momentarily stunned. So it is you, the esteemed Saratobi Hizashi, renowned as the ninja hero and destined to become the third Hokage. No wonder you seem familiar. I had envisioned you as the elderly man with a shock of white hair from the future. I'm astonished to see the third Hokage in such youthful form. While your abilities may not yet have reached their zenith, your prowess now rivals that of the elderly third Hokage during the invasion of the Great Serpent King. Ah. So you are the apprentice of the second Hokage, Saratobi Hizashi. But what do you mean by claiming to be my future captain? Tianqi inquired, his expression one of perplexity. To my surprise, you are aware of my connection to the second Hokage. Allow me to elaborate, said Saratobi Hizashi, as he began to explain in detail. Here is the situation. From this moment forth, the Hokage has decided to lift all restrictions imposed upon you. You may now choose to study ninjutsu or venture outside the village at your discretion. As for undertaking missions, I have learned of your recent victory against the seasoned genin Uchiha Yang, which attests to your attainment of genin status. I will provide you with your headband shortly, and you will thereafter be free to accept missions as you wish. Upon hearing Saratobi's declaration of his newfound freedom, Tianqi did not feel elated. Instead, a slight furrow creased his brow. He was acutely aware of Senju Tobirama's character and considering his prejudice against Madara. It was highly unlikely that he would let him off so easily without harboring some sinister intent. While a failure in a lower-ranked mission might be tolerable, any failure in subsequent nin or nin tasks would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, with Senju Tobirama likely executing him without hesitation. In the event of a mission failure resulting in such a fate, no one would be able to intervene, and should he meet his end during a mission, it could very well lead to Senju Tobirama waking from dreams with a smile of satisfaction. Tianqi thought to himself, cursing silently, that the old fox Saratobi was indeed up to no good, always aiming to make him act hastily. He then looked at Saratobi Hiruzen with a skeptical expression and inquired, is it truly just that? Of course, Saratobi replied, you should return home and rest well today. Tomorrow morning, we shall gather here to enhance our skills. Once you have sufficiently improved, I will take you on a mission. With that, without waiting for Tianqi's thoughts, Saratobi departed. Tianqi then made his way back home. Upon returning, he lay on his bed, gazing at the house his mother had left him. As he brushed his fingers over the dust on the bed, he sighed. I've only been away for a few days, yet the dust has begun to settle. Ever since my mother passed, managing everything alone has become quite a burden. Thinking of his mother gradually reminded him of Obito. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, Damn you, Uchiha Obito. I'm your son. Yet you chose to leave Konoha without taking me with you. You've made my life so constricted, you scoundrel. Don't think I'm unaware that you are still alive, hiding away in some obscure corner. Just wait until I find you. I will ensure you understand the meaning of true retribution. After venting his frustrations about Obito, Tianqi began to look forward to his meeting with Sarutobi the next day. From their earlier conversation, he surmised that Sarutobi had yet to take the legendary Sannin as his disciples. Speaking of the Sannin, he couldn't help but berate Obito again. You fool, even Hashirama's grandsons have already made their mark, and you have only one child whom you neglect. No wonder you were defeated by Hashirama. You deserved it. After expressing his grievances toward Obito, Tianqi patted the dust off himself and leaned back against his bed, slowly drifting into slumber. The following day, as sunlight grazed Tianqi's face, he gradually opened his eyes, gazing out the window. It seemed that no matter the circumstances, he could never shake off the habit of sleeping in. After a moment of reflection, he washed up, changed his clothes, and left his house, heading to the riverside where he had arranged to meet Sarutobi. Upon arriving at the empty riverside, he noted the time. It was already 8 o'clock, and the sun had begun to warm the air. It appeared he had arrived earlier than Sarutobi. After 2 hours had passed, Sarutobi finally made his appearance. Ah, Tianqi, have you been waiting long? Tianqi gazed at Sarutobi Azashi, whose relaxed expression seemed to convey a sense of helplessness, and remarked, It appears that the sun could almost shine upon one's posterior now. Sarutobi Azashi, wearing an awkward smile, responded, Haha, my apologies, truly. There have been an overwhelming number of matters recently, and it was inevitable that I overslept a bit. Nevertheless, what matters is that I have arrived. Tianqi's face contorted with disdain as he thought, I can't believe you. You must have stayed up late last night spying again. Concocting some feeble excuse. All right, let us turn our attention to the matter at hand. As he observed the mocking expression directed at him, Tianqi, with a hint of reluctance, prepared to engage in the discussion. First and foremost, since you have not undergone training at the Ninja Academy, I am uncertain of your true capabilities. Today, adhering to the traditions of ninja, we shall commence with a round of bell snatching. Given that you are alone, I want to expect you to seize the bell. Merely touching it shall suffice for your victory. What say you? Sarutobi Hiruzen jingled the bell enticingly. Very well, let the games begin. As the words left his lips, Tianqi exerted force through his legs and leapt into the cover of the woods. Observing Tianqi's concealed figure, Sarutobi secretly commended him, realizing that rather than confronting him head-on, he opted to hide and seek an opportunity. Unexpectedly, your skills in concealment are quite commendable. Since you refuse to reveal yourself, I shall take the initiative to find you. Just as Sarutobi prepared to make his move, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. Reacting swiftly to the noise, Sarutobi evaded to the side. With a swift motion, a kunai embedded itself into the ground where Sarutobi had just been standing. At this moment, Tianqi emerged from the thicket and declared, The disparity in our strengths is far too great. Hiding serves no purpose and is merely a waste of time. Yet, I cannot relinquish my pursuit of the bell. It would be wiser to confront you directly. With that, Tianqi unsheathed a kunai. Just as he had concealed himself in the forest, the system announced a mission. Ding. System mission successfully initiated. Engage Sarutobi Azashi in direct combat for 5 minutes. Completion of the mission rewards 1,000 points, should you endure for 10 minutes. An additional reward of an upgrade to your Sharingan will be granted. Failure results in either obliteration or the loss of your manhood. Choose wisely. Upon hearing that the task required merely enduring for 10 minutes to earn 1,000 points and gain a free upgrade for his Sharingan, Tianqi stepped forward without hesitation. After he finished speaking, Sarutobi Azashi praised him, saying, Excellent. Recognizing the disparity between yourself and your adversary is commendable. However, the task involves seizing the bell. Your approach seems akin to courting death. After uttering these words, Sarutobi swiftly retrieved 8 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them at Tianqi, simultaneously forming hand seals. The original 8 shuriken multiplied into 24, soaring towards Tianqi. Chapter 5, Ninja Technique Duel. As the 24 shuriken approached, Tianqi inwardly cursed the blatant unfairness of the situation and activated his Sharingan to evade. With the enhanced perception granted by the Sharingan, he narrowly dodged the projectiles. Sustaining himself against Sarutobi for 10 minutes was utterly implausible given his current strength. He would have to resort to a strategy of delay. Thus, the two engaged in a tactical exchange, with Sarutobi not exerting his full strength, merely toying with Tianqi. Tianqi, your tactics leave me unable to gauge your true capabilities. But the game is nearing its conclusion, Sarutobi declared as he executed a body flicker technique, appearing directly before Tianqi, aiming to conclude the skirmish with a single punch. Observing Sarutobi's sudden advance, Tianqi immediately leaped backward, gathering his chakra to form seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Tianqi unleashed a colossal fireball towards Sarutobi. As the blazing sphere hurtled towards him, Sarutobi couldn't help but admire Tianqi's swift hand seals and the impressive power of his ninjutsu, recognizing the potential within him. As the fireball drew closer, Sarutobi began forming seals of his own. Although he was slightly delayed, his speed surpassed that of Tianqi's water style, water barrier. A wall of water materialized before Sarutobi, effectively blocking the fireball. The clash of fire and water generated a thick mist, and amidst the obscuring vapor, Tianqi seized the opportunity to leap onto a tree, noting that 7 minutes had elapsed. He resolved to employ a long-range strategy to extend the encounter for another 3 minutes. Just a little longer, and he would prevail. Your ninjutsu is impressive, but this is where your journey ends, Tianqi. Sarutobi's voice suddenly resonated from behind Tianqi, revealing that at some point, he had positioned himself directly behind him. Tianqi exhibited not a trace of panic. Instead, a smile graced his lips. Is that so? I beg to differ. Just as Sarutobi Hizashi prepared to launch an attack on Tianqi, he suddenly realized he was ensnared by countless fine wires. Following the strands with his gaze, he discovered that the ends were firmly held in Tianqi's grasp, and clarity dawned upon him. So that's it. I wondered how I ended up in the tree. It turns out there was a trap set here, designed to lure me up. Indeed. I had long since laid a trap among the branches. Now, allow me to demonstrate the new ninjutsu I have recently developed. With that, Tianqi swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Tianqi unleashed flames toward the wires, and the inferno surged along the strands toward the ensnared Sarutobi Hizashi. Although termed the dragon fire technique, it was merely a straightforward application of the great fireball technique directed along the wires, simple to execute and easy to master. Tianqi gazed at the fiery inferno engulfing Sarutobi Hiruzen, unperturbed by the prospect of accidental harm. Instead, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. What a jest! He was destined to become the third Hokage. How could he possibly extinguish such a formidable opponent with his meager strength? Indeed, the blazing Sarutobi began to dissipate into a mere mound of earth. Was it a clay clone? Where would he emerge from? Tianqi panted heavily, yet maintained his watchfulness. Acutely aware that his chakra reserves permitted him to unleash but 3 C-rank jutsu. Only 1 minute remained. I must endure. He silently encouraged himself. Just as he surveyed the area, the ground beneath him abruptly fractured, and Sarutobi Hiruzen erupted from the earth, delivering a devastating punch to Tianqi's chin. With a gasp, Tianqi was sent sprawling, blood spilling from his lips as he fell to the ground. This is the end for you, Tianqi. You possess no will to fight. Surrender is inevitable. Initially, you could have aimed for the bell, yet you chose to defeat me instead. This outcome was fated to be your failure. Sarutobi observed the bloody Tianqi, speaking with an air of indifference. Tianqi, trembling slightly, rose to his feet. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he spoke, from the very beginning. I never intended to seize the bell. I merely wish for you to recognize that even without the training of a formal institution, I, Uchiha Tianqi, am no less capable than anyone emerging from such schools. I am determined to fight until the very last moment. The notion of surrendering is utterly inconceivable. With merely 30 seconds remaining, he declared, this is my final ninjutsu, and promptly began forming hand seals. Observing Tianqi's relentless spirit as he fell and rose again to complete the seals, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a deep admiration. With such unwavering resilience, it was certain that he would carve out a place for himself in the future shinobi world. Yet, one could not help but wonder whether this would bode well or ill for the hidden leaf village. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the colossal fireball surged toward him, Sarutobi chose not to defend but instead executed a series of intricate seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged forth, colliding with the fireball and dispersing it instantaneously, before piercing through the remnants of flames and hurtling toward Tianqi. Tianqi gazed at the water dragon rushing towards him, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion as his chakra depleted and losing consciousness. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's control, the water dragon did not collide with the unconscious Tianqi but rather crashed into an empty patch of land nearby. Observing the fallen Tianqi, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and chuckled. You reckless boy, you truly throw yourself into your tasks. It seems I can trust you to take on missions from now on. He then retrieved a military ration pill from his pocket and fed it to Tianqi. After a considerable wait, Tianqi finally regained consciousness. Congratulations. From this day forth, you shall be a qualified genin, Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed, presenting a ninja headband before him. Accepting the headband from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, Tianqi promptly donned it upon his head. He did not express much joy at acquiring the headband. After all, it was merely an external object. True strength was the ultimate path. Starting tomorrow, we shall undertake missions while I continue to instruct you, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. Yes, sensei, Tianqi replied. You needn't call me sensei, just refer to me as captain. I am merely a decade older than you, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Understood, captain. Very well, return home and rest well today. Tomorrow, we embark on our tasks. I shall take my leave now, he concluded. As Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, Tianqi dragged his weary body back home. After dinner and a refreshing shower, he lay upon his bed. Completing today's mission should reward me with 1,000 points and an opportunity to enhance my Sharingan. Let me check the system, he thought. Summoning the system. He decided to hold on to the 1,000 points for the time being, as upgrading to the 3-Tomo Sharingan required 10,000 points, leaving him 9,000 short. As for the opportunity to enhance his Sharingan, Tianqi began to contemplate. System, can this Sharingan enhancement be saved for later? Tianqi inquired, wishing to reserve the enhancement opportunity for a breakthrough to the three tomo. Ideally, he hoped to use it for advancing to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As he had no brothers to transplant eyes from, even if he did, he would never resort to such measures unless it was a matter of dire consequence. However, the system promptly shattered Tianqi's hopes, stating, "Host, this enhancement opportunity can only be applied to the three tomo Sharingan or below. In other words, you may use it to upgrade to the three tomo but not to enhance the Mangeki. Do not attempt to exploit loopholes in the system." Upon hearing this, Tianqi sighed softly, realizing that the system was impervious to exploitation. "Then I shall enhance to the two tomo Sharingan for now, with no loopholes to capitalize on." Tianqi did not hesitate and immediately utilized the opportunity to upgrade to the two tomo Sharingan. Subsequently, a surge of energy enveloped his mind. The second awakening was evidently less painful than the first. In a brief moment, his one tomo successfully advanced to two tomo. Tianqi approached the mirror, scrutinizing his eyes with great intensity. "This is the Sharingan," he thought, its enchanting crimson pupils adorned with two black tomo. Astonishing. It exudes an undeniable charisma. The one tomo Sharingan possesses keen insight, while the two tomo Sharingan grants formidable observational prowess, enabling the replication of others' ninjutsu. This ability, without a doubt, holds immense utility. Tianqi could not help but marvel at the fact that the world of Hokage is indeed one that revolves around bloodlines. Those with even the slightest connection to the Sage of Six Paths are invariably formidable. Chapter 6. The clan leader and the elder. While Tianqi was still engrossed in observing his Sharingan, two members of the Uchiha clan knocked on his door. "Who is it? Who would come seeking me at this hour?" As Tianqi opened the door, he was met by two Uchiha ninjas. Upon seeing him, they merely glanced at Tianqi before speaking directly. "Uchiha Tianqi, the clan leader requests your presence. Please accompany us." One of the young ninjas, who appeared to be in his 20s, stated with an impassive demeanor. "Very well, let us proceed." Tianqi nodded and followed them, curious about the purpose of the current clan leader's summons. "Tianqi, I have heard that the second Hokage has lifted the restrictions placed upon you, and that you have awakened your Sharingan. Is this true?" In the guard department, Uchiha Qingyang, the minister, scrutinized Tianqi intently. "Clan leader, you summoned me in the dead of night merely to inquire about such matters?" Tianqi squinted and retorted, "Certainly not. Tianqi, as a member of the Uchiha clan and a former young clan leader, it is my duty as the clan leader to show concern for my kin." Upon hearing this, Tianqi could not help but mock internally. Why speak such words now? Where were they in the earlier years? Ultimately, it was fear of Senju Tobarama seeking trouble that prompted this overture. Now that they learned of my lifted restrictions, they wish to curry favor. How utterly ridiculous. Nevertheless, Tianqi chose to conceal his disdain and silently activated his Sharingan. Double tomo. As he gazed into Tianqi's eyes, Uchiha Qingyang gasped, astonished beyond measure. At merely 10 years of age, and without any guidance, he had already attained a double tomo Sharingan. Hadn't he heard that only a single tomo Sharingan was possible? Yet in just a few days, it had evolved, truly a prodigy. Although his strength was merely that of a genin, this achievement was remarkable in the absence of instruction. With the restraints now lifted, his power would undoubtedly soar. Truly, he was worthy of being Madara's son. His talent rivaled that of Madara himself. Currently, Senju Tobarama's aversion towards the Uchiha clan was intensifying. While Kagami had become Tobarama's apprentice, it was far from sufficient. If they could leverage Tianqi to win over Madara's staunch supporters, combined with Tianqi's burgeoning strength, they would surely secure a considerable voice within Konoha. Uchiha Qingyang, indeed, was a candidate worthy of the clan leader position, contemplating so much simply from a double tomo Sharingan. "Tianqi, I am aware of your grievances towards the clan. These years have been arduous for you, having lost the position of junior clan leader and struggling to make ends meet. However, against the Senju clan, we truly find ourselves at a loss," Uchiha Qingyang appealed, playing the emotional card. "Oh, clan leader, may I inquire as to what you truly wish to express?" Tianqi feigned ignorance, fully aware of Qingyang's intentions to win him over. "Tianqi, what I wish to convey is that since Senju Tobarama has lifted your restrictions, I hope you can return to the Uchiha clan. After all, we are kin. Even if our treatment of you has been less than ideal, we are still preferable to outsiders. In the future, should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult me. I can impart any ninjutsu you wish to learn. And of course, if your strength permits, the restoration of your junior clan leader status is certainly a possibility." Listening to Uchiha Qingyang spin his elaborate web of promises, Tianqi merely nodded in silence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he departed. "Restoration of my status as junior clan leader? Uchiha Qingyang, do you truly perceive me as a child? Crafting such illusions, old fox, you have misjudged your target." Upon exiting, Tianqi muttered under his breath, cursing quietly as he made his way home. "Have you not grown weary of trailing me for so long?" Suddenly halting, Tianqi furrowed his brow and inquired. After leaving the guard division, he had sensed a peculiar feeling of being surveilled from behind, reminiscent of his past experiences with the village's Umbu. It was evident that someone was tracking him. Whoosh. As soon as Tianqi's words fell, a masked ninja appeared before him. "Uchiha Tianqi, the elder wishes to see you. Please accompany me." Listening to the words of the masked ninja, Tianqi squinted his eyes, finding the day rather intriguing. with Senju Tobarama lifting his restrictions. First summoned by the clan leader, and now by the elder of the martial arts faction, it was indeed quite fascinating. If the elder has summoned me, then I shall go. Tianqi nodded at the masked ninja. The swift agreement from Tianqi surprised the masked ninja, who had anticipated a slight delay. However, seeing Tianqi's readiness, he said nothing further and turned to lead the way, with Tianqi following in his footsteps. Before long, they reached the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. Tianqi's residence was quite close to this perimeter. A few minutes later, they arrived at a courtyard, and upon entering, Tianqi saw an elderly man sitting quietly in the center. Elder, I have brought him. Yes, I am aware. You may leave now. After the ninja departed, the elder spoke again. So, you are Uchiha Tianqi? Come, have a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. Understood. Tianqi replied briefly and took a seat directly across from the elder. You truly resemble your father. The elder gazed at Tianqi, as if transported back to a time when Madara was still present, noting the same rebellious demeanor and long hair. Tianqi seldom attended to his hair, merely sweeping it back with a casual gesture. His natural resemblance to a spotted creature was accentuated by this simple styling, further aggravating Senju Tobarama's displeasure towards him. Elder, the hour is late. If you have matters to discuss, please proceed directly. I have obligations tomorrow, Tianqi remarked, acknowledging the lateness of the hour. The impending task he needed to undertake the following day left no room for idle chatter. If this conversation lingered, he would sacrifice his night's rest. Thus, he promptly delved into the core of the discussion. Tianqi's forthrightness can be attributed to the fact that the other party is a staunch loyalist of his father. Were it to be Uchiha Qingyang, Tianqi would undoubtedly refrain from such candor. He is currently but a low-ranking ninja, his prowess insufficient, thus, it is prudent for him to exercise caution for the time being. The Grand Elder, upon hearing Tianqi's words, were no offense. His demeanor was reminiscent of how one would engage with Madara. He possesses a disposition that favors directness. Subsequently, he rose and knelt before Tianqi. Young clan leader. Due to the influence of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, I have failed to care for you adequately over the years. I lament the suffering you have endured. And I am deeply remorseful for betraying Lord Madara's trust in me. What are you doing, Grand Elder? Tianqi hastily assisted the elder to his feet. The sincerity exhibited by the Grand Elder far surpassed that of Uchiha Qingyang. Not only did he acknowledge Tianqi's status as the young clan leader, but he also knelt before him, overflowing with genuine intent. Truly, there is no pain in comparison. Young clan leader, please follow me. The Grand Elder rose and led Tianqi into a subterranean chamber, which was brimming with ninjutsu scrolls and various treasures and riches. What is this? Tianqi gazed in bewilderment at the abundance of ninjutsu and wealth, turning to the Grand Elder for clarification. Now, the constraints imposed by Senju Tobarama on you as the young clan leader have been lifted. Our martial faction shall devote itself entirely to your cultivation. You may learn any ninjutsu you desire. Once your strength is sufficient, over 100 members of our martial faction will heed your command. When the time comes, with but a word from you, we will resolutely follow you in defection from Konoha. Upon hearing this, Tianqi was instantly drenched in cold sweat, hastily interrupting the elder's discourse. Elder, such words should not be uttered lightly. As long as Konoha has not wronged us, we must not entertain such thoughts. Furthermore, it is far too early to speak of these matters. Aspirations without strength are mere fantasies. As for the young clan leader, there is no need to address that title any longer. It belongs to the past. The elder, listening to Tianqi's words, regarded him with a curious expression. The wisdom in his speech was far from that of an ordinary 10-year-old. Indeed, there was an implicit test in the elder's remarks. A typical child of that age, confronted with such statements, would have been swept away by dreams of grandeur. Yet Tianqi remained remarkably composed and insightful, further solidifying the elder's determination to support him. Chapter 7. B-Rank Mission. The elder nodded with satisfaction, pleased with Tianqi's maturity. Truly, he was exceptional. After their brief conversation, Tianqi bid farewell to the elder and returned home. He paid little heed to the discussions with the moderates in the martial faction that sought him out that day, for he was a man of the system, and he did not particularly require their guidance. Early the next morning, Tianqi accompanied Sarutobi Hizashi to undertake their missions. Of course, peace reigned in the shinobi world at that moment, and the tasks assigned to them were modest, typically classified as D-rank. Thus, for several days, the two of them remained in the village, either helping others with mundane tasks or searching for lost cats and dogs. During this period, Sarutobi Hizashi also taught Tianqi how to climb trees using his feet and walk on water's surface. However, these skills posed no challenge for Tianqi, who accomplished them within minutes, prompting Sarutobi Hizashi to marvel at the extraordinary talents of the young boy. In this time, Tianqi also exchanged points for ninjutsu. S-rank techniques required 10,000 points, A-rank techniques 5,000 points, B-rank techniques 1,000 points, C-rank techniques 500 points, and D-rank techniques 100 points. With the unwavering support of the esteemed elder and the clan leader, Tianqi found himself reluctant to squander his precious points on the family's ninjutsu. Yet, the prospect of self-study seemed an impractical expenditure of time. Ultimately, he opted for the crow clone technique, an ingenious creation of the future Itachi Uchiha. for which he expended 500 points. This jutsu is a remarkable fusion of genjutsu and ninjutsu, serving both to bewilder adversaries and to preserve one's own life. With the remaining 500 points, he exchanged them for the elixir of life within the system, known for its remarkable ability to repair human cells and enhance physical constitution. Frequent use even augments one's chakra. The small vial costs 100 points, ideal for the early stages of a genin. The medium vial, priced at 500 points, is best suited for a chunin, while the large vial, at 1,000 points, is optimal for a genin. Tianqi exchanged 5 vials of the elixir of life, and after utilizing 4 of them, his chakra ascended directly to the level of a ch-nin. Thus, the days passed, monotonously searching for lost pets, until one day, Tianqi was informed of a new mission. Would it entail another search for cats and dogs, or perhaps some weeding? He gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with exasperation. To be frank, he was growing weary of such trivial tasks. What was this nonsense about finding pets? This time, however, it was a B-rank mission. A B-rank mission? What could that possibly entail? Upon hearing the classification, Tianqi's interest was piqued. Don't rush. Allow me to elaborate, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, presenting Tianqi with a dossier. This mission involves the extermination of bandits. Here are the details. He continued, the entire operation is entrusted to you. They are merely a group of petty thieves. Not a significant challenge for someone of your current caliber. Of course, as your captain, I will shadow you discreetly. I shall only intervene if your life is in peril. Understood? Understood. Just a bunch of thieves, simple enough. Tianqi replied with unwavering confidence. With his newfound ch-nin strength, dealing with bandits would be a trivial task. Then I wish you the best of luck. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished before Tianqi's eyes. At that moment, the system issued the mission, exterminate all bandits. Successful completion would yield 5,000 points, while failure would result in obliteration. Faced with the prospect of annihilation upon failure, Tianqi dashed out of the village without hesitation. You think you can erase me? Dream on. In the pitch-black night, within a modest inn, Tianqi examined the dossier and muttered to himself, indeed. These are mere thieves, only 3 of them are lower-ranking ninjas, the rest mere commoners. How is this classified as a B-rank mission? Shouldn't it be a C-rank task? After noting the directive for total extermination, he felt no trepidation. A handful of bandits posed little threat, and total annihilation would be an effortless endeavor. Why overthink it? I'll find out tomorrow. Exhausted from a day of travel, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Tianqi set off towards the location detailed in the dossier. As he approached the bandit hideout, he was astounded to see a substantial number of patrolling bandits. My goodness, there must be at least 200 of them. No wonder they require total extermination. The mission's classification as B rank makes sense now. If he had known, he would have learned the shadow clone technique. With so many enemies, if they were to flee upon discovery, his mission would be in jeopardy. What to do? What to do? Tianqi pondered, contemplating how he might eliminate the enemies without arousing suspicion. Suddenly, inspiration struck. As night fell, having observed the hideout throughout the day, he identified a building prone to catching fire. Yes, he would incite chaos through arson, allowing him to reap the rewards of his stealthy endeavor. Boom. Tianqi ignited the building, and a roaring inferno erupted, sending thick plumes of smoke spiraling skyward. The bandits, witnessing the blaze, scrambled to extinguish the flames, scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Tianqi systematically dispatched the bandits, feeling no discomfort in his inaugural act of killing. It was as if he were born for slaughter. As he continued to claim victims, the 3 lower-ranking bandit leaders finally sensed something amiss. They noticed their numbers dwindling alarmingly. Stay calm. Everyone, regroup. An enemy has infiltrated our midst, barked the third in command. To their shock, nearly half their forces had vanished without them realizing it. If not for the third's keen observation, they would have remained oblivious. Infuriated, the leader glared at the remaining 100 or so men, his teeth clenched in fury. The loss of half his crew pained him deeply. This was the foundation of his power, and to lose it so swiftly was infuriating. At that moment, the second in command spoke up. If a friend has arrived, please reveal yourself. If there are grievances, let us address them openly rather than slaughtering my subordinates. Tianqi observed the gathering of the bandits, disregarding the leaders among them. His primary objective now was to deal with these ordinary brigands. Although stealthy harvesting was not feasible, their assembly spared him the trouble of seeking them out individually. Tianqi swiftly formed hand seals, exhaling flames as he unleashed the fire release. Great fireball technique. The enormous fireball hurtled towards the 3 bandit leaders. However, the leaders were not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the fireball, they reacted with remarkable speed, immediately commencing hand seals for defense. Earth release, earth flow rampart. 3 earthen walls rose before them, successfully halting the oncoming fireball. Seizing the moment while the leader's vision was obscured, Tianqi seized the opportunity to eliminate several of their subordinates. As the earthen walls dissipated, the 3 leaders, witnessing a mere boy mercilessly reaping the lives of their men, were filled with fury. The third in command disdainfully remarked, I thought you were a formidable opponent. Turns out, you're just a little brat. Prepare to meet your end. Without hesitation, the third in command charged forward, kunai in hand, aiming to stab Tianqi. Tianqi also noticed the approaching leader of the lower ninjas. Just as the leader rushed before him, he abruptly accelerated, firmly seizing the hand of the lower ninja, holding the kunai. With such meager strength, how dare you charge at me? Do spare yourself the embarrassment. Tianqi mocked as he grasped the leader's hand. The third leader struggled desperately to free himself, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. The strength of this youth was astonishingly formidable. Go stand aside. With that, Tianqi delivered a swift kick, sending the third leader sprawling. He then turned and charged back into the fray, commencing his grim harvest of lives. Old 3. The first and second leaders rushed over to help the fallen third leader to his feet. Are you all right, Old 3? I'm fine, Old 1. That little brat is no ordinary foe. His strength is truly remarkable. It may take the 3 of us working together to defeat him. The second leader commanded, gather everyone. Today, we shall confront him. Yes, Old 1. The second leader shouted to the disarrayed crowd, brothers, stop fleeing. Gather around me, or you shall lose your lives. With the second leader's exhortation, the panicked crowd realized that fleeing was futile and once again clustered around the 3 bandit leaders. Gazing at the bloody ground and the gathering of a mere dozen individuals, Tianqi cast a blood-streaked glance at the 3 bandit leaders, the 3 lower ninja leaders. Witnessing the carnage wrought by Tianqi, were utterly unnerved. They had never encountered such a formidable youth. The second leader, lacking confidence, spoke up. Old 1, can we truly win? That boy seems utterly deranged. The first leader ignored the second's doubts and, fixing his gaze on Tianqi, inquired, boy, where did you find such allies? And why do you target us? Do you believe us to be easy prey? Tianqi unexpectedly provided them with an explanation, declaring, I am a ninja from the village of Konoha, dispatched to eliminate you due to a mission. Those who are wise should refrain from resistance. This way, you may retain your corpses intact. However, should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. With narrowed eyes, Tianqi surveyed the band of mountain thieves, his tone laced with various threats. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the numerous corpses strewn across the ground, silently commending Tianqi. He shows no signs of discomfort in his first kill. Rather, he grows bolder with each confrontation. This lad is undoubtedly a born ninja. I, on my first occasion, was sick for quite a while. Truly, comparison is a source of envy. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous ones forward. On the battlefield, upon hearing that their opponent was a Konoha ninja, the 3 leading genin immediately quailed. The reputation of the foremost ninja village in the ninja world is not to be trifled with. Offending Konoha could force them to leave the land of fire. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of Tianqi's statement, their fighting spirit reignited. To hell with it. Surrender means death, and so does resistance. Brothers, we shall fight him. With that, they charged at Tianqi, and a fierce battle ensued. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands, while ordinary foes may be manageable. Facing the 3 genin proved challenging, and Tianqi found himself at a disadvantage. Damn it, I miscalculated. Had I known, I would have left them with some hope. These 3 are employing a strategy of exchange for injury. Thankfully, with the aid of his Sharingan, he narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Observing the wounds on his body, Tianqi silently expressed gratitude for having consumed the elixir of life, which endowed him with a robust physique. Otherwise, he might not have endured this onslaught. This cannot continue. I can overlook the little Karami, but I must eliminate one of these 3 genin to tip the scales of victory in my favor. Amidst the chaos, Tianqi suddenly found himself before the third in command. Without hesitation, the latter launched a kunai at him. You shall die. Witnessing the shock on Tianqi's face as he was struck, the third in command momentarily froze, before his expression shifted to one of delight. Ha! You finally fell into my grasp, little brat. Let's see how you can maintain your excitement now. Tianqi concealed his astonishment, casting a cold smile towards the third master. You are celebrating far too soon. What? Before the third master could react, Tianqi's form gradually transformed into a flock of crows that scattered in all directions. Subsequently, the crows coalesced beside him, reforming into Tianqi. What kind of ninjutsu is this? I clearly struck him. How could this be? The ninjutsu of later generations is something the current populace has never witnessed. The Tianqi, materializing next to the third master, activated his double Tomo Sharingan and lunged forward with a kunai aimed directly at him. Be careful, old 3. Be careful. Hearing the warnings from the first and second masters, the third master hesitated. Just as he turned around, a black kunai pierced through his heart. The third master gazed at Tianqi with disbelief, then coughed up blood and slowly uttered, This is impossible. With that, he collapsed to the ground. Observing the fallen third master, Tianqi remarked, You cannot blame yourself for succumbing to this technique. To perish by the hand of the god of Itachi is a worthy end. The subsequent battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. With one less person, the 2 bandit leaders were no match for Tianqi. Half an hour later, ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Reward, 5,000 points. After dispatching the last ordinary bandit, Tianqi understood he had accomplished his mission. He then severed the heads of 3 lower ninjas and exited the bandit hideout. 2 minutes later, Sarutobi Izashi appeared before Tianqi, who sat exhausted at the entrance of the hideout, with 3 severed heads resting to his left. Izashi spoke, Well done, Tianqi. Congratulations on completing your first B-rank mission. Let us consider ourselves fortunate to have avoided disaster this time. Here, these are the heads of the 3 lower ninjas. I'm utterly drained. I need a moment to recuperate. As Sarutobi Hizashi accepted the 3 heads, he looked bewildered and said, Tianqi, you do realize that apart from the bodies of rogue ninjas we retrieve, only the underground black market pays for heads. We generally disregard wandering ninjas like these. Is that so? I wasn't quite aware, Tianqi replied, genuinely innocent in his ignorance. He had merely intended to prove that he had completed the task without considering the implications. Very well, Sarutobi Hizashi said, discarding the 3 heads back into the hideout before forming hand seals. Doton, Dori Taiga, and A-rank ninjutsu, which immediately buried the entire hideout. Observing Hizashi's actions, Tianqi felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, he was destined to become the 3rd Hokage, effortlessly wielding such formidable ninjutsu. Hizashi then hoisted Tianqi onto his back and remarked casually, let us head to the inn and recover at a leisurely pace. I've heard there are hot springs. It would be a shame not to indulge while we're out. Tianqi, perched on his back, displayed a disdainful expression. I thought you were concerned for my well-being. Turns out, you merely wish to sneak a peek at the hot springs. Sneak a peek? Am I that kind of person? I simply wish to enjoy the hot springs. Tianqi, is that how you perceive me? Sarutobi Hizashi replied earnestly, and one might be fooled by his serious demeanor. However, Tianqi had long seen through him, outwardly ignoring Hizashi. He mused internally, no wonder Jiraiya, the lecherous sage, has such a master, like disciple, what vulgarity. At the inn, Sarutobi Hizashi booked 2 rooms. Upon returning to his room, Tianqi retrieved the remaining vial of life water from the system and consumed it. Instantly, all his injuries healed, and his physique improved. After a day of exertion, Tianqi, without even bathing, collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, upon awakening, Tianqi brushed his teeth and washed his face before rushing to the door of Sarutobi Hizashi's room. Pushing the door open, he found it empty. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianqi hurried off to the hot springs. Upon arriving at the bathing area, he changed his attire and stepped inside, only to discover Sarutobi Sasuke lurking by the spring. Peering lecherously through a small gap at the women's bathhouse across the way. I knew it, that lecherous old man is surely here. As Tianqi entered the hot spring, he gradually approached Sarutobi Sasuke, who was startled by his presence. Sarutobi, weren't we supposed to enjoy the hot springs? Why are you reduced to peeping? Upon hearing the voice, Sarutobi Sasuke quickly covered Tianqi's mouth. Shoo, keep your voice down. I'm not peeping. I'm merely observing to ensure there are no perverts around. So I can protect these women, he insisted. I believe that pervert is you. Who would trust your claims of protection? Tianqi regarded Sarutobi Sasuke with disdain, convinced that he could not trust a single word from him. Realizing his explanation was indeed rather flimsy and noticing Tianqi's contemptuous gaze, Sarutobi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Cough. Cough. Tianqi, when you reach my age, you will understand. Do you have someone you like? If so, do tell me. As your captain, I shall take it upon myself to ensure your lifelong happiness. Spare me, Sarutobi. You ought to focus on your own affairs. It seems you should be seeking a wife instead of preying on these young women. What do you mean by preying? I've already stated this is about protection. Do you understand what that means? Sarutobi replied earnestly. Tianqi wore a look of disdain once more, had one not known him. They might have mistaken Sarutobi Hizashi's serious demeanor for one of protection. Alas, Tianqi was all too familiar with him, and the image of an elderly man wielding a crystal ball to perform distant viewing was indelibly etched in his memory. Noticing Tianqi's skepticism, Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly shifted the topic. Oh, the injuries from yesterday have healed, and now you can indulge in a hot spring. Your recovery ability is impressive. It's merely superficial wounds. I was just fatigued yesterday. I might not possess many merits, but I do heal quickly, Tianqi replied nonchalantly. Sarutobi Hizashi, upon hearing Tianqi's words, had no reason to doubt him. Some individuals indeed possessed remarkable vitality, and superficial injuries tended to mend swiftly. I initially planned to return tomorrow, but since you are already well, let us head back today. I must admit, I long for the village, cough cough, and the delightful cuisine it offers. Allow me to treat you to a feast upon our return. Observing Sarutobi Hizashi's near slip of the tongue, Tianqi silently mourned for the women of the village. With such a voyeuristic fellow around, they were bound to face tribulations. Chapter 9, Spiraling Sphere. After their bath, the two set forth towards Konoha. At the village's entrance, 2 guards greeted Sarutobi Hizashi upon his return, recognizing him as the disciple of the 2nd Hokage, with prospects of becoming the 3rd. Establishing a good rapport was essential. Welcome back, Lord Sarutobi. Yes, we returned today. The mission was exceedingly simple, and to avoid wasting time, we decided to come back. Indeed, Lord Sarutobi is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha, it's rather ordinary, Sarutobi Hizashi responded, reveling in the flattery that everyone appreciates. At that moment, a harsh voice pierced through the air. It was merely a B-rank mission, Sarutobi. How much longer do you intend to bask in your pride? Recognizing the familiar voice, Sarutobi Hizashi immediately knew it belonged to his teammate, Shimura Danzo. Ah, Danzo, you've returned as well. Let me see what rank of mission you accomplished. Sarutobi Hisashi snatched Danzo's mission scroll, discovering it was an A-rank task. Well done, Danzo. With a smug expression, Danzo replied, of course. I am Shimura Danzo, destined to become Hokage. He then turned his gaze towards Tianqi, who was trailing behind Sarutobi Hisashi. Unlike you, I cannot afford to be so leisurely, parading around with your novice companion and engaging in low-level missions. At this moment, Tianqi scrutinized Danzo, the future leader of the Root organization and one of the principal architects behind the downfall of the Uchiha clan. In comparison to his future self, Danzo appeared not only younger but also more spirited, devoid of any bandages that would later characterize him. He radiated vitality, making it difficult to fathom how he would eventually succumb to such a decrepit state. However, much like his mentor, Hashirama Senju, Danzo's gaze was laced with disdain for the Uchiha. His temperament was akin to that of Hashirama, had it not been for Hiruzen Sarutobi. The position of the third Hokage would likely have been secured by Danzo. In contrast, Kurenai Yuhi and Mito Kazuhaya paled in comparison to Danzo and the third Hokage. As for Kakashi Hitaki, his very identity as an Uchiha rendered him ineligible for the role of Hokage. Observing Danzo steer the conversation towards Tianqi, Hiruzen Sarutobi deftly changed the subject, aware of Danzo's aversion to the Uchiha clan. Danzo has returned at last. Let us promptly head to the village. Tonight, I shall treat you all to a barbecue, Hiruzen declared. Upon hearing this, Danzo entered the village without a backward glance, while the guards at the entrance remained silent. Fully aware that both individuals were contenders for the title of Hokage, and they could afford to offend neither. As Danzo departed, Hiruzen turned to Tianqi, saying, Danzo is usually quite amiable. Perhaps he is simply in a foul mood today. Do not take his demeanor to heart. Tianqi nodded slightly, fully aware of the nature of Danzo. His loyalty to Konoha was unwavering, but concerning other matters, he felt indifferent. All right, Tianqi, you may head home for now. I will be going to submit my mission shortly, and tomorrow at the usual spot, I shall give you your payment, he said before departing. Watching Sarutobi Hisashi leave, Tianqi returned home, pushing open the door to find it empty. His gaze fell upon the photographs of his parents adorning the wall, prompting a moment of reflection. Obito, I wonder where you are lurking now. Are you alone, just like me? He mused. Damn, why am I thinking about that old bastard? Bah, he fled alone. I have no sympathy for him. He deserves to be overshadowed by Senju Hashirama for all eternity. After venting his frustrations about Obito, Tianqi set about tidying his home, which had accumulated considerable dust from neglect. Once he finished cleaning, he settled in the yard to examine the system. Completing the recent mission had granted him 5,000 points, sufficient to exchange for an A-rank ninjutsu. Opening the system shop, he was dazzled by the array of A-rank techniques, his mouth watering at the possibilities. This one looks promising, and that one too, he thought, caught in a half-hour internal debate. Ultimately, he focused on the Rasengan and Chidori, both of which were essential ninjutsu for a Uchiha. Although he understood their principles well enough to develop them himself, he recognized the time investment that would entail. With the death of Senju Hashirama, the first shinobi war was imminent. He needed to hasten his strength, lest he falter amidst the chaos of world conflict. Having witnessed Naruto and Sasuke, as well as Obito and Kaguya, he knew he could not afford to fall here. However, gazing at the two techniques before him, he hesitated. Chidori was undoubtedly a perfect fit for an Uchiha, especially when paired with the Sharingan's precise targeting, enabling him to challenge elite Jonin. Yet its drawbacks were evident. The name itself suggested the cacophony of 1,000 birds, making it suitable only against Chunin and Genin. Jonin would hardly be foolish enough to confront such an A-rank technique unless they were utterly reckless or he had reached their level, allowing him to dominate below Jonin while exchanging blows with those above. Thus, if he set Chidori aside, he was left with the Rasengan, developed by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This A-rank technique was no less formidable than Chidori, perhaps even superior, as it lacked the noise and focused on small area explosive damage. Minato had triumphed using the Rasengan, and Tianqi believed he could do the same. As for Chidori, he could always exchange for it when he had enough points next time. With that resolved, he promptly exchanged his points for the Rasengan, depleting his balance to 0 in an instant. Eagerly, he began to experiment in the yard, gathering chakra in one hand until a small sphere materialized, gradually enlarging to the size of his palm. He did not feel the need to create shadow clones like Naruto or Konohamaru. He simply lacked the technique. Perhaps he would seek Sarutobi's guidance on shadow clones next time. He then directed the Rasengan at a nearby tree, and upon contact, the tree was utterly obliterated. Boom. A large crater formed where the tree once stood. Fortunately, no one lived nearby. Otherwise, they might have thought Tianqi was intent on bombing the village. Gazing at the crater, Tianqi was exhilarated. Is this the Rasengan? With a Chunin's chakra capacity, I could rival an ordinary Jonin now. My strength has indeed surged. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama listened to Sarutobi Hisashi's report, deep in thought. Truly, he is Madara's son. His talent rivals that of Madara himself. Despite lacking guidance in the early stages, he has awakened the double Tomo Sharingan and accumulated the chakra level of a Chunin. After some refinement, he may well possess Chunin-level strength. I cannot help but wonder if my decision was wise. Hisashi, What is the boy's temperament like? Has he shown any discontent with Konoha? Teacher, the boy is quite agreeable, with a gentle disposition. We share light-hearted banter, though I cannot discern any dissatisfaction with Konoha at this moment. Upon hearing this, Tobirama felt a twinge of unease. He understood the Uchiha clan all too well. Their love for their kin transcended that of any other clan. Yet it was precisely this profound love that made them susceptible to rage. An Uchiha who comprehended love, upon losing it, could easily be consumed by hatred. Just as Obito had been, Tobirama feared Tianqi might follow in Obito's footsteps. With his elder brother gone, another Obito would leave the village defenseless. Sensing Tobirama's distress, Sarutobi Hizashi reassured him, Teacher, there is no need for excessive worry. Given Tianqi's disposition, I believe he will become the next Uchiha Kagami, not Obito. At the mention of Uchiha Kagami, Tobirama felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, there was a successful precedent in Uchiha Kagami. If Tianqi could embody the same spirit of love and commitment to the village, stepping beyond clan loyalties to protect the village's interests and serve as the next Hokage's right hand, he would welcome that wholeheartedly. It was evident that Sarutobi Hizashi was a commendable choice. Tianqi remained oblivious to the fact that, due to his actions, he had inadvertently strengthened Sarutobi Hiruzen's position in the race for Hokage. If Danzo were to discover this, he would likely erupt in anger. Chapter 10. The astonished Sarutobi Hiruzen with support from Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Tianqi, Tsunade, and Mito, coupled with Danzo's backing and the endorsement of various clans. The future of Konoha's leadership appeared promising. Yet, the thought of Danzo brought a wave of headache to Tobirama. This disciple was indeed quite to his liking, and the prospect of relinquishing him was somewhat disheartening. Well, there's no need to rush. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, his mentor was already contemplating the next Hokage. Hiruzen then inquired, Sensei, have you come to a decision? Awakened from his reverie by Hiruzen's question, Tobirama replied, Since you are so adamant, I shall trust your judgment this once. Nurture him well. If he proves himself, elevating his status could be feasible. Hiruzen sighed in relief at his teacher's words. Truth be told, aside from Tianqi's Uchiha lineage, he had grown fond of him throughout their time together. Thank you, Sensei. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead, Tobirama responded, and Hiruzen exited the Hokage office. Meanwhile, Tianqi, having tasted success, felt a burgeoning urgency to enhance his abilities. That night, he forsook an early bedtime, dedicating several hours to refining his chakra. After 4 hours, he gazed at the minuscule increase in chakra with a forlorn expression. Such a trivial enhancement seemed almost negligible, akin to having made no progress at all. Turning his thoughts to Senju Hashirama and Naruto, he envied their vast chakra reserves, which allowed them to wield ninjutsu without restraint. Observing his own meager gains only fueled his frustration. Yet, he reminded himself that even a slight increase was still progress. Every little bit counts. He resolved to check the system's store for any items that could further amplify his chakra once he accrued enough points. The following day, as per their agreement, Tianqi arrived at the designated meeting spot for his first encounter with Hiruzen. Sitting upon a stone, he idly tossed small pebbles into the water while awaiting Hiruzen. After waiting for half an hour, Hiruzen arrived punctually, this time not waiting for the sun to reach its zenith. Upon arrival, Hiruzen promptly handed Tianqi his task reward. Tianqi, indifferent to the money, simply stowed it away, his focus solely on enhancing his strength. Observing Tianqi's actions, Hiruzen spoke, Now that you've completed the task, it's time for us to train diligently. Once you reach the level of Chunin, we can begin undertaking B-rank missions, if all goes well. A-rank missions could also be within our reach. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, Tianqi had already become invincible among Chunins and could even challenge Jonins. However, he chose not to elaborate, recognizing the need to further consolidate his abilities. Brother Sarutobi, I wish to learn the shadow clone technique, Tianqi expressed. Why this technique all of a sudden? Hiruzen replied, puzzled. To him, the shadow clone was of little merit beyond reconnaissance and deception. It often seemed more a hindrance than a help. After all, dividing one's chakra meant a dilution of strength. It would be wiser to master a more potent ninjutsu. Tianqi explained, in my last mission, the sheer number of opponents posed a great challenge. With shadow clones, I could complete tasks in half the time, without the need to run around searching for targets. Hiruzen considered Tianqi's reasoning and conceded, very well, since you wish to learn, I shall teach you. This technique is straightforward, just a single hand sign. He demonstrated by crossing 2 fingers of his left hand with 2 fingers of his right, declaring, shadow clone technique. In an instant, a perfect replica of Hiruzen materialized. Tianqi marveled at the spectacle and asked, Brother Sarutobi, do you not find it strange to see another person who looks exactly like you? Hiruzen, bemused, responded, why would I? It's akin to looking into a mirror. Encouraged by this, Tianqi began his own attempts. Shadow clone technique. He summoned a soft, fluffy clone that vanished shortly thereafter. Hiruzen guided him. Pay attention to your chakra release. You're splitting it too sparingly. Shadow clone technique. Tianqi tried again, producing a plump version of himself, which also quickly dissipated. This one is rather adorable, but you've divided your chakra too much this time. Shadow clone technique. Finally, Tianqi succeeded. Conjuring a clone that mirrored his appearance precisely, he felt as if he were gazing into a mirror. Hiruzen, taken aback, remarked, "Remarkable. You succeeded after just 3 attempts. Your talent is indeed commendable. Congratulations, Tianqi, you have mastered the shadow clone technique. However, exercise caution. You should only create 3 to 4 clones at most, lest your body falter under the strain." "I understand," Tianqi replied, dissipating the clone. "Brother Sarutobi, I have been researching a new ninjutsu. Would you kindly evaluate it for me?" Tianqi did not conceal the Rasengan, but rather displayed it with great enthusiasm. After all, Minato would eventually create it himself, so it was better to unveil it sooner and label it as his own original work. Minato Namikaze remarked, "Tianqi, how shameless you are. You not only plagiarize me, but also have the audacity to claim it as original. Do you have no shame?" Upon hearing that Tianqi had developed a new jutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen became intrigued. "What kind of jutsu? Show me, release it in front of me." Tianqi, taken aback by Hiruzen's request, thought to himself, "If I unleash the Rasengan at you, you might perish instantly. What are you thinking? Come on, let me help you test this new technique." Observing Hiruzen's eagerness, Tianqi proposed, "How about I demonstrate it on that tree stump over there, and you can assess the results?" Hearing that Tianqi preferred to experiment on a tree stump rather than on him, Hiruzen's curiosity piqued. "Watch closely, I'm starting now. This jutsu requires no hand seals. Just the concentration of chakra in the palm, which is quite convenient." Tianqi slowly extended his hand. "Oh, a no-hand seal jutsu? That means it can be released rapidly. In combat, while your opponent has to form seals, you won't need to, which provides a significant advantage. However, I wonder about its power." Subsequently, a blue sphere of energy formed in Tianqi's hand, and Hiruzen scrutinized it closely. "So this is it. This small orb doesn't seem to possess much imposing presence. One must not judge by appearances. The same applies to jutsu. Watch closely, Sarutobi," Tianqi said, and without hesitation, he slammed the Rasengan onto the tree stump. With a resounding boom, the stump vanished entirely, leaving a crater approximately 2 meters wide in the ground. Hiruzen, witnessing the spectacle, was left agape, his mouth wide enough to fit 3 eggs. This power is astounding. If that were to hit someone, they would surely be done for. Incredible, Tianqi. That power is undeniably A-rank jutsu. You are truly a genius." Listening to Hiruzen's praise, Tianqi shyly rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed since it was not an original creation, but rather something borrowed. To mask his embarrassment, Tianqi remarked, "This is merely the initial form. I plan to enhance it by incorporating various elemental chakra. Once successful, its power will increase exponentially, potentially surpassing even S-rank jutsu." Upon hearing that it could evolve into an Ultra S-rank jutsu, Hiruzen was once again astonished. He pondered silently, "Ultra? That crosses into the realm of forbidden techniques, those that are generally too dangerous for ordinary practitioners. Hiruzen, would you like to learn it? I can teach you," Tianqi offered. For a moment, Hiruzen considered it but then shook his head, deciding against it. After all, it was Tianqi's original jutsu, and he felt it would be inappropriate to take it. Moreover, he had his own close combat techniques, such as the indestructible Vajra staff, transformed from the Monkey King, which could adequately rival Tianqi's technique. Seeing Hiruzen shake his head, Tianqi did not press the matter further. "I've named this technique Rasengan. Quite a fitting name, don't you think?" Chapter 11. Inviting for Barbecue Rasengan, a swirling sphere? That's a splendid name, Hiruzen mused, recalling the blue chakra. He concluded that naming it Rasengan was indeed a wise choice. "Tianqi, if the village requests you to submit this jutsu, would you comply?" Hiruzen contemplated the potential future implications of this powerful A-rank jutsu, especially since it required no hand seals. The village would undoubtedly covet it. He wanted to gauge Tianqi's thoughts on the matter. If they want it, let them have it. "I can create this jutsu. And I can create the next one as well. I, Uchiha Tianqi, have that confidence," Tianqi replied nonchalantly. "With the system at my disposal, what do I have to fear? Humph. Though my strength may be lacking now, once I am powerful enough, those who dare to demand my jutsu will see how I handle them." Upon hearing Tianqi's words, Hiruzen felt reassured. If Tianqi truly refused to comply, it would put him in a difficult position. While he leaned towards the village, he could not bear to see his companion's spirits crushed for the sake of a single technique. "Tianqi, your mastery of jutsu is truly remarkable. At your current stage, you possess sufficient strength. This one technique alone can secure your victory against a Chunin. However, no matter how potent a technique may be, if it cannot hit its target, it becomes utterly meaningless." Tianqi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Sarutobi Hizashi's words. Indeed, his ninjutsu had reached a formidable level. Although his physique had been enhanced by the elixir of life, mere consumption of medicinal substances was insufficient. He needed to fully harness their effects. In the forthcoming period, we shall focus our training on physical techniques, diligently striving to elevate our strength to the caliber of elite Seinin. As Sarutobi Hizashi's countenance reflected a sense of urgency, Tianqi understood why Sarutobi Hizashi was so eager. Upon reflecting on the timeline, he realized that only a few years remained until the onset of the First Great Ninja War. It was indeed prudent for him to seek to enhance his strength. All right, Tianqi, let us cease our idle chatter. Your objective for today is to complete 20 laps around the village. Now, set forth, young man. A splendid tomorrow awaits you. Sarutobi Azashi exclaimed with an air of youthful fervor. Tianqi cast a glance at the somewhat adolescent Sarutobi Hiruzen, and without further contemplation, he dashed out. 20 laps? To him at that moment, seemed exceedingly effortless. Regrettably, as the subsequent days unfolded, such notions vanished entirely from his mind. 5 days later, Tianqi found himself jogging outside the village, drenched in sweat, his pace dwindling with each stride, as if he bore the weight of several hundred pounds. Rewinding to a few days prior, on the first day, Sarutobi Hiruzen had tasked him with running 20 laps. The following day, this escalated to 40 laps. And by the third day, the demand surged to 70 laps. It remained a mystery from where Sarutobi Hiruzen procured the additional weights, for he had affixed an extra 20 pounds to each of Tianqi's limbs. Moreover, Sarutobi insisted that he wear these weights at all times, even during meals and sleep. Without exception, on this fifth day, the requirement had further inflated to 100 laps, with the weight now reaching 50 pounds. Altogether, the burdens amounted to 200 pounds, exceeding Tianqi's own body weight. Observing the increasingly sluggish pace of Tianqi, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted from the sidelines, "Tianqi, accelerate. What on earth are you doing? You're slowing down. If you wish to earn the recognition of others, your current capabilities are utterly insufficient. Do you truly believe you have any chance of survival on the battlefield in your present state? If you wish to avoid losing your life in combat, you best start running." Tianqi clenched his teeth as he listened to Sarutobi's words, slightly quickening his pace. That Sarutobi, standing there without a care, burdened with a weight of 200 pounds, yet still managing to run 100 laps, was this truly the training regimen intended for a 10-year-old? Tianqi cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen inwardly as he ran, and finally, the clock struck 9 in the evening. The count reached 98, then 99, and at last, 100 laps. With a sigh of relief, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the exhausted Tianqi, remarked, "Ah, you finally completed the run. To be honest, I did wonder if you could endure it, but seeing you finish, I feel truly gratified. For your tenacity, I shall treat you to a barbecue tonight." Upon hearing that he couldn't return home to rest, but instead had to go for barbecue, Tianqi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. "Brother Sarutobi, in this state, where do I find the strength to eat barbecue? Even walking home is a struggle. I'd rather forego the meal. Come now, young man. You ought to possess the vigor of youth. Why do you sound like an old man, since you can still muster the strength to walk home? Why not redirect that energy to the barbecue joint? It's an excellent opportunity to replenish yourself," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, giving Tianqi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. In truth, Tianqi was on the brink of exhaustion. However, starting from the third day, the system began assigning tasks, requiring him to complete the number of laps dictated by Sarutobi Hiruzen each day. Failure to do so would result in obliteration, which explained Tianqi's silent curses directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The stakes were dire, failure meant demise, and the number of laps set by Sarutobi Hiruzen increased daily. Who wouldn't he be exasperated? The third day demanded 1,000 points, the fourth day 2,000 points, and today, the fifth day, 3,000 points, amassing a total of 6,000 points in just 3 days. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tianqi finally spoke. "You have a point. Perhaps I should indulge in some meat to replenish my strength. After all, this state of mind is entirely your doing. Just wait and see how I'll eat you out of house and home." Sarutobi Hiruzen paid little heed to Tianqi's jest. How much could one person consume? Even at their fullest, they would only spend the equivalent of a B-rank task's worth, a trifling sum he was hardly concerned about. "Brother Sarutobi, would it be permissible for me to remove my weighted gear before we head for barbecue?" Tianqi asked, preparing to shed the weight. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped him. "Hold on. Tianqi, it would be best if you kept the weights on. It will benefit you in the long run. Once your body adapts to the added weight, your explosive power will significantly enhance. You've done exceedingly well with weighted running. Continuing this regimen holds great value. Tomorrow, let us commence practical training while still wearing the weights." Relieved by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Tianqi felt a sense of respite, grateful he wouldn't have to run further. Yet, a thought struck him. This also meant there would be no more points to earn, while he needed fear obliteration. He pondered where he would procure the points necessary to exchange for the 3-tomo Sharingan. After pondering for a moment, Tianqi decided to abandon his thoughts, opting instead to go with the flow. He believed that opportunities would present themselves in due time. For now, his primary task was to indulge in barbecue and thoroughly enjoy a lesson from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before long, the two arrived at the barbecue restaurant. As soon as they settled down, Tianqi ordered 50 plates of meat, each filled with thinly sliced portions. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tianqi with a smirk, amused at the notion that he could consume so much. He could easily finish that amount on his own. So the idea that Tianqi might eat him out of house and home was indeed far-fetched. At that moment, Tianqi began to put in the effort. Initially, they cooked and consumed together, but soon it became Sarutobi Hiruzen grilling for Tianqi. In no time, all 50 plates were devoured. "Boss, bring me another 50 plates," Tianqi exclaimed. And soon enough, he polished off those as well. "Boss, another 50. Seeing the table piled high with empty plates, other patrons began to gather around. With so many plates, this young man must have an insatiable appetite. What kind of stomach does he possess? Isn't he afraid of bursting? Feeling slightly embarrassed by the attention, Sarutobi Risen leaned in and whispered to Tianqi, "Hey, I think you've had enough. Do you really intend to eat until you're full in front of all these people? Isn't it a bit humiliating? What is there to be embarrassed about? It's just a meal. Besides, today you're treating me. What is wrong with me eating my fill?" Tianqi replied nonchalantly. 2 hours later, outside the barbecue restaurant, Sarutobi Risen shouted after Tianqi, who was making his escape. "Uchiha Tianqi, you scoundrel. You just devoured over 500 plates of barbecue. Don't let me see you again, or I'll take you down on sight." Tianqi, in his retreat, retorted, "Brother Sarutobi, you invited me today. Should I not eat what you ordered? Why be so stingy? You think this is being stingy? You've emptied my wallet. You rascal." Sarutobi Risen exclaimed in frustration, hurling his wallet away. As Tianqi disappeared from view, Sarutobi Risen composed himself and remarked, "This little brat can certainly eat. He must be getting back at me for all the torment I put him through lately. It seems there will be more fun ahead." Walking home with a distended belly, Tianqi felt an overwhelming sense of joy, a smug grin spreading across his face. Let us see if that Sarutobi dares to torment me again. This was merely a warm-up. Next time he treats me to meat, I shall make sure to smoke out his wallet. Chapter 12. 5 years later, upon returning home, Tianqi gazed at the 6,000 points accumulated in his system. After some contemplation, he decided to refrain from spending them for the moment. "I shall save them for a greater purpose." Thus, time passed over the course of 5 years filled with various training sessions and missions. Tianqi had finally matured, achieving the rank of elite genin, yet his Sharingan remained stagnant at 3 tomo. Observing the remaining 20,000 points and glancing at the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, which required 100,000 points, Tianqi sighed in exasperation. 5 years have passed, and I still cannot seem to hold on to my points. Each time I accumulate a bit, I spend it on ninjutsu. Now, while my ninjutsu is well stocked, my Sharingan lies in disarray. As a member of the Uchiha clan, my prowess should not merely lie in ninjutsu and taijutsu, but in ocular techniques. An Uchiha without the kaleidoscopic Sharingan cannot truly be considered a formidable warrior. While Tianqi was lost in his thoughts, a voice called from outside, "Tianqi, the clan leader is looking for you. Hurry over." "Understood," he replied casually. Reflecting on the reason behind Uchiha Qingyang's summons, he wondered what this old man wanted with him, just as he had completed a mission and was enjoying a brief respite. Here came another matter to attend to. Well, I might as well see what it's about. Entering the security department and following the personnel's guidance, Tianqi arrived at the door of the assembly room. Pushing the door open, he was met with a bustling crowd, even several Uchiha elders present. All seated were elite genin, not a single nin or genin in sight. "Tianqi is here. Please take a seat." Uchiha Qingyang beckoned him as he entered. Tianqi did not hesitate and promptly took a seat. The others observed Tianqi's straightforwardness without a word of objection. They dared not voice any dissent. For Tianqi was no longer the same person they could mock. As Tianqi settled into his seat, the Grand Elder greeted him with a subtle nod, which Tianqi returned in kind. Once all were seated, Uchiha Qingyang began to speak. "You must all be quite curious about the purpose of this gathering," he remarked. To which the assembly nodded in agreement. The second rakeage of the Cloud Village has taken a desperate gamble, deploying over 1,000 ninja to launch an assault against our Leaf Village. Listening to the clan leader, some irritable members of the clan could no longer contain their outrage. What? How dare the second rakeage act so recklessly? The first Hokage granted them tailed beasts and signed a peace treaty with them. How could they betray us in this manner? Has the second rakeage lost his mind? How many lives will be lost due to this rash declaration of war? Without the deterrent presence of Senja Hashirama and Madara Uchiha, the peace treaty is rendered meaningless. Madara once proclaimed that only through absolute force can true peace be achieved in the ninja world. Unfortunately, no one listened. And now, behold the consequences. The second rakeage has begun to strike first. The Grand Elder, a staunch loyalist of Madara, seized the opportunity to voice his support. Madara's legacy remains, despite his departure, and yet you still speak in his favor. Do you too intend to betray the Leaf? The second elder interjected, with several other elders nodding in agreement, their stance leaning towards the second elder's more moderate faction. "Fools! Without Madara, do you believe you could have ever settled in the Leaf? You ungrateful wretches!" The Grand Elder slammed his palm against the table, rebuking them. "Who are you calling ungrateful? I mean you. What will you do about it?" As the elders clashed vocally, members from both factions rose, eyeing each other warily, the tension palpable as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. Amongst this charged atmosphere, only Tianqi remained silent, observing the unfolding drama with quiet detachment. Uchiha Qingyang, witnessing the escalating discord between the factions, intervened. "Enough. The purpose of this assembly is to convey important news, not to engage in debates about former leaders. Sit down and allow me to finish my statement." At his command, the assembly reluctantly took their seats, albeit with expressions of dissatisfaction, exchanging hostile glances. Once order was restored, Uchiha Qingyang continued. "Due to the Cloud Ninja's declaration of war, the second Hokage, Senja Tobirama, has issued orders to summon elite ninja from each clan to form a 1,000-strong unit to confront the Cloud Ninja. Upon returning home today, I expect each of you to disseminate this information. All ninja, except for the genin, must be mobilized. I have heard that the Senju clan will also be deploying their entire force. This time, I shall ensure that the Uchiha name resonates with power, eclipsing the Senju and securing our voice within the village. Tianqi listened to Uchiha Qingyang's words, his expression revealing a dawning realization. No wonder the Uchiha clan, once a top-tier family, appeared so weakened in later years. It became clear that during the First and Second Shinobi Wars, they had deployed their full strength, leading to the demise of many of their most skilled warriors. It was only after this that Danzo was able to manipulate them so easily. Uchiha Qingyang turned to Tianqi, hesitating for a moment before speaking with earnest gravity. As for you, Tianqi, you are one of the few exceptional talents within our clan. I hope that in this forthcoming war, you will seize the opportunity to make a name for yourself, to establish your reputation. When that time comes, alongside Jing, our Uchiha clan will surely reclaim its rightful place at the center of political power. Tianqi remained silent, merely nodding his head. He found it difficult to convey to Uchiha Qingyang that the second Hokage would never permit the Uchiha clan to ascend to the center of power, nor would the future leader of Root. After the meeting adjourned, Tianqi caught the departing elder, signaling him that he had something to discuss. The two then returned to the elder's residence together. In the elder's chamber, the elder inquired, "Young clan leader, what brings you here? Why wait until after the meeting to speak?" Tianqi replied, "Elder, I hope the martial faction can preserve its strength during the upcoming ninja war. We should engage in battle as much as we can, but if the odds are against us, we must retreat. Let the other clans and the village ninjas take the risks." The elder, puzzled by Tianqi's words, asked directly, "Why is that? Why should we miss such a splendid opportunity for glory?" Tianqi explained, "The Senju clan is the Hokage's direct lineage, and they must fight with all their might. What about us, the Uchiha? Why should we expend all our strength? Are we truly to believe that by overpowering the Senju, as that fool Qingyang suggests, we will gain a voice? Let us not be naive. As long as Senju Tobarama exists, the Uchiha clan will forever remain in the shadows. Since we cannot prevent Uchiha Qingyang from his folly, let us focus on our own people. For now, preserving our strength is paramount for future endeavors. Do you understand, elder?" After contemplating Tianqi's words for a moment, the elder nodded. "I understand, young clan leader. I will convey this matter." Seeing that the elder had come to terms with his perspective, Tianqi departed. Upon returning home, he was soon met by a messenger from the Hokage. "Uchiha Tianqi, the Hokage wishes to see you. Please follow me," the messenger said, leaping onto the wall. Without hesitation, Tianqi followed suit. Upon arriving at the foot of the Hokage building, he encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Ah, Tianqi, you have come as well. Have you heard the recent news?" "Indeed. I have just learned that you recently married Pihua Lake. Shouldn't you be enjoying your honeymoon instead of visiting the Hokage building?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, slightly embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. "Well, the second Hokage summoned me. I had no choice. This time, do not provoke him again. The matter at hand concerns the very survival of the village, and you must understand the gravity of the situation." Tianqi nodded slightly and spoke, "Rest assured, I know how to handle important matters like this, even if I occasionally bicker with that old curmudgeon." Over the span of 5 years, Tianqi had encountered Senju Tobarama numerous times, yet each meeting ended in discord. Neither party could tolerate the other, and their interactions were characterized by mutual disdain and retorts, with neither yielding to the other. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companion pushed open the door to the conference room, they beheld a gathering of skilled individuals clustered around Senju Tobarama, engrossed in discussions over a map of the ninja world. "We aren't late, are we?" they inquired, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. "You arrived just in time. Monkey, come quickly." Senju Tobarama seemed entirely oblivious to Tianqi's presence, instead pulling Sarutobi Hiruzen closer to the map to continue his discourse. Tianqi paid no heed to Senju Tobarama and instead approached the map, engrossed in his observations. "Monkey," he began, "according to the intelligence relayed by the Umbu, ever since the Cloud Village declared war on us, the Rock and Mist villages have also turned against each other. The reasons remain unclear. But the ninja world has descended into utter chaos, with only the relatively weaker Sand Village remaining inactive. Isn't this rather advantageous? We only need to guard against the Sand Village while we engage the Cloud Ninja with full force." "What could possibly be the issue?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his expression laced with confusion. "Sarutobi, what concerns the instructor is the potential threat from the Mist and Rock villages. They have merely declared war. Actual hostilities have yet to commence. Who's to say they won't seize the opportunity to strike us while we are preoccupied with the Cloud Village?" Danzo clarified. Chapter 13. Into battle. Danzo's words rang true. "Monkey, what are your thoughts?" he asked. Time was of the essence, and it seemed necessary to allocate part of our forces to guard against possible ambushes from the 2 major ninja villages. Sarutobi felt a sense of helplessness. The battlefield was ever-changing, and who could truly maintain control over it? After hours of intense discussion, tasks were assigned, with Tianqi and Sarutobi leading the Konoha vanguard tasked with intercepting the advancing Cloud Ninjas. "I will grant you all a day to prepare. We set off at dawn the day after tomorrow." On the morning of their departure, Tianqi donned his Tang Hong Dao, a weapon he had exchanged for 5,000 points upon his promotion to Jonin. Observing Sarutobi, he noted the shift in demeanor. The man now exuded a seriousness that was a far cry from his usual demeanor. All troops, advance. As the villagers bid farewell, Sarutobi's vanguard and Danzo's surprise attack unit departed from Konoha, with the main force setting out half a day later. Within a day, the troops reached the border of the Land of Fire. Inside the country, their pace quickened, and after a brief respite, they entered the Land of Iron. This long and snowy nation, devoid of ninjas and inhabited solely by samurai, was considered neutral, lying between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. The Land of Iron became the pivotal battleground, as control over it would grant the upper hand to whichever nation could seize it first. Upon entering, their progress slowed, and Sarutobi dispatched members of the Hyuga clan to scout ahead. As night fell, the troops set up camp, and Sarutobi convened with the captains of each unit to discuss their upcoming strategies. Lord Sarutobi, I propose we deploy a small team to eliminate the hidden cloud ninjas within the Land of Iron. If we can eradicate them, our main force can concentrate on confronting the bulk of the cloud forces, suggested one captain. Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts. I intend to select a few formidable teams for this task. Do you have any recommendations? Sarutobi inquired. Lord Sarutobi, our team is ready. We can contribute as well. Multiple teams eagerly chimed in. Very well, I hadn't anticipated such enthusiasm. In light of this, I will dispatch 10 teams. You shall set off at dawn tomorrow, and I expect the mission to be completed within 5 days. On the 6th day, we will gather at the center of the Land of Iron to coordinate a full-scale assault with the main force. Regardless of whether you complete the mission, all teams must report to the center on the 6th day, Sarutobi declared, selecting the 10 teams. As Tianqi observed the proceedings, the system interjected. Ding. You have completed the task assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Points will be awarded based on the number of kills. 1,000 points for a genin, 3,000 for a chunin, and 10,000 for a jonin. Achieving over 30 kills grants a chance to enhance the Sharingan. Failure to complete the task does not result in penalties, as survival would be unlikely in such a case. Curse the system. You seem to delight in my struggles, Tianqi thought. Initially pleased by the prospect of earning points and improving his Sharingan, only to become frustrated by the final remark. Lord Sarutobi, I wish to join this mission as well. Tianqi spoke up, breaking his silence just before the meeting adjourned. Sarutobi regarded him with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. You, young one, are quite formal today. Very well. Since you have expressed your desire, I shall permit you to join. However, you will go alone, as I have no spare personnel to assign to you, Sarutobi conceded. Tianqi, I am reluctant to mention it, but the allure of the system rewards is simply irresistible. Tianqi understood that this war would endure for an extended duration. Among the small teams that had ventured forth, it was likely that fewer than half would return alive. If he could aid in eliminating even one adversary, it would mitigate their peril, while simultaneously allowing him to accrue points, truly a win-win scenario. At dawn the following day, Tianqi selected a direction and was the first to charge ahead. After all, among these squads, he possessed the greatest strength. If he did not take the initiative, it was uncertain whether the others would survive. That little rascal has finally matured, Sarutobi chuckled while watching Tianqi lead the charge. He fully comprehended Tianqi's intentions and couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. His juniors had grown capable of standing on their own. As Tianqi trudged through the snow-laden terrain, he grumbled, this wretched Land of Iron is inundated with snow. It's driving me to distraction. Were it not for the kaleidoscope, I wouldn't have ventured out. Even in this heavy attire, I still feel cold. No wonder this country lacks ninjas, who would thrive in such a dismal place. After advancing for over 10 minutes, Tianqi paused, sensing 4 ninjas rapidly approaching from ahead. Over the past 5 years, he had acquired some perceptive ninjutsu, rendering him unperturbed by the unusual. The Land of Iron may lack ninjas, but these 4 must be from the Cloud Village. Just what I need to warm up, he thought, promptly burying himself in the snow to diminish his chakra flow, patiently awaiting his foes. Moments later, he heard cautious footsteps approaching an ordinary genin, a nin, and 2 genin, a quintessential 4-man squad. It appeared that the genin was leading inexperienced students on a life experience excursion. Allow me to impart a lesson, or is not so simple, he mused as they passed by. Without hesitation, Tianqi prepared to strike. Tianqi emerged suddenly, brandishing his kunai, and swiftly slashed the throat of an unsuspecting genin, dispatching him with lethal precision. Without hesitation, he hurled the kunai at another genin, who met a similar fate. As he beheld the fallen foes, the nin and genin drew their kunai, readying themselves for combat. Who are you to dare ambush us? Questioned the genin. In response, Tianqi offered a slight smile, pondering whether the cloud ninjas were feigning ignorance or genuinely lacked wit. The only ones who could possibly be here, apart from you cloud ninjas, are the Leaf Shinobi. So what do you think I am? The Leaf. Alarmed, they realized he might have accomplices and instinctively moved closer, their eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Tianqi did not engage in idle chatter with the enemy. They could believe they had allies if they wished. He charged directly towards the 2 adversaries. The genin swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a lightning-infused Black Panther through the technique of lightning release, Black Panther, which surged towards Tianqi. In response, Tianqi rapidly executed a one-handed seal, invoking wind release, cutting gale technique. The razor-sharp tempest cleaved the genin's Black Panther in two, propelling towards the two foes. The pair swiftly leaped to the side, narrowly evading the onslaught of the cutting gale technique. Tianqi pressed his advantage and swiftly executed a technique to close the distance to the genin. With a deft movement, he dispatched him with a kunai, claiming another life. Only one genin remained. Tianqi activated his Sharingan, intending to employ an illusion technique, tree-binding death. However, the genin, a member of the Uchiha clan, was caught off guard. Before he could close his eyes, his body was ensnared by the trees that erupted from behind him, rendering him immobile. Outside the illusion, Tianqi observed the genin's bewildered expression, paralyzed and unable to move, and swiftly drove the kunai through his heart. How is this possible? The genin gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Tianqi. Farewell to this beautiful world, Tianqi declared as he extracted the kunai, leaving the genin to collapse, having met his demise. Tianqi tidied the battlefield before continuing his advance. 3 days had elapsed, and he had made significant progress. Having dispatched 30 cloud ninjas, 10 upper ninjas, and a multitude of lower ninjas, single-handedly eliminating over 30 adversaries, a commendable achievement indeed. His mission could be deemed flawlessly executed. Chapter 14. Yet another pair of cloud ninjas. Although Tianqi believed he had completed his task, the absence of the system's notification indicated that the mission was still ongoing. At this moment, he found himself in a snow cave of his own making, tending to his wounds. It would have been unusual to engage so many foes without sustaining some injuries. Fortunately, his wounds were minor, and after bandaging them, he had managed to bring the bleeding under control. Tianqi, having finished bandaging his wounds, couldn't help but reflect that the battlefield is indeed a remarkable crucible for personal growth. It is entirely different from routine tasks. Despite the inherent dangers, it brims with opportunities. Over the course of these 3 days, he has not only enriched his experiences, but also advanced his combat skills. Tianqi closed his eyes for a brief respite, yet the system task remained unfinished. This was hardly the moment for rest. With renewed determination, he urged himself onward. The provisions were dwindling, necessitating a search for sustenance. After traversing for 2 hours, a forest emerged before him. Where there is a forest, there is bound to be food, but such locales often harbor adversaries. He cautiously approached the woods, remaining vigilant and occasionally attuning his senses, for he wished to avoid any unforeseen calamities. How could there be no enemies? Had I merely overthought it? Just as Tianqi assumed he was alone, he suddenly detected the presence of 2 lower-ranked ninjas chakra. I suspected as much. With a forest nearby, an ambush was inevitable. Yet, do these 2 lower ninjas dare to set a trap for me? They are courting death. With this thought, Tianqi stealthily maneuvered towards the 2 ninjas. When he was still several hundred meters away, he finally spotted them. 2 burly figures concealed within a snowy thicket, surrounded by various explosive tags laid as traps. Observing their robust physiques, a question arose in Tianqi's mind. Are these truly lower ninjas from the Cloud Village? Surely, with such stature, they must be at least mid-ranking ninjas. It seems these 2 are masquerading as lower ninjas, attempting to bait me. How cunning. If they wish to ensnare me, I shall turn the tables. Tianqi formed hand seals for the shadow clone technique, and with a resounding boom, a doppelganger identical to him appeared beside him. The clone, sharing a profound connection with Tianqi, immediately understood the plan and charged towards the traps. Boom, 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 the forest echoed with the sounds of detonations from the explosive tags. Ah, someone triggered the traps, one of the cloud ninjas said, preparing to investigate. However, the other ninja restrained him. Hold on, let's observe a bit longer. It could be a higher-ranked ninja. This level of explosion would hardly faze him. As the explosion subsided, Tianqi created another clone to feign a corpse, lying in the crater left by the blast. Having completed this ruse, he concealed himself within a snowy thicket. Neither ninja rushed to investigate immediately, both opted to wait. After a while, Tianqi thought, these 2 appear quite seasoned. They are not approaching to inspect the situation. They likely suspect a higher-ranked ninja, perhaps an experienced one at that. If they wish to play the waiting game, I shall oblige. Finally, after 2 hours, the 2 cloud ninjas could no longer contain their curiosity. They approached the site of the explosion and discovered the lifeless body in the crater. Look, I told you it would be fine. That kid looks no older than 10. Surely, he couldn't have survived such explosions, remarked the younger ninja to his companion. It seems I was overly cautious. This child indeed lacks the capability to escape such blasts. Still, it is wise to remain vigilant in battle, the older ninja replied. Yes, yes, the younger one said, clearly dismissing the warning. He stepped closer to inspect Tianqi's clone, intending to deliver a finishing blow if the boy was still alive. Just as he approached, Tianqi's eyes suddenly flew open, and with a swift motion, he plunged his blade through the young ninja's chest. Brother, you've courted death. The older ninja, witnessing his sibling's demise, lost all composure and immediately formed hand seals. Lightning release, thunderstrike. A bolt of lightning surged toward Tianqi, who swiftly evaded the attack. The lightning striking where he had stood moments before with a thunderous explosion that sent the already deceased ninja flying. I will fight you to the death. The older ninja seized his long sword and charged at Tianqi, lacking any finesse, opting instead for a reckless exchange of injuries. Unfazed by this approach, Tianqi wielded his blade with intent, aiming for the ninja's heart. As both combatants lunged at each other, targeting their hearts, the ninja smirked confidently. You wish to trade lives? Do you truly believe I am so foolish? My heart lies on the opposite side. I cannot die, but you may not be so fortunate. Is that so? Tianqi replied with a serene smile, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. It was merely a shadow clone. The ninja realized too late. As he attempted to flee, Tianqi, in his original form, unleashed a wind release, cutting technique, severing the head of the escaping cloud ninja. With the defeated ninjas sprawled on the ground, Tianqi took their provisions, orienting himself towards the central leaf ninja encampment. He had previously taken a longer route to eliminate enemies to ensure the success of his mission. The 5 days granted by Sarutobi were drawing to a close. As long as he could reach the camp alive, the task would be deemed complete. As he consumed the food on the go, Tianqi sprinted forth, having previously moved cautiously due to the presence of the cloud ninjas. Now that the threat had been neutralized and the camp was not far away, he accelerated towards his destination. Tianqi recalled the scene from earlier, feeling a twinge of fear within. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant, observing the irrational Yunrin without becoming complacent. Instead, he opted to confront the situation with a clone. Had he engaged personally, the outcome would have been dire. Tianqi recalled the words of the enigmatic Yunin and couldn't help but admire them. He never anticipated that a ninja's heart would reside on the other side. Indeed, the world is filled with wonders. Outside the Konoha camp, Sarutobi stood on a stone, his face etched with worry as he gazed into the distance. Of the 10 teams dispatched from the village, only half had returned. Some came back alive, while others bore the grim burden of corpses, and there were confirmed fatalities. Yet Tianqi's fate remained shrouded in uncertainty as the appointed time drew near. Earlier that morning, Sarutobi had been plagued by an odd sensation, an instinct that something was amiss. Witnessing the return of only half the teams, his heart sank, for these were Konoha ninjas. And to lose so many on a single mission was a testament to the merciless nature of war. Sarutobi-sama, Tianqi has returned. A ninja adorned with the Konoha forehead protector announced, emerging behind him. At last, he has returned. How is he? Is he unharmed? Sarutobi inquired, turning to the ninja. He is fine, though injured. He is currently being treated in the medical room. I came to inform you, but I am unsure of the severity of his injuries. The ninja replied. Before he could finish, Sarutobi vanished from sight. How deeply concerned Sarutobi-sama is for Tianqi, the ninja mused. Chapter 15. The kaleidoscope opens. Tianqi, how is he? Let me in to see. Sarutobi insisted, disregarding the attempts of others to restrain him as he pressed forward. Sir, this is the medical room. We are doing everything in our power to save the injured patients. Please wait outside. We will provide you with updates shortly, a masked medical ninja advised. Very well. I may have been too hasty. Please, do all that you can, Sarutobi replied, his tone softening. I trust you will. The medical ninja then stepped into the treatment area. Just as the medical ninja entered, Tianqi emerged shortly thereafter. Sarutobi gazed at him in disbelief. Tianqi, how is it that you are out? Are you unscathed? Sarutobi questioned, inspecting him closely. Brother Sarutobi, do you truly wish for me to be injured? Tianqi replied, a hint of disbelief in his voice. What nonsense! I hurried over upon hearing of your injuries, yet you appear entirely unscathed. Sarutobi exclaimed, his concern evident. Tianqi rolled his eyes at Sarutobi's words. Come on. Who says that injuries are always visible? I once sustained a superficial wound, merely wrapped it up, and now I'm back just to change the dressing. I fear the wound might become infected. Sarutobi clapped Tianqi on the shoulder. If it were a serious injury, it would have been evident. With my abilities, how could I possibly sustain a grave wound? However, the medical room is rather rudimentary, isn't it? Any injury can be treated with a simple bandage. If we were to encounter a critically injured patient, wouldn't that be dire? Listening to Tianqi, Sarutobi replied, You know, Tianqi, that Konoha truly lacks proficient medical ninjas. All we can do is save those we can. If we cannot, it's merely a matter of fate. It's an unfortunate reality. Tianqi nodded subtly, contemplating that it seemed only with Tsunade's arrival would the medical standards of Konoha see an elevation. Given the current level of care, it was no wonder that so many had perished. Well, now that you are back, I can rest easy. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. You should rest well tonight, he remarked before departing after finishing his words to Sarutobi. Tianqi returned to his tent and summoned the system. Earlier that day, upon his return to the camp, the system had informed him that he had completed his task, and to perfection. Now, gazing at the impressive total of 181,000 points, he couldn't help but let out a jubilant snort of laughter. Ha ha ha, this time I've struck it rich. Not only did I acquire the kaleidoscope Sharingan for free, but I also amassed over 180,000 points. He had slain 12 Jonin, earning 130,000 points. 3 Chunin for 9,000 points, and 22 Genin for 22,000 points, adding to his original 20,000 points. culminating in a grand total of 181,000. The system rewarded him by enhancing his Sharingan, causing the three tomo in his eyes to whirl rapidly, gradually obscuring their shape. As if a small circle had formed within his pupils. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Tianqi's eyes, akin to being pricked by needles. He quickly shut his eyes, covering them with his hands in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. Blood trickled from the corners of his eyes, but as the pain subsided, he removed his hands and cautiously opened his eyes. At that moment, the transformation was complete. The three tomo had vanished, replaced by a five-pointed star. Is this the kaleidoscope? Such formidable ocular power, Tianqi thought with a sigh of relief, wiping the blood from his eyes. No wonder in later years, Sasuke, upon awakening his kaleidoscope, dared to disregard the five Kage. Such immense power can easily lead one astray. My goodness, I feel an overwhelming urge to challenge Hashirama Senju. However, Tianqi quickly calmed himself. Considering the situation, perhaps it was best to refrain. Even Uncle Azuna, upon activating his kaleidoscope, had met his demise at Hashirama's hands. I should bide my time, after all. Hashirama's days are numbered. He is destined to fall in this great war, and I shall simply wait and watch as he meets his end. Wait a moment. Why Haven T? I felt my ocular techniques. Is the system hoarding them for itself? It was only upon concluding this line of thought that he realized, ding. Since the host's kaleidoscope was obtained through a system task, your ocular techniques will also be dispensed by the system. Damn it. If I hadn't asked, would you have planned to keep it for me? You're a wretched system, Tianqi exclaimed in frustration. The host may freely select two ocular techniques. The kaleidoscope inherently includes Susanoo, so the host need not choose it. Two techniques of my choosing? This is indeed favorable, Tianqi mused, nodding slightly. Upon accessing the ocular technique list, he noticed that the exchange cost was merely 10,000 points. With such an abundance of points at his disposal, he could exchange as he pleased. Without hesitation, he opted for the dual Kamui. A saying in the world of Naruto goes that any technique bearing the word God is exceptionally powerful. Kamui, the ocular technique of Uchiha Obito in the original story, possesses the ability to warp space. It comes with its own Kamui dimension. Allowing for exceptionally cunning attacks, one can transport people or objects to the Kamui space, and if the user does not release you, you shall remain trapped indefinitely. Furthermore, one can hide within the Kamui dimension to evade attacks, making it arguably the most grotesque ocular technique of all. With just one eye, Obito dominated the ninja world. With two at my disposal, my ascent is inevitable, Tianqi thought, brimming with joy. Subsequently, he spent an additional 30,000 points to acquire Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Izanagi. Although Amaterasu had not claimed many lives in the original narrative, it is undeniably a potent technique. Izanagi allows for the manipulation of Amaterasu into various forms. As for Tsukuyomi, its powerful genjutsu needs no introduction. Once ensnared, one can only await torment. Now, I fear no one. Anyone who dares to speak back to me shall swiftly learn their place, he declared, before retiring to sleep. At that moment, he finally felt a true sense of self-preservation. Years of tension dissipated, and even in slumber, a smile graced Tianqi's lips. Should one question why Tianqi did not exchange for other techniques, such as directly controlling the five Kage and ruling the ninja world, one could only muse, would such antics not jeopardize the narrative to follow? The next day, as the sun rose, its rays illuminated the snow-covered ground, infusing warmth into the otherwise frigid landscape. Outside the Konoha encampment, a multitude of ninjas gathered. Brothers of Konoha, heed my words. Proceed 10 miles forward, and you will reach the Yunin camp. This time, we must drive the Yunin from the land of iron. I firmly believe that wherever leaves dance, flames shall ignite. The shadow of fire will illuminate our village and nurture new leaves. When we endeavor to protect those we cherish, our true strength shall manifest. Brothers, summon your courage and power. For the sake of our families, let us embody the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed from atop a stone. Chapter 16. The battlefield unfolds the will of fire. The will of fire. The multitude of ninjas echoed in fervent chorus. It must be said that Sarutobi's words were indeed inspiring, and as Tianqi listened to the rallying cries for the will of fire, his own blood surged with excitement. The first battle is also the decisive battle. Let us depart. With a sweeping gesture, Sarutobi led the charge, and the ninjas closely followed in his wake. With Tianqi mingling among them, the ninjas traversed the snowy terrain, advancing for approximately 5 kilometers before the Yunin army appeared. Upon their encounter, chaos erupted into a fierce melee. Devoid of the structured formations of ancient armies, the notion of generals was cast aside. It became a free-for-all, where grievances were settled with fists if one could not prevail alone. They would summon allies, resulting in utter pandemonium. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, both Konoha and Yunin forces clashed violently. The battlefield littered with fresh corpses and severed limbs. Before Tianqi stood 3 genin and 5 chunin, an 8 against 1. How amusing. Do they perceive me as a mere novice? As Tianqi grasped his kunai, ready to engage, the system issued a new task. Ding. Task initiated, 100 slaughter. Eliminate 100 foes to earn 300,000 points. All enemies, whether genin, chunin, or jonin, count towards this objective. Failure to complete the task results in immediate obliteration. Tianqi was slightly taken aback, with an average of 3,000 points per individual among 100 participants. It implied that the points accrued from slaying Chunin were indeed worthwhile. Killing Chunin was a break-even endeavor, while defeating genin was a lucrative affair. Conversely, targeting jonin would result in a loss. Apologies to the Chunin and genin of the Hidden Cloud Village. Blame the system for placing you on the kill list, he mused. Given the task at hand, using kunai seemed inappropriate. With that thought, Tianqi discarded the kunai and equipped the Tanghung sword, unleashing the power of his 3-tomo Sharingan as he charged forward. In an instant, Tianqi, possessing strength on par with that of a shadow, effortlessly dispatched 5 weak opponents. Just as he was preparing to penetrate deeper into the enemy ranks, several Chunin emerged. Perhaps his youthful appearance made him an easy target, prompting many to seek him out. However, since awakening the Mangeki Sharingan the previous day, Tianqi's prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Dealing with these novices was akin to slicing through watermelons. Each strike claimed a life. Subsequently, Tianqi activated his Kimui ability, transforming into an ethereal beast as he plunged into the midst of the Cloud Shinobi, wreaking havoc. With swift and brutal efficiency, he eliminated over 20 foes before drawing the attention of the enemy's elite. 2 formidable jonin appeared before him, showing no hesitation as they formed hand seals to unleash their jutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Combining their powers, they executed a joint ninjutsu, achieving a synergy that transcended the sum of its parts. As the colossal fireball hurtled toward him, Tianqi remained unfazed, utilizing Kimui to absorb the attack into the void of his space. This spectacle left the 2 Cloud Shinobi utterly bewildered. What just happened? Where did the jutsu go? They pondered, their caution heightened as they gripped their kunai, wary of Tianqi's capabilities. To challenge a Uchiha with fire, you are woefully unprepared, Tianqi retorted, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fire destruction. Indeed, this was the very technique employed by the resurrected Uchiha Madara during the Shinobi Alliance's confrontation, renowned for its vast area of effect. It had taken a combined effort of 20 water-style users to merely mitigate its impact. Observing Tianqi's fervor, Sarutobi, nearby, could not help but take notice of the extensive reach of his jutsu. My word, this technique is expansive. This youth is impressively powerful, he exclaimed. Without further ado, he hastened his own hand seals for defense. We must act quickly, or we shall become roasted meat. As the flames approached, the 2 Cloud Shinobi hastily completed their seals. Water style, water barrier. 2 towering walls of water erupted before them, successfully intercepting the advancing flames and shrouding the battlefield in mist. Though they had sheltered themselves, nearby genin suffered dire consequences, caught unaware and perishing in the blaze. Fortunately, the Chunin and Jonin managed to evade the flames. After all, with a technique of such breadth, evasion was a simpler task. Meanwhile, Tianqi seized the moment, utilizing the cover of the mist to harvest more lives with his Sharingan, all while appearing nonchalant. Help! Help! Echoed cries from within the fog, prompting the 2 Cloud Shinobi to realize the source of their peril. This is bad. It's that little brat. We must disperse the mist at once, they declared, hastily forming hand seals to summon wind to clear the obscuring vapor. As the mist dissipated, the sight that greeted them was a grim tableau. Yet another dozen lay lifeless at Tianqi's feet. Curse that little rascal. We need reinforcements. This boy is proving troublesome. Let us eliminate him first. They resolved, summoning several allies to converge upon Tianqi. Great, more jonin. This is truly unfortunate. Targeting jonin is a futile endeavor, yielding scant rewards for substantial effort. Who would be foolish enough to engage? Tianqi observed the arrival of several jonin and promptly turned to navigate the battlefield, deftly evading their assaults while simultaneously collecting the heads of a few lower-ranked ninjas. Frustrated by their inability to catch him, the Cloud ninjas seethed with rage as he effortlessly dodged their ninjutsu attacks, claiming the lives of several subordinates along the way. You little rascal, just wait until I catch you. I shall make you wish you had never been born. They fumed. Tianqi, fully aware of the odds, thought to himself, why would I stand still and await my fate when I can outmaneuver a whole group of you? At this moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration, for there were not many jonin among the various ninja villages, and here he was, leading approximately 5 against him while effortlessly earning points for each kill. This was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Just as Tianqi was reveling in his successes, both sides issued a retreat order simultaneously. The 5 pursuing jonin, gritting their teeth in frustration, were compelled to withdraw, and Tianqi, too, had no choice but to follow the retreating forces of Konoha. In the main camp's conference room, Senju Tobarama furiously pointed at the map, exclaiming, I never anticipated the Cloud ninjas would possess such formidable strength. Our losses in this skirmish are nearly equal to theirs. This cannot continue. Those accursed Cloud ninjas. The assembled crowd remained silent, intimidated by Tobarama's ire, while Mito Kamen and Akimichi Torafu chose to remain diplomatically silent. Upon further research, the author discovered that Akimichi Torafu was also a disciple of Senju Tobarama, hence his inclusion here. At this juncture, Shimura Danzo spoke up, unfazed as Tobarama's pupil. Lord Second, Our current predicament renders us powerless against the Cloud Ninjas, who likewise cannot overpower us. Perhaps we should redeploy our defenses from the Mist and Earth villages to assist in this battle. This would significantly increase our chances of victory. This is absolutely unacceptable, retorted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although 2 major ninja villages have engaged in battle, we must remain vigilant. If they launch a counterattack, we would be ill-prepared. Indeed, the words of the monkey ring true. We cannot divert our forces from the village. Tobirama concurred with Hiruzen's assessment. In that case, our only recourse is to challenge the Cloud Ninjas in a contest of elite strength, calling them out for a decisive battle. Seeing his mentor oppose the idea of redeployment, Danzo also shifted his stance. Do we truly stand a chance? Tobirama glanced around at the assembled individuals. His lack of confidence understandable given the absence of formidable warriors among his ranks. Rest assured, Lord Second, I have faith in our capabilities, Danzo assured, thumping his chest. Indeed, Lord Second, we cannot afford to linger indefinitely. Prolonging this conflict would be detrimental to us, the others chimed in, voicing their agreement. Very well. The responsibility of arranging the duel will fall to you, Danzo. Tobirama relented after a moment of hesitation. Given that he had already committed the Senju clan to this endeavor and had suffered significant losses, they could not afford to delay any longer. With a smile adorning his face, Tianqi gazed at Senju Tobirama, inwardly mocking him. Did he truly believe that by rallying the members of the Senju clan alongside those from other families, he could easily subdue the Cloud Shinobi? How naive. The Cloud Shinobi proved to be a formidable challenge. Did he really think that ascending to the position of Hokage equated him to Senju Hashirama? How amusing. The Senju family's resources would inevitably be depleted. While Tianqi was immersed in his derision of Tobirama, he remained oblivious to the fact that Tobirama was currently scrutinizing him. Tianqi, the second Hokage is addressing you. Sarutobi clapped Tianqi on the shoulder, snapping him from his reverie. Oh, right here. What is it? Coming back to his senses, he noticed everyone's gaze upon him. I inquire about your perspective on this upcoming confrontation. If the Cloud Shinobi agree, whom do you believe we should send into battle? Tobirama regarded him with a serious expression. I have no particular opinion. You, Lord Senju, may arrange it as you see fit. After all, no one dares to oppose you. Tianqi replied dismissively. You insolent brat. How dare you speak to the Hokage in such a manner? Adjust your attitude. Before Tobirama could respond, Danzo interjected. Danzo, a loyal sycophant to Tobirama, was incensed at such disrespect towards his master. However, with his newfound strength, Tianqi was not one to be cowed and promptly retorted. I am conversing with the Hokage. If he is yet to voice his opinion, what right do you have to bark? Do you think you are the Hokage? How ridiculous. You Danzo stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Tianqi's audacity. Enough, Danzo. Let the second speak, Sarutobi declared, pulling Danzo back into his seat. Some individuals lack strength, yet still attempt to play the part. Do not fret, my elder brother. I comprehend the balance. Tianqi cast a glance at the seated Danzo, and then returned his attention to Tobirama. Hearing Tianqi's remark, Danzo's teeth clenched in anger. His hands balled tightly beneath the table. Cursed Uchiha Tianqi, should you fall into my grasp, I will make you pay dearly. Since you deem Danzo unworthy, you should take the first step forward. We shall discuss the rest of the participants when the time comes, Tobirama declared with a wave of his hand before departing. After Tobirama's exit, Danzo continued to glare intensely at Tianqi, prompting Sarutobi to swiftly pull Tianqi from the conference room. Tianqi, during times of war, how can you speak to the second Hokage and Danzo in such a manner? We must unite rather than engage in infighting. Lest we provide an advantage to the Cloud Shinobi, Sarutobi spoke earnestly to Tianqi. Tianqi waved his hand dismissively, asserting that he had not spoken wrongly. After all, who would dare disregard the words of the Hokage? It was simply a matter of following his arrangements. While the logic was sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, prompting him to inquire further, what about Danzo? Are you not concerned he might cause you trouble later? As for Danzo, Tianqi replied nonchalantly, I'm not afraid of him. He has disdained me for quite some time now. If he wants to confront me, so be it. His indifference towards Danzo was palpable. Should the man dare to stir up trouble, Tianqi had no qualms about sending him on his way prematurely. Enough. You certainly have your reasons. Hurry back and rest for a few days. The teacher mentioned that if the Cloud Shinobi agree to a challenge, you will be the first to take the stage, so be prepared, Sarutobi cautioned. I understand, Tianqi acknowledged before taking his leave. Meanwhile, at the residence of Senju Tobirama, he sat brooding at the edge of his bed, weighed down by the significant losses incurred by the Senju clan and the audacity Tianqi displayed by openly berating Danzo in his presence. Dark thoughts began to brew within him. That wicked little Uchiha has grown increasingly arrogant. It seems I must take measures to address him when I return. At this moment, Tianqi remained oblivious to the thoughts of Senju Tobirama. He was joyfully bathing, humming a cheerful tune. As common folks, today we are truly, genuinely happy. Even if he were aware of Tobirama's intentions, he would dismiss them with disdain, thinking, you wish to deal with me? Perhaps you should wait until you can return alive. As for the system task, Only 3 individuals remained to be completed. Tianqi felt no urgency. After all, the system had not imposed a time limit, so he could take his time. 3 days later, the Cloud Shinobi finally acquiesced, realizing that they could not afford to prolong the conflict with Konoha. Should the 2 ninja villages deplete their resources, it would likely benefit other villages. The Cloud Shinobi and Konoha decided to engage in combat 10 kilometers from their respective camps, ensuring a fairer confrontation, with support readily available should either side resort to deceit. At this juncture, Senju Tobarama arrived at the agreed-upon location, accompanied by a cadre of skilled fighters, while the second Raikage also brought his own formidable team. Observing the arrival of the Cloud Shinobi, Tianqi scrutinized the second Raikage. This Raikage bore a striking resemblance to the third and fourth, distinguished only by his mustache and similarly bronzed skin. It raised the question of why every generation of Raikage possessed such a sun-kissed complexion. Could it be attributed to some form of bronze-toned skincare product? As Tianqi momentarily deviated from focus, the second Raikage seized the opportunity to speak. Second Hokage, shall it be you, or I who takes the first step? His audacity in declaring war against Konohagakure was underscored by the fact that he and Senju Tobarama were evenly matched in strength, which endowed him with a considerable degree of confidence. Second Raikage, you ought to recognize that our conflict would yield no definitive victor. Let our subordinates determine the outcome instead. Although Senju Tobarama found the second Raikage's arrogance intolerable, he was acutely aware that there was little he could do in the face of their equal prowess, ultimately placing his hopes in the hands of their respective teams. Chapter 18. The third Raikage. Let us clarify, second Hokage, what are the consequences should you lose? The second Raikage spoke with arms crossed. A look of arrogance plastered across his face as he gazed at Tobarama. If we lose, we shall withdraw from the land of iron and return to the land of fire to cease hostilities. Your words hold little weight, second Raikage. If I succeed in this expedition, what do I stand to gain? Do you deem that acceptable? The second Raikage responded directly. Then what do you propose? Tianqi shook his head vigorously as he listened nearby. Senju Tobarama was clearly flustered by concern, his mind solely focused on a swift cessation of hostilities, thus revealing all his cards. Was this not an overt invitation for the Raikage to strike? Should you lose, you must bear the costs of our expedition and cede a portion of the land of fire to us. The second Raikage remarked with a cunning glint in his eye as he gazed at Tobarama. Ceding territory is absolutely out of the question. I can at most cover the military expenses, Tobarama retorted. Upon hearing this, the second Raikage displayed a faint smile. Very well. Saratobi Hiruzen, unable to watch any longer, was about to interject when he saw that Tobarama had already acquiesced to the Raikage. It was too late to intervene. His mentor, who was typically a master negotiator, seemed to be acting foolishly today. He leaned closer to Tobarama and whispered, Sensei, you've been deceived. He deliberately inflated the stakes to compel you to concede. What you are offering him likely exceeds his initial demands. Realization dawned on Tobarama, and his expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, this scoundrel actually dared to trick me. I truly fell for it. Meanwhile, the second Raikage was reveling inwardly, recognizing that Tobarama genuinely wished for a quick truce. His willingness to agree to such terms was laughable, especially for someone who prided himself on being a negotiation expert. What a farce. Tianqi observed Tobarama's crestfallen countenance with amusement, almost wanting to applaud. Huh. Who said all Raikage are oafs? This second Raikage has skillfully maneuvered Tobarama into a corner. He is clearly a wily strategist. Although Tobarama understood he had been outmaneuvered, the words he had spoken could not be retracted. Facing the jubilant second Raikage, he countered, What will you do if you lose, then? Retreat, of course. What else can we do? After all, it was our declaration of war. If you disagree, we shall continue, the Raikage replied nonchalantly. He too wished for a cessation of conflict, but he could not reveal this desire. Otherwise, the billions spent on military expenses would be squandered. That is unacceptable. You must also bear the costs of our Konoha forces. Tobarama insisted. Then there's nothing left to discuss. We shall resume hostilities, the Raikage declared, turning to leave. As the Raikage made to depart, Tobarama gritted his teeth and replied, Fine, I concede. There is no choice. He had the upper hand before. And now I must swallow my pride. At that moment, Tianqi was unconcerned with the terms. He was pondering how to navigate the situation. Although the original text made no mention of this battle, it ultimately culminated in an equitable agreement between both parties, implying that the conflict would end in a draw. I must strategize to secure a victory before withdrawing, ensuring that I do not interfere with their negotiation, allowing them to reach an impasse, and thus enabling Tobarama to safely return. All right, AI, you shall be our first combatant, showcasing the true might of our Cloud Shinobi, the second Raikage instructed, pointing to a young man beside him. Understood. The young man responded, stepping forward to the center of the arena. AI, as the inheritor of the Raikage title. Tianqi's eyes widened in astonishment. Each Raikage from the land of lightning Escorting was named AI, meaning this young man was destined to become the third Raikage. The father of the fourth Raikage, the legendary wielder of the strongest spear and shield who had battled tens of thousands of shinobi. How did I not notice him earlier? Tianqi scrutinized the second Raikage's entourage more closely. Jin Gang and Yin Gang were also present. Could this truly end in a stalemate? Tianqi, what are you pondering? Hurry and prepare for battle. If you lose, just wait until we return. Tobirama urged Tianqi with impatience. Tianqi cast a piercing glance at Senju Tobirama before striding towards the center of the arena. As the two competitors entered, both sides retreated to observe. Having inherited the name of AI, it seems your village has groomed you as the next Hokage, Tianqi remarked, directing his words towards AI. Oh, since you are aware of our village's customs, AI replied, visibly astonished. The second Raikage, taken aback by Tianqi's knowledge, turned to Senju Tobirama and inquired, could it be that you have dispatched a spy into our village? I am not so idle as to send a spy for trivial matters such as this, Tobirama retorted. Although he was unaware of the specifics regarding AI, Tianqi was undoubtedly facing a formidable challenge against the future Hokage. Tianqi, do not be careless. For Sarutobi gazes at him with evident concern. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami remains silent, almost invisible. As long as he refrains from speaking, few will notice his presence. I am not only aware of these matters, but I also recognize your formidable strength. Since you acknowledge my prowess, it would be wise to surrender early and avoid a humiliating defeat later. Defeat? Perhaps not. Let us see whose true capabilities prevail in combat. Without hesitation, Tianqi delivers a swift side kick, striking AI. Remarkably, AI stands unfazed, as if nothing has transpired. Your strength is commendable, yet it fails to breach my defenses. AI seizes Tianqi's foot and flings him into the snow. With a resounding thud, Tianqi crashes into the ground, displacing snow in a flurry. He emerges from the crater, acknowledging AI's formidable defense. Indeed, he is not an ordinary adversary, capable of contending with the Eight Tails. Witnessing Tianqi's emergence, AI envelopes himself in lightning chakra, forming a protective cloak before launching a punch at Tianqi. Such astonishing speed leaves Tobirama and Danzo momentarily stunned. This is troublesome, even I cannot match such velocity. And Tianqi seems unable to evade. Sarutobi feels a chill of despair. As AI appears before him in an instant, Tianqi realizes evasion is impossible. He activates his Mangekyou Sharingan, employing Kamui to transport the point of impact into the Kamui dimension. AI, confident in his approach, smiles as he believes Tianqi cannot escape. At the moment of contact, his fist penetrates Tianqi's body, emerging from his back, propelled forward by inertia as AI passes through Tianqi entirely. What just happened? The second Raikage stares at Tianqi in disbelief. Sarutobi and Danzo share in the astonishment. However, Tobirama discerns a clue. Tianqi's eyes have transformed. The peculiar shape of his pupils, coupled with that enigmatic ability, unmistakably signals the Mangekyou Sharingan. To his surprise, after Madara, the second individual to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan is his own son. Recalling the terror of being dominated by Madara's Mangekyou, Tobirama gazes at Tianqi with a complex expression. No wonder he dared to insult Danzo before me. He must have awakened the Mangekyou. If not for the overwhelming strength of his opponent today, he might have concealed this ability further. Uchiha Tianqi, you have hidden your true self well. Chapter 19. A draw. At this moment, AI appears utterly bewildered. How did I pass through? Am I ensnared in a genjutsu? Believing he has fallen victim to an illusion, AI disrupts the flow of his chakra in an attempt to break the spell. As he disturbs his chakra and observes his surroundings, he finds them unchanged, with Tianqi still standing there. Now, let me ascertain whether I am under an illusion or if you possess some extraordinary skill. With that, AI charges at Tianqi once more, this time employing the body flicker technique. Lightning release, thunderclap. AI strikes at Tianqi with a swift knife hand. Tianqi remained motionless, allowing AI to strike him. Without a doubt, AI's attack once again pierced through Tianqi. It became apparent that I had not been ensnared by an illusion. Rather, your abilities are indeed peculiar. AI scrutinized Tianqi earnestly and finally noticed that his eyes were distinctly different. I have heard that the legendary figure in the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara, was able to contend with the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, solely due to his extraordinary eyes. You must belong to the Uchiha clan as well. He knew of Uchiha Madara, for his fame was undeniable. Indeed, I am Uchiha Tianqi, and Uchiha Madara is my father. Tianqi did not conceal his lineage. He openly acknowledged it. So, you are a descendant of Madara. This implies that your eyes possess the same extraordinary qualities. Your prowess must exceed mere appearances. AI remarked with excitement upon learning of Tianqi's heritage. He had long desired to measure his strength against the renowned Uchiha Madara, yearning to discern who was superior. However, with Madara's demise, this remained a regret. Now, the descendant of Madara stood before him, endowed with a pair of remarkable eyes, allowing him the opportunity to fulfill this long-held challenge. Subsequently, he enveloped his hand with lightning attribute chakra, a stark departure from his previous attempts. This time, he harnessed nearly all of his strength, condensing every ounce of chakra. Uchiha Tianqi, you must realize that prolonging this confrontation will yield no victor. Summon your utmost power, and see if you can withstand my attack, AI declared as he extended a finger, preparing to unleash his strike. The onlookers from Konoha gazed at AI's actions in bewilderment, questioning the potency of a mere finger. Only Senju Tobirama bore a grave expression, astonished by AI's formidable capabilities. By utilizing lightning chakra to invigorate his body, he achieved unparalleled speed, concentrating all his power into that single digit. This strike possessed both velocity and might. Tianqi was in peril. The faces of the cloud shinobi gleamed with smiles, recognizing that even the Raikage would hesitate to confront such an attack head-on. If this young man did not evade, defeat was all but assured. Tianqi observed AI's movements, pondering whether this was indeed AI's ultimate technique, the Hell Stab. A technique renowned for its unparalleled speed that could rival even the Flying Thunder God. Although AI's speed was formidable, there was no technique that could rival the one-handed technique in terms of offensive capability. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, my ocular techniques are my forte. AI, I shall unravel your technique with ease, won't I? Just refrain from employing that peculiar evasion ability and give it a try. Upon hearing the dismissive remark, AI felt a surge of irritation. After all, this was his signature move. As AI prepared to charge forward, Tianqi swiftly activated the space-time transferability of Kamui. Suddenly, a spatial vortex enveloped AI, and in an instant, he vanished from the battlefield. I had mentioned that breaking your technique would be simple. Tianqi remarked nonchalantly at the sight of AI's disappearance. My apologies, but I have emerged victorious. What? How could this be? The second Raikage gazed in disbelief at the vanished AI, having anticipated a certain victory, only to witness this unexpected turn of events. In stark contrast to the Raikage's grim expression, the Leaf Village members erupted in jubilation. Hooray! We have won. Little brat, you've secured victory. Quickly return AI to us, or I shall not hesitate to take action. The Raikage, filled with fury, directed his ire at Tianqi, for AI was the designated successor to the position of Raikage, and he could not afford any mishaps. Do not fret, Raikage-sama. Once our match concludes, we shall return AI to you, Tianqi replied confidently, unperturbed by the Raikage's threats, knowing that the next Raikage would not dare to resort to underhanded tactics. With that, Tianqi exited the arena. In the realm of Kamui, AI, having missed his attack, began to survey his surroundings. What had once been a snow-covered landscape had now descended into darkness. After a moment of observation, he deduced that this peculiar space, approximately 300 meters in circumference, had been created by the Uchiha Tianqi, who had deftly redirected himself instead of evading. Indeed, he had managed to counter my one-handed technique with remarkable skill. With AI's loss, the subsequent matches unfolded with relative ease. Jinjiao faced Sarutobi, while Inju confronted Uchiha Kagami. The two brothers, intent on the impending coup, chose to intentionally underperform, resulting in a draw as neither utilized the Nine-Tails chakra nor the Six Paths ninja tools. Ultimately, the Leaf Village concluded the competition with a record of 4 draws, 3 victories, and 2 defeats against the Cloud Shinobi. Second Hokage, how shall we interpret this stalemate? The second Raikage had not anticipated such an outcome, leaving him at a loss for a course of action. Fighting was no longer an option. Yet he could not concede defeat. Since we have reached a draw, let us withdraw our forces. Do you wish to continue the conflict? Senju Tobarama discerned that the second Raikage was reluctant to prolong the skirmish, merely unwilling to admit defeat. In that case, let us reconvene in 3 days to withdraw our troops and sign a treaty. Uchiha brat, return AI to me, the second Raikage declared to Senju Tobarama. Then turned to Tianqi. No problem, I shall return him to you. Tianqi responded, activating his Manjiki Sharingan. A spatial vortex materialized around the Raikage and alongside the vortex. AI reappeared before everyone. I have returned, AI remarked, surveying the surrounding white expanse, realizing he had been transported back. His gaze then fell upon the displeased Raikage. Raikage-sama, I have let you down and failed to uphold your trust. I am truly sorry. The second Raikage did not chastise AI. Instead, he turned his attention to Tianqi. Such a remarkable ability you possess, one that proves incredibly useful. It seems the next Hokage will likely be you. It appears that the second Hokage has nurtured an exceptional talent, he concluded, departing with the Cloud Shinobi. What was intended as praise, however, took on a different connotation in Senju Tobarama's ears. I did not nurture him, nor can an Uchiha ever become Hokage, he thought, casting a complex glance at Tianqi. Tianqi understood that Lei Ying's words were undoubtedly intended to sow discord. It was well known that the Uchiha and Senju clans were at odds, with Uchiha Madara having been slain by Senju Hashirama. It was a miracle that the two clans had not descended into war, let alone the notion of having an Uchiha as Hokage. Tianqi gazed at Senju Tobarama and instantly discerned the impact of Raikage's words. Tobarama was likely harboring suspicions about him. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent, for with his current strength, Tobarama could no longer exert control over him, nor would he have the opportunity to do so. Let us return to the camp. Thus, the group made their way back to the Konoha ninja camp. Chapter 20. The conversation between Tobarama and Tianqi in the main tent. Senju Tobarama summoned Tianqi to his private chamber. As he looked at Tianqi, who bore a striking resemblance to Madara, his thoughts drifted back to the Warring States period. In those times, Madara dominated the ninja world. Aside from his elder brother, he regarded no one with respect. To claim that he was not envious of Madara's prowess would be a falsehood. Tianqi, do you understand? I have fought against the Uchiha since my childhood, and many of my loved ones have perished at their hands. Thus, I cannot help but harbor certain prejudices against them. You comprehend this, do you not? Senju Tobarama spoke earnestly, his tone imbued with gravity. Tianqi remained silent, intrigued to discover what Senju Tobarama intended to convey. Observing Tianqi's reticence, Tobarama, surprisingly devoid of irritation, continued to speak. I must confess, I harbor a deep-seated aversion towards Madara, and particularly because you are his son, my disdain has inevitably transferred onto you. You are undoubtedly aware that Konoha was founded by my elder brother and your father. Initially, Madara was willing to set aside the enmity between our clans to establish Konoha. Although I still held a dislike for him, my perception of him began to shift. Tianqi, you may be unaware of the arduous journey from conflict to camaraderie. This semblance of peace is indeed a hard-won treasure. Yet, that scoundrel, Madara, dares to threaten its very existence, a transgression I cannot condone. Although your father, Madara, has departed from this world, my animosity towards him has never waned. He may be gone, but you, Tianqi, the son of Uchiha Madara, remain. While your father's power was formidable, it was kept in check by my elder brother. Now that he has passed, should you embrace the legacy of Madara, there would be none to restrain you. Thus, upon first laying eyes on you, I resolved to eradicate the potential threat. I feared you might become the next Madara. Despite the protests of my elder brother and sister-in-law, my apprehension lingered. Consequently, I took measures to strip your family of all resources and techniques that could augment your abilities, deployed individuals to surveil you, and even prevented you from attending school, claiming I had exhausted all options. Upon hearing this, Tianqi realized the extent of Senju Tobarama's fear of Madara. However, he soon came to understand that you are you, and Madara is Madara. They are not the same. And thus, he lifted your restrictions to see how far you could truly go. Yet today, upon gazing into the kaleidoscope of your eyes, uncertainty crept back into his mind. Therefore, I wish to know your most genuine thoughts about Konoha, Tianqi. There is no need for flattery. I desire to hear your authentic perspective. Flattery? Senju Tobarama. You may be overthinking it. I, Uchiha Tianqi, have never uttered a word of praise towards you. This time, Tianqi refrained from addressing him as the second Hokage or Lord Hokage, opting instead to call him simply by his name. Did you not wish to hear my true thoughts on Konoha? I can assure you, I have never given it any thought. Who becomes Hokage has no bearing on me. I, Uchiha Tianqi, abide by a principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but should one provoke me, I shall retaliate. I undertake every action with a clear conscience. As for your concern that I might mirror my father, I can assure you with utmost responsibility that I am not Uchiha Madara. I revel in this atmosphere of peace and hope to continue living in such tranquility in the future. Let us cease this discussion. Ponder your own thoughts at your leisure. I feel somewhat weary and shall take my leave. With that, Tianqi exited the room without a backward glance. Senju Tobarama stood there, dazed, contemplating Tianqi's words. Could it be that I am merely overthinking? Have I imposed Madara's ideals upon Tianqi, blinded by my own wishes? That night, Senju Tobarama experienced a profound insomnia. Meanwhile, Tianqi, along with Sarutobi Hizashi and others, found solace in drink within the military camp. Though alcohol was typically prohibited in the camp, with the ceasefire in place, they awaited the signing of the treaty to depart, and Sarutobi made an exception. Haha, Tianqi, I never expected you to have grown so strong, even awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan. I am truly happy for you, Sarutobi exclaimed, drunkenly wrapping an arm around Tianqi's shoulder. Indeed, Tianqi, you have even defeated the prospective Raikage. You have my utmost admiration. Akimichi Torafa chimed in cheerfully. It was merely coincidence, merely coincidence. There is no need to shower me with such praise, or I shall become embarrassed, Tianqi replied. Though inwardly he was elated. At this moment, he feared nothing and felt no anxiety. Releasing pressure felt splendid. Nearby, Danzo sipped his drink with a displeased expression. Having lost in the duel, he found no words to speak. Though Tianqi had no desire to be in Danzo's company, he conceded, given Sarutobi's friendship with him. However, Tianqi's humility was perceived by Danzo as boasting. Isn't it merely the advantage of possessing the Sharingan? What is there to be proud of? One day, I too shall acquire a pair, and though I am not Uchiha, I will possess the Sharingan. At that time, I shall revel in your discomfort. Tianqi was unaware that the recent banquet had instilled in Danzo the desire to acquire the Sharingan. 3 days passed, and at last, the moment to sign the alliance treaty arrived. Senju Tobarama brought along his 4 disciples, making their way to the capital of the Iron Country, where the signing was to take place, under the witness of the Iron Country's leaders. The chosen disciples were, of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tsurugi Koharu, and Mito Gaidon. At the camp entrance, as he observed the departing figures, Tianqi softly uttered, "Farewell, Senju Tobarama." This would likely be his final encounter with Tobarama. Initially filled with melancholy, the thought of no longer having someone to oversee him lifted Tianqi's spirits instantly. Ha ha ha, from now on, I can do as I please. Who would dare to challenge me? I shall silence them with a few swift strikes. Speaking of which, it seemed he still needed a few more heads for his system task. He planned to collect some along the way when Sarutobi and the others returned. He recalled the original plot. The brothers Kin and Jin were assassinated during negotiations between the Fire and Lightning countries. The second Hokage, Tobarama, sacrificed himself to buy time for his subordinates to escape, becoming a revered hero of Konoha. The enemies paid a heavy price. Jin was slain. and Kin was left gravely injured, on the brink of death. Gazing upon the corpse of the second Hokage, Kin cackled, claiming that they were the ones who killed the Raikage and Hokage, asserting their dominance as the strongest. Meanwhile, the second Raikage disciple, upon learning of his master's tragic fate, ascended to the Raikage position due to his exceptional abilities. As he mourned his master, resolved to avenge him, intending to eliminate Kin and Jin before attending the funeral. Subsequently, he led the elite ninjas of Kumogakure to confront Kin, unleashing a devastating attack that resulted in Kin's demise. The second Raikage returned to Kumogakure with Kin's amber bottle. It seemed that at that time, Senju Tobarama had no inkling that these two would betray him with such formidable strength. Chapter 21. The advancing Senju Tobarama. A day later. Seizing the opportunity while others were preoccupied, Tianqi slipped out of the main camp. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions were likely being pursued by the Kin and Jin forces. He thought to dispatch a few minor enemies along the way to complete his task and perhaps witness the clash between Kin, Jin, and Tobarama. As he navigated through the woods, he noticed a group approaching and utilized his Kemui to conceal himself among the trees. Observing Sarutobi and the others sprinting, he saw Danzo trailing behind, looking despondent. From their demeanor, Tianqi inferred that Tobarama had appointed Sarutobi as the third Hokage. Rather than revealing himself, Tianqi chose to remain hidden, waiting for them to pass before continuing in the opposite direction. After trekking another 3 kilometers, he encountered the pursuers of Sarutobi and his team. Without hesitation, he activated Kamui and charged forward, swiftly eliminating the small band of Kumo ninjas. A dozen genin met the same fate, their heads severed in a gruesome display, leaving behind a scene of decapitated corpses. Upon finishing off the enemies, Tianqi felt a sudden pain in his eyes, blood tears streaming down his cheeks as he crouched down, clutching his face. Damn, it hurts. This is no eternal eye. The side effects of frequent use have finally manifested. Opening his eyes, he noticed his vision beginning to blur. In the original story, Obito could use Kamui without restraint because Madara had transplanted half of Hashirama's cells into him, granting him semi-sage powers, unlike his solitary Mangekyou Sharingan. He realized he must obtain the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan or sage powers. Otherwise, he would succumb to blindness due to the exhausting use of his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the task, you have earned 300,000 points, with a remaining total of 450,100 points. Hearing the system's notification, a smile crept across Tianqi's face. Excellent. I've taken another step towards the eternal Mangekyou. He opened the system shop and found a method to restore his ocular strength. It cost 10,000 points to restore his Mangekyou, and without hesitation, he exchanged the points, considering it a worthwhile investment. He then used the remaining 1,000 points for a basic ninjutsu. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining points, 440,100. After the exchange, Tianqi set off once more, eager not to miss the confrontation between the shadow-level ninjas, especially Tobarama. After walking a short distance, the ground trembled, and he caught sight of the Nine-Tails transformed Kin and Jin. The brothers, now in their monstrous forms, loomed like mountains, dwarfing Tobarama, who appeared as insignificant as an ant. In the face of their assault, Tobarama could only evade, as the surrounding forest was reduced to rubble. Settling on a branch at a distance, Tianqi watched the spectacle unfold. The sight of Tobarama being overwhelmed was a rare occurrence against the Nine-Tails' empowered brothers. He was indeed under immense pressure. Unlike Hashirama, who could suppress tailed beast chakra with would release, Tobarama lacked comparable strength. Tianqi, now merely a spectator, observed with intrigue. In stark contrast, Tobarama was drenched in sweat, reflecting on the absurdity of Kin and Jin possessing such pure Nine-Tails chakra. I barely managed to unravel their peculiar ninjutsu. Yet it seems escaping today is unlikely. I wonder if the monkeys have made it back. Sigh. I suppose I'll have to eliminate these formidable foes for the village's sake. With that, Tobarama began forming hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. Instantly, the surrounding area was flooded, transforming into a vast ocean. Goodness, such a wide-ranging water technique must be at least S rank, far exceeding the range of my great fire annihilation. If we consider elemental advantages, this technique would undoubtedly triumph over mine. Could the legend be true? Tianqi mused silently, contemplating the tale that Tobarama had forged a pact with the sea, mastering the art of water release to an unparalleled degree. Is it truly possible to form a contract with the ocean? That seems a bit far-fetched. If that were the case, Tobarama would possess far greater power. Tianqi struggled to believe that Tobarama could indeed have such a pact. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Tobarama recognized that the terrain now favored him immensely, prompting him to declare, "So what if you are Nine-Tails transformed? You cannot easily subdue me, Senju Tobarama. Today, we brothers shall claim the title of the strongest in the ninja world. First, we will slay the Raikage, then extinguish the Hokage." Kin and Jin proclaimed as they began to gather their tailed beast bombs, merging blue yang chakra and purple blacking chakra in their mouths, compressing it into an ultra-dense sphere. With a powerful exhale, they unleashed their devastating attack towards Tobarama. These lunatics. As the tailed beast bomb soared toward him, Senju Tobarama, aware of its devastating power, swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting away just before impact. Some might wonder why Tobirama did not escape back to Konoha. The reason lies in the author's discretion. Boom. Boom. Two-tailed beast bombs detonated where Tobirama had stood, creating enormous craters in the ground. One couldn't help but marvel at the tailed beasts as formidable weapons of war. It was no wonder that the major ninja villages sought to tame them. Who would dare to confront such might directly? Tianqi watched the chaos with astonishment. Tobirama had fled at a critical moment. He had thought him bold enough to face the tailed beast bomb head-on, yet he had retreated. How ironic it was for one to speak bravely yet act cowardly. Tianqi openly derided Tobirama. Ha ha ha, the famed Hokage Shinja Tobirama is nothing but this. As the dust settled and Tobirama's figure vanished from the craters, Jin and Yin Jiao assumed that he had been defeated, breaking into laughter. Just as the two brothers reveled in their perceived victory, Tobirama reappeared behind them, forming hand seals to launch an attack. Two massive water dragons surged forth, striking at the brothers from behind. Bang! Bang! The water dragons collided with the duo, knocking them down instantly. Perhaps they should save their boasting until they had actually defeated me. The enraged Jin and Yin Jiao turned to glare at the re-emerging Tobirama, gritting their teeth. Tobirama, if we do not slay you, we shall not be human, Jin Jiao declared as they charged at him, their colossal forms causing the ground and water to tremble with each step. Observing the rippling water and the approaching giants, Tobirama realized that continuing to evade would yield no results. Konoha, I leave to your care. Protect it well. It is time for me to unleash my full power. Come forth, Jin and Yin Jiao. With that, Tobirama executed 5 hand seals and struck the water's surface. Oh, is Shinja Tobirama preparing to go all out? Let me witness the technique that inspires such confidence. Tianqi activated his Sharingan, keen not to miss a single detail of this riveting confrontation. Chapter 22, Wrath of the Sea God vs. Tailed Beast Bomb. As Tobirama completed his seals and slapped the water, torrents surged forth, coalescing into a 100-meter giant. Standing upon the giant's shoulder, Tobirama faced Jin and Yin Jiao, the clash of titans echoing across the battlefield. To think that Tobirama had summoned such a colossal water giant was astonishing. It resembled a low-tier wooden man technique. It was evident that one who could attain the title of Hokage was indeed extraordinary, Tianqi mused. Reflecting on the remarkable lineage of the Shinju clan, one being the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, while Tobirama could be deemed a sea god. Alas, the fate of the Shinju clan seemed to be reaching its twilight. On the battlefield, although Tobirama's water giant held an initial advantage, he was, after all, just one man. 2 fists could not match 4 hands, and gradually, he found himself at a disadvantage. After being pushed back by a powerful punch, Tobirama pondered, realizing that if this continued, he would inevitably be defeated. Must I truly resort to that technique? Seeing Tobirama falter, Jin and Yin Jiao began to gather tailed beast bombs once more. However, this time, they appeared smaller in size. A barrage of tailed beast bombs emerged from their mouths, each one targeting Tobirama. Damn it! Water shield! Tobirama exclaimed, conjuring a water shield to protect himself. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosion, Tobirama managed to block the onslaught, yet he was still pushed back 100 meters. You wish to exhaust me, you wretched Jin and Yin Jiao? Allow me to show you this technique. Water style. 100 strikes water gun. Take this. With his hand seals completed, the water giant summoned a multitude of conical water spikes that surged toward the brothers. Unlike Tobirama, who could form a shield, the brothers resorted to swinging their fists, striking the water spikes repeatedly. However, the sheer number of spikes was overwhelming, and some inevitably struck their chests. Despite this, the damage was minimal. Empowered by the chakra of the 9 tails, their defenses were formidable. Tianqi pondered Tobirama's predicament, noting that the brothers, bolstered by the 9 tails chakra, surpassed him in both offense and defense. Even if Tobirama attempted to outlast them, he faced an uphill battle. Why not unleash your ultimate skill and perish together? I'll take care of the aftermath and return to Konoha, Tianqi grumbled, noting the waning daylight. Seeing his attacks ineffective against the brothers, Tobirama sighed. Alas, I have reached a dead end. If this continues, I shall surely perish. It seems I have no choice. With a resolute gaze, he addressed Jin and Yin Jiao. If you seek my life, then come. Today, I shall demonstrate the will of fire. With that declaration, Tobirama formed a seal and entered the water giant, channeling his chakra into it. The once pale blue giant gradually transformed into a deep blue hue. Jin and Yin Jiao sensed a tremendous energy emanating from Tobirama. Brother. It seems Tobirama is prepared to risk everything. We must not underestimate him. Yin Jiao cautioned Jin Jiao. Yin Jiao, stay back for now. I shall face the brunt of his assault. Jin Jiao replied with a serious demeanor. Brother, you need not worry. In terms of strength, you are naturally superior. Even if I were to falter, you could still claim Tobirama's life and become the strongest in the ninja world. Allow me to take the lead. Yin Jiao insisted earnestly. One could not help but admire their brotherly bond. Such selflessness was rare in the ninja world, where friendships often faltered under strain. There's no need for such talk. Yin Jiao, we shall face this together, Jin Jiao affirmed, choosing unity over division. Very well, brother, we shall fight side by side. Yin Jiao acquiesced without further hesitation. Meanwhile, as Tobirama felt his chakra rapidly depleting, his complexion grew pale. This is not enough, not nearly enough. Finally, he squeezed the last remnants of chakra from his body, the energy surging within him until the water giant's red eyes opened, letting out a thunderous roar. Prepare yourselves, Jin and Injiao. Water style, ultimate technique, Wrath of the Sea God. The water giant opened its crimson eyes, its chakra surging throughout its body. And with a swift acceleration, it charged forth. In the face of Senju Tobirama's onslaught, both Kin and Jin, twin brothers, summoned all their strength to coalesce the tailed beast ball. This time, they did not merely create one each. Together, they formed a singular, formidable tailed beast ball. The successful fusion required meticulous control over the proportions. Any miscalculation could lead to catastrophic detonation, making their task even more arduous. Ultimately, their years of experience and synergy bore fruit as they successfully constructed a colossal tailed beast ball. The gargantuan sphere was launched, hurtling towards Senju Tobirama's divine wrath. Cursed-tailed beast ball. This is my last flying thunder god, Tobirama exclaimed, watching the sphere approach. He ignited his internal energy and mental fortitude, forcibly extracting the chakra required for the flying thunder god technique. Fortunately, prior to their confrontation, he had marked nearby targets for the technique. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to collide with him, he utilized the flying thunder god to teleport both himself and the sphere to the closest marked location. Harnessing the speed of his divine wrath, he propelled the tailed beast ball towards Kin and Jin. What? How can this be? No, no, no. The twins screamed in disbelief as Senju Tobirama and the tailed beast ball appeared beside them. Boom. The dual explosion of the divine wrath and the tailed beast ball unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that flattened everything within several kilometers, a colossal mushroom cloud billowing skyward, stirring a maelstrom of dust and debris. Goodness, this energy has even reached me. As the energy surged towards him, Tianqi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, swiftly merging into the ground. A minute later, as the energy dissipated, Tianqi emerged to survey the altered landscape, unable to suppress his astonishment. When one fights with desperation, the sheer power is truly frightening. He then approached the epicenter of the explosion, gazing into the vast crater where three figures lay. Silverhorn had perished in the blast. Senju Tobirama was clinging to the last vestiges of life, while Kin was gravely wounded and unconscious. Observing the fallen warriors, Tianqi remarked, "Was it truly necessary to exert yourselves so fiercely? Is power genuinely of such importance?" Coughing. It was uncertain whether Tobirama heard his words or if he was experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity as he slowly opened his eyes, spitting out blood. "To think you could awaken. I believed you would perish in your unconsciousness," Tianqi said, towering over the revived Tobirama. "It is you, Tianqi. How ironic that the last person I see at the end of my life is a member of the Uchiha clan. You've come to revel in my misfortune." "Haven to you?" Tobirama gasped, his breath labored. "You overestimate your significance. The moment I activated my Manjiki Sharingan, you ceased to be my rival. Now, with your strength waning, I am merely here to collect your remains to spare you the humiliation of lying in the wilderness," Tianqi responded, his heart heavy as he regarded the once mighty Tobirama in his current state. "Is that so? If I am to die, take my body back to the village. The future of the village shall be entrusted to you," Tobirama managed to say before succumbing to death's embrace. Watching the legendary figure fade, Tianqi felt a pang of sorrow, realizing the fragility of life. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Orochimaru succumbed to darkness. Witnessing a once great warrior's demise would stir emotions in anyone. "I nearly forgot there is still one survivor." Tianqi turned his attention to Kin, who lay on the ground. At this moment, both Kin and Jin had reverted from their tailed beast forms to their human states. Though their bodies bore extensive burns, whether from the explosion or the residual chakra of the nine tails was uncertain. Ultimately, "You shall meet your end at the hands of the third Raikage. Rather than await that fate, I might as well extend a favor and avenge Tobirama," Tianqi mused. "Aha. Why must I be so benevolent?" With that, he unsheathed the Tang-hung blade strapped to his back. In a swift motion, he severed Kin's neck. The once mighty warrior slipping into the void of death, his life extinguished in the throes of unconsciousness. Tianqi collected the corpse of Senju Tobirama into the Kamui space, then glanced around, noticing the absence of the six paths ninja tools. Such items could indeed provide amusement, yet their whereabouts remained a mystery. Shrugging off the thought, he departed without a backward glance, making his way towards the Konoha camp. After a day's journey, the Cloud Ninja arrived to reclaim the corpses of the Gold and Silver brothers, but that was a matter for the following day. At present, Tianqi was leaping through the forest, and soon the Konoha army came into view before him. "Tianqi, what brings you here? We haven't seen you at the camp." Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired directly upon his appearance. "The truth is, a few days after your departure, I felt a persistent twitching in my eyelid. It seemed as though something ominous was on the horizon. Consequently, I followed this path in search of you, yet regrettably, I was unable to find you." Tianqi began to weave his excuse. "Oh, I see." Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored no suspicions. After all, they had shared a long-standing camaraderie, fostering a basic level of trust. "Humph. If you were indeed searching for us, then why did we not encounter you on our return journey? Something is certainly amiss." Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo's mood was decidedly sour. He perceived discomfort in everyone, primarily because he had failed to ascend to the position of Hokage. Tianqi paid no heed to Tuanzo, nor did Sarutobi Hizashi acknowledge him. Tianqi, you are unaware of the dire situation. Come, we must hasten. The second Hokage is in peril, and we must rush to his aid. Sarutobi, realizing the urgency, pulled Tianqi forward, ready to charge out. Brother Hizashi, there is no need to proceed. The matter has concluded. Tianqi intercepted Sarutobi Hizashi's eager advance. What do you mean, concluded? You have no grasp of the events that transpired. The Cloud Ninja staged a coup, the Raikage is dead, and the second Hokage is fighting valiantly to protect us. We must quickly provide support. Sarutobi Hizashi fervently recounted the unfolding crisis. I am aware of all this, Brother Hizashi. Hold steady. Allow me to show you something. Once you behold this, I assure you, you will no longer wish to offer assistance. With that, Tianqi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, releasing Senju Tobarama from the Kamui dimension. The lifeless form of Senju Tobarama appeared before the gathered shinobi, disbelief etched across their faces. Teacher, the second Hokage, Lord Hokage, as they gazed upon the body. Sorrow engulfed them, particularly the disciples of Senju Tobarama and the members of the Senju clan. Uchiha Kagami, too, wore a pained expression. Tianqi, what has transpired? How could the second Hokage explain this to me? Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed, his grip tightening on Tianqi's shoulders, fury simmering beneath the surface. The events unfolded as follows, Tianqi recounted succinctly, omitting his role as an observer. Curse the Cloud Ninja. Curse the Golden and Silver Brothers. Sarutobi Hizashi struck the ground with his fist, venting his wrath. We must avenge our teacher, seek retribution for the fallen Leaf Shinobi, and eliminate the Cloud Ninja. Sarutobi, issue the command. Witnessing the death of his mentor, Tuanzo echoed the sentiments of vengeance, his anger directed towards Sarutobi Hizashi. He cared not for the truth of Tianqi's words, fixated solely on avenging the fallen. Several disciples nodded in agreement, save for Kagami. That is unacceptable. We must not engage in battle again. It will only lead to mutual destruction and suffering, allowing other ninja villages to capitalize on our plight. Kagami interjected, attempting to halt Sarutobi Hizashi's reckless enthusiasm. What do you mean, Uchiha Kagami? Our teacher treated you well in his lifetime, never belittling you for your Uchiha heritage, instead recognizing your potential. Are you not concerned about the pain this would cause him? Tuanzo retorted angrily. Precisely because the teacher acknowledged me, I must intervene. I shall not consent to reigniting this war. If you wish to fight today, you shall have to step over my corpse. Kagami, usually a proponent of peace, firmly opposed Tuanzo's vengeful mindset. Despicable Uchiha. Today, I shall heed Kagami's words. Tuanzo declared. Brandishing a kunai, prepared to strike. Just then, Tianqi stepped forth, seizing Tuanzo's arm. What are you doing, Uchiha Tianqi? Are you conspiring with Kagami to rebel? Tuanzo glared at Tianqi, his anger mounting. Tianqi disregarded Danzo and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, Brother Sarutobi, I understand that Senju Tobarama entrusted you with the mantle of Hokage. You are now the leader of the village. You must consider not only the shinobi, but also the villagers. The losses from this war have already exceeded half. Some have lost parents, others have lost siblings, and some have lost their beloved. Must we allow more families to suffer in the name of vengeance? Senju Tobarama wished for you to protect Konoha, not to seek revenge for him. Lord Third Hokage, you must proceed with caution. Upon finishing, Tianqi gazed earnestly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, confident that he would choose the righteous path. Indeed, after hearing Tianqi's words, Hiruzen's tumultuous heart began to find solace. He realized that he was no longer a mere pawn, but rather the third Hokage, responsible for the well-being of the entire village. All forces retreat. Return to Konoha to lay the second Hokage to rest, and then we shall deliberate further. With clarity of thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the order for retreat. Sarutobi, you will surely regret today's decision. Danzo exclaimed in fury, shaking his hand dismissively before departing towards the land of fire and Konoha. There was no room for dissent. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage. Seeing Danzo leave, the others did not press further and followed the main force back to Konoha. Jing cast a grateful glance at Tianqi, acknowledging his contribution. Tianqi paid no heed to Uchiha Kagami, instead following in the footsteps of Sarutobi Hiruzen, for it was prudent to keep a distance from this peace-loving fool. Chapter 24. Deputy Captain of the Three Shinobi. A day after returning to Konoha, the ninjas donned their somber black attire. Senju Tobarama was interred not among the ordinary shinobi, but in a location known only to the Hokage of each generation. Following Tobarama's burial, Konoha and the Cloud Village dispatched Sarutobi and Eita once again formalized their alliance. Just as Sarutobi returned to Konoha after signing the treaty, another startling piece of news reverberated through the ninja world. The second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage had also passed away. With the demise of several of the most formidable second Hokages, the ninja realm entered a period of tranquility. As 6 months elapsed since his return to Konoha, Tianqi, having been promoted to Jonin, embarked on a leisurely existence. Each morning began with physical training, followed by a visit to Sarutobi to report in, after which he would procure a few simple tasks from the mission hall to sustain his livelihood. Upon completing these assignments, he would indulge in a few days of rest, effectively embracing a lifestyle of idleness. In contrast, Sarutobi's life was a whirlwind of activity. He was inundated with stacks of paperwork, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Tianqi strolls along the streets of Konoha, observing the bustling crowd with a beaming smile. His thoughts drift back to his life before the transition. In his former existence, he squandered each day confined to his home, immersed in anime and video games, achieving nothing of significance. In stark contrast, he now possesses formidable strength and is free from life's worries. Lacking a smartphone or computer, he embraces each day with fulfillment. This is, indeed, the essence of his life. Tianqi gazed up at the statues of the first and second Hokage, as well as the one currently being carved for the third. He couldn't help but wonder who had the audacity to propose such an idea. Creating a statue for the Hokage seemed like an act born of sheer boredom, as if one were anxious to ensure that others were aware of their position. Surely, it was the brainchild of that fool, Senju Tobarama. Others simply weren't that trivial. The thought of Senju Tobarama reminded Tianqi of a conversation he had with Uchiha Qingyang 6 months prior. Just over 10 days after the war had concluded, Uchiha Qingyang sought Tianqi out at the security department for a private discussion. With Senju Tobarama now deceased, and the Senju clan suffering significant losses, Uchiha Qingyang proclaimed, "Now that we have powerful figures like you and Jing in the Uchiha clan, we can easily topple Sarutobi Hiruzen and claim the Hokage title for ourselves. What makes a mere clan member worthy of such a position? What do you think of this idea, Tianqi?" At that moment, Uchiha Qingyang was brimming with ambition. Having initially aimed to leverage the chaos of war to reclaim power, little did he expect Tobarama to perish on the battlefield. While Uchiha Tianqi had successfully enhanced his own strength, a coup could easily secure the Hokage position for him. Indeed, after Uchiha Madara's departure and the demise of the second Hokage, the Senju clan had lost its top-tier fighters, and the Uchiha clan was now a formidable force. Should the Uchiha initiate a coup, the village lacked strong opponents, and with Tianqi's Mangeki Sharingan, the chances of success soared to 70%. However, Tianqi declined Uchiha Qingyang's proposal, leading the martial faction away from the Uchiha clan's territory to another side of the village. Uchiha Jing relayed Qingyang's coup intentions to Sarutobi, which placed the Uchiha clan under the watchful eyes of the Leaf Village ninjas. Upon learning this, Uchiha Qingyang was so enraged that he fell ill, ultimately succumbing to the dual blows of Tianqi's departure and Jing's betrayal. His son, Uchiha San, ascended to the position of clan leader, simultaneously serving as the head of the security department, wielding an alarming amount of power at such a young age. "Tianqi, the third Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage building," a Nin announced as Tianqi pondered the Hokage statue. "Understood, I shall arrive shortly," Tianqi responded, prompting the Nin to leave after scaling the wall. Soon, Tianqi arrived leisurely at the Hokage building, pushing open the office door to find Sarutobi engrossed in paperwork. "You've arrived, Tianqi. How have you been faring in the village?" Sarutobi inquired warmly upon noticing Tianqi. His demeanor was cordial. As he was anxious about the previously obedient Uchiha contemplating a coup, his worry had been so consuming that he had barely slept. Fortunately, Tianqi had made the right choice by taking many capable Uchiha with him, preventing the coup from materializing, which earned him Sarutobi's trust. "Just the usual, running errands when needed and wandering about the village when not," Tianqi replied nonchalantly as he pulled up a chair opposite Sarutobi. "Well then, since you have some spare time, I have a task for you," Sarutobi declared. "A task? I hope it's not too demanding. I still have yet to find a girlfriend, let alone start a family. I feel I have not lived enough," Tianqi replied, feigning reluctance. "Rest assured, it won't interfere with those aspirations. I simply need you to assist me in guiding 3 young Nin," Sarutobi said, rolling his eyes at Tianqi's antics. "Oh, that sounds simple enough. I accept this task," Tianqi said without hesitation upon realizing it involved merely escorting a few Nin. "Good. Since you've agreed, let me elaborate. Recently, I took on 3 apprentices at the academy. As Hokage, I have numerous responsibilities. When I'm busy, I have no time to train them. Thus, I thought you could step in as their vice captain for a while." As Sarutobi spoke, he recalled one particular Nin who had proven to be a bit of a headache. The other 2 were manageable, but he questioned whether he had been too hasty in taking the troublesome one as an apprentice. Upon hearing that the individual was a disciple of Sarutobi, Tianqi's eyes widened in astonishment. The student of the third Hokage must be none other than the future Sannin, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Has Sarutobi already taken the Sannin as his apprentices? And now he wants me to serve as the vice captain of the Sannin? This task is rather intriguing. It appears I can truly indulge in this endeavor. The other 2 disciples seem quite promising, yet there is that one named Jiraiya. I cannot discern whether I have misjudged him or if his talent is inherently limited. In any case, you should keep a close eye on him, Sarutobi remarked, shaking his head in response to Tianqi. "Very well, I shall dedicate tomorrow to guiding them," he concluded before exiting the Hokage building. Tianqi, however, held a vastly different opinion regarding Sarutobi's words. Orochimaru's parents were formidable ninjas, and he himself was recognized as a genius. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, bore an extraordinary lineage. The former two undoubtedly benefited from their heritage. Only Jiraiya, lacking parental support or familial ties, ascended to the rank of genin solely through his own efforts. Tianqi was aware that this seemingly unremarkable Jiraiya would not only become one of the legendary Sannin, but also embark on a storied journey that would echo through the ages. Chapter 25. First encounter with the Sannin. Upon returning home, Tianqi activated the system, gazing at his 440,000 points, lost in contemplation. My current strength is sufficient. There is no urgency regarding the eternal eye for now. My sole concern lies with chakra. The Uchiha clan is inherently disadvantaged in terms of chakra. It is rare to find an Uchiha with an abundance of it. The Uchiha focus on the quality of chakra, maximizing the potency of their jutsu by utilizing every fragment of their chakra effectively. This approach, however, does not suit my circumstances. I intend to pursue quantity instead, wielding a vast reservoir of chakra to overpower my adversaries. His gaze shifted towards the tailed beasts. As for the tailed beasts of the ninja world, I shall refrain from engaging with them. Any attempt to seize their village's tailed beasts would likely provoke war. As he contemplated the tailed beasts of the ninja world, Tianqi directed his attention to the system store. One tail Shikaku requires 1,000 points. Two tails Matatabi requires 5,000 points. Three tails Isabu requires 10,000 points. Four tails Son Goku requires 20,000 points. Five tails Kokyo requires 50,000 points. Six tails Saiken requires 100,000 points. Seven tails Chomei requires 150,000 points. Eight tails Gyuki requires 200,000 points. Nine tails Kurama requires 300,000 points. 10 tails requires 500,000 points. Note: to redeem the 10 tails, one must first acquire the other 9 tailed beasts. The tailed beasts exchanged through the system will permanently reside within the host, never to be extracted. Instead, the redeemed tailed beast will unconditionally obey the host, allowing the host to harness their power and summon them at will. How disappointing. I had hoped to exchange for the 10 tails directly. Tianqi glanced at the 10 tails, which required 500,000 points, and found a moment of amusement, only to lose interest upon reading the note. Tianqi pondered for a moment before directly exchanging the 9 tails and the 1 tail for the 5 tails, acquiring a total of 6 tailed beasts at the cost of 386,000 points, leaving him with 54,000 points remaining. As for why he did not opt for the direct exchange of 6 tails for 100,000 points, it is important to note that having more tails does not necessarily equate to greater strength. Rather, it signifies a larger reservoir of chakra. Tianqi believed that possessing the 9 tails was sufficient. The other 5-tailed beasts could merely be utilized to augment his strength. Upon completion of the exchange, several tailed beasts transformed into beams of light and merged into Tianqi's being. He chuckled heartily, realizing that with these chakra reserves, he could now navigate his path with greater ease. As he felt the energy of the tailed beast coursing through him, a smile erupted on his face. However, he recognized that he still lacked a decisive ninjutsu capable of determining victory in a single move. Subsequently, Tianqi's gaze shifted to the spiral shuriken and the lightning release, Kirin, both of which were classified as S-rank techniques, each requiring 20,000 points. Contemplating his remaining 54,000 points, he gritted his teeth and exchanged for both techniques. He had already mastered the Rasengan and Chidori, and if he did not acquire these two jutsus, the opportunities for the Rasengan and Chidori to shine in the future would likely diminish. The following day, Tianqi set out early, making his way to a clearing in the forest behind a mountain. Tianqi concealed himself atop a tree, observing the 3 individuals below until it was well past 10 in the morning. Did the old man not say that a new captain would arrive today? How is it that they have yet to show up? Truly unreliable, muttered a silver-haired youth seated on the ground. Enough, Jiraiya, must you always chatter so? Could you not remain quietly like Orochimaru? The new captain will arrive eventually, interjected a girl with golden hair, though her face betrayed a hint of impatience. Meanwhile, another pale-skinned boy sat on the ground, beginning to gather his chakra. As the time drew near, Tianqi gracefully descended from the tree and made his way towards the trio. They soon noticed the approaching figure of Tianqi. Oh, big brother, are you here for training? Jiraiya remarked, observing the young man who appeared only slightly older than himself, completely unaware that this was their new captain. Brother, it's nearly noon. Why not have lunch first before continuing? One wonders when our captain will arrive, Jiraiya said, skillfully draping his arm around Tianqi's shoulder. I am indeed your new captain. Tianqi looked at Jiraiya with amusement. This fellow truly had a knack for familiarity, which explained why he would later roam the ninja world with such fervor. With such social skills, he was undoubtedly a social butterfly, or rather, a social weed. Jiraiya, still draping an arm around Tianqi, along with the other two, wore expressions of disbelief. Just yesterday, their Hokage had mentioned sending a formidable warrior. Yet the youth before them seemed merely 7 or 8 years their senior, at most a nin, hardly fitting the description of a strong leader. Come now. You cannot possibly be our new captain. Our former captain explicitly stated that the newcomer would be a superlative powerhouse, Jiraiya continued, still holding Tianqi's shoulder. Do I not appear to be a formidable warrior? Tianqi replied, narrowing his eyes and smiling at Jiraiya. Upon hearing Tianqi's assertion, Jiraiya released his grip. With Jiraiya's hand now free, Tianqi addressed the trio. I am your new captain, Tianqi. From this day forth, we shall joyfully accomplish our missions together. Humph. We waited here for you all morning. What prowess do you possess to claim the title of our captain? If you wish for us to acknowledge you, you must first defeat all three of us. Otherwise, we shall not yield, Jiraiya insisted, pointing at Tianqi with conviction. Though Orochimaru and Tsunade remained silent, they shared Jiraiya's sentiments. The youth before them appeared far too young for such a role. Indeed, I concur with your assertion. In the ninja world, strength is paramount. However, rather than engage in battle, I have a more ingenious method to demonstrate my capabilities, Tianqi declared. Upon hearing that he would not fight them but still had a means to prove his strength, the three exchanged puzzled glances, eager to discover how Tianqi intended to substantiate his claim. Tianqi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he invoked the formidable technique that once ought Sasuke during the Fourth Great Ninja War. A power so potent that it shattered the ground around him. The sheer force of the energy erupted, creating a powerful aura that surged towards the three individuals nearby. What? How incredible! They exclaimed, as the force of the energy sent them staggering backwards. Observing them retreating 3 meters, Tianqi retracted his energy, maintaining a smile as he addressed them. So, does this prove my capability to lead you as your captain? The trio nodded vigorously, their minds reeling with astonishment at his overwhelming power. The mere release of chakra was enough to manifest such might. Had he chosen to engage in combat, the outcome would have been unfathomable. They were relieved he had refrained from such an action. Amused by their intimidated demeanor, Tianqi found humor in their submissiveness. The technique he had employed was indeed effective. Even the formidable Madara Uchiha would feel its weight, let alone the three before him. Let us introduce ourselves, Tianqi proposed, taking the initiative. I shall begin. I am Tianqi Uchiha, 16 years of age, and I shall be your genin leader from this moment forward. The three exchanged incredulous glances. Uchiha? They murmured, surprised to learn their new captain belonged to such a renowned clan. Noticing their peculiar expressions, Tianqi smirked. I trust you do not harbor any biases against the Uchiha clan? No. They hastily shook their heads. With that look of yours, we wouldn't dare. Since there are no prejudices, let us proceed with our introductions. We shall start with the one with white hair. Tianqi indicated towards Jiraiya. I am Jiraiya, 10 years old. He stated. I am Tsunade, also 10 years old, came the next introduction. I am Orochimaru, of the same age as them, he added. Oh, so you are all of the same age. I wonder who is the elder among you, Tianqi remarked, taken aback by their equal years. Despite appearances, Jiraiya seemed older. Yet they were indeed contemporaries. Clearly, Tsunade is the oldest, followed by Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, who just moments ago was so easily intimidated, Jiraiya retorted, regaining his composure and pointing at his companions. Tsunade, it seems your skin is itching for a fight. He teased, provoking Tsunade's ire. You are indeed the oldest. I never disputed that. Tsunade snapped, preparing to unleash her wrath upon Jiraiya. Don't you dare, Jiraiya exclaimed, swiftly retreating behind Orochimaru for refuge. You have no right to say that. Watch as I deal with you, Tsunade declared, charging towards Jiraiya. Tianqi, upon witnessing this, spoke up. Surprised that the seemingly smallest Tsunade proved to be the mightiest, while the outwardly largest Jiraiya turned out to be the least formidable. They chuckled at the irony. Enough of this banter, let us proceed to the mission hall to accept our tasks. Upon hearing this, the group ceased their antics and followed Tianqi towards the mission hall. Thus, Tianqi led the way, with Jiraiya and the others trailing behind. Who do you think is stronger, the old man Sarutobi, or this new captain? Jiraiya inquired. Noting Tianqi's silence throughout the journey. It's obvious, Sarutobi-sensei is undoubtedly the strongest. Being the Hokage of the village, Tsunade asserted confidently, as her grandfather held that esteemed title. Observing Tsunade's unwavering conviction in Sarutobi's prowess, Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru and asked, What about you, Orochimaru? Who do you believe is stronger? After pondering the impressive display of strength Tianqi had exhibited earlier, Orochimaru replied tentatively, I suppose Sarutobi-sensei is indeed more formidable, given his status as Hokage. Well, since you all proclaim Sarutobi to be the stronger, let us place a wager. I contend that the new captain is the mightiest, Jiraiya declared. Recalling the awe-inspiring moment when Tianqi had commanded their attention. A wager? What shall we bet on? Tsunade expressed her newfound interest in the proposition. The loser must treat the winner to dinner tonight, Jiraiya suggested, glancing at the two. Tsunade, known for her affluent background, was certainly not lacking in funds, while Orochimaru, closely aligned with Tsunade, would likely benefit from her generosity should he lose. Jiraiya, who was struggling financially, fervently hoped to win and enjoy a free meal, praying he would not falter. Upon hearing the terms of the wager, Tsunade readily agreed, and Orochimaru nodded in affirmation, eager to ascertain who indeed possessed greater strength. With both in agreement, Jiraiya hesitantly approached Tianqi. His previous encounter with Tianqi had left him somewhat intimidated. Captain, may I pose a question to you? He ventured cautiously. Noticing Jiraiya's trepidation, Tianqi chuckled warmly, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. We're all comrades here. I'm merely a tad older than you. From now on, you may call me Brother Tianqi. I am quite approachable, so feel free to ask whatever you wish. Encouraged by Tianqi's amiable demeanor, Tsunade and Orochimaru gathered closer, eager to listen. Brother Tianqi, I am quite curious. Between you and Sarutobi-sensei, who is stronger? Jiraiya stammered, still slightly apprehensive but driven by the prospect of a meal. Tianqi was taken aback by Jiraiya's question, and then he turned to Tsunade and Orochimaru. Do you wish to know as well? Both Orochimaru and Tsunade nodded in agreement. I see. Come closer, and I shall share a secret with you, Tianqi said, his playful spirit ignited by their interest. Soon, the three of them huddled together, eager to uncover who possessed greater prowess. Let me tell you, such inquiries should never be voiced aloud. Just look at me. It is evident that I am the more formidable one. Sarutobi Hiruzen? What can he possibly compare to me? After all, he is merely a younger brother in this context, he exclaimed, bursting into laughter before departing. As Tianqi left with a chuckle, the three were left bewildered, expecting him to reveal more, but instead, he had merely jested. They exchanged glances, pondering whether to believe his words, sensing that he might just be teasing them. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity as they followed Tianqi to the mission hall. Upon their arrival at the mission hall, the ninja responsible for assigning tasks warmly greeted them. It was only fitting. After all, this individual had once been alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, and now that Hiruzen had ascended to the role of Hokage, this ninja status had risen correspondingly. Lord Tianqi, are you here to accept a mission today? Of course, I am here to accept a mission. I rarely visit otherwise. Tianqi replied. Upon hearing this, the ninja promptly produced an A-rank mission scroll. Lord Tianqi, would this suffice? He asked, his demeanor exuding eagerness to please. Jiraiya and the others observed the sycophantic behavior of the ninja, astonished not by the act itself, but rather by the realization that someone other than Sarutobi could evoke such servility. They exchanged knowing glances, each concluding that this new captain was indeed remarkable. Looking at the A-rank mission placed before him, Tianqi spoke directly. I have brought my subordinates to accept a mission, so a simple C-rank or D-rank task will suffice. With that, he returned the A-rank task and instead requested a D-rank mission. Tianqi, having casually tossed a D-grade task to the trio, sauntered out of the mission hall. In the fields, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru toiled away, weeding, while Tianqi lounged lazily on a stone, basking in the sun. It turned out they had been assigned the D-grade task of weeding, which explained the current scene. Observing Tianqi peacefully dozing while they labored, Jiraiya, irked, exclaimed, Tianqi, how is it fair that we toil while you slumber, only to split the reward at the end? Tianqi, eyes still shut, retorted, if you find it unjust, you are welcome to forego the task. Just wait until I awaken to see how I handle you. Instantly cowed by this threat, Jiraiya reconsidered. A confrontation with Tianqi might leave him incapacitated for months. Even Tsunade and Orochimaru, who had been about to speak, fell silent. Oh, it's merely a matter of weeding a few dozen acres. I suggest you finish by 3 o'clock this afternoon. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ungracious. My time is quite precious, Tianqi added. Upon hearing Tianqi's words, the trio promptly expressed their grievances about him, then hastened their weeding efforts. They had already wasted half the day before accepting the task, and now they were expected to complete a full day's work in just a few hours without even having lunch. Wasn't this truly a predicament? Thus, amidst their heartfelt exclamations, they finally completed the weeding task by 3 o'clock, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Chapter 27. Climbing trees and wading through water. Tianqi, who had been napping on the stone, finally stirred. Oh, you finished already? Quite impressive, he remarked, noticing the trio slumped on the ground. They ignored him, continuing to rest, thinking to themselves that their fatigue was entirely due to his indolence. Observing their lack of response, Tianqi continued, since the task is complete, let us submit it, and then you can unwind. Upon hearing the prospect of relaxation, they immediately jumped to their feet, rushing towards the mission hall to submit their task. At the entrance of the mission hall, Tianqi counted a few bills, pleased to find that a nap had garnered him some money, even if the amount was modest. Jiraiya and the others shot him disdainful glances, feeling that all the labor had been theirs while he merely dozed. Come, let me take you to the back mountain to relax, he said, leading them to a stream at the foothills. The trio gazed around with curiosity, and Tsunade, breaking the silence, asked, how do we relax here, Tianqi? Oh, you're unaware? Today, I shall take you tree climbing, Tianqi began, but before he could finish, Orochimaru effortlessly scaled a tree using just his feet. Is this how it's done? He called down from above, caught off guard by Orochimaru's ease. Tianqi felt somewhat embarrassed. This is too easy, he thought, as Tsunade also managed to scale the tree with surprising grace. Tianqi's forehead was beaded with awkward sweat as he thought to himself, I haven't even stated the rules yet, and you all have completed it. Are you here solely to slap my face? His embarrassment dissipated only upon seeing Jiraiya, who was attempting to climb the tree using both feet, only to tumble down immediately. What on earth is happening? How can you fall right after getting up there? Jiraiya inquired, puzzled, directing his question at Tsunade and Orochimaru. Idiot Jiraiya. Do you not even comprehend the basics of climbing a tree using chakra? Tsunade looked at him with disdain. How do you use chakra? Jiraiya shouted in confusion. All right, Jiraiya. Practice here for a while. I will take these two to the river, Tianqi stated before leading them to the riverside. Do you know why I brought you two here? Tianqi asked. It should be to practice walking on water, Orochimaru replied. Correct, we are going to practice walking on water. Immediately after Tianqi finished speaking, Orochimaru calmly stood on the water's surface. Well, are you here to embarrass me? Tianqi thought to himself. Orochimaru, you did remarkably well. You have a natural talent for this. He commented, suppressing the urge to scold him. Some individuals require encouragement and recognition to excel, and Tianqi shared this belief. Tsunade, it's your turn. Give it a try. He said, recognizing her potential as a future renowned medical ninja, knowing her chakra control would undoubtedly be exceptional. Indeed, Tsunade stepped onto the water's surface and, although it wobbled slightly, she quickly steadied herself and began to walk across the water. How marvelous. This is my first time standing on water. It's simply delightful, she exclaimed, frolicking like a child. All right, since you both have mastered it, wait on the shore for me. I will go and teach Jiraiya. Tianqi declared before making his way back to Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya was still struggling, climbing a bit, then crashing down repeatedly. Observing Jiraiya's continued attempts, Tianqi called out to him. Jiraiya, stop for a moment and come here. Brother Tianqi, do I truly lack the ability compared to Orochimaru and the others? I can't even manage to climb a tree, Jiraiya lamented, his face filled with despair. How could you think that way? Everyone possesses their own strengths. You cannot compare your weaknesses to other strengths. Climbing a tree is quite simple. You simply do not understand the principle. Once I explain it to you, I believe you will accomplish it with ease, Tianqi encouraged, beginning to elucidate the concept. Climbing a tree is actually quite straightforward. You merely need to concentrate your chakra in your feet, allowing you to adhere firmly to the surface. Do you understand? As he spoke, Tianqi demonstrated it before Jiraiya. Let me give it a try, Jiraiya said, employing Tianqi's method as he slowly approached the tree, utilizing chakra to ascend step by step. Ha! Brother Tianqi, I did it. I succeeded. Jiraiya exclaimed joyfully from the top of the tree. Tianqi gazed at Jiraiya, who had reached the pinnacle of achievement in a single attempt, and could not help but commend him. Truly, he is a future hero. Having listened to my explanation once, he has mastered the technique that took others, like the second pillar, a considerable amount of time to grasp. This clearly demonstrates Jiraiya's exceptional talent. Well done, Jiraiya. I always knew you could achieve this, Tianqi generously praised. All credit goes to you, big brother Tianqi, Jiraiya replied, feeling a bit bashful at the compliment. Do not be modest. Your success is entirely your own doing. I have not assisted you in any significant way, Tianqi remarked, leading Jiraiya to the riverbank. Next, Jiraiya was to learn to walk on water. As usual, I will first explain the principles to you, and then you shall try to replicate my method. Jiraiya was indeed curious about how one could walk on water. He learned that walking on water differs from climbing trees. For the latter, one merely needs to concentrate chakra at the necessary points and maintain a certain amount, as trees remain stationary and can be adhered to. Walking on water, however, requires a continuous release of an adequate amount of chakra beneath one's feet to remain afloat. The challenge lies in sustaining the correct amount of chakra, which necessitates training to release and control chakra in accordance with one's physical needs. Allow me to demonstrate, Tianqi said, stepping onto the water's surface. Now, gather chakra beneath your feet and release a quantity proportional to your weight. Jiraiya, give it a try. I believe my explanation is sufficiently clear for you to succeed, Tianqi encouraged. Jiraiya attempted for the first time, managing to balance on the water with one foot. But when he tried to place the second foot down, he fell into the water. Tianqi ceased guiding him. He had provided all the necessary information, and now it was up to Jiraiya to comprehend it. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, Jiraiya finally mastered the technique of walking on water. Tianqi then led him to the clearing where Orochimaru and the others were located. Jiraiya, how did you end up looking like a drenched chicken? Tsunade laughed upon seeing Jiraiya soaking wet. What of it, you flat-chested woman? I enjoy swimming. It is my choice. Jiraiya retorted, unperturbed by her teasing. Jiraiya, it seems you are long overdue for a beating, Tsunade threatened, clapping her hands together. Big brother Tianqi, save me, Jiraiya exclaimed, hiding behind Tianqi. Knowing he could not withstand Tsunade's strength, and even if he could, he would not strike a woman. All right, enough of the antics. We have matters to attend to. Tianqi interjected, halting the playful scuffle. Upon hearing that there were tasks at hand, the two ceased their banter and turned their attention to Tianqi. It is nearly 5 o'clock. Let us run 30 laps around Konoha today. Given your stamina, you should be able to complete it. If you finish before 9, I will treat you to barbecue tonight. Tianqi declared, employing a method reminiscent of the trials he had endured under Sarutobi's tutelage. Ah, big brother Tianqi, you've been exhausted all day. And now you want us to run 30 laps? This will surely wear us out. Jiraiya pleaded. Indeed, big brother Tianqi, 30 laps seems excessive, Tsunade chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Only Orochimaru, upon hearing about the 30 laps, immediately set off. If anyone is unwilling to run, I will not force you. Come here. And let me give you an hour of punishment instead. My hands have been itching for a fight, Tianqi threatened, raising his fist ominously. Seeing Tianqi's raised fist, Jiraiya and Tsunade dashed away towards Orochimaru. How dare you negotiate with me? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Tianqi chuckled as he observed their hasty retreat. Subsequently, he made his way to the entrance of Konoha, where he began to boast to the guards. While he was engrossed in his bravado, a figure approached the gate, evidently returning from a mission. As the figure drew closer, Tianqi recognized it was Danzo and promptly turned to leave, but Danzo began reprimanding the guards. During daylight hours? You must remain vigilant at your posts and cease your idle chatter. Do not converse with anyone indiscriminately. If you leak Konoha's secrets and something goes awry, you will bear the consequences. Danzo chastised the guards, his gaze fixated on Tianqi. Mind your words. I am a citizen of Konoha, not an outsider. If you truly seek a fight, I would not mind delivering a lesson right now, Tianqi retorted without hesitation. I do not believe you would dare commit violence so brazenly within Konoha. Try to lay a finger on me. I am eager to see just how formidable you, Uchiha Tianqi, truly are, Danzo scoffed derisively. Huh. Tianqi scoffed back with disdain before delivering a resounding slap to Danzo's face. With a loud crack, Danzo was sent sprawling, while the two guards stood in astonishment, silently applauding Tianqi for taking a stand against Danzo's arrogance. Uchiha Tianqi, mark my words, this matter is far from over. I shall report this to Sarutobi and ensure you face the consequences. Danzo seethed, clutching his swollen face in fury. Let your barking continue. I have no qualms about striking you. If you dare to challenge me, feel free to report me to the Hokage. I have not hindered you in any way. Have I? Tianqi remarked, turning to the guards. The guards remained silent, well aware of the potential repercussions of intervening in the affairs of such high-ranking individuals. Fine. Uchiha Tianqi. You shall pay for this, Danzo growled before departing, nursing his injured pride. Once Danzo had left, the guards approached Tianqi. You are quite bold to have struck Danzo. Is that so? I will continue to demean him every time I see him. If he dares to take issue with me, I will not hesitate to confront him. Tianqi replied with a dismissive smirk. You are brave, but Danzo is notoriously vindictive. Do exercise caution, one of the guards warned kindly. Fear not. I would not be intimidated even if there were 10 more like him. Just as Tianqi finished his statement, a messenger approached. Tianqi, the Hokage is requesting your presence immediately at the Hokage building, the messenger announced before departing. See, I told you Danzo is vindictive. You've landed yourself in trouble now. One guard patted Tianqi on the shoulder before returning to his post. Tianqi made his way to the Hokage building, grumbling all the while. That coward Danzo is truly pathetic. Did I not merely give him a slap? Is it really necessary to report me to the Hokage? Before long, Tianqi arrived at the foot of the Hokage tower, where he observed a visibly irate Danzo emerging, clearly having not achieved the outcome he desired. Tianqi extended his middle finger towards Danzo, declaring that he would disdain him every time they met, and he meant what he said. Danzo, perceiving Tianqi's gesture as an international sign of camaraderie, merely snorted and departed. Coward. As Danzo walked away, Tianqi's contempt only deepened. He then proceeded directly to Sarutobi's office, where he observed several chairs and tea sets that had been shattered. Hey, brother Sarutobi, did you summon me for something? Tianqi inquired with a cheeky grin. What business do you have to question? You are well aware of your own actions. There is no need for me to elaborate, Sarutobi replied with an exasperated glance. I did not anticipate that Danzo would be so cowardly. It was merely a slap. Yet he reported it to you, Tianqi said, maintaining his playful demeanor. Sarutobi sighed, gazing at Tianqi's playful visage. I will suppress this incident for you, but in the future, if you encounter Danzo, do your utmost to refrain from physical altercations. Soon, he will become an elder of Konoha. It is wise to extend him some measure of respect. Upon hearing that Danzo was to become an elder, Tianqi replied, Brother Sarutobi, I understand your point. However, please do not summon me to elder meetings. I fear that if I see Danzo, I might be tempted to strike him again. Sarutobi nodded reluctantly, realizing he was powerless to change the dynamic between Danzo and Tianqi. By the way, Tianqi, how are your young disciples faring? Sarutobi inquired, recalling his students. They are doing well. I have them training and running at the entrance. Tianqi replied nonchalantly. And Jiraiya? What are your thoughts on him? Sarutobi asked, shaking his head as he thought of Jiraiya. He was curious about Tianqi's perspective. Though he appears foolish, I hold him in high regard. His future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of Orochimaru and Tsunade. He merely lacks a guiding hand. You need only to provide him with careful mentorship. Tianqi praised Jiraiya without reservation before Sarutobi. Hearing this, Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared he might have misjudged Jiraiya. I have some free time in the next few days. I will spend it teaching them. And you should take a break as well. Let us invite the kids for dinner tonight, Sarutobi suggested, a smile gracing his face at the thought of his disciples, whom he had not seen in several days. That sounds splendid. I promise to treat them to barbecue. Let's meet at the barbecue restaurant around 9 tonight, Tianqi said before departing. Sarutobi smiled at Tianqi's promise to treat the young ones to barbecue, sensing that Tianqi genuinely cared for them. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this meant he would ultimately be footing the bill. Oh well, he thought, I intended to treat them anyway, so I might as well pay. Meanwhile, Tianqi had arrived at the outskirts of the village, observing three individuals drenched in sweat as they ran, while they also called out to him. Tianqi's lips curled into a smile, reminiscent of the times he was tormented by Sarutobi. Back then, as he ran, he would express his disdain for Sarutobi's entire family. Little did he expect that the tables would turn, and he would now find himself on the receiving end of such remarks. How amusing, indeed. Chapter 29. The end of the circuit. Orochimaru maintained a commanding lead, leaving Tsunade and Jiraiya far behind. Jiraiya and Tsunade kept a steady distance, with Jiraiya in front and Tsunade trailing behind. Suddenly, Tsunade inadvertently stumbled upon a small stone and was on the verge of falling when Tianqi swiftly employed the body flicker technique to catch her. Are you all right? Tianqi inquired softly. I'm fine, really, Tsunade replied, her cheeks flushing at his supportive gesture. I believe this distance should pose no challenge for you. Keep going, Tianqi encouraged. With a blush, Tsunade sprinted ahead to run alongside Jiraiya, and Tianqi joined them. Oh, brother Tianqi, are you joining us for a run? Jiraiya asked, noticing Tianqi's presence. Watching you both run inspired me to join in as a warm-up. Besides, I could use an appetite for dinner later, especially given that Sarutobi is treating us. Tianqi replied with a mischievous grin, eager to impart a lesson to Sarutobi once again after all these years. Jiraiya, puzzled, thought, wasn't he the one treating? And what was this about needing to eat more? Strange indeed. Since you both seem exhausted, let me share an amusing story to lighten the mood, Tianqi suggested, recalling Sarutobi. The two fell silent, their attention fixed on him. You see, Sarutobi-sensei is actually a sort of mentor to me. I was the first member of his inaugural team, and he orchestrated all my training, Tianqi reminisced, his thoughts drifting back to those years spent training and completing missions with Sarutobi. Well, I had no idea you were a member of Sarutobi-sensei's team, but why only half a mentor? Tsunade inquired, puzzled, while Jiraiya regarded Tianqi with interest. Ah, that would require an explanation from your great-grandfather, Tobirama Senju, Tianqi replied, shaking his head at the thought of the second Hokage. What's this about my great-grandfather? Tsunade's curiosity was piqued. Jiraiya perked up at the mention of the second Hokage. Your great-grandfather has never been fond of me due to my Uchiha lineage. Although he assigned me a jonin to lead, he forbade any jonin from taking me as a disciple. Thus, Sarutobi can only be considered a half-mentor. Tianqi explained with a dismissive wave of his hand. Indeed, my great-grandfather was not particularly fond of the Uchiha, Tsunade concurred with a nod. So, brother Tianqi, how did you become so strong? Jiraiya eagerly asked, hoping to glean some wisdom that might elevate his own standing. Well, it's a blend of luck and hard work. I suppose. Everyone has their own opportunities. When they arise, if you put in the effort, you can soar to great heights, Tianqi responded, reflecting on how he had relied on the system and his dedication to complete tasks to achieve his current success, though luck had proven to be more pivotal than effort. Oh, so it's a combination of luck and effort? Jiraiya's expression fell, realizing it might not be a strategy he could replicate. Don't be disheartened, Jiraiya. I firmly believe your own opportunity is just around the corner. When that time comes, you'll surely ascend to greatness, Tianqi assured him. His words were not mere platitudes but rooted in truth. For he knew from the original narrative that Jiraiya would soon venture to Mount Myaboku to learn sage techniques and achieve his own remarkable growth. Thank you, brother Tianqi. Jiraiya replied, though his skepticism about Tianqi's encouragement was evident. I have great confidence in your future, Jiraiya. I believe you will become a pillar of Konoha. And you as well, Tsunade, Tianqi added, eliciting a bashful smile from Tsunade at the compliment. Now, let us pursue Orochimaru. With that, the two felt an unexpected surge of energy and quickened their pace towards Orochimaru, catching up to him in merely 5 minutes. Oh, how did you catch up? Orochimaru asked. His curiosity piqued as he ran alongside them. Not just them. I have joined as well, Tianqi said, appearing before Orochimaru. Captain Tianqi, you are running too? Orochimaru remarked, surprised, as he had expected Tianqi to be resting in some corner. As they exchanged glances, all three regarded Tianqi with bemusement. Please, refrain from looking at me with such peculiar expressions. Your teacher, Sarutobi, trained me in this manner. If you seek someone to blame, direct it towards Sarutobi, he devised this approach. Tianqi jestingly shifted the blame. Captain Tianqi, are you also a disciple of Sarutobi-sensei? Orochimaru quickly grasped the situation. Not quite. I was merely a past member of his team. Just call me brother Tianqi, he replied. All right, you lovely folks, let us dash towards the finish line. A feast awaits us. With that, Tianqi surged ahead. Though unsure of what lovely folks meant, the other two followed suit, inspired by Tianqi's enthusiasm. At last, they completed 30 laps by 9:20 p.m. Panting heavily at the finish line, Tianqi glanced at the time and addressed the group. You have failed to complete the task within the allotted time, thus, the barbecue is no more. Upon hearing that the barbecue was gone, the three of them displayed expressions of profound disappointment, especially Jiraiya, who had relied on indulging in food to persist. However, today, since it was their teacher Sarutobi's treat, the barbecue would continue. Observing the despondent faces of the trio, Tianqi executed a complete reversal of mood. Hooray! Jiraiya exclaimed, leaping for joy, while Tsunade and Orochimaru also revealed smiles. We must keep Sarutobi waiting. Let us head to the barbecue restaurant. As soon as Tianqi finished speaking, the three transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from sight. Watching the trio's swift departure, Tianqi shook his head and promptly utilized the body flicker technique to arrive at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. After a brief wait, the three rushed to the barbecue shop. Upon arriving at the door, they found Tianqi smiling at them. "Oh, you all are quite speedy. I thought I would have to wait a bit longer," Tianqi teased them. "How did you get here so quickly? Weren't you behind us?" Tsunade and Jiraiya exclaimed. Orochimaru, however, was unfazed, remarking, "Given my strength, it's only natural for me to arrive before you. What else with all the chatter? Sarutobi is waiting inside. Let us go in," Tianqi urged, and they hurriedly entered the restaurant, with Tianqi following closely behind. Upon entering, they spotted Sarutobi seated at the table, with the barbecue already sizzling. The group rushed towards him, with Orochimaru and Jiraiya sitting together, while Tianqi and Tsunade took a seat opposite Sarutobi, who occupied the principal position. "Tianqi, why do you look like them?" Sarutobi teased as he observed their flustered seating arrangements. "It's a rare occasion for you to treat us. I must be enthusiastic." Tianqi nonchalantly replied, "Let us eat. Enough talk," Jiraiya declared, seizing a piece of barbecue and beginning to feast. Tianqi and his companions began to indulge themselves, leaving Sarutobi in a state of astonishment as he observed them. In less than 2 minutes, the meat on the table had vanished. The owner, seeing their appetite, offered 20 more portions, which Jiraiya promptly claimed. Yet, 20 portions seemed insufficient, and Tianqi boldly requested 50. Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged incredulous glances, contemplating the sheer volume of food Tianqi intended to consume. Jiraiya's order of 20 was reasonable, but the thought of Tianqi devouring 50 portions seemed unfathomable. Clearly, they had underestimated Tianqi's capacity for consumption. When 70 portions arrived, they were swiftly annihilated. The owner continued to serve, and Tianqi, his mouth still full, urged him for more. The others watched in disbelief as Jiraiya had nearly finished his meal. Sarutobi, covering his face, lamented, "I forgot about this fellow's appetite. Our wallets are likely to be emptied again." Sarutobi then turned to his two disciples, asking how their day with Tianqi had been. "Well, it was all right. Just a bit exhausting," Tsunade replied, recounting the day's events, while Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "Do not blame Tianqi, he has always been this way. I am quite reassured that he can teach you," Sarutobi chuckled in response to Tsunade's words. Tianqi, who had never attended school, was the most talented individual Sarutobi had ever encountered, even surpassing the second Hokage in his estimation. He reflected on his initial choices with relief, realizing that had he pushed Tianqi away, Konoha might have faced a formidable adversary. Upon hearing that Tianqi had never been to school, and that even the second Hokage paled in comparison, Tsunade's curiosity piqued. "What is the story, Sarutobi-sensei? Please enlighten us," she urged. Orochimaru, also intrigued, echoed her sentiments. Jiraiya, always eager for tales of the Hokage, pressed, "Come on, tell us more about him." Noticing their interest, Sarutobi recalled how the village had treated Tianqi during his childhood and replied, "There's little to say. You only need to know that Tianqi is exceptionally strong." He hesitated, fearing that discussing the past might remind Tianqi of the village's injustices. However, Tianqi was oblivious to their conversation, wholly focused on consuming the food before him. An hour passed, and Tianqi finally felt satiated, picking his teeth with a toothpick at the entrance while Sarutobi settled the bill with the owner. "I didn't bring enough money today. Can I settle up later?" Sarutobi apologized, astonished that not only had he emptied his wallet, but it was insufficient to cover the bill. The owner, recognizing the new Hokage, initially considered offering a complimentary meal. However, upon seeing the staggering total, he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that it equated to nearly a month's worth of income. "Thank you. I'll send someone over later," Sarutobi said as he exited. The owner, smiling, bade him farewell. At the door, Tianqi remarked, "Why are you taking so long to settle the bill, Sarutobi-sensei? Aren't you getting old?" Jiraiya chimed in, "Indeed, you're moving rather slowly, old man." Sarutobi ignored their jests, placing his empty wallet back in his pocket and departing without a backward glance. "Is something bothering Sarutobi-sensei today?" Tsunade pondered, observing his unusual demeanor. He's likely fretting over his expenses. "It's quite stingy of him, considering he's the Hokage," Tianqi commented candidly, unaware that Sarutobi would be dismayed to hear such remarks. "It's not that he is stingy, you simply have an extraordinary appetite," Jiraiya retorted. "All right. Let us meet tomorrow at 8 o'clock at the mission hall to receive our tasks. Now, off you go," Tianqi declared before vanishing before their eyes. The three then returned to their respective homes. Tsunade, intrigued by Tianqi and noting Sarutobi's incomplete explanation, resolved to inquire with her grandmother, who was none other than Mito Uzumaki, the wife of Hashirama Senju and the current host of the Nine Tails. Soon, Tsunade arrived at Mito's residence and found her grandmother seated alone in the room. "Hello, little Tsunade. Come, sit down," Mito greeted warmly, always cherishing her granddaughter. "Grandma, there is no need for that. I merely wish to ask about someone," Tsunade interjected, halting Mito's efforts to prepare food, as she had just feasted on barbecue. "Oh? Whose matter do you wish to discuss?" "I know all about the people of Konoha," Mito assured her, ready to provide information. Grandma, do you know anything about Uchiha Tianqi's past? Tsunade inquired. Mito paused, taken aback by the question. Why do you wish to know about him? Oh, I'm just curious. Please, do you know anything? Tsunade pressed, noticing Mito's sudden change in expression at the mention of Tianqi. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. Mito began, and Tsunade leaned in, resting her chin on her hands, eager to listen. Mito spoke of Tianqi's father, Uchiha Madara, and how he had married late, only having a son after Tsunade's parents had grown up. The story unfolded, detailing Tianqi's birth and the village's treatment of him. Tsunade felt a surge of indignation upon learning of the hardships Tianqi had endured. I cannot believe such a powerful Tianqi has faced such adversity. It is unforgivable what my grandfather has done, she exclaimed. Now, Tsunade. Your grandfather acted with the village's best interests at heart. He did eventually let Tianqi go, Mito countered, defending her late husband. Though he made mistakes, he changed as time went on. You mustn't speak ill of him now that he has only just passed. Understood, Grandma. I shall take my leave now, Tsunade replied, heading towards her home, which was adjacent to Mito's. Her parents, descendants of Hashirama, had passed away long ago, leaving her with a younger brother. Take care, little one. Come visit again soon, Mito called after her as Tsunade waved goodbye. Back at home, Tsunade pondered the revelations about Tianqi, reflecting on his solitary journey without parents and the village's rejection. Chapter 31. C-rank mission. The following morning, after washing his face, Tianqi arrived early at the mission hall, eager to accept the task before waiting for Jiraiya and the others. Welcome, Lord Tianqi. What kind of mission would you like to undertake today? Perhaps a D-rank mission? The ninja assigned to the task refrained from taking matters into his own hands this time, instead opting to consult Tianqi. I would like a C-rank mission today. One that offers a generous reward while appearing relatively simple, he expressed. Tianqi sought a task akin to those undertaken by Naruto and his companions from the Land of Waves, believing that only a mission involving ninja combat could truly be deemed a mission. Well, let me see what I can find, he added. Upon hearing Tianqi's request, the task-giving ninja was taken aback. Such straightforward and lucrative missions were indeed in high demand, and their availability was uncertain. Nevertheless, he began his search for Tianqi's desired task. After approximately 10 minutes, the task-giving ninja finally located a suitable option. Here you are, esteemed Tianqi. This is a C-rank mission that is both simple and well compensated. It involves escorting a party, although the journey is somewhat lengthy. Tianqi received the task list and glanced at it, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the kind of mission he desired. The task indicated that it was assigned by Tangha, and all he needed to do was escort this individual, Tangha, to the country of Soup. The reward for the mission was quite generous. Although the country of Soup was modest in size and lacked ninjas, it still had its share of warriors. The fact that they had traveled a great distance to Konoha to post this mission certainly hinted at underlying motives. Very well. We shall accept this mission, Tianqi declared without hesitation, eager for such an undertaking. All right, my lord Tianqi, I shall notify the mission issuer to come and meet you. He instructed the ninja responsible for the task. Before long, the person who had posted the mission arrived, not an elderly man, but rather a middle-aged gentleman in his 30s. Tangha. This is the leader of your task force. They are a team of 4, and your C-rank mission will be in very capable hands, he introduced. Can you manage it? Tangha questioned skeptically, eyeing the youthful Tianqi. The ninja assigned to the mission was about to speak, but Tianqi swiftly interjected. You need not worry. I have participated in wars and faced dozens of elite ninjas without fear, he whispered reassuringly into Tangha's ear. Indeed, my lord Tianqi possesses extraordinary strength. Were it not for the need to accompany a team, he would not even consider such a task, the assigned ninja boasted, further alleviating Tangha's concerns. Then when shall we depart? Tangha inquired eagerly, his urgency to return to the country of Soup palpable. There's no rush. I'm merely waiting for 3 lower-ranking ninjas. If you are truly anxious, you may wait for me at the Konoha gate. I will set off as soon as I have gathered my team, Tianqi noted, recognizing Tangha's impatience. Very well, I shall head to the gate and await your arrival. Please make haste, Tangha replied, mindful of not appearing overly eager on unfamiliar turf. With that, he exited. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve, Tianqi mused quietly as he observed Tangha's departure. He then proceeded to the entrance of the mission hall to await the arrival of his 3 companions. Arriving early, he noted the time. It was only 7:30 a.m. With half an hour still to spare, perhaps a brief rest would be in order. Tianqi sat on the ground, leaning against a pillar, and gradually dozed off. In the hidden leaf village, he felt relatively at ease. Outside, he would never dare to sleep so soundly, for fear that he might never awaken. Thus, the ninjas arriving for their missions noticed a figure sleeping at the entrance, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. How could someone fall asleep right at the door? This guy is impressive, managing to sleep at the mission hall entrance. Hush. Don't you realize this is Uchiha Tianqi? Who would dare disturb such a formidable person? Indeed. This is the Uchiha Tianqi who has taken down hundreds of cloud ninjas. Let us keep our distance and not disturb his slumber. Jiraiya and his companions arrived at the mission hall entrance. Aren't we supposed to gather here today? Where's Tianqi? Did someone miss the meeting? Jiraiya remarked, scanning the area for Tianqi's presence. Stop your nonsense. Tianqi never oversleeps. If he hasn't arrived on time, it surely means he has something going on, Tsunade interjected, delivering a light punch to Jiraiya's head. She had learned all about Tianqi the previous night and trusted that he was not the type to sleep in. Ouch. You brute of a woman, Jiraiya muttered while cradling his head. Why are there so many people gathered here? He noticed the crowd and joined them. Look. Isn't that Tianqi? Why is he sleeping here? Tsunade, Orochimaru, come quickly. Tianqi is over there, Jiraiya exclaimed, pointing towards Tianqi. As they approached, Tsunade remarked. It truly is Tianqi. Not only is he sleeping, but he has drooling as well. She slapped her forehead in disbelief, exclaiming, what a sight. Just moments ago. I said he wouldn't oversleep, and here he is, napping in the mission hall for all to see. How quickly the tables have turned. With so many eyes upon him, he should at least wake up. How embarrassing, Tsunade declared, raising her fist and striking Tianqi's face. Who dares attack me? Show yourself if you wish to be struck. Tianqi awoke, clutching his bruised face and shouting at the crowd. Seeing his furious expression, the crowd instinctively took a step back, including Jiraiya and Orochimaru. It was me. Tsunade boldly stepped forward. You dare strike me? Wait, it's you, Tsunade. Why did you hit me? Tianqi began to scold her, but quickly lost his temper upon realizing who had struck him. Tianqi, you are a legendary figure. Do you not feel ashamed sleeping here and drooling? Yesterday, I admired you and pondered over your achievements, only to find you in this state today. Tsunade expressed her frustration, her earlier admiration swiftly evaporating. Well, you see, I came early to take on a mission, and when I saw you weren't here, I just dozed off for a bit. It's not disgraceful for a ninja to sleep while on a mission, Tianqi replied, attempting to justify his actions. Even so, you could have found a chair in the mission hall to sleep in. Is it necessary to humiliate yourself like this? Tsunade countered. All right, Tsunade. Let us not make a scene. It's quite embarrassing with so many watching. I've already accepted the mission. Let us gather at the village gate, Tianqi declared, hastily exiting. Though he was thick-skinned, being scolded by a woman while surrounded by onlookers was still somewhat mortifying. Seeing Tianqi flee, Tsunade felt an inexplicable emotion rise within her. What are you all staring at? If you keep looking, I might just have to have you all beaten, Tsunade threatened, glaring at the crowd. Recognizing Tsunade, the princess of the land of fire, the crowd dispersed in haste, leaving only Jiraiya and Orochimaru behind. Being seen like this is a bit embarrassing, Tsunade mused. Reflecting on the scene, let us head to the gate, she instructed her companions. Jiraiya and Orochimaru nodded vigorously, exchanging glances. It was best to avoid provoking someone as fierce as Tsunade, especially after she had just struck Tianqi and intimidated the gathered ninjas. With that, the trio made their way towards the village gate. Chapter 32, Departure to the Land of Soup as Tianqi arrived at the entrance. He utilized medical ninjutsu to treat his swollen face. Goodness, Tsunade must have consumed explosives today. Her ferocity was quite alarming. Recalling Tsunade's furious expression, Tianqi shook his head. Lord Ninja, may we depart? Tika inquired upon seeing Tianqi approach. We shall set off shortly. They should be arriving soon. Tianqi replied just as Jiraiya and his companions arrived. Tianqi, why are you rushing? At least wait for us, Jiraiya exclaimed, panting heavily, aware of Jiraiya's breathlessness. Tianqi wisely chose not to respond and instead turned to introduce Tika. This is our employer, Tika. Our mission is to safely escort him back to the Land of Soup. Tika gazed at the trio before him, his face filled with skepticism. Can these young ninjas truly handle this? Young? For a task such as this, I, Lord Jiraiya, could accomplish it single-handedly. You underestimate us. Jiraiya retorted loudly upon hearing Tika's disdain. Indeed, do not underestimate the power of ninjas, Tsunade and Orochimaru chimed in. Despite their youth, their abilities are more than sufficient to protect you. Noticing Tika's lack of faith in the trio, Tianqi reminded him, our mission is to protect you, nothing more. I hope so, Tika conceded, choosing not to press the matter further. All right, let us embark. Our destination is the Land of Soup, Tianqi declared, issuing the order to set off. Thus, the group commenced their journey with great enthusiasm. Given their collective speed as ninjas, they could have reached their destination within 7 days. But with Tika, an ordinary person, they were forced to proceed at a more measured pace. Unexpectedly, the leisurely stroll, coupled with the opportunity to admire the scenery, brought forth a unique enjoyment that Tianqi had never experienced before, as he usually rushed through tasks to return to the village. Jiraiya and his companions curiously surveyed their surroundings. For they had never ventured far, their excursions were limited to the vicinity of Konoha. They were filled with boundless fantasies and expectations about the world beyond. Tianqi, you travel often. Do you know what the outside world is like? Jiraiya asked Tianqi. What else could it be? Just mountains, rivers, and ninjas, Tianqi replied. Displaying little curiosity about the world beyond, he preferred to remain in Konoha. Tianqi, you're being rather dismissive. Aren't there any delightful places or delicious foods out there? After all these travels, you must know something, Tsunade remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Tianqi. No matter how enjoyable it may be outside, nothing compares to Konoha, after all. It is our home, Tianqi asserted solemnly, prompting the trio to reflect deeply. Yes, Konoha truly was home. Just as they were lost in thought, Tianqi made a surprising turn. However, the delights outside are indeed not as good as those in Konoha. Konoha boasts an abundance of delicious food and entertainment. The young ladies of Konoha are not only beautiful but also charming in conversation. How could the outside compare? Tianqi said, a lewd expression adorning his face. Isn't that right? Jiraiya? He asked, looking at Jiraiya. Indeed. Smack. Truly, it is a pleasure to find a kindred spirit, the two exclaimed, clapping hands in agreement. Well? Tianqi had come of age and begun to develop an attraction to women. Tianqi, could you refrain from being so lewd like Jiraiya? Can't you learn from Orochimaru? Sannin shot a disapproving look at both Tianqi and Jiraiya. Tianqi cast a glance at Orochimaru, shivers coursing through his body. Emulating Lady Snake? Perhaps it would be best to refrain, for if women cannot experience it, what joy remains in life? Sannin, I speak the truth, if you doubt me. Simply inquire of Tenga. Rather than delve deeper into the matter of women, Tianqi urged Sannin to pose the question to Tenga. Konoha truly is the finest place I have ever encountered, where every face radiates a smile of happiness, devoid of war. Outside, the world pales in comparison. Tenga stepped forward. Lamenting, alas, my homeland cannot rival Konoha. He left this thought unspoken. See? I was right. Tenga himself has said so. To be born in Konoha is indeed a stroke of fortune, Tianqi declared with pride. Sannin, however, chose to ignore him and turned to Tenga. Uncle Tenga. Is life truly so harsh outside? Upon hearing Sannin's inquiry, Tenga pondered for a moment before responding. It is not merely poor, it is exceedingly dire. In places sheltered by great ninja villages, conditions are bearable, but elsewhere, conflict rages incessantly. Wandering ninjas abound, and ordinary folk struggle to secure even the basics of sustenance. One might step outside and find themselves at the mercy of a rogue ninja, losing their life in an instant. As he spoke, Tenga's expression grew somber. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, upon hearing Tenga's words, fell into contemplation. The harsh realities of life beyond Konoha were difficult for them to fathom. Sannin, too, felt a profound sense of reflection. I shall become a formidable ninja in the future, bringing peace to the ninja world, ensuring tranquility touches every corner of it, Jiraiya proclaimed with confidence. Count me in. Orochimaru unexpectedly concurred with Jiraiya's sentiment, his heart still filled with righteousness at this moment, untainted by darkness. I believe there will come a day when all people will understand one another, Jiraiya expressed a timeless thought. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Tianqi was momentarily taken aback. But soon doused their enthusiasm with a dose of realism. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict, and where there is conflict, war will inevitably follow. Mutual understanding is but a distant dream. Our only recourse is to exert our utmost efforts to prevent strife and warfare. Tianqi, brother, I have just shared a profound insight. Must you always dampen my spirit? Jiraiya complained, visibly disheartened. Not dampening, merely stating the truth, Tianqi replied, just as he sensed the chakra of two lower-ranking ninjas ahead. Are they lying in ambush? At last, they come, he continued, maintaining a facade of casual conversation with Jiraiya, concealing any hint of vulnerability. Jiraiya, you will come to understand all of this in due time. In Sannin and Orochimaru, I advise you not to be overly naive. Wherever there is light, darkness lurks nearby. And some adversaries are invisible to the naked eye, Tianqi cautioned the three, hoping they would grasp his warning. Upon hearing Tianqi's sudden remarks and noticing his gaze drift towards the grass ahead, Sannin and Orochimaru immediately recognized the presence of enemies. Sannin silently began to shield Tenga, while Orochimaru prepared for an imminent attack. Only Jiraiya remained skeptical of Tianqi's words. Tianqi, brother, I disagree with your assessment. I firmly believe that peace will eventually reign in the ninja world, and understanding will flourish among people, Jiraiya earnestly stated. At that moment, two ninjas emerged from the grass, hurling shuriken at Tianqi. Struck by the projectiles, he collapsed to the ground. Jiraiya, witnessing the conversation he had been engaged in abruptly end, stood frozen in disbelief. Jiraiya, be careful, Orochimaru urgently warned as the two ninjas charged towards Jiraiya. This fool, Orochimaru muttered, and in an instant, his hands transformed into serpents, ensnaring the two assailants with ease. Chapter 33. The ninjas appear, it must be said. These two ninjas were indeed weak. They were subdued by Orochimaru in a single move. Ah, brother Tianqi has been slain, Jiraiya exclaimed in a panic, addressing Orochimaru and Tsunade. Bang! Fool, do you even comprehend what has transpired? Tsunade chastised Jiraiya, delivering a swift punch to his head. Huh? How has it turned into wood? Jiraiya exclaimed, clutching his head as he glanced at the spot where Tianqi had lain. Now only a piece of wood struck by shuriken remained. Fool, do you not understand the substitution technique? Orochimaru scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. Clap, clap, clap. Tianqi emerged from the nearby woods, clapping his hands in approval. Excellent, excellent. Orochimaru, Tsunade, you have performed admirably. In the future, you shall undoubtedly become exceptional ninjas. As for Jiraiya, if you can overcome this situation, you too can achieve greatness, he remarked to the trio. Impressive indeed. I didn't anticipate you all could capture two ninjas so swiftly, Tang exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Jiraiya, feeling slighted by Tang's dismissive tone and the gazes of the others, was inwardly vexed. How could I let myself be intimidated? He muttered angrily, delivering a punch to a nearby tree, drawing blood from his knuckles. Fool, it's not merely about being the first to strike. Brother Tianqi just reminded us. Both Orochimaru and I reacted accordingly, while you stood there like a simpleton, Tsunade chastised. Jiraiya pondered her words, recalling that Tianqi had indeed offered a warning, which he had failed to heed. Wait a moment. Shouldn't there be no ninjas involved in a C-rank mission? Orochimaru mused, realizing the inconsistency. Ninjas typically appear in B-rank missions. Tsunade concurred with a nod. Let's not rush. I will investigate further. For now, I have a task for you. Eliminate these two ninjas. Tang and I will gather more information while you handle the situation, Tianqi instructed, pulling Tang along as they departed. The group exchanged hesitant glances, uncertainty clouding their faces. Even Orochimaru showed signs of reluctance. Meanwhile, Tianqi turned to Tang with a smile. Now, tell me, what exactly is going on? What do you mean? Tang feigned ignorance. Still playing coy. If you continue this charade, I can easily abandon this mission and return to the village. The appearance of ninjas indicates this is no longer a C-rank task. Are you sure you wish to maintain this pretense? Tianqi said sternly. Well then, I suppose I should explain, Tang conceded after a moment of hesitation. In our country, we have samurai and thus places for forging weapons. We sell these weapons to various ninja villages and life has been decent. However, 2 years ago, a powerful ninja invaded our village, seizing our production facilities and threatening us to work for him. Our samurai were no match for him, and we could no longer endure it, deciding to resist. But our strength was insufficient. After much deliberation, we resolved to pool our resources to hire ninjas for assistance. Yet, those who had taken over our land learned of our plans and began pursuing me. I barely escaped to the vicinity of Konoha, where the pursuers ceased their chase. When I arrived in Konoha with the money we had gathered, I discovered it was only enough to post a C-rank mission. Faced with the threat, I had no choice but to post the mission, hoping to return to my country and find a solution. Tang pleaded, kneeling before Tianqi. Enough. A man should not kneel unless it is for gold. Get up. I have no issue proceeding. I will consult my teammates. If they agree, we shall continue with this mission. If they do not, I cannot gamble with their lives, Tianqi stated, although he desired to continue. He needed to consider the opinions of Jiraiya and the others. Thank you. Thank you so much. On behalf of the people of our country, I express my gratitude. Tang exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, believing that as long as the esteemed shinobi agreed, his companions would follow suit. As they spoke, Jiraiya and the others approached, their expressions grim. Tianqi, how is the situation? Tsunade asked, suppressing her nausea. I have gathered the necessary information. Are you all unharmed? Tianqi inquired. Rest assured. Such minor matters pose no threat to me, Jiraiya boasted, attempting to appear undeterred. Indeed, we can manage, Orochimaru added, though his pallor suggested otherwise. Is that so? With blood flowing and those defeated ninjas' vengeful gazes, you claim to be fine? Impressive, Tianqi teased, prompting the trio to remember the earlier scene, leading them to rush aside and vomit once more. Observing their retching, Tianqi reflected on the irony. Who would have thought that the once feared Orochimaru would become sickened by the prospect of taking a life, only to transform into a ruthless scientist in the future? Tianqi, you are incorrigible, Jiraiya remarked, wiping his mouth. I merely wish to ensure you are thorough in your expulsion of the contents. After this, you'll be fine, Tianqi replied, eliciting a sarcastic response from the trio. Now, let us address the matter at hand, Tianqi said, outlining Tang's predicament to his companions. Here's the situation. We may encounter an elite ninja and a group of lower-rank ninjas. The presence of mid-rank ninjas is uncertain. The task has escalated to an A rank. Whether we proceed is entirely up to you. I will not impose. The three exchanged glances, recognizing their collective hesitation. Tianqi, do you believe we should continue? Orochimaru asked, seeking Tianqi's perspective. I personally hope you will continue. However, if you choose to withdraw, that is acceptable. After all, retreating once or twice is not a disgrace, Tianqi teased. Looking playfully at Orochimaru. I will not back down. I intend to continue this mission, Jiraiya declared defiantly. Fool. He merely provoked you, and you took the bait. The others silently chastised Jiraiya. Tianqi, I believe this mission has exceeded our capabilities, and the enemy's strength is overwhelming. We should withdraw, Orochimaru asserted, voicing his concerns. Indeed. There is no need for bravado, Tsunade chimed in, attempting to persuade Tianqi. Are you all doubting my resolve? Jiraiya stared incredulously at his teammates, bewildered by their sudden timidity. Chapter 34, Decision on the Mission. Noticing Jiraiya's agitation, Tianqi interrupted Tang, who was about to speak. In normal circumstances, abandoning or retreating from such a mission would indeed be prudent. Orochimaru, Tsunade, your decisions are sound. However, this time you are with me. For me, this mission is exceedingly simple. While I protect you, I am confident in completing the task. I also hope you will choose to continue. This not only serves as valuable experience but will also enhance your combat abilities. What do you say? Tianqi, after finishing his words, turned to the two individuals, feeling that if they gave up after such a discussion, it would truly be a great disappointment. Orochimaru had been unwilling to continue the mission, yet upon hearing Tianqi's persuasion, he found himself grappling with inner turmoil. To wager his life seemed utterly unwise, although Tianqi was formidable, who could ensure his safety during battle. Very well. I consent to proceed, he finally declared. Tsunade, lacking such reservations, was ready to follow Tianqi's assurance. She recognized his prowess, having witnessed him vanquish hundreds of cloud shinobi single-handedly. Observing Orochimaru's indecision, Tianqi shook his head. It was a pity that Orochimaru had become so cautious. A lone ninja who falters in the face of adversity would achieve little. And if one lacked even a modicum of courage, it would be better to return home and sell sweet potatoes. Let us depart, he stated, leading Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Tianqi away, leaving Orochimaru in contemplative silence. After they had walked a short distance, Jiraiya asked, "Are we truly not waiting for Orochimaru?" Tsunade replied, "Indeed, Tianqi. Your words may discourage him." Tianqi added, "Lord Ninja, shall we not bring Orochimaru along?" As the three conversed animatedly, Tianqi smiled, confident that Orochimaru would ultimately make the right choice. His journey could not halt here. He gazed skyward, hoping for the best. Let us hope so. Tsunade and Jiraiya echoed simultaneously. After all, Orochimaru was their comrade, and it would be difficult for them to abandon him. Just then, they heard a voice call from behind. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, wait for me." "Ah, it's Orochimaru," Jiraiya remarked, turning to see him approaching. Orochimaru stepped forward, standing directly before Tianqi. "Captain Tianqi, I believe you are correct. A ninja should not retreat at the first sign of hardship. I wish to embark with you. I, Orochimaru, shall not linger here." Hearing this, a smile crept across Tianqi's face. "Welcome back to the team, Orochimaru," he said, patting Orochimaru on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha, we are united once more. The ninjas of the land of soup are nothing to fear when we join forces," Jiraiya exclaimed, putting an arm around Orochimaru. With a roll of his eyes at Jiraiya's exuberance, Orochimaru internally acknowledged Jiraiya's worth, despite his outward indifference. Jiraiya's assertion rang true. As long as they worked together, nothing could stand in their way. Tsunade refrained from countering Jiraiya this time, and the three exchanged smiles. Tianqi, observing their camaraderie, felt reassured that they had found the right companions. "Now that we are all here, let us discuss the ninjutsu we each possess. I am eager to learn what techniques you all have," Tianqi proposed. "I'll go first. I specialize in fire release techniques, specifically fire release, fireball jutsu," Tianqi exclaimed. And Jiraiya quickly raised his hand, eager to contribute. "I possess wind release and fire release techniques, along with my self-created shadow snake hands," Orochimaru proudly declared. His comprehensive abilities having reached the level of a chunin, a fact he took pride in. I have decent taijutsu skills and a bit of medical ninjutsu." Tsunade admitted shyly, acknowledging her limitations in ninjutsu, her taijutsu being her strong suit. After listening to the introductions from the three, Tianqi formed his own judgments. Indeed, Orochimaru is quite impressive. Not only does he master wind and fire release, but he has also created his own ninjutsu, truly a genius. Although Tsunade may not excel in ninjutsu, her formidable taijutsu and medical skills will undoubtedly make her a valuable asset in logistics. Tianqi directly expressed his approval to both of them. "Tianqi, I don't possess offensive ninjutsu. Don't you think I'm rather useless?" Tsunade inquired, her voice tinged with confusion upon hearing Tianqi's words. "Tsunade, how could you think that way? In my eyes, you are actually the most essential one. If you diligently study medical ninjutsu, I firmly believe you will become an excellent ninja," Tianqi reassured her, gently placing a hand on her head. "However, isn't offense more crucial on the battlefield?" Tsunade blushed slightly as Tianqi affectionately patted her head. "While offense is important, it varies from person to person. What suits oneself is paramount. I personally suggest you focus on taijutsu and medical skills. Forcing yourself to learn offensive ninjutsu will only hinder your progress." Tianqi was aware that in the original narrative, Tsunade was not well suited for offensive ninjutsu, but rather displayed remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu. "All right, I understand. I will prioritize that," Tsunade conceded, acknowledging the truth in Tianqi's words. Realizing that it was indeed wiser to concentrate on medical ninjutsu. "What about me? What about me? You haven't said anything regarding my abilities," Jiraiya interjected eagerly, noticing Tianqi had yet to assess him. "You?" Tianqi scrutinized Jiraiya from head to toe before finally uttering a single word. "Ordinary." "Jiraiya, you are exceedingly ordinary. I fail to discern any distinction between you and the average ninja. Your talents are mediocre, your ninjutsu is lackluster, and your appearance is unremarkable, a quintessential example of the mundane." Tianqi articulated, leaving Jiraiya utterly stunned. "Ordinary, ordinary. I am so pedestrian." "Tianqi, you must be mistaken. With my handsome visage, how could I possibly be just an ordinary person?" Jiraiya protested incredulously. Hearing Jiraiya's dejected yet comical response, both Tsunade and Orochimaru couldn't help but burst into laughter. "While you may be rather ordinary, you still serve well as a meat shield. For this mission, Orochimaru and Jiraiya will be responsible for confronting the enemy, while Tsunade will handle logistics. And I will provide support until we reach the land of soup." Tianqi organized their roles without hesitation. The group then resumed their journey. Upon realizing he was deemed suitable only as a meat shield, Jiraiya fell into a deep silence, uttering not a word throughout the trip. Tsunade and Orochimaru noticed that perhaps Jiraiya was genuinely affected by the remarks, as the normally talkative ninja now remained completely mute. Tianqi observed Jiraiya, who appeared genuinely disheartened, and after a moment of contemplation, arrived at a decision. Would you like to learn ninjutsu from me? Tianqi asked, draping an arm over Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya was indeed interested. But he hesitated, recalling his own master, Sarutobi. I would like to, but I already have a master, he replied, shaking his head. You little brat. You can learn ninjutsu from more than just your master. I won't be your teacher. I'm not that much older than you. If I were to teach you, I would feel ancient, Tianqi remarked, playfully tapping Jiraiya on the head. All right then, Tianqi, what ninjutsu can you teach me? Jiraiya inquired, realizing it was not solely the master-student relationship that permitted the sharing of such knowledge. His excitement bubbled forth as he directly posed the question. The ninjutsu I will teach you is quite extraordinary. It requires no hand seals and can be executed with a single hand, delivering immense power. If mastered correctly, it can utterly annihilate a genin, Tianqi proclaimed proudly. Chapter 35, The Spiraling Sphere, Such Incredible Power. Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. A single-handed technique without seals? How come I've never heard of such a thing? Orochimaru questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion, with Tsunade echoing his sentiments. Of course, you haven't heard of it. This technique is my own creation. I am the sole practitioner in the entirety of Konoha. It has reached A rank, Tianqi explained, gradually raising his right hand, revealing a small blue orb. I have named this technique the Spiraling Sphere, signifying a rotating chakra ball. It was indeed a single-handed, sealless technique. Yet its potency remained a mystery. The trio gazed intently at the blue orb in Tianqi's hand, with Orochimaru sharing his thoughts. Indeed, let us witness its power, Tianqi. Jiraiya urged, his heart racing with excitement at the prospect of a genuine single-handed technique. If its power lived up to expectations, it would undoubtedly be a divine art. Step back and observe closely, Tianqi instructed, prompting everyone to retreat, while Tika hurried to a safe distance, wary of the formidable might of a ninja's technique. Allow me to demonstrate true power. With that, Tianqi slammed the spiraling sphere to the ground. Upon impact, there was a resounding boom, and a crater formed as fissures radiated outward. The trio stood in stunned silence, gazing at the devastation wrought by the spiraling sphere. Goodness, this technique is simple to execute. Yet its power is astonishing. To achieve such a feat, Tianqi, you are truly a genius, Jiraiya exclaimed, showering Tianqi with praise. Indeed, it is worthy of the title. Orochimaru concurred, nodding in agreement. Tsunade, however, mused to herself, I never anticipated the creation of such a technique. The Uchiha truly are remarkable. My word, these ninjas are formidable. The land of water may yet have hope, Tika thought, tears welling in his eyes at the sight before him. This is merely its initial form. If developed to its fullest potential, even a shadow-level ninja could be vanquished, Tianqi boasted, reveling in the astonished expressions of his companions. I want to learn it. I must learn it. If this basic technique can fell a genin, imagine what further development could achieve against a shadow-level ninja. Jiraiya exclaimed, fervently grasping Tianqi's hand. To annihilate a shadow-level ninja? That must be theoretical at best, Orochimaru remarked, still in disbelief at the spiraling sphere's might. Though intrigued by the notion of defeating a shadow-level ninja. Indeed, the prospect of annihilating a shadow-level figure is downright terrifying, Tika admitted, his mind racing with the implications. Tsunade, do you believe this? Tianqi ignored the others, turning his gaze toward her. While the idea of defeating a shadow-level ninja sounds far-fetched, if you are the one claiming it, I am willing to believe, for I have faith in your ability to create miracles, Tsunade replied, her expression earnest as she regarded Tianqi. As Tianqi listened to Tsunade's words, a faint smile graced his lips. He then raised his right hand high above his head, declaring that any Hokage daring to confront this move would meet their demise. A crackling sound echoed ominously, and an overwhelming sense of pressure surged toward the others. Tianqi, paralyzed by fear, fell to his knees, while Jiraiya and the others stared wide-eyed at Tianqi's elevated hand. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Tianqi called out the name of his jutsu and hurled the raisin shuriken into the distant woods. The sheer density of chakra that he could project left Orochimaru in awe as he watched the spinning weapon soar away. Boom. The raisin shuriken struck the forest, unleashing a tempest that compelled Tangha and his companions to seek refuge behind Tianqi. As the wind subsided, they gazed ahead, witnessing the once lush forest reduced to mere rubble. Such terrifying power, teetering on the brink of forbidden jutsu, any shadow-level ninja struck by it would have no chance of survival. Orochimaru was genuinely intimidated by this formidable energy. What an extraordinary talent Tianqi of the Uchiha is. No wonder the Senju clan refrains from provoking him. As long as he remains, the Senju will forever be under his shadow. Tsunade frowned at the devastation of the forest. Is this the true strength of a Konoha ninja? Effortlessly obliterating an entire woodland. Tangha was so taken aback that he could hardly find words to express his astonishment. Big brother Tianqi, such an impressive jutsu, are you truly willing to teach me? Jiraiya asked incredulously. Once this mission concludes and we return to the village, I will teach you, but you must start with the Rasengan. Progressing step by step until you can master the Raisin Shuriken, Tianqi replied, patting Jiraiya on the shoulder. Thank you, big brother Tianqi. I will definitely work hard, Jiraiya said, nodding excitedly. Orochimaru, Tsunade, should you wish to learn, feel free to seek me out. I will gladly share my knowledge, Tianqi added nonchalantly, not concerned about the potential dissemination of such a jutsu. No, no, that's not necessary. Sanade and Orochimaru quickly shook their heads in refusal. It was one thing to pass on his self-invented jutsu to Jiraiya, but for the two of them, it was another matter entirely. If I so desire, I could obliterate a small nation in the blink of an eye. Tangha, do you believe me? Tianqi squinted at Tangha. I believe. Tangha fervently nodded. He began to regret hiring such a powerful ninja. If Tianqi truly annihilated the land of Tang, there would be no recourse. It was best not to provoke him. No wonder you wish to continue the mission. With your strength, undertaking such tasks must feel like child's play. It seems this mission will be quite effortless, Jiraiya chuckled. With Orochimaru and Sanade nodding in agreement. You are mistaken. This mission relies entirely on you. I will not intervene unless we encounter a genin or your lives are in jeopardy, Tianqi stated. That is still reassuring. At least we have that guarantee. Jiraiya replied casually. Just then, two Konoha ninjas appeared before them. Halt. Who are you? The two ninjas demanded. We are Konoha ninjas, out on a mission. Sanade stepped forward. Confident that these ninjas would recognize her as the princess of the Land of Fire. Just because you say you're Konoha ninjas doesn't mean you are. This is the border of the Land of Fire, and I have serious doubts about your identities. Produce proof of your status as Konoha ninjas, or I will detain you. The two ninjas insisted, not recognizing Sanade at all. Unbeknownst to them, Tianqi and his companions had inadvertently arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. I'm Sanade. Don't you recognize me? She exclaimed in disbelief that there were Konoha ninjas who didn't know her. Indeed, we are genuine Konoha ninjas on a mission. Orochimaru and Jiraiya chimed in. Yes, honorable ninja, they truly are Konoha ninjas, tasked with escorting me back to the land of Tang. Please trust them. Tangha added in their defense. Enough with the chatter, produce your identification. The two ninjas continued to press for proof. When ninjas depart the village for missions, they must register. And the village issues an exit permit, something these three novices were unaware of, with the permit currently in Tianqi's possession. Do you recognize me? Tianqi interjected as tensions rose. Stepping forward to address the two ninjas. Who are you? A young ninja began to speak, but was quickly silenced by an older ninja beside him. Upon realizing the newcomer was Uchiha Tianqi, he quickly adopted a fawning demeanor. Ah, it is Lord Tianqi. Are you all heading out on a mission? The older ninja approached Tianqi with a respectful bow, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his earlier arrogance. Jiraiya and the others exchanged disdainful glances, finding his sycophantic behavior distasteful. Chapter 36, A Cozy Hot Spring Inn. Yes, we're headed to the land of Tang for a mission. Is the exit permit still required? I have it with me. Tianqi said as he prepared to present the document. No, that's not necessary. We know who you are. No need for the permit. The older ninja waved his hands dismissively, eager for Tianqi to leave. If you don't check, we might just walk away, Tianqi retorted, withholding the document. Please, after you. The older ninja insisted, his face filled with deference, eager for Tianqi to depart. Let us move on, Tianqi said as he led the group onward. Big brother. Why are you so afraid of him? Even if he is a genuine Konoha ninja, what is the harm in checking? The young ninja inquired with confusion. Have you youngsters not heard of the tales from the Cloud Ninja regarding the Konohashura? The older ninja scoffed. Konohashura? You mean he is the one who slaughtered 100 ninjas on the battlefield between Konoha and the Cloud? The younger ninja's face reflected sheer horror. Indeed, to the enemies. He is a god of death. To us, he is a guardian and a hero. If I were to challenge him, I would be courting disaster. The older ninja expressed admiration. If only I could be like him. Due to the recent fierce battle, Tianqi was directly referred to as Azura by Yunrin. A title that was also acknowledged by the newly appointed Third Raikage, AI. Indeed, AI had almost simultaneously ascended to his position alongside Sarutobi Azashi. After a 4-day journey, we had exited the Land of Fire and were in search of a place to rest. Everyone was quite fatigued from the journey. And I recalled a hot spring in nearby, suggesting we stop for sustenance. Hot springs. Let us hurry, exclaimed Jiraiya, instantly intrigued by the prospect after days of travel. And he dashed ahead. Foolish Tsunade, Orochimaru muttered, yet he too quickly followed suit, feeling the weariness from the journey. With Tianqi engaging them in conversation, they found some relief. But once he ceased speaking, they felt a buildup of tension from their recent silence. As we ventured further, Tianqi began conversing with Tangha. After our relentless pace these past few days, we should be nearing the land of soup soon, Tianqi remarked, observing the proximity to their destination, which brought Tangha considerable joy. You must remain vigilant. Those ninjas have not appeared for a long while. From now on, keep your guard up, Tianqi advised Tangha. I will stay alert. What about you? Tangha queried. Me? Those ninjas wouldn't dare approach me, would they? Even if they did, I wouldn't be concerned. I could dispatch a few of them without issue. Tianqi teased Tangha. That's not acceptable. I'm no match for those ninjas. Tangha exclaimed, flustered by Tianqi's words. Ha ha ha, relax. I'm just joking. With me around, you'll be safe. It's all in good fun, Tianqi said, observing Tangha's distress with amusement, and then he proceeded toward the inn. Tangha wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile while inwardly cursing. A joke? My life isn't a matter for jest. Soon after, the group arrived at the hot spring inn. Look, there's a hot spring inn, Jiraiya announced. Indeed, There really is a hot spring inn, Orochimaru echoed. Well, it's not a surprise. Tianqi already mentioned it. Oh, and it's actually called there is a hot spring inn. Doesn't T the owner lack creativity? Tsunade remarked, scoffing at the inside. I think the name is quite charming. There is a hot spring inn has character. It reflects my style, and I quite like it, Tianqi replied. Walking inside, he had visited this inn once before, having gotten lost while returning to Konoha after a mission. Getting lost in the vast shinobi world was not an uncommon occurrence. Welcome. The owner greeted with a warm smile. I'll take 4 rooms and some good food. We're quite famished, Tianqi declared, slapping a generous amount of money on the counter. Certainly, guest. Would you like your meal here or in your rooms? The owner asked, his smile widening at the sight of the hefty amount. We'll eat here. I don't have a habit of dining in rooms, Tianqi replied. Very well. Have a seat. Your meal will be ready shortly, the owner said before retreating to the kitchen. The group settled at a table in the hall and began sipping tea. Tianqi, why did you only book 4 rooms for the 5 of us? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. We each get a room, but you and Orochimaru will share, Tianqi pointed out. I'm indifferent to it, Orochimaru remarked coldly, truly unconcerned about such trivial matters, yet Jiraiya was not as easygoing. That is unacceptable. Why do you all get your own rooms while I have to share with Orochimaru? It's simply unfair. Jiraiya protested vehemently. Bang. Tianqi's teacup was abruptly crushed in his hand. If you are unwilling, you may sleep outside, he threatened Jiraiya, glaring at him. Upon witnessing Tianqi's sudden intimidation, Jiraiya instantly felt intimidated. After finishing their meal, everyone gathered at the door of their quarters, which were arranged in a row. Tang and I will occupy the first room. I will take the second, Tsunade will reside in the third, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru will stay in the fourth, Tianqi organized, surveying the line of rooms. All right. Now everyone is free to engage in their own activities, he announced, distributing the room keys, and then leading Tang towards the hot springs. Ah, bliss. Tianqi exclaimed as he soaked in the hot spring, feeling the fatigue of the past few days melt away. He reclined in the warm water, wearing a look of pure enjoyment. I don't want to soak. Why did you drag me here? Tang complained, preferring to rest on a bed instead. I would rather not bring you along, but I fear you might perish alone in the room, Tianqi replied, still basking in the pleasure of the moment. Does that mean there are enemies here? Tang cautiously surveyed their surroundings. I cannot ascertain if there are foes, but it is wise to remain vigilant, Tianqi advised. Hearing his words, Tang fell silent and imitated Tianqi's relaxed posture. After they had soaked for over 10 minutes, a white-haired youth entered the scene. He carefully descended into the water and gradually approached the hot spring, choosing a spot near the women's bathing area to settle in. He then lifted his backside and pressed his face against the wooden slats, peering through the gaps. Opening one eye, Jiraiya noticed the sight of a bare backside. Truly caught in the act of peeping, it was evident that a master and their disciple could indeed share striking similarities, as this behavior was reminiscent of the legendary Sarutobi. Tianqi quietly submerged in the water, gradually approaching Jiraiya. He intended to play a prank on him. As he neared, Tianqi extended his hand and playfully smacked Jiraiya's bare backside. Smack. Ouch. Who was that? Who hit Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya exclaimed, turning to look at the few individuals in the hot spring. Besides Tangha, there were 3 elderly men present. After observing for a while, Jiraiya could not discern who had struck him. Beneath the water, Tianqi smiled, thinking, what a fool, he's right in front of me. Yet he cannot see. How strange. Could it be my imagination due to the steam from the hot spring? I can't see beneath the water, Jiraiya pondered. Not receiving any response, he turned back to gaze at the women in the bathhouse. Chapter 37. The system task arrives smack. Jiraiya resumed his peeping, only to receive another slap from Tianqi. What the? Is this bathhouse haunted? Jiraiya spun around again, finding no one, his expression reflecting confusion. Forget it. I should leave. Perhaps it really is haunted, he decided, hastily grabbing his towel and dashing out. Ha ha ha. What a foolish Jiraiya. This is too amusing. Tianqi laughed heartily as he surfaced. Is it truly appropriate to scare him like that? Tangha remarked mildly. You see, this is simply the amusement of youth. As the saying goes, laughter adds years to life. You should smile more. It will keep you youthful, Tianqi replied with a grin. Tangha, however, wore an expression of disbelief. You just wanted to play, finding excuses. Besides, my country is suffering. How can I possibly smile? After a while, the two enjoyed their soak before returning to their room to rest. The next day, after washing up, the group set off once more. This hot spring inn is terrible. It's haunted. I couldn't sleep a wink last night, Jiraiya complained, his dark circles apparent. Haunted? Jiraiya? What nonsense are you spouting? How could it be haunted? You must still be half asleep, Tsunade retorted, dismissing his claims. Orochimaru nodded, as an atheist. He too did not believe in such things. You all doubt me? Let me tell you what happened yesterday in the bath. Before Jiraiya could finish, Tianqi covered his mouth. All right, enough. There are no ghosts or gods in this world. We are getting closer to the land of hot water. Stop your foolishness and stay alert, Tianqi cautioned, fearing that Jiraiya might reveal something that could lead to suspicion, especially with a girl present. Seeing Tianqi's serious demeanor, the others did not press the topic further and began surveying their surroundings, while only Tangha regarded Tianqi with a peculiar expression. There are 2 lower ninjas lying in ambush ahead. You 3 should eliminate them as swiftly as possible and clear the way. Tianqi instructed upon sensing the presence of the ninjas. Understood. The expressions of the trio turned serious as they stealthily approached the designated location. Bang, bang, shortly after their departure. The sounds of ninjutsu clashing echoed through the forest. I warned them in advance, yet they still allowed the enemy to discover them and engaged in a ninjutsu confrontation. Did I overestimate their abilities, or are they truly so weak? Tianqi mused, his expression reflecting concern as he gazed at the explosion's aftermath. It appeared that relying on them for this task would not suffice. The future legendary 3 ninjas were still novices. As the explosion ceased, Tianqi moved towards the location of his companions. Upon arrival, he found them in disarray, with signs of minor injuries. You let 2 lower ninjas put you in such a state. I have serious doubts about your capabilities. Are you even capable of completing this mission? Tianqi scolded. His brow furrowed. Tianqi, this isn't our fault. Those 2 were nearly at the level of intermediate ninjas. Given that, it's impressive we managed to win, Sannin defended. Indeed. It's not that we are weak. Rather, the opponents were too strong. Our victory was hard-fought, Jiraiya echoed. The opponents were indeed formidable, Orochimaru added. Stop making excuses. You clearly underestimated the enemy. I provided you with their location, yet you still allowed them to detect you and engage in a ninjutsu clash. Especially you, Orochimaru. With your intermediate strength, you should have dispatched the lower ninjas quickly. With a numerical advantage, you still ended up in such a predicament, sustaining injuries. I find myself questioning whether you are truly ninjas. This is deeply disappointing, Tianqi chastised, pointing a finger at them in frustration. The 3 lowered their heads, looking aggrieved. Unwilling to counter Tianqi's words, as they recognized their own heedlessness. Observing their downcast expressions, Tianqi sighed. Well, I can't place all the blame on you. I didn't anticipate the strength of these ninjas, who are comparable to those from small ninja villages. Let's move forward. I will take the lead while you follow and reap the rewards. Also, ensure Tanga's safety, Tianqi suggested. Understood, Tianqi. We will certainly work hard to improve our skills. The trio affirmed, nodding. I hope you won't disappoint me next time, Tianqi replied before vanishing from sight. Where did he go? Tanga asked. A hint of panic in his voice, realizing that Tianqi was their strongest protector. He must be clearing the path. How far are we from the land of hot water? Uncle Tanga? Orochimaru inquired. Not far. We are just 3 kilometers away from the land of hot water, Tanga responded, surveying the surroundings. So close. Sannin. You are responsible for protecting Tanga. Jiraiya and I will maintain vigilance. With Tianqi gone, I will take charge of our small team, Orochimaru asserted, assuming leadership, which Jiraiya and the others readily accepted. From his concealed vantage point, Tianqi observed their arrangements, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This was not the real Tianqi, but rather a shadow clone. Although he had gone ahead to clear the path, he remained concerned for his companions and left a shadow clone to ensure their safety. Tianqi, having advanced for over 2 kilometers, soon encountered 3 lower-ranked ninjas. More ninjas? These rascals seem intent on transforming the land of soup into a diminutive ninja village. There is undoubtedly a conspiracy afoot. As Tianqi contemplated this, the system chimed in. Ding. Task issued. Dismantle the forces, successfully expel the external influences from the land of soup. Completing the task will yield 300,000 points and a chance to enhance the Sharingan. Failure will result in immediate obliteration. Goodness. 300,000 points and an opportunity to enhance the Sharingan. This could propel me to new heights. If the Manjiki Sharingan is upgraded, it would mean eternal Manjiki. The reason I had refrained from utilizing Susanoo was due to its incompleteness and inherent flaws. However, with the Eternal Eye, I could summon Susanoo at will against any adversary, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Moreover, I could summon tailed beasts and employ the formidable beast difficulty, also known as the enhanced Susanoo. This technique is exceedingly powerful. In the original narrative, Senja Hashirama triumphed over Uchiha Madara, who wielded the beast difficulty, by utilizing the true Thousand Hands. As Tianqi gazed at the system's rewards, he became increasingly exhilarated at the prospect of fulfilling the task. As for the threat of obliteration upon failure, he paid it no mind. With Kamui and several tailed beasts at his disposal, failure was simply not an option. The system was undoubtedly a harbinger of fortune. Despite the system's intent to annihilate him, Tianqi observed that the tasks were becoming increasingly simple, with rewards growing ever more generous. Henceforth, he resolved to refrain from cursing the system and cheerfully addressed it, though, regrettably, the system remained unresponsive. Chapter 38, Randali He. Regardless of the origin of your forces, I must apologize. You have now found yourselves on the system's kill list. Although Tianqi had other methods at his disposal, he preferred to resolve the matter directly through elimination, dismantling their influence with decisive action. Tianqi approached a few lower ninjas with a steady demeanor, brandishing the long and used Tang horizontal knife. Under the astonished gazes of the lower ninjas, he swiftly extinguished their lives. Do not blame me. Blame yourselves for choosing the wrong side, Tianqi remarked to the lifeless forms of the 3 ninjas. Subsequently, he discarded their bodies onto the road and inscribed a few characters with their blood, awaiting Jiraiya and his companions to handle the situation, while he himself ventured directly into the land of hot water. Before long, the trio arrived at the scene, quickly discovering the fallen ninjas. Be cautious. Do not let your guard down. They may be feigning death, attempting to deceive us, Orochimaru warned, scrutinizing the three corpses without immediately approaching. I'll test with a kunai to ascertain, Jiraiya declared, drawing a kunai and launching it towards the bodies. With a soft thud, the kunai struck one of the corpses, eliciting a trickle of blood. Observing this, Orochimaru felt reassured. Had they been alive, the kunai would have resulted in a substantial flow of blood. The meager amount now indicated their demise. Safety was assured. The trio then moved forward to inspect the bodies, while Tsunade hesitated, afraid to approach. Ah, there are words here. Tsunade exclaimed, noticing the inscriptions made by Tianqi. The other two turned their attention to the characters. Bury the bodies. Upon reading these words, they surmised it was Tianqi's handiwork. He intends for us to act as laborers, Jiraiya complained. Enough chatter, let us get to work. It's already fortunate we weren't sent to the front lines. Orochimaru stated, as he and Tsunade began to take action. I understand. It was merely a casual remark, Jiraiya replied, joining in their efforts. In a short span, the three had buried the bodies and resumed their journey into the territory of the Land of Hot Water. Tianqi entered the Land of Soup, refraining from further slaying enemies, and instead began his quest to locate the leader of this domain. Had he known beforehand, he would have inquired about the whereabouts of the soup and its chief. With his perception limited, his progress was painfully slow as he navigated between trees, evading the patrols of the small Karami. Goodness, my patience is wearing thin. How long will it take to find them? After searching for a considerable time without success, Tianqi grew increasingly impatient. If I cannot find you, I shall compel you to reveal yourselves. No sooner had he spoken than he formed a spiral shuriken in his hand. Let us see what you're made of. My dear. With that, he hurled the spiral shuriken into the depths of the forest. Boom. Instantly, its formidable wind-based cutting power obliterated a swath of woodland. Tianqi concealed himself at a distance, quietly awaiting the arrival of his quarry. Meanwhile, Tsunade and her companions, upon entering the Land of Soup, discovered numerous enemies. They chose to remain hidden, recognizing that since Tianqi had ventured forth, he must have his own strategy in mind, especially with adversaries still lingering. They stayed concealed until an explosion echoed through the air. What on earth was that explosion? Jiraiya exclaimed. It must be a jutsu unleashed by Brother Tianqi. Let us not panic. We should wait and see. His strength should suffice, but ours may not, Orochimaru analyzed calmly. Yet, waiting indefinitely is not ideal, Tsunade expressed her concern. Though her own strength was lacking, she yearned to contribute. Let us remain patient. An opportunity will surely present itself, Orochimaru reassured her. Taui remained silent, confident in Tianqi's prowess and safety. Meanwhile, the shadow clone of Tianqi observed his companions and nodded in approval. They were composed, not rushing into chaos. Orochimaru's intellect was commendable. Yet his true self was reveling in the battle, the spiral shuriken igniting a yearning within him. While they conversed, the ninjas of the Land of Soup were thrown into disarray. What was that explosion? Could it be an attack from another ninja village? Calm down, the sky may fall. But our leader will shield us. What is there to fear? But we are merely lower ninjas. Even the strongest leader is just one person. What is all this commotion about? Leader Landali stepped forth. Upon his arrival, silence fell over the crowd. A mid-level ninja approached Landali and whispered. It is said that a formidable enemy has invaded. Our sentries failed to detect them. Were it not for that explosion, we would have remained oblivious. Humph. Daring to wreak havoc in my territory, they must be seeking their demise. We have powerful allies. What is there to fear? Brothers, arm yourselves and follow me. I am eager to see which fool has the audacity to disturb this place, Landali declared, brandishing his great sword as he led the charge. Soon, a throng of ninjas arrived at the site of the explosion. Is this the place? Landali inquired, surveying the ravaged landscape. Indeed, Lord Landali, this is the spot. A ninja confirmed. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my domain? Step forth and witness how I shall deal with you. Landali boasted audaciously. Tianqi observed as the leader emerged, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Such arrogance was the perfect opportunity to test this technique. With that thought, Tianqi activated his Chidori, presenting his hand adorned with the shimmering energy before them. Hey, you are the one dispatched from the hidden village, aren't you? You better comply and explain yourself honestly, or do not blame me for being ungracious, he asserted, surmising that a certain ninja village was recruiting and preparing for war in this area. At last, the figure revealed was merely a brash youth. His lack of decorum provoked a dismissive reaction from Landali, who had previously harbored concerns about confronting a formidable opponent. Had he known it was just a young lad, he would not have come personally. It seems you are indifferent to our conversation. Well, allow me to show you this technique, Tianqi declared, and with that, he summoned the Chidori as a conduit, manifesting a celestial Kirin formed of thunder and lightning in the sky. The Qilin summoned by Tianqi is a manifestation of the system's exchange. Unlike Sasuke, who must rely on the weather, Tianqi can conjure it at will. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the sky as the beast materialized. Look, a monster has appeared in the sky. How could such a creature suddenly emerge? Is this the doing of that individual? If this is his creation, then we are surely incapable of withstanding such a jutsu, they murmured in disbelief. At that moment, Landali's expression turned grim, As a jonin, his senses were sharper than anyone else's. He was taken aback by the young man's ability to harness such formidable ninjutsu. If this technique were unleashed, it could annihilate my forces, and I might even perish. Yet, recalling the transaction with that ninja village, Lane Dali's demeanor swiftly shifted to one of composure. Such a mere ninjutsu, do you think I would fear it? Brothers, this technique merely appears formidable in reality. It is not to be feared, Lane Dali declared, noticing his subordinates wavering. Indeed, brothers, trust in our leader. This ninjutsu is merely for show, a chunin chimed in beside him. We believe in our leader. Upon hearing Lane Dali and his comrades, the crowd's spirit surged, their resolve rekindled. Come on, young man, we are not afraid. With his subordinates emboldened, Lane Dali felt a quiet sense of reassurance. He hoped many would withstand this assault. Humph, you are mistaken. Do you truly believe you can endure this? Behold my technique. Lightning release, Qilin. Accompanied by Tianqi's guiding Chidori, the Qilin descended upon the crowd below. Boom. With an explosive burst of immense energy, everything within a 2-kilometer radius was obliterated. The gathered throng vanished without a trace, leaving Lane Dali as the sole survivor. Battered and lying on the ground, on the brink of unconsciousness, Tianqi deliberately spared Kirin's life. Otherwise, with his strength, it would have been impossible for him to survive Kirin's assault. So, now it's time for you to reveal the identity of your puppet master, Tianqi stated as he approached Lane Dali, towering over him. Cough. Is there really a need to discuss this? I won't be alive for much longer anyway, Lane Dali said weakly, spitting out blood. Humph. Stubborn to the end, still trying to negotiate. I shall grant you your wish. Tianqi discerned that Lane Dali did not genuinely wish to die. He merely sought to bargain with Tianqi under the pretense of imminent death. Without indulging him, Tianqi swiftly ended Lane Dali's life with Tang Heng's blade. How dare you play tricks on me? You think I wouldn't know? This area is close to the land of Earth. Your backer must be the old rascal Anoki. Anoki is quite the schemer. The last war had barely concluded when he began gathering forces everywhere. Humph. If Anoki dares to challenge me, I shall remind him of the terror of the Uchiha, Tianqi remarked, wiping the blood from his blade. Before Anoki ascended to the position of Tsuchikage, he was merely an ordinary ninja, yet he possessed remarkable tenacity. Consequently, both the first and second Tsuchikage held him in high esteem, intending to cultivate him as the next Tsuchikage. In his youth, Anoki had journeyed with the second Tsuchikage to Konoha to negotiate an alliance, only to encounter Madara along the way. As a prospective ally, Madara showed no courtesy, dismissing both the Tsuchikage and Anoki. To Madara, there was no concept of allies. What Konoha required was obedient subordinates, not partners. Indeed, Madara's harsh demeanor was backed by his formidable strength. This philosophy starkly contrasted with the first Hokage Hashirama's ideals of camaraderie, fostering resentment towards Konoha among Anoki and others for their perceived betrayal. Under the overwhelming force exerted by Madara, even the second Tsuchikage, endowed with the power of a bloodline limit, suffered grievous injuries, let alone the 13-year-old Anoki. This encounter left Anoki with psychological scars, and for decades thereafter, he lived in fear of Madara. Anoki's plight is indeed tragic. Terrified in his youth by Madara, he perhaps believed that with Madara's demise, he could finally act freely and dare to encroach upon small nations to expand his influence. This time, Tianqi was determined to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, since the appearance of Kirin in the sky, the enemies began to falter, allowing Jiraiya and his companions to seize the opportunity to claim victories. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. With the wind fanning the flames, Jiraiya and Orochimaru unleashed a combined ninjutsu, eliminating several ninjas. To Tianqi, these ninjas were mere trifles. But for Jiraiya and his companions, they proved to be formidable adversaries. What's taking Tianqi so long? At this rate, we won't last. Jiraiya panted. Calm down. He should be on his way. We must hold our ground, Orochimaru replied, his breaths growing labored. Can you two hold on? If not, let me take over, Tsunade said, casting a glance at the two. No, Tsunade. You must protect T, and if T dies, our mission will fail, Orochimaru insisted. Forget the mission. At this rate, you will lose your lives. Tsunade exclaimed anxiously. Should I call for reinforcements? I know a hidden path that can lead to the imprisoned people of the Land of Water, T suggested, unable to bear the sight of the 3 children perishing before him. No, it's too chaotic out there. You'll be walking to your death. I cannot agree. Jiraiya firmly rejected T's proposition. Orochimaru, how much chakra do you have left? Jiraiya inquired, disregarding T's words. Just enough for one last jutsu. Orochimaru assessed his remaining chakra. I can still perform one jutsu. There are still over 20 enemies before us. We cannot prevail in a physical confrontation. Let's unleash one final combined ninjutsu and risk it all, Jiraiya declared, eyeing the adversaries ahead. All right, let's gamble on it. Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Boom. A colossal fireball surged towards the opposing ninjas, exploding upon impact. However, this time it only claimed one life, as their earlier attack had alerted the others to their strategy. This is it. We're done for. The two exchanged glances, their bodies succumbing to fatigue. Though they could still speak, they found themselves unable to move. At that moment, an unexpected twist occurred as a ninja leapt from behind Tsunade, throwing a kunai at her. Watch out, Tsunade. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, incapacitated on the ground, could only shout a warning. Thud. Thanks to their alert, Tsunade managed to evade the lethal strike, though she was still grazed on the arm. Damn it, how could there be another one lurking behind? Tsunade cursed, clutching her bleeding arm. She had already dealt with several attackers, and yet another had caught her off guard. Heh, I've been hiding in this spot for ages. And I can't believe you still managed to dodge. But with one arm gone and your teammates down, you're no longer my match. Surrender to me, and I may let you live. The ambushing ninja leered at Tsunade, eyeing her with a predatory gaze. Uft, you think someone like you can make me surrender? Dream on. Tsunade retorted fiercely. Since you refuse, then I shall kill you. Regardless, I can still claim you in death. You just won't be aware of it, the ninja sneered, licking the blood from his kunai, charging at Tsunade. Tsunade, Jiraiya shouted desperately. Am I to die here? I never even became a ninja like Grandpa and Great-Grandpa, Tsunade thought, feeling the kunai's proximity. Tianqi, where are you? Will I ever have the chance to see you again? As she closed her eyes, memories of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Tianqi flooded her mind. Unbeknownst to her, a place for Tianqi had already taken root in her heart. Time passed, and half a minute later, Tsunade felt no pain. Why is there no movement? Is this what death feels like? Nothing at all? Tsunade murmured, opening her eyes. Chapter 40. The man with the eternal eye. Do you truly wish to die? Tianqi smiled, narrowing his eyes at Tsunade. Tianqi, you two have perished? I can't believe we are both dead. Tsunade exclaimed, embracing Tianqi in shock. Take a closer look around. We are not dead, Tianqi replied awkwardly, noticing Tsunade's embrace. Huh? Not dead? Tsunade glanced around, confirming the remnants of the earlier battle, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru watching her. It seems we are indeed alive, Tsunade exclaimed, realizing her survival. Blushing, she jumped away from Tianqi. Tianqi awkwardly touched his nose and remarked, you have all performed admirably. Now, allow me to take over. A few young Karami, noticing the arrival of another individual, cast wary glances in Tianqi's direction. Humph, merely a novice, Tianqi scoffed as he surveyed the assembly of ninjas. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the technique. Fire release, dragon flame song. From Tianqi's mouth erupted 4 fiery dragons, each assailing the hapless small Karami from the upper, lower, left, and right directions with an accuracy bordering on perfection. This ninjutsu bore resemblance to Uchiha Sasuke's fire release, great fire dragon technique. In the blink of an eye, the small Karami on the battlefield met their demise, while the ambushing ninja found himself dispatched by a single strike from Tianqi, utterly unprepared for the encounter. Subsequently, the shadow clone of Tianqi, accompanied by Soup and several others, swiftly rescued the citizens of the land of Soup, who had been forced into labor. Tsunade and her companions were also attended to by Soup, as they were placed in a room to recuperate from their injuries. Tianqi, relentless in his pursuit of the fleeing ninja, would not cease until he heard the system's concluding chime. With a swift strike of Chidori, Chiambird eliminated the last adversary, and at last, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have completed the mission, earning 300,000 points and an opportunity to enhance your Sharingan. Observing that he now possessed 314,000 points, Tianqi promptly redeemed 200,000 points for the 8-Tails Kyuubi and 100,000 points for the 6-Tails Kirin. Only the 7-Tails Chome remained. And with the issuance of future missions in the Second and Third Wars, once he exchanged for the necessary items, he would firmly secure the throne as the preeminent figure in the ninja world. The Otsutsuki clan would merely be a collection of younger siblings in his eyes, a smile gracing his lips at the thought. For now, he resolved to enhance his Sharingan. With a click, he activated the system's Sharingan upgrade, and a beam of white light surged into his eye, instantly flooding his mind with an overwhelming ocular power. The immense force of this power collided within him, leaving Tianqi dizzy and disoriented. Clutching his throbbing head, he collapsed onto the ground. Damn it, why am I so dizzy? I never anticipated that the power of the eternal Mangeki would be this formidable. As Tianqi lay there, dazed, his distant shadow clone abruptly vanished with a loud pop. Huh? Where did Brother Tianqi go? Jiraiya inquired, watching the figure who had just been tending to them. It must be a shadow clone. I had no idea such a powerful Tianqi was merely a clone, Orochimaru mused, astonished by the strength of a mere duplicate. Uchiha Tianqi, just how powerful are you? Impressive indeed. Mito was right. Tianqi, you truly are formidable, Tsunade remarked, reflecting on the vanishing figure while blushing at the memory of her earlier embrace of him. Meanwhile, the dazed Tianqi stood up, receiving the information from his clone. He discovered that Tsunade and the others had sustained injuries. As their captain, it was a disgrace to him that he could not adequately protect his subordinates. Damn you, Noki. This time I shall teach you a lesson that will render you utterly compliant. Let us test the power of eternity. Tianqi blinked, and 3 Magatama appeared in his eyes, beginning to spin and transforming into the eternal eye. Lines emerged around the kaleidoscopic pentagonal windmill, connecting it seamlessly. Susanoo, Tianqi bellowed. Surrounding him, a blue energy surged forth as he gradually ascended, a colossal skeletal frame slowly taking shape, with Tianqi positioned at its center. The first form materialized, and as he channeled chakra for the second form, the skeletal structure sprouted veins and flesh, enveloped in an outer layer, causing the skeleton to vanish entirely. A face emerged from the back of the head, and 2 additional arms sprouted from the existing hands. With the second form complete, Tianqi unleashed a tremendous surge of chakra. The immense Susanoo began donning the armor of the mythical Tengu, with 2 hands left empty while the other 2 wielded colossal swords. Wings sprouted from its back, and Tianqi elevated from the chest into the very center of Susanoo's head. The energy stabilized, and the complete Susanoo was fully formed, towering at a staggering height of 830 meters. As Uchiha Madara once stated, the emergence of a complete Susanoo invariably heralds death. Today, I either must take a life or confront you directly. Nevertheless, I shall test its might, perhaps using a nearby mountain as a trial. No sooner had he spoken than Tianqi commanded Susanoo to draw its sword, the 100-meter-long blade unsheathing with a resounding flourish. With a horizontal slash, the terrifying wave of blade energy erupted forth. Boom, 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 boom. The cataclysmic energy cleaved through 4 distant mountain peaks, splitting them in twain. Goodness, such power, Tianqi exclaimed, astonished. Initially, he had intended to strike down a single mountain, yet the overwhelming energy obliterated several peaks instead. It was no wonder this father figure was so audacious, daring to challenge Shinja Hashirama. With such strength, I too might stand against him, with a few tailed beasts to supplement my chakra. Even Hashirama's revival may not pose a threat to me. This is the confidence instilled by formidable power, Tianqi thought, clenching his fist resolutely. It was now time to seek out Anoki. Subsequently, Tianqi dismissed Susanoo and utilized Kamui to vanish from his location. Kamui possessed a spatial leap capability akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, albeit it was taxing on his ocular power. Previously, without the Eternal Eye, Tianqi had refrained from using it, but now, endowed with the Eternal Eye, he employed it to expedite his journey. After several consecutive spatial jumps, Tianqi arrived at a Wagakure in the land of earth from the land of hot water in just 1 hour. Truly deserving of its name, a Wagakure, he remarked, gazing at the stone-built houses that sprawled before him. If I were to infiltrate outright, the barrier would surely detect me, complicating my meeting with Anoki. I should resort to Kamui. After a moment's contemplation, Tianqi activated Kamui to teleport directly to the Tsuchikage's building. Inside, the newly inaugurated Anoki was diligently reviewing various documents when he suddenly felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelid, accompanied by a foreboding sensation. Why do I suddenly feel something amiss? Am I simply fatigued, or is something about to occur? Anoki pondered, perplexed. Just then, a spatial vortex manifested before him, and Tianqi's voice echoed, "Your intuition is quite keen. Anoki, I have yet to arrive, and you already sense my presence." Tianqi gradually appeared before Anoki. A Konoha ninja, what brings you here? Anoki asked directly upon seeing Tianqi's forehead protector. How did I end up here? Is it not due to you? Tianqi arrogantly replied, lifting his head defiantly. Due to me? What have I done? I seem to have no connection to your Konoha, Anoki remarked, gazing at Tianqi's face with a look of perplexity, as if he recognized him from somewhere but could not place him. Chapter 41. Anoki's fury. You indeed have no ties to Konoha, but you have provoked me, Tianqi retorted angrily. Lord Tsuchikage, are you all right? At that moment, the Tsuchikage's guard rushed in. It seems this is our first encounter, young man. I am at a loss as to how I have offended you, Anoki said, raising a hand to halt his guard and addressing Tianqi. Unaware, are you? Allow me to mention a place, the land of water. Tianqi continued to focus on Anoki, dismissing the guards entirely. Oh, the land of water. Is that not the territory of your Konoha? My activities there have nothing to do with you, right? Anoki's expression shifted as he realized Tianqi's implication. Since it pertained to the land of water, he felt unconcerned. Seeing Anoki's indifferent demeanor only fueled Tianqi's rage further. You covertly invade another nation, raising suspicions of war. I might have overlooked this had I not witnessed it myself. But now that I have, I must intervene. Moreover, and most importantly, my comrade has been injured due to your actions and lies bedridden. Given this, do you not intend to provide me with an explanation? So it was because of his injured comrade that he sought accountability. What a tale of war. I thought your Konoha had become a paragon of peace, Anoki said with a mocking tone, arms crossed. Anoki, spare me your diversions. Regarding my comrade's injury, what do you propose to do? Tianqi replied impatiently, aiming to provoke Anoki into a reaction. What will I do? You, a mere Konoha ninja. Though I know not how you slipped in or alone. Do you truly believe you can walk out of here alive? Anoki waved his hand, signaling his guards to encircle Tianqi. Tianqi found himself surrounded, a smile curling upon his lips. Oh, Anoki, now that you have ascended to the position of Tsuchikage, you seem to have lost sight of the value of human lives. You speak of killing so casually. Humph. I have never held a favorable disposition towards the ninjas of Konoha. Today, I shall eradicate you, and Sarutobi will not dare to intervene, the arrogant young Anoki declared. Harboring disdain for a village he deemed devoid of integrity. Finish him. Anoki commanded his subordinates without hesitation. Upon receiving the order, the Umbu Black Ops moved swiftly, brandishing their kunai and lunging towards Tianqi. Their strength was well known, and they adhered strictly to Anoki's commands. Observing their approach, Tianqi stood resolutely, activating his Manjiki Sharingan. The assailants, seeing him motionless, assumed he had resigned to his fate and thrust their kunai into him. Elated, one ninja believed he had struck true. Only for Tianqi's voice to shatter his triumph. You celebrate too soon, Tianqi remarked, a smile still gracing his face. The remaining ninjas, witnessing Tianqi's ability to speak, wasted no time in attacking him with their kunai. Thud, thud, thud. The kunai pierced Tianqi's form, yet no blood flowed. Instead, a sound of clashing metal resonated. Indeed, Tianqi had employed Kamyui's intangibility. Bewildered, the attackers withdrew their kunai, exchanging puzzled glances. This boy dares to confront us alone. How peculiar. The kunai passed right through him, one reflected. Inoki, discerning the unusual technique, acknowledged the boy's uniqueness. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Tianqi summoned forth black Amaterasu flames, which manifested as fiery spikes, impaling several ninjas. In an instant, the entire Umbu squad met their demise. The flames persisted, consuming their bodies until naught remained but ash. What terrifying black flames! Inoki gasped, taken aback by the swift obliteration of his elite guard. He had not anticipated the relentless nature of the black fire, coupled with its perplexing penetrating ability. It seemed the day would not end favorably for him. Is the annihilation of my Umbu sufficient? Depart now. And I shall overlook your transgressions, Inoki offered, having misjudged Tianqi's abilities and mistakenly considering he possessed a mere penetrating technique. Heh, how amusing. You wield the power of life and death yet seek to negotiate? Inoki, are you blissfully naive or simply simplistic in your thinking? Tianqi taunted, sensing Inoki's intent to retreat. What do you intend to do? I advise you not to overreach. This is a Wagakure, and while I am yet to fathom your bizarre capabilities, I am certain they are not without formidable limitations. If provoked, I shall employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to bury you, Inoki threatened, his resolve firm. An overwhelming strategy? Allow me to remind you of a past encounter, your alliance with the second Tsuchikage when you visited Konoha. Who did you encounter then? Do you truly believe that individual would fear mere numbers? Tianqi smirked, deliberately invoking a shadow from Inoki's past. Upon hearing Tianqi's words, Inoki's expression soured. That man. That invincible man. He had once rendered Inoki and his master utterly powerless, humiliating them and leaving a lasting imprint of fear. But you're not him, Inoki growled, his gaze fixed on Tianqi, now realizing the resemblance. The young man's arrogance mirrored that of his infamous counterpart. Ah, it seems you have recalled, Tianqi declared, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan gazing intently at Inoki, his crimson eyes glowing with intensity. Indeed, it is those eyes, that haughty demeanor, Uchiha Madara, it is you. Today, I shall reclaim the dignity I have lost, Inoki seethed, the specter of Madara overshadowing his thoughts, as fury eclipsed reason. Dust release, the original world separation technique. Uchiha Madara. Perish. Inoki unleashed a combination of earth, wind, and fire release techniques, a signature move meant to obliterate Tianqi. Is your rage so potent that you would mistake me for Uchiha Madara? Tianqi mused, unfazed by the incoming attack. With Kamui, he had little to fear. A transparent white energy cube enveloped him, disintegrating him and leaving a gaping hole in the floor. Haha, Uchiha Madara, were you not the arrogant one? Yet here you are. Vanquished. Inoki laughed, reveling in his perceived victory. However, as Inoki guffawed, Tianqi's figure gradually re-emerged, having retreated to the Kamui dimension just before the strike. Is he unharmed? Impossible. I clearly hit him. Inoki muttered in disbelief. An ant remains an ant, daring to challenge me. Susanoo. A colossal surge of blue energy erupted around Tianqi, causing the walls and floor to crack as the skeletal form of Susanoo began to materialize. No, this cannot be. Inoki's dread resurfaced as he beheld the formidable silhouette taking shape, a reminder of his deepest fears. The celestial Susanoo's second form was completed in an instant. As Tianqi slowly ascended into the sky, his legs gradually materializing. With an air of arrogance, his colossal figure reached the rooftop, and with a thunderous roar, Susanoo shattered the building's top. Yet, his form continued to expand, ultimately soaring to a staggering height of 600 meters. Chapter 42. Susanoo confronts the enemy. The ninjas of Awagakure soon discovered the situation at the Tsuchikage Tower. This is bad. We have intruders. We must protect Lord Tsuchikage. A throng of ninjas rushed toward the Tsuchikage, and the village sounded the alarm, plunging Awagakure into chaos. At this moment, Noki gazed upon the immense Susanoo and fell to his knees in disbelief. What have I done? It was only now, confronted by the overwhelming presence of Susanoo, that he regained his senses, realizing that before him stood not Uchiha Madara, but the colossal Susanoo with Tianqi ensconced within. Ninjas approaching the tower launched an assault on the gigantic Susanoo. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet technique. Earth release, Rock Cannon technique. Earth release, Earth Spike. A myriad of ninjutsu surged toward Tianqi, who remained unfazed, observing the fray with indifference. Such feeble attacks were utterly incapable of breaching Susanoo's defenses. Since you have chosen to strike, do not blame me, Tianqi declared, as he summoned 2 chakra blades into his hands. Tianqi commanded Susanoo to advance directly towards Awagakure. With each strike, the formidable blade aura extended 50 meters, creating immense fissures that marred the streets. Buildings were obliterated, and in the wake of destruction, several ninjas met their demise. Tianqi relentlessly harvested the lives of the rock ninjas, causing the surrounding structures to collapse completely. As Ohayoki witnessed the devastation of the village and the frenzied slaughter of ninjas, the fear governed by Susanoo began to dissipate with each charge of his comrades. As the Tsuchikage, could I not match the resolve of these desperate ninjas? I am no longer afraid. Susanoo, I am coming for you. Ohayoki summoned his courage and charged directly at Tianqi. This is a Wagakure. Leaf Ninja, know your limits. Doton, super heavy rock technique. Ohayoki enveloped his fist with super heavy rock, taking advantage of Tianqi's momentary distraction to deliver a powerful blow that sent Susanoo flying. This technique could bestow immense weight upon any object, potentially as heavy as a mountain. It is the Tsuchikage. The Tsuchikage has arrived. The onlookers erupted in cheers as they witnessed the giant being struck down and the emergence of Ohayoki. Tianqi, having been caught off guard, turned to regard Ohayoki with a hint of respect. Not bad, Ohayoki, showing some spirit. Do you intend to provoke a war between the land of earth and the land of fire? Ohayoki shouted back at Tianqi in anger. War is not my intention. I merely wish to convey that you should not overreach. Upon hearing the mention of war, Tianqi refrained from further aggression. If you do not wish for conflict, then cease this destruction. Have you not wrought enough havoc upon my village and my ninjas? Ohayoki glared at the ruins and the fallen bodies strewn across the ground, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Tianqi. The Tsuchikage cannot let him go. He has slain so many of our brothers. He must pay in blood. Seeing Ohayoki's apparent leniency towards Tianqi, the crowd voiced their dissent. Enough. Silence. Ohayoki reprimanded them sternly. Have we not suffered enough? Do you possess the confidence to defeat him? The assembled ninjas fell silent, their expressions filled with rage as they glared at Tianqi. From this day forth, I shall no longer invade foreign lands. What say you? Leaf Ninja? Ohayoki turned to Tianqi, awaiting his response. Since you are so reasonable, I shall withdraw from this engagement. I will not summon the complete Susanoo, Tianqi agreed, all the while issuing a veiled threat towards Ohayoki, implying that he still possessed the full power of Susanoo and advising caution. Then let there be a truce. You are to leave the land of earth at once, for you shall never be welcome here again, Ohayoki declared, waving his hand to issue an expulsion order. Humph. Who would want to linger in such a desolate place? Tianqi retorted, preparing to depart. Wait, Leaf Ninja, what is your name? Ohayoki called out as Tianqi turned to leave. What? Do you seek vengeance? Listen closely. I am Tianqi Uchiha, your eternal nightmare. Should you wish to seek revenge, I shall be waiting, Tianqi proclaimed to the gathered ninjas. Uchiha Tianqi, a descendant of the Uchiha clan? That explains your striking resemblance and formidable strength, Ohayoki mused darkly. I shall report this incident to the Hokage of Konoha and demand an explanation. Suit yourself. I care not for such matters, Tianqi replied, discerning Ohayoki's implication of seeking retribution through the Hokage. However, Ohayoki was mistaken. Tianqi was indifferent, confident that no one would dare punish him. Push me too far, and I shall ascend to the position of Hokage myself, he declared, activating his Kamui to vanish from a Wagakure. Humph. I do not believe your indifference. Even if you truly do not care, I will report to Sarutobi Hiruzen and ensure your expulsion from Konoha, thereby diminishing its power. This grievance shall not be forgotten. Ohayoki noted, mentally recording Tianqi's name. What are you still doing here? Get to work cleaning up this mess. Ohayoki ordered as the crowd remained fixated on him. It was undeniable that Ohayoki held authority in a Wagakure, a stark contrast to the situation in Konoha. Following this battle, the name Tianqi, the embodiment of destruction, spread throughout a Wagakure. Ohayoki even issued a decree that any ninja encountering Uchiha Tianqi during missions was to abandon their tasks immediately without facing any punishment. At that moment, Tianqi was unaware of these developments, as he was utilizing Kamui to leap across distances, returning to the resting place of Tsunade and the others after traversing 2 countries in a matter of hours. Who would believe that someone could launch an assault on a major ninja village in such a short time? As Tianqi gently opened the door, Jiraiya and his companions immediately laid eyes upon him. Tianqi, my brother, you have returned. Have you dealt with the fleeing ninjas? Jiraiya inquired. Indeed, indeed. When your clone vanished earlier, I feared something had gone awry, Tsunade shyly admitted. Orochimaru, observing Tianqi's return, felt no surprise, given his formidable strength. Handling these novices was but child's play. Tianqi awkwardly touched his nose and thought to himself that if he mentioned attacking the rock-hidden village, they would surely be terrified. He then spoke, it's nothing. They are merely insignificant characters, easily dealt with. At that moment, Tianqi entered, surprised to see Tianqi still attending to them. The name was mentioned by Jiraiya and his companions, and Tianqi had no knowledge of Tianqi's earlier departure. He had now returned, having completed his own tasks. Tianqi requested, please arrange some food for me and a place to stay. I need to rest for a few days. This period has truly exhausted me. Tianqi replied. No problem. You are our hero in the land of soup, so please take your time to recuperate. The people of the land of soup will ensure you are well taken care of. Tianqi said joyfully, knowing that with Tianqi having dealt with the enemy, everyone would enjoy their freedom and no one would be forced to work anymore. All right, there is no need for such formality. Let us keep it casual. You 3 should focus on recovering, and I'll have a meal with Tianqi before resting, Tianqi concluded, following Tianqi out. After dining, Tianqi lay on the bed arranged by Tianqi, gazing at the ceiling and contemplating. This incident with the rock-hidden village has escalated significantly. Returning to the village will likely bring endless troubles. I should take this opportunity to rest well for a few days. On the journey back, he thought to teach Jiraiya the Rasengan, as he anticipated there would be little time once they arrived at the village. Lost in thought, he soon fell asleep. His body unscathed from the recent battle, yet his spirit was somewhat weary. 3 days later, as Jiraiya and the others began to recover from their injuries, they prepared to return to Konoha. Tianqi, brother, Jiraiya remarked, our injuries are nearly healed. Why do you insist on staying an extra 2 days? We're still moving so slowly. Don't you wish to return to Konoha more quickly? Tianqi cast a glance at Jiraiya, remarking on his incessant chatter, do you still wish to learn ninjutsu from me? Contemplating this, Jiraiya fervently nodded at the mention of ninjutsu. I shall impart some knowledge to you along the way. Upon our return to Konoha, I might encounter a bit of trouble. Despite the gravity of the situation, Tianqi spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if it were of little consequence. How could there be trouble? We have exceeded our mission's expectations and should be rewarded accordingly, Sanade interjected, furrowing her brow at Tianqi's mention of trouble. Indeed. The village ought not to place us in a difficult position, especially since we have surpassed a C-rank mission. Orochimaru began to analyze the situation directly. Tianqi shook his head, stating, you have not understood my words. I am the one in trouble, not you. You are fine. How could that be? I refuse to believe that the village would act so unreasonable. If the village causes you trouble, I shall certainly seek an explanation from Master Sarutobi. Upon hearing that Tianqi was in trouble, Sanade exclaimed in anger, unable to accept that the village would behave in such a manner. This time, it seemed even Sarutobi would be powerless. Recalling how he had reduced Iwagakure to such a state, it was likely Sarutobi would not be able to protect himself either. However, at most, it would be a minor punishment that would scarcely dare to impose a severe penalty on him. While Tianqi and his companions were on their journey, the village was hosting a celebration. Sarutobi looked on joyfully at Danzo, for today marked Danzo's official ascension to elder. Sarutobi had hurried to appoint Danzo as an elder only upon learning that Tianqi was absent from the village, eager to celebrate the occasion. Had Tianqi been present, Sarutobi would have likely hastily announced the appointment and concluded the matter, and the celebration would have inevitably been a chaotic affair. Beside him, Danzo wore a displeased expression. Being an elder was not his ambition. He coveted the position of Hokage, not the so-called elder role. While the village rejoiced, Tianqi commenced his teaching. It is merely a slight inconvenience. I am not overly concerned. Jiraiya, come with me. I shall teach you the Rasengan. If anyone wishes to learn, they may follow. However, just as Sanade was about to speak, Tianqi swiftly pulled Jiraiya aside. If the village causes you trouble, I will certainly seek justice from Granny Mido. Sanade reflected silently as she watched Tianqi's retreating figure. Orochimaru, do you truly believe the village would act so irrationally? We have exceeded our mission. Yet Tianqi must face punishment. I do not know. I have an unsettling feeling that matters are not as straightforward as they seem, replied Orochimaru in response to Sanade's inquiry. The two did not follow Tianqi, but instead chose to rest where they stood. The Rasengan technique consists of 3 stages, Tianqi explained. Producing a water-filled balloon he had prepared in advance within the Kamui dimension. Jiraiya observed closely, realizing that the first stage was quite simple. It involved gathering chakra in one's hand, causing it to rotate, and then bursting the balloon, as Tianqi held the water balloon. He elaborated while demonstrating the technique to Jiraiya. This is simple. Give me a water balloon to try, Jiraiya declared, eager to test his understanding. You may try, but remember, there is a small trick at the beginning. Lower your head, let me see, Tianqi instructed, not immediately handing over the water balloon but instead directing Jiraiya to bow. As long as the direction of the energy rotation within your body aligns with the direction of the chakra you use to burst the balloon, you will greatly accelerate the process, making it much easier to break the balloon. To discern the direction of one's energy rotation, one need only observe the swirl atop their head. Your swirl turns left, thus, you should rotate your chakra to the left, Tianqi advised after assessing Jiraiya's head. Without hesitation, he then handed a water balloon to Jiraiya. No problem, brother Tianqi, watch how I succeed on my first attempt, Jiraiya exclaimed confidently before commencing his experiment. However, Jiraiya stood still, staring at the water balloon. What are you dawdling for? Begin, Tianqi urged, noticing Jiraiya's hesitation. Brother Tianqi, I've already started, Jiraiya replied sheepishly. What? You've started? Why is there no movement at all? Tianqi questioned, doubting himself. Jiraiya, did you understand what I said earlier? Don't rush, don't rush. Let me try again. I'll burst it. Jiraiya insisted, attempting once more. Tianqi's expression darkened instantly. It was evident that this time there had been no progress, which was truly disappointing. You stay here and practice diligently. Do not return unless you achieve success, he declared, turning on his heel and walking away without a backward glance. Tianqi, please don't go. Grant me one more chance. I assure you I will succeed next time, Jiraiya implored as he witnessed Tianqi's departure. Tianqi showed no intention of stopping. He disregarded Jiraiya and swiftly made his way to the location of Sanade and Orochimaru. Upon arrival, he observed that the two had already started a small fire, upon which several chickens were being roasted. Tianqi remained silent and plopped down beside the fire. Brother Tianqi, what troubles you? What about Jiraiya? Is the training not yielding satisfactory results? Sanade inquired, noticing Tianqi's unusual reticence. I had assumed that Jiraiya would not be as foolish as Naruto. I did not expect him to falter on such a simple matter. Tianqi intended to express that Jiraiya was not as dim-witted as Naruto, but quickly realized he had let slip a thought and hastily corrected himself. Not wanting to alter Naruto's life trajectory due to his own words. Haha, is that so? Brother Tianqi, you need not concern yourself. That fellow is just like that. He simply requires a bit of time, Sanade replied with a smile upon hearing about the less-than-ideal training outcomes. That fool Orochimaru chuckled at the thought of Jiraiya, who, despite having formidable ninjutsu at his disposal, simply could not grasp it. Let us give him some time. He will inevitably learn in due course. Orochimaru. May I pose a question to you? Tianqi directed his gaze toward the smiling Orochimaru. What question? Orochimaru looked at Tianqi with a puzzled expression, unsure why he was suddenly being consulted. Do you believe that a person's lineage, specifically, their bloodline limit, is more significant than their own efforts? Tianqi asked with a serious demeanor. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before responding. Although some bloodline limits are incredibly potent, I still maintain that one should rely on personal effort. Those who possess bloodline limits but lack diligence are merely ineffectual. Indeed, Tianqi nodded in agreement. I hope you can uphold this conviction. Orochimaru. Do you understand the essence of life? Tianqi contemplated Orochimaru's future as he sought to impart a lesson. Huh? What do you mean? Both Orochimaru and Sanade looked at Tianqi, bewildered by his sudden philosophical musings. In my view, every individual possesses a purpose for their existence. The essence of life, to me, can be distilled into 6 characters: endurance, fate, power, understanding. These 6 characters I bestow upon you, Orochimaru, in hopes that you may come to truly comprehend their significance. Upon hearing Tianqi's words, Orochimaru nodded, though he did not fully grasp their meaning. Brother Tianqi, what has come over you? You seem rather peculiar today, Sanade said. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded him. It's nothing. I was merely reflecting on certain matters, Tianqi replied slowly. Well then, while Jiraiya practices his ninjutsu, allow me to write something for you, Sanade. With that, Tianqi picked up a scroll and began inscribing a ninjutsu technique for her. Chapter 44, Tianqi's imprisonment indeed. Tianqi bestowed upon Sanade the method for mastering the Baiken no Jutsu. He exchanged his remaining 14,000 points to acquire the 1,000-point technique. This is. Sanade's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the scroll Tianqi had presented to her. Sanade, I recognize your talent in medical ninjutsu. But a medical ninja cannot always be at the forefront. With this ninjutsu, it won't be long before you can stand at the very front lines of battle and protect yourself effectively. Tianqi affectionately tousled Sanade's hair. Thank you, Tianqi, she replied, her cheeks flushing with gratitude. Tianqi then turned his attention to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, we have spent a considerable amount of time together. Yet I am uncertain what ninjutsu to teach you. It appears you are suited for the mastery of any technique. This scroll contains the cultivation methods for all elemental ninjutsu and their combinations. Take it and study it at your leisure. He handed the scroll to Orochimaru. Tianqi exchanged his remaining 4,000 points for a cultivation method. Although it contained numerous ninjutsu techniques, they were not directly bestowed upon him but required personal practice. Thus, 4,000 points were sufficient, leaving Tianqi with a balance of 0. Thank you, Tianqi. Orochimaru expressed his gratitude upon hearing Tianqi's admission that he was uncertain about which ninjutsu to teach himself. To his surprise, Tianqi handed him a scroll containing a plethora of ninjutsu. As they journeyed while studying these techniques, they finally approached the vicinity of Konoha. What was initially expected to take merely a few days stretched into half a month. Meanwhile, Jiraiya successfully learned the Rasengan after a week of diligent practice. The other two also grew stronger. Jiraiya and Sanade achieved the rank of Chunin, while Orochimaru ascended to elite Chunin. After such a long time. We are almost at Konoha. I miss home, Jiraiya exclaimed, gazing excitedly at the increasingly familiar gates of Konoha. Indeed. I hadn't anticipated that our absence would linger so long. I find myself missing Konoha. Orochimaru smiled as he too looked towards the gates. Tianqi, do you miss Konoha? Sanade gently inquired, noticing the growing closeness between her and Tianqi over the past 2 weeks. To be honest, if I had the choice, I would rather not return. Tianqi replied with a hint of resignation. Why do you say that? Sanade asked, her brow furrowed in confusion at Tianqi's reluctance to return to Konoha. You will understand soon, he remarked, not glancing back as he approached the gates. The reason for his statement became apparent as he spotted 2 Umbu ninjas standing at the entrance, their cat-faced masks indicating they were likely there to take him away. Thus, the group steadily advanced towards the gate. Hey, we're back. Jiraiya began to greet the guards, only to witness the 2 Umbu ninjas suddenly hurling iron chains. The chains ensnared Tianqi, who made no effort to resist, knowing full well why they had come for him. Uchiha Tianqi, come with us, the Umbu ninjas stated coldly. Tianqi remained silent, allowing them to escort him away. The Umbu were surprised by how easily they had apprehended him, appreciating his cooperation as it spared them some effort. Unaware of the unfolding situation, Sanade and the others watched in alarm as Tianqi was seized. Wait, on what grounds are you apprehending him? Sanade stepped in front of the Umbu ninjas, flanked by Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Indeed, you must provide an explanation, Jiraiya asserted. loyal to Tianqi, whom they had all supported unreservedly. The Umbu ninjas responded coldly, "We are merely executing orders and are not obliged to explain. If you wish to inquire about our actions, you may do so with Lord Hokage." "Humph. We not only completed our task but exceeded expectations. By what right do you apprehend him and demand we consult the Hokage? Such tyranny is unacceptable," Tsunade declared defiantly, positioning herself to block the Umbu. Jiraiya and Orochimaru brandished their kunai, ready to fight should anyone dare to take Tianqi. "Are you obstructing us in the execution of our orders? I advise you to step aside. Should you continue to impede our duties, we are authorized to apprehend you under the pretense of obstructing official orders. Think carefully." The Umbu warned, noting their readiness for confrontation. "I do not care about that. You cannot take him," Tsunade stubbornly insisted. "In that case, do not blame us for being impolite." The Umbu ninjas prepared to act as the standoff continued. "Enough. Stand down." Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Tianqi finally interjected. "Tsunade, please step aside. Do not cause a disturbance within the village." "No, Tianqi. If we yield, it would signify that the village unjustly apprehends its own. I will not allow you to be taken so easily." Tsunade glared furiously at the Umbu, resolute in her determination to protect the integrity of the village her grandfather had founded. "All right, this situation is indeed my fault. The village has acted correctly. Tsunade, please. Let it go," Tianqi urged, striving to persuade her further. "Your fault? Is there any issue here? We have completed our task without error. The fault lies with them." Tsunade indicated toward the two Umbu, clearly unaware that she and Tianqi were discussing entirely different matters. Realizing that persuasion was futile, Tianqi activated his Sharingan and cast a genjutsu on Tsunade, leaving her momentarily stunned. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also sensed something amiss. And just as they were about to assist Tsunade in breaking the illusion, Tianqi's voice echoed, "No need to free her. Take her aside and do not obstruct me, or I shall employ genjutsu on you as well." Comprehending the gravity of the situation, the two promptly escorted Tsunade away. "Tsunade, refrain from such impulsiveness in the future," Tianqi advised before following the two Umbu. This time, the Umbu did not restrain him but allowed him to walk ahead, trailing behind. Even bound, he was capable of executing genjutsu without hand seals. It was best not to provoke him further. The two Umbu, focused solely on their orders, were blissfully ignorant of Tianqi's transgressions. Had they known that he not only attacked the hidden stone village but emerged victorious, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear. Thus, Tianqi was not granted an audience with Sarutobi Hiruzen but was instead bound and taken to the dark confines of Konoha's prison. Upon entering, the guard intended to blindfold him. But Tianqi's formidable aura prompted him to relent. "A blindfold is unnecessary. If I truly wished to flee, I would not have returned. Moreover, should I desire to escape, you would not be able to stop me." Acknowledging Tianqi's prowess, the guard ceased his insistence on the blindfold, and Tianqi sat silently in the cell, patiently awaiting Hiruzen's arrival, confident that he would come. Chapter 45. Seeking an explanation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having freed herself from the genjutsu, learned of Tianqi's imprisonment and rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office with her companions. "Ah, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, welcome back. How was your first mission so far from home?" Sarutobi greeted with a smile as the trio burst into his office. "Enough with the pleasantries. We have come to ascertain whether there remains any semblance of justice in this village. Why has Tianqi been imprisoned? You must provide a reasonable explanation today," Tsunade demanded furiously. "Take a look at this document, and you shall understand," Sarutobi replied, contemplating for a moment before handing Tsunade a file. While he would typically dismiss such inquiries, Tsunade's status as the granddaughter of two Hokage and princess of the Land of Fire compelled him to take her seriously. "I shall see what justification you have," Tsunade declared as she opened the envelope and perused its contents. "Impossible. How could this be? Tianqi was with us. How could he have ventured to the Land of Earth? This cannot be true," she exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face as she tossed the document to the ground. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, perplexed by Tsunade's reaction, picked up the discarded file and scrutinized it. This cannot be right," they echoed Tsunade's sentiments. "Now you comprehend why he was apprehended, correct? He invaded the Land of Earth, disrupted peace, and deliberately instigated war. Do you grasp the severity of these charges?" Sarutobi stated gravely. "Is this true, Master Sarutobi? Could it be a fabrication? Perhaps an enemy has framed Tianqi?" Orochimaru speculated. "Indeed, this must be a scheme." Jiraiya concurred with Orochimaru. "Unlikely. This information was dispatched directly from the Tsuchikage, and I have confirmed it. There is indeed a leaf ninja named Uchiha Tianqi who attacked the Iwagakure." Sarutobi's words shattered their last glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to them, the entire ninja world was already aware of the incident, as news of a leaf ninja single-handedly besting the Land of Earth spread like wildfire. The Land of Earth had become the subject of ridicule throughout the ninja world. "Damn it! Who leaked this information? If I discover their identity, I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death." Anoki fumed, shattering a teacup in frustration. "This cannot continue. If the Land of Earth appears weak, the other major ninja villages will seize the opportunity to exploit us. What shall we do? I have it. Summon my orders, annihilate the nearby small nations that mock us, and demand a satisfactory response from Konoha," Anoki declared, formulating a plan after much deliberation. "Such displays of strength should suffice." I hope the other major villages refrain from interference. Otherwise, the land of Earth will truly be in dire straits. We have already lost many shinobi. If war erupts again, Awagakure may well become a minor village, he lamented, attributing all his troubles to the leaf. Curse Konoha. Damn the leaf ninja, damn Uchiha Tianqi. Were it not for him, we would not be in this predicament. Anoki raged, overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding him. Master Sarutobi, can't you devise a plan to aid Tianqi? Tsunade implored, aware that if the charges were substantiated, Tianqi's future in the village would be jeopardized. The general populace would surely protest against a breach of peace, for they despised warfare. Should discord arise, Tianqi's situation would worsen. Indeed, let us champion Tianqi. Jiraiya and Orochimaru rallied in support. Do you think I'm not concerned? The land of Earth demands accountability. They insist on Tianqi's execution. While the council has resolved to hand him over, it is already a challenge to ensure Tianqi's safety within Konoha. War is out of the question. Alas. My only recourse is to negotiate with the land of Earth and attempt to appease them. This compensation will surely extract a heavy toll. And I have yet to persuade the council. It is utterly exasperating. Sarutobi sighed. Now you understand, do you not? The village must be just and fair. Do not trouble me further. I shall devise a solution regarding Tianqi. You may depart, he instructed. Very well, Master Sarutobi, please ensure Tianqi's safety, Tsunade urged. And Sarutobi nodded as the trio exited the Hokage's office. The situation had escalated beyond their expectations. They could hardly fathom that their companion, Tianqi, had managed to assault the land of Earth. I wonder how he accomplished such a swift return from such a distance, Jiraiya pondered. I suspect he possesses a unique jutsu that allows for rapid movement. Otherwise, it would not be possible to travel so quickly, Orochimaru reasoned. Nonetheless, I genuinely admire Tianqi. To infiltrate Awagakure alone and emerge victorious in such a short time demonstrates his extraordinary prowess, Orochimaru remarked, his expression one of admiration. Indeed, Tianqi is truly remarkable, Jiraiya affirmed. Nodding in agreement. Enough of discussing Tianqi's prowess. He has been captured. We must devise a plan. Given his strength in assaulting Awagakure, should we press him further? Konoha may find itself in a similar predicament. Tsunade expressed her deep concern, torn between caring for Tianqi and fearing that he might resort to desperate measures. What can we do? Our voices hold little weight, and we lack significant influence, Jiraiya lamented, waving his hand in resignation. Influence? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade dashed out without hesitation. What has gotten into her? Jiraiya inquired, casting a glance towards Orochimaru. How would I know what's troubling her? Orochimaru replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya parted ways, and she swiftly made her way to her grandmother, the Vortex clan's Mito. The mention of Jiraiya's esteemed position reminded her of her grandmother. Her husband was the legendary first Hokage, a revered figure in the ninja world. And Mito was the sister-in-law of the current high-ranking officials. If she were to intercede on behalf of Tianqi, the higher-ups would undoubtedly heed her words. Even the daimyo could not disregard her. Tsunade, filled with excitement, burst into the home of Mito Uzumaki. On the other side, in the prison, a peculiar visitor approached Tianqi. Well, if it isn't our very own Shura, Uchiha Tianqi. How did you end up in this sorry state? Danzo mocked with a smirk. Indeed. The newcomer was none other than Shimura Danzo, who had always held a disdain for Tianqi. Chapter 46, Mito steps and Tianqi raised his gaze to Tuanzo, remaining silent as he stared. Noticing Tianqi's lack of response, Tuanzo grew increasingly arrogant. Heh, Uchiha Tianqi, I have long warned you not to fall into my hands. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you suffer greatly. Look at you now, presenting yourself to me, Tuanzo proclaimed. A smile gracing his face, this was the most joyous moment he had experienced in many years. You must still be hoping for Sarutobi to rescue you. But I advise you to abandon that thought. Our council of elders will never permit your escape. We shall deliver you to the land of Earth, where they will relish in torturing you. Tuanzo continued to prattle on. At last, unable to endure Tuanzo's incessant taunts, Tianqi spoke up. Tuanzo, have you not said enough? A few jabs of mockery are sufficient. Do not overstep your bounds. Haha. Uchiha Tianqi, you are but a prisoner now. What dignity do you still possess? I do not merely wish to witness your humiliation. I intend to deal with you thoroughly. Open the cell door. Tuanzo commanded, gesturing for the guard to unlock the cell. Please, Lord Tuanzo, do not put us in a difficult position. The cell door cannot be opened without the Hokage's permission, the guard explained, visibly distressed. As a senior elder, he was reluctant to speak too harshly. I am an elder. My word alone suffices for you to open it. You should know the consequences of crossing me, Tuanzo threatened, his eyes narrowing at the guard. He despised any mention of the Hokage, for not achieving that title was a lifelong regret that he would not tolerate being brought up. Well, all right, but just this once, the guard relented, reluctantly unlocking the cell door, not wishing to offend the scheming Tuanzo. You were quite arrogant before, weren't you? Come. Continue your bravado. Look at your current wretched state. It disgusts me. Bah. Tuanzo sneered as he entered the cell. How dare you? Hearing Tuanzo's insults, Tianqi finally erupted in fury, unleashing his power to shatter the chains binding him. With a resounding crack, the chains fell away. Tianqi broke free from his chains and swiftly delivered a slap to Danzo. Caught off guard, Danzo was sent flying. spinning several times in the air before crashing against the prison door, which shattered upon impact, leaving him dazed. The guard, witnessing Danzo's unexpected flight, stood frozen in disbelief. Pa, with your kind of trash, you dare to humiliate me? Do you remember what I said before? Every time I see you, I will strike you. Did you think I was jesting? Tianqi spat at the unconscious Danzo. This cell is compromised. I shall move to the adjacent one, Tianqi remarked to the ninja. Before running over and lying down in the neighboring cell. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and close the door, lest I escape. Tianqi chided the still-stunned ninja. Oh, I'll do it right away. The guard stammered, hastening to shut the door before escorting the unconscious Danzo out. What kind of prisoner is this? After all these years of guarding, I've never encountered such a character, breaking out of a cell only to switch to another and remain imprisoned. Truly a peculiar individual. He muttered as he carried Danzo to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Sarutobi was engaged in conversation with the elder of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tianqi has done so much for the village, even abstaining from participating in the clan's coup, and he assists us with various tasks daily. I cannot believe you failed to see it, the elder expressed, his face contorted with anger, his eyes devoid of the Hokage's trust. Elder. I am aware of Tianqi's contributions to the village, but what he has done this time is simply excessive. I have merely confined him. This is already the lightest punishment. Please understand my predicament, Sarutobi responded, recognizing the elder's concerns regarding Tianqi's actions. Over the years, Tianqi had unconditionally undertaken numerous tasks, even relocating away from the Uchiha. Fully cooperating with his duties. Sarutobi knew that Tianqi had performed admirably. However, he was also burdened by the documents from the Tsuchikage demanding an explanation. Tianqi merely launched an attack on Awagakure, which is no loss considering their reputation. His actions served to deter them from growing stronger and causing trouble for Konoha in the future. I believe Tianqi's approach is entirely justified, the elder continued. Fully aware of the gravity of the offense of attacking a major ninja village, he was adamant that Tianqi could not be allowed to face dire consequences. Sarutobi. You must understand that you are the Hokage. They are not. The elder's opinions are merely suggestions, not commands. The decisions you make are yours alone. And the elders have no authority to contest them. We will compensate the land of Earth for their losses, and if the elders have any objections, let them come to me directly. I wish to see who holds the title of Hokage, you or them, Uzumaki Mito declared, slamming her hand on the table to reinforce her resolution. Very well, with Lady Mito to resolve the elder's concerns, I may handle this matter more smoothly, Sarutobi thought. Aware that he could not disregard the elder's opinions, as they were once his comrades. However, Mito, being not only the first Hokage's wife but also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, commanded respect that none could ignore. What shall we do about the imprisoned Tianqi? Should we release him? Sarutobi posed the question to Mito, seeking her guidance on Tianqi's fate. The elder, too, turned his gaze towards Mito, eager to discover how the esteemed lady would handle the situation. That young man? His strength has indeed grown. He dared to challenge the land of Earth alone. However, the trouble he has stirred is considerable. Such recklessness cannot be overlooked. Let him remain confined for a while to reflect before considering his release, Mito concluded after careful contemplation. No, please, Lady Mito, just let Tianqi go. Tsunade interjected, shaking Mito's hand and pleading with her. Enough, little Tsunade. Tianqi has indeed overstepped this time. This minor punishment is far from severe. Mito gently stroked Tsunade's head. Fine, Tsunade mumbled, lowering her head. Suddenly, a ninja burst into the room, breathless. Not good. Not good. Uchiha Tianqi has attacked Lord Danzo in a cell. What? How did Danzo end up in the prison? This is outrageous. Tianqi, you must not act impulsively, Sarutobi exclaimed. Rushing out, followed closely by the others, his concern for Tianqi outweighing all else. A man capable of matching an entire ninja village posed a substantial threat to Konoha if he were to rebel. What is the situation? Uchiha Tianqi did not escape. Did he? Sarutobi inquired upon reaching the guardhouse. Huh? Hokage-sama, what are you saying? Who would dare breach the prison? The guard replied, bewildered. Weren't we told that Uchiha Tianqi attacked in a cell? Sarutobi was equally perplexed. Oh, that? He did attack Lord Danzo, but then he simply stopped. He did not attempt to break out, the guard clarified. Relieved to hear that Tianqi had not acted recklessly, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Lead us to where Uchiha Tianqi is, Sarutobi commanded. Yes, Hokage-sama, the guard replied, guiding them into the prison. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find Tianqi peacefully asleep on his bed. Good heavens! We were so worried, and here you are napping in your cell, Sarutobi exclaimed, shaking Tianqi awake. Huh? Who is it? Can't a person get some sleep? Tianqi mumbled, bleary-eyed, but upon recognizing his visitors, he quickly leaped from the bed. Brother Sarutobi, you've come. Elder, Tsunade, you all are here too. He greeted them warmly. However, he soon turned his gaze to the elderly woman beside him, furrowing his brow. You look familiar. Have we met before? Who is this? Tianqi inquired, directing his question at the group. Uchiha Tianqi, it has been many years since we last met. You may not remember me, but I am Uzumaki Mito, an old friend of your father. Mito introduced herself before anyone else could speak. Uzumaki Mito. He suddenly remembered that this was the wife of Sinja Hashirama, and he realized he wasn't particularly familiar with her. What could her purpose be? Greetings, Lady Mito. May I inquire about your visit? Although uncertain of her intentions, Tianqi greeted her warmly. I was brought here by Tsunade. I never expected that the boy who was once confined by Tobirama has grown so powerful that he can challenge an entire nation alone. If I'm not mistaken. You have awakened those eyes, Haven Tiyu? Mito scrutinized the young man before her. Upon hearing Mito's question, Tianqi's expression turned serious. Sarutobi, Tsunade, and the elder. Please step outside. I have some matters to discuss with Lady Mito. The elder, upon hearing Mito mention those eyes, felt a surge of excitement. He wished to hear more. But since Tianqi requested them to leave, he complied, knowing he could inquire later. As Sarutobi and Tsunade looked at Mito, she waved them out. Once they had exited, Mito spoke. Now that they are gone, feel free to speak your mind. Tianqi smirked. Indeed, as the wife of the first Hokage, your influence in Konoha is quite significant. Even the Hokage must heed your words. You needn't be so cryptic. Answer my question. Have you awakened those eyes? Mito remained unfazed by Tianqi's jests at her age. She had long attained tranquility of heart. Indeed, I have awakened those eyes, the ones imbued with sage-like power. Upon hearing this, Mito furrowed her brow. It was known that those who awaken the Uchiha's eyes often experience some degree of psychological distortion. It seemed Tianqi had also been affected. Since you have awakened them, your time in the light is limited, and you are indeed influenced by their power, Mito remarked, still frowning. Lady Mito, do you truly believe that if I were under such influence, I could remain so calm here? As for the light, although you possess greater knowledge of the Uchiha, do you think I am unaware of my own lineage? Tianqi engaged Mito in equal conversation, now unafraid of anyone in the ninja world. He would not lower himself without reason. Humph. Since you are aware, you should cherish the remaining time and refrain from engaging in meaningless endeavors. Tsunade came to plead for your rescue. I will suppress the incident in the land of Earth this time. I hope this is the first and last time, otherwise. Even Tsunade's intercession will be of no avail. Take care of yourself. Mito felt a tinge of annoyance at Tianqi's demeanor and prepared to leave. Realizing Mito was not there to cause trouble but rather to assist at Tsunade's behest, Tianqi quickly shifted his tone. Lady Mito, please wait a moment. What is it? Do you have something else to say? Mito turned back, her expression displeased. I mistakenly thought you had come to confront me today. And I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Please forgive me. He bowed deeply, recognizing her as Tsunade's grandmother. Oh, I thought you would be just as rebellious as your father. Mito noted, seeing Tianqi's changed attitude and his respectful bow. He is he, and I am I. I shall never be like him, nor can I become someone like him. Tianqi declared confidently, firmly opposing Madara's infinite Tsukuyami. And regarding my previous disrespect towards you, please do not inform Tsunade, Tianqi added, scratching his nose. Very well. I shall promise you that. Alas, it is a pity for such a fine Uchiha like you to be facing blindness soon, Mito lamented, observing Tianqi with concern. Actually, that is not the case. My eyes will not go blind because I have awakened the eternal light, Tianqi replied with a smile. Eternal light? That is impossible. Mito was taken aback, astonished by his claim. Madara himself did not comprehend why he possessed those eyes. How did you achieve that? That is a secret of the Uchiha. Am I not allowed to keep it to myself? Tianqi chuckled, touching his head. Well, since it is a secret, it is fine not to disclose it. Who else knows how to awaken such power? Is it even feasible? She inquired, turning to Tianqi. If there were an easy way to unlock such abilities, Konoha would surely descend into chaos. I am the sole possessor of this knowledge. As for the current Uchiha clan, aside from me, no one else has succeeded, Tianqi affirmed. Upon hearing this, Mito sighed in relief. The current generation of Uchiha still had a century left to thrive, ensuring their temporary safety. Tianqi, I hope you keep this method a secret from anyone besides yourself and your descendants. Can you ensure that? Mito regarded him with optimism. Absolutely. I can assure you of that, Tianqi promised, patting his chest. Mito felt reassured by Tianqi's commitment. Her considerations were strategic. With Tsunade developing feelings for Tianqi and seeing his attitude towards her, if the two could unite, the offspring of Hashirama and Madara would indeed bring stability to Konoha. Chapter 48. The furious Noki. Since that is the case, you should remain here for a while. The commotion you caused was substantial. Merely closing the door would not suffice. Stay put. I shall take my leave. With that, Mito departed. Understood. Lady Mito, please take care, Tianqi responded, accepting that he could not leave at the moment. After Mito left, Sarutobi and the others entered. Tianqi, are you all right? Young clan leader, are you unhurt? I am fine, Tsunade. Elder, what brings you here as well? He regarded the elder sternly, aware of his age and the toll of time. You were in danger. How could I remain at ease at home? I cannot let down Lord Madara, the elder insisted, refusing to be swayed by Tianqi's reassurances. Enough, I'm fine. Elder, you should return home. There's no need for you to wander aimlessly. Enjoy your twilight years. And please refrain from mentioning that person in my presence again, Tianqi said, turning to Sarutobi. You little rascal, the elder is concerned for your well-being. We heard about the disturbances in the prison and thought you might be in despair, so we rushed here. To our surprise, you had actually confronted Danzo. Why are you causing trouble even in confinement? Sarutobi chided. I didn't intend to strike him. He provoked me relentlessly and attempted to make a move. I couldn't let him have the upper hand, could I? Tianqi defended himself. What? Tobirama. You still wish to confront him? On what grounds? Sarutobi-sensei, you must take a stand for Tianqi. Upon hearing that Tianqi was nearly assaulted, Tsunade's anger flared. Well, Tianqi is unharmed, isn't he? I will hold Tobirama accountable for his actions. Tianqi, please endure this slight for a while longer. Refrain from causing any disturbances. Once we settle the reparations with the Wagakure, you shall be released, he gently advised, fearing Tianqi might become overwhelmed and stir up trouble again. Reparations? If they dare to challenge us, let them come find me, I will not hesitate to crush them. They can dream of compensation, Tianqi declared, his fist raised in defiance. Unafraid of the consequences. Isn't it only reasonable to offer some form of compensation after causing such chaos in their village? Peace is a hard-won treasure. If they overstep their bounds, we shall not yield to them, Sarutobi remarked, his youthful vigor evident, unlike his more indecisive elder self. Very well, do as you see fit. Should war arise, I am confident in our ability to reclaim the territory of the land of earth for the land of fire, Tianqi asserted, his confidence unwavering and well-founded. All right, stay here quietly. I have a myriad of matters to attend to. I must take my leave now. Young clan leader, I shall take my leave as well. Tianqi waved goodbye, and the two exited, leaving only Tsunade and himself in the prison. Tsunade, it's time for you to return as well. In a short while, I shall be released, and during this time, you can begin practicing the ninjutsu I taught you. He gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. Tsunade nodded, her cheeks flushed. Before dashing out, the combination of Senju and Uchiha breeds infinite possibilities, he mused, watching her leave before returning to his repose. Days later, with Mito's intervention. The higher-ups had no objections regarding the compensation matter, and the daimyo showed respect to Mito, indicating a willingness to provide funds. Seeing unanimous agreement, Sarutobi waved his hand decisively, drafting a letter and dispatching a small team with the letter and funds to the land of Earth. Upon receiving the letter and money, Inoki was incensed. Damn Konoha. Damn Sarutobi Horizon. This paltry sum isn't even enough for repairs. He slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it in his fury. Nearby, the higher-ups of a Wagakure picked up the letter and began to read. To the esteemed Tsuchikage, our village expresses profound apologies for the attack on your ninjas. However, what has transpired cannot be undone. Therefore, we have decided to compensate your village with 30 million ryo for repairs. We hope your village will accept this. Of course, we never initiate conflict. When provoked, we do not shy away. We hope your village considers this carefully. After reading the letter, the high-ranking officials understood why Inoki was so furious. Tsuchikage, given our current strength, we are not capable of overcoming them. In response to Konoha's provocations, we must endure and bide our time until we are strong enough to retaliate, an official advised. I am aware of the situation. It is merely disheartening. This debt to Konoha will not be forgotten. There will come a day when you will reap the consequences, Inoki retorted. In contrast to Inoki's anger, Tianqi was savoring the meal Tsunade had brought him. Ah, this food is far superior to what they serve in here. After eating prison food daily, I was almost nauseated. He devoured the meal with gusto. Just be patient. Sarutobi-sensei has already sent the compensation. You should be out soon. Tsunade smiled at him. She had prepared the meal herself. And seeing him enjoy it brought her joy. So soon? How much did Sarutobi-sensei send? Tianqi asked, mouth full. Slow down. I'm not quite sure. But I think I heard Mito say it was 30 million ryo, she replied, uncertain of the details. 30 million? Haha, if that were true. Inoki's face must be as dark as thunder. Tianqi chuckled. Why do you say that? Tsunade inquired. Don't you know? Given the extent of the damage I caused, coupled with the compensation for the injured, it would take several hundred million to cover it. Sarutobi-sensei, sending only 30 million won't even suffice for repairs. Tianqi laughed heartily. The Wagakure won't be stirring up trouble for the next decade. Is that so? Would the Tsuchikage really let this slide? If it were me, I certainly wouldn't accept such a meager amount, Tsunade pondered. He has no choice. Presently, a Wagakure cannot compare to Konoha. Their strength is already lacking, and after my disruption, it is even weaker. Inoki's desire for war with Konoha is a path to ruin. He must silently endure this setback, Tianqi explained. I see. It's for the sake of the village, isn't it? Why did you have to stir up trouble in a Wagakure? Now you must face imprisonment, she chided gently. You don't understand. Tsunade, the land of fire's environment is inherently better than others, and they have long coveted our land. Rather than wait for them to grow strong enough to attack us, it is wiser to weaken them preemptively, rendering them incapable of aggression. My actions are for Konoha in the land of fire, Tianqi declared with righteous fervor. Indeed. You have your reasons. I can't argue with you. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, I must collect the dishes and leave. I have a mission to undertake soon. She urged. Chapter 49. Tianqi is released so soon? Is the mission dangerous? Tianqi asked with concern, feeling a sense of closeness that warranted his worry. It's not dangerous. I'm simply accompanying Orochimaru to eliminate bandits. It's quite simple. Once we complete this task, you should be free as well, she reassured him. Just the two of you? What about Jiraiya? Tianqi inquired, sensing something amiss. Oh, he seems to be with Sarutobi-sensei learning summoning techniques. He got so eager that he jumped right into it and ended up summoning something without knowing where it went, Tsunade explained. Well, once you're out, you can ask Sarutobi-sensei yourself. I must go now. I have a task to prepare for, she finished, taking her lunchbox and leaving. Indeed, Tianqi had guessed correctly. Jiraiya had likely gone to Mount Mayaboku to learn sage techniques. Sage techniques? When will I ever attain such abilities? He mused, watching Tsunade's retreating figure. Ah. Being a ninja is truly a perilous profession. The coming second and third great ninja wars will surely claim countless lives. Wouldn't it be better to live peacefully? Thus, after a month of confinement, Tianqi was finally released, personally welcomed by Sarutobi. At the prison gates, he stretched, reveling in the long-lost sunlight and fresh air. Ah. How wonderful it is to be outside again. Now you realize how delightful it is outside, huh? Let us see if you dare to misbehave again, Sarutobi remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. Come on, Sarutobi-sensei. I've just been released. Don't spoil my mood with such remarks. Let's go eat, Tianqi said, pulling Sarutobi along. Wait, did you not see that there is someone else here to greet you? Tianqi followed the direction pointed by Sarutobi Hizashi and glanced over. Jean, what brings you here? The son of the elder of the Uchiha clan, quite impressive, at the level of a genin. He is among those who left the family with me. Of course. If his father is out, how could he not come? I heard you were released from prison today. My father insisted I come to fetch you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered, as I have many pressing matters to attend to, Jean said with a displeased expression directed at Tianqi. Since you're here, quit your complaints. Today, you and Sarutobi must treat me to a splendid meal. I have nearly starved in that prison, he added, pulling the two towards a restaurant. Jean was one of the few individuals he was close to within the Uchiha clan, aside from the elder. He paid no heed to Jean's grumbling, after all. They were friends. He was relaxed around those he got along well with. If it had been Danzo or someone else making such remarks, he would have surely retaliated. Before long, the trio arrived at a restaurant. As soon as Tianqi sat down, he began to shout, Owner, bring me the finest dishes you have. These two will cover the bill. Sarutobi and Jean were both left speechless. Tianqi, do you really need to order everything? You sound like someone who has never eaten before. Didn't Tsunade bring you food recently? At the mention of this, Tianqi's expression soured. Don't bring that up. It only irritates me more. What do you mean by that? Sarutobi was perplexed as to what had offended Tianqi. What do you mean? You still dare to mention this? Tsunade just delivered meals to me a few days ago. And then you sent her off on a mission. For the rest of the time, I have been surviving on plain fare. Can you honestly claim this has nothing to do with you? Tianqi glared at Sarutobi. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi finally understood that it was indeed his doing. Tianqi. I had no choice. Tsunade and the others have reached the level of Nin. It was time for them to undergo proper training. After all, we might face conflict at any moment. Surely, you wouldn't want them to remain mere ornaments? I heard from Tsunade that you lost Jiraiya. Huh? Jean looked at Sarutobi with a bewildered expression upon hearing Tianqi's sudden remark about Jiraiya, knowing he was a disciple of the Hokage. You lost your disciple? Sarutobi must have quite the peculiar tastes. Don't misunderstand. He used summoning jutsu and ended up in another place, Tianqi clarified quickly. Noticing Jean's strange gaze and realizing he needed to explain, lest he tarnish the Hokage's reputation, the dishes arrived, and the owner placed them on the table before leaving. Exactly. How could you teach him that? Letting him use summoning jutsu without a contract? What if he goes and doesn't return? Tianqi continued to eat while speaking. Well, I didn't expect him to be so reckless. I had just taught him the hand signs, and he immediately tried it. I have no idea where he's summoned to. Or if he can return, Sarutobi admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt about the situation. Truly a troublesome master. You are the greatest danger when there is no threat. However, this time, Jiraiya might find fortune in misfortune. Fortune? How so? Sarutobi's guilt began to fade as he listened to Tianqi. This summoning jutsu will take Jiraiya to his sacred place. As long as he returns from that place, I believe he will emerge as the strongest among the three of them. So, this is not merely a misfortune, but rather a blessing. Aha. I knew teaching him summoning jutsu was the right choice. But how do you know this? With the worry for Jiraiya dissipating, Sarutobi felt a hint of curiosity. Ah, well, I once visited that sacred place. There is an elder there who possesses the ability to foresee the future. He predicted that Jiraiya would one day go there. Tianqi fabricated a reason, though it was not entirely untrue, as there was indeed some prophecy involved. Foreseeing the future, Sarutobi and Jean were both astonished. How could anyone possess such a power? I do not believe it. Jean expressed his skepticism, and Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Whether you believe it or not, it is indeed a reality. When Jiraiya returns, you can ask him directly. He will share the surprise with you. This elder could be considered half a master to the Sage of the Six Paths, Tianqi continued, savoring his meal. The Sage of the Six Paths? What is that? Both of them looked utterly confused, having never heard this term before. Goodness, do people nowadays not pay attention to history? You don't even know who the progenitor of ninjas is? Tianqi covered his eyes in disbelief at their ignorance, before proceeding to explain. The Sage of the Six Paths, known as the progenitor of ninjas, was a monk during the tumultuous war era who discovered the essence of chakra and sought to promote peace. It is said that all ninjutsu today originates from him, and due to his exceptional contributions, he is revered as the sage of the six paths. In those chaotic times, rumors abounded. Tianqi refrained from divulging the complete truth, carefully bypassing certain details, such as those concerning Kagaya Otsutsuki, in order to spare the two from undue fright. Chapter 50. Uchiha's Battle and the Torment. The Sage of Six Paths? Merely a legend, with no one capable of substantiating his existence to this day. Tianqi. Your words stray further from the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, shaking his head in disapproval, with Jean nodding in agreement, sharing his skepticism. Whether you choose to believe or not, I speak only the truth. This world is far more intricate than you perceive. Now that I am satiated, let us depart, he declared, rising to his feet. Wait. We haven't even eaten yet. You consumed everything. Hiruzen and Jean realized as they watched Tianqi walk away. Let us go, after eating. We should engage in some activity to assess the current strength of the Hokage, and simultaneously evaluate your prowess, Jean. After settling the bill, he directly invited the two. Very well, they agreed. Instead of heading to the village training grounds, the trio made their way to the forest behind Konoha. Aware that engaging in battle within the village would likely result in widespread destruction, Jean, you go first. Allow me to witness your current abilities. We shall reserve the fight against Brother Sarutobi for last, he gestured towards Jean. Then let me test the first of the Uchiha, Jean replied. Launching himself with his three-tomo Sharingan activated, the two engaged in a physical confrontation, exchanging blows, and under the dynamic vision afforded by the Sharingan. Jean surprisingly matched Tianqi blow for blow. Impressive, Jean. You can hold your ground against me in taijutsu. I wonder how your ninjutsu fares, Tianqi remarked, and without delay, he formed hand signs. Fire style, great fireball technique. As Tianqi unleashed this conventional fire technique, the size of the fireball visibly increased, elevating its power from C rank to A rank due to his chakra output. Remarkable. A C rank technique wielding the might of an A rank. However, I am not easily subdued, Jean countered, forming his own hand signs to execute the A rank fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. The two techniques collided, raising the ambient temperature before they neutralized each other, leading to another round of physical exchanges. To contend with Tianqi's C-rank ninjutsu, Jean must resort to A-rank techniques. It appears Tianqi's strength may have surpassed that of a Kage. Sarutobi observed, analyzing the duel. Against ninjutsu, I am no match, so I must rely solely on taijutsu, Jean resolved, having concluded his assessment following their earlier ninjutsu clash. Observing Jean's shift to taijutsu, Tianqi smirked slightly. Unable to compete in ninjutsu, he sought to find a resolution in physical prowess, and he was willing to oblige. As Jean launched a kick towards him, Tianqi seized the moment to activate his Manjiki Sharingan and utilized Kamui to phase through. Jean, believing his strike would connect, smiled, confident that taijutsu was his forte. Yet, in the next instant, his foot passed through Tianqi's form as though it had struck nothing at all. Tianqi observed as he effortlessly grasped Jean's foot, declaring, I've got you now, Jean. Face your fate. With a powerful swing, he hurled Jean into the forest, where he collided with 5 trees before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, Jean clutched his chest, spitting blood. What just happened? He pondered. Jean's attack passed through Tianqi's body. What peculiar ability is this? Is it the power to nullify all attacks? Jean was astonished to discover that Tianqi possessed such a formidable skill. No wonder he could retreat safely after assaulting the Earth Country. However, such an extraordinary ninjutsu must come with a price or a flaw. And Sarutobi was keenly analyzing the situation. You thought you could defeat me in physical combat? It appears you were mistaken, Tianqi remarked with a smile. I didn't expect you to wield such a miraculous ninjutsu. Indeed, I underestimated you this time. If you were to continually employ this ability, my chances of victory would dwindle. Yet, without it, I might not necessarily lose, Jean retorted, still unwilling to concede, for he felt defeated not by Tianqi, but by that strange capability. Is that so? Tianqi observed Jean's lingering defiance, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his left eye. He unleashed the illusionary technique, Tsukuyami. This technique could ensnare an enemy's mind within a realm of illusion, where all aspects, including time, location, and matter, were under the caster's control. The enemy would endure immense physical and mental torment within this illusory world. Merely gazing into Tianqi's eyes would seal their fate. At that moment, Jean finally recognized the change in Tianqi's eyes, but alas, it was too late. Within the illusionary realm, Tianqi bound Jean to a cross, summoning numerous phantoms. What is happening? Jean, restrained, gazed at the myriad of phantom figures in utter bewilderment. The phantoms, silent, brandished kunai, relentlessly piercing Jean's body. Jean cried out in agony, Ah! What is going on, Tianqi? The illusionary Tianqi responded, Welcome to the Tsukuyami world. 3 days in this realm equate to but a moment in reality. You shall endure 72 hours of torment, and only 1 second has elapsed. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remain. Relish the experience. Ah, no. Please, stop. I concede. Jean wailed, realizing the duration of his suffering, but the phantoms showed no signs of relent. In reality, Jean collapsed, unconscious in an instant. What happened to Uchiha Jean? Has he already lost? How pathetic. Sarutobi observed, bewildered, as Jean, who had been speaking moments ago, lay unconscious. He approached Tianqi, inquiring, what happened? Why did he faint? His strength should exceed this, no? He fell victim to my most potent illusion, Tianqi replied, gesturing toward his eyes. Oh, what a peculiar pattern. Is this the legendary Mangeki Sharingan of the Uchiha? Sarutobi mused. That penetrating ability must be a power of these eyes. Upon witnessing Tianqi's gaze, Sarutobi suddenly comprehended. His mentor, Senju Tobarama, had once spoken of the Uchiha's evolution, where each eye bore unique abilities and designs, thus earning the title of Mangeki. Indeed. But this is not an ordinary Mangeki. The typical Mangeki causes blindness, whereas mine does not. It is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, akin to that of Uchiha Madara. Tianqi revealed without reservation. Your eyes are similar to Madara's? Does that imply your strength now rivals his? Sarutobi gasped, astonished. If Madara were alive, he would no longer be my opponent, Tianqi declared proudly. Ah, it makes sense now. No wonder you dared to stir trouble in the Iwagakure. Allow me to test your prowess, Sarutobi said, discarding his Hokage cloak to reveal his combat armor. He showed no signs of arrogance as he began forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Arise, King of the Monkey. Is this the indestructible King of the Monkey? It doesn't seem particularly impressive, Tianqi mused as he observed Sarutobi's summoning. King of the Monkey, transform into the indestructible form. Sarutobi commanded, and the still animalistic King of the Monkey morphed into a solid iron staff. Are you attempting to suppress me through physical prowess, Sarutobi? I shall not play along, Tianqi retorted, commencing his own hand seals. Fire release, Crimson Spider. He exhaled a fiery arachnid from his mouth. Sarutobi, you wish to engage in ninjutsu? I fear no one in that regard. He observed the approaching fiery spider. And with decisive hand seals, unleashed a combined ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flow River. This technique, merging earth and water, surged forth like a mudslide towards his opponent. Instantly, the Earth Flow River engulfed the Crimson Spider, submerging the surrounding trees. As the relentless torrent advanced, Tianqi leaped into the air, Chakra Shuriken manifesting in his hand. Do you remember when I mentioned that the Rasengan evolves into something even stronger? Allow me to demonstrate. Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. With a piercing sound, the spiraling shuriken surged towards Sarutobi. Such concentrated chakra, capable of being launched, I did not misjudge you. You truly are a genius, Sarutobi acknowledged. As he utilized the King of the Monkey's elongation ability to evade the attack. Instantaneously, the Rasen Shuriken struck, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion, leaving a massive crater in the ground where the Earth Flow River had once raged. The Earth Flow River ceased as Sarutobi dodged, and Tianqi descended from the air. What a formidable ninjutsu! The fusion of wind release cutting and the explosive nature of the Rasengan has birthed something extraordinary. This transcends mere talent, it's sheer genius. In comparison to my mentor, Tobarama, Tianqi's creativity is equally remarkable, Sarutobi contemplated, gazing at the crater left by the explosion. Sarutobi, ninjutsu is merely my auxiliary ability. The true strength of the Uchiha lies within here, Tianqi stated, pointing to his eyes. Susanoo. A cerulean energy erupted from Tianqi, forming a skeletal upper body that gradually morphed into a humanoid figure, clad in the armor of the Yata mirror. This form of Susanoo lacked feet. Oh. Is this the unique Susanoo of the Uchiha's Mangeki? Following Madara's demise, none have activated it since. How incredible that you have achieved this. Sarutobi felt a weight of pressure, recalling the indomitable presence Madara had exuded, leaving all who beheld him in awe. Allow me to test it. I must witness the true might of the legendary Susanoo. With a mighty crash, Sarutobi conjured a gigantic shuriken larger than himself. Go. He hurled the colossal shuriken, immediately performing hand seals, invoking the shuriken shadow clone technique. The single shuriken multiplied into a flurry of massive shurikens, hurtling towards Susanoo. This ninjutsu bears some resemblance to what Sarutobi can execute. I wonder if he taught them. Tianqi mused as he watched the incoming shurikens. Susanoo coalesced two elongated energy swords, commanding, breakthrough. The crossed energy blades sliced through the torrent of shurikens, obliterating them and surging directly towards Sarutobi. Not good. The speed was too swift to evade. Using the diamond shield, Sarutobi wrapped himself in a protective cage. But he was still thrust backward for over 10 meters. The sheer force of that cutting energy was terrifying in a battlefield. Those with lesser abilities would be utterly defenseless against such a vast range of power. This, indeed, was the might of Susanoo, and Sarutobi felt a lingering trepidation afterward. Witnessing Sarutobi withstand the onslaught, Tianqi decided to unleash his full potential, addressing the four-tailed beast in his mental space. Son, lend me your chakra. Of course, no problem. The tailed beast, acquired through the system, was unwaveringly loyal and would obey Tianqi without question. In an instant, Tianqi felt the surge of chakra from the four tails. Lava release, spiral shuriken. A fiery red shuriken took form, infused with the lava chakra of Sun Wukong, possessing not only immense destructive capability but also a burning effect. Observing the powerful jutsu coalescing in Tianqi's hands, Sarutobi shouted, Enough, Tianqi. Let us stop here. If this continues, the mountain will be destroyed. Really? So soon? I haven't even warmed up yet. Tianqi, upon hearing Sarutobi's retreat, decided to hold back, understanding the need to preserve face for the Hokage. Did he truly want to defeat him to the point of humiliation? Consequently, he retracted his jutsu and dismissed Susanoo. Seeing Tianqi withdraw his technique, Sarutobi let out a sigh of relief. My goodness, has Tianqi grown this strong? The might of that jutsu must have reached an unprecedented Super S-class level. Coupled with Susanoo, How could one even contemplate fighting against that? Who would dare? The ranks of ninjutsu were classified as follows: D class, C class, B class, A class, S class, Super S class, Double S class, and the Divine 3S class techniques. Alright, let us call it a day. I've played with you long enough, and I still have a plethora of matters to attend to. I'll take my leave, Sarutobi declared before hastily departing. As Hokage, it was somewhat embarrassing to be outmatched by a subordinate, and he felt it was best to exit the scene. Wow, he left in such haste. I barely unleashed half of my power. This is rather dull. There is not a single capable fighter in Konoha, Tianqi remarked as he carried the unconscious Jean back home. Goodness, Jean, you really ought to consider shedding some weight. Carrying you back has exhausted me. Upon arriving home, Tianqi unceremoniously tossed Jean onto the bed. Since Tianqi had led the martial faction away from the Uchiha clan to a new location, his humble abode had transformed into a quaint villa with a garden. However, returning to an empty house was a different matter. After a prolonged absence, dust and cobwebs had accumulated everywhere. He immediately commenced a cleaning spree that lasted 3 hours. Oh dear, I finally finished. I've been at it since this afternoon, and now it's dark outside. Tomorrow, I'll ask the elder to find someone to clean periodically. I'd rather face the front lines than do this chore, he lamented, sprawled on the floor in exasperation. After his complaints, Tianqi took a shower and washed his 3 outfits, hanging them out to dry. Indeed, counting the one he wore, he possessed only 4 sets of clothing. He held no particular pretensions about his attire. As long as he had something to wear, that sufficed. Having completed his tasks, he collapsed into a deep sleep. The following morning, Jean lay in bed, gazing at Tianqi with a look of reproach. You promised a warm-up. Is this your idea of a warm-up? At this rate, I'll be bedridden for half a month. Tianqi, observing Jean's complaints, retorted, You're a grown man. Stop whining like a child. The illusion I cast on you is intended to bolster your mental strength. Who knows, you might soon awaken your Manjiki Sharingan. Pfft, I'd sooner believe a ghost. If you want to take a swing at me, just say so instead of making excuses. If the Manjiki Sharingan were so easily awakened, why is it that only you and our clan has managed to do so? Jean was skeptical of Tianqi's words. Speaking of your newfound strength, if one day Uchiha-san were to invite you back to the clan, would you return? Jean asked, his expression serious as he looked at Tianqi. Don't even broach that subject. Not even Uchiha-siri, my father, could sway me. Once I chose to lead you away from the clan, there is no turning back. Tianqi asserted, his face resolute. He held little regard for the feeble-minded moderates who pretended to be strong yet lacked real power. Moreover, with the impending doom brought by Obito and Itachi, he had no desire to associate with that crowd. After a moment of hesitation, Jean finally voiced his thoughts. They are currently under severe oppression. As fellow clansmen, can we truly stand by and watch them suffer without extending a hand? Upon hearing this, Tianqi's expression darkened. Uchiha Jean, listen closely. Their current plight is the result of their own actions. Should you wish to assist them, you must renounce your association with our martial faction. From that point onward, I will not intervene in your decisions regarding them. With that, he strode out, leaving Jean deep in contemplation on the bed. Tianqi's staunch refusal made it clear that he had no intention of aiding them. If he disagreed, the elder would undoubtedly oppose it as well, and the entire martial faction would follow suit. I'm sorry, but I truly can't help you this time. Best of luck to you, Jean sighed, shaking his head. As Tianqi made his way to the Hokage building, he pondered the situation. It seemed the moderates were under too much pressure to approach him, opting instead to seek Jean's support. Foolish Jean truly believed he could assist them. Those short-lived fools would only bring misfortune to anyone who tried to help. Not long after, Tianqi arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he found Sarutobi, Danzo, and 2 other senior members of Konoha gathered around. Danzo, upon seeing Tianqi, scoffed and turned his head away. In Konoha, he most dreaded encountering Tianqi, who consistently bested him in battle, yet he found himself powerless against him, infuriating indeed. Tianqi, you're here. Come, sit down, Sarutobi greeted warmly, pulling out a chair for him. Noticing Sarutobi's enthusiasm, Tianqi furrowed his brow. Hokage, if there is something to discuss, please be direct. You need not be so formal. Didn't you mention there was a mission awaiting me? That mission can wait for now. I have an announcement to make, Sarutobi stammered, struggling to find the right words. Just tell me what the announcement is. I've faced many storms in my life. Tianqi interjected, urging Sarutobi to speak plainly. Feeling hesitant, Sarutobi turned to Mito Gate-in, signaling him to take the lead. Understanding the cue from Sarutobi, Mito Gate-in promptly spoke, in light of your unauthorized attack on the land of Earth, which resulted in significant losses for Konoha. The village has collectively decided to rescind your status as a ninja, relieve you of all duties, and subject you to 24-hour surveillance. You are prohibited from leaving the village without permission. Uchiha Tianqi, do you understand? This decision was reached collectively by the group, and despite Sarutobi's objections, the final vote was 3-1, leaving him with no recourse. Brother Sarutobi, did you agree to this decision? He calmly gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am certainly opposed to this, yet the 3 elders unanimously believe that you must be imprisoned, and I have no recourse, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his expression troubled. I understand. I agree to renounce my status as a ninja and to remain within the village, but the notion of being monitored 24 hours a day is absolutely unacceptable. He scoffed at Hiruzen's leniency and capitulation, aware that the former Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer present. Unacceptable? This is the council's decision, and you have no right to refuse. You must be under 24-hour surveillance. Danzo stood up, asserting his authority. Mito Minion and Tien Kamachi chimed in. Indeed, Uchiha Tenchi. This is a joint decision by the council and the Hokage. You must comply. Comply? Do you think you are Senju Tobirama? If you wish for my obedience, then you must demonstrate strength that compels my respect. Tenchi unleashed his overwhelming chakra. The sheer force erupted from his being, prompting Danzo and the others to shield themselves. Fearful of being caught in the onslaught, the floor, walls, and ceiling of the Hokage's office bore the brunt of the chakra's might, cracking like spider webs. Uchiha Tenchi, what are you intending? Do you comprehend the consequences of attacking high-ranking officials? Danzo warned. Uchiha Tenchi, do not overstep your bounds. Calm down, Tenchi. If we disagree, we can discuss it further, Mito Minion and Tien Kamachi suggested, while Danzo remained silent, momentarily intimidated by Tenchi's display of power. With your approach, humph. Should you wish to send someone to monitor me, let them come. I shall slay one if they come alone, and a pair if they come in numbers. You would do well to consider your actions, he declared, casting a disappointed glance at Hiruzen before departing without a backward glance. As Tenchi left, disappointment etched on his face. Hiruzen pondered, have I truly erred? Yet, I too oppose this. Watching Tenchi's retreat, Danzo contemplated another possibility. With such power, perhaps it was unwise to oppose him. Instead, he could explore collaboration, seeking his aid in becoming Hokage. This notion was indeed intriguing and could be worth pursuing. Hiruzen, observe his demeanor. Today he dares to threaten us. Tomorrow he may launch an assault on Konoha. We must bring him under control, dispatch someone to monitor him. I refuse to believe he would truly dare to act. Tien Kamachi exclaimed in anger. Indeed, Hiruzen, this course of action is necessary. Danzo, speak up. Mito Minion urged, tapping Danzo, who had fallen into a stupor. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Danzo remarked curtly, ignoring Mito Minion's plea. At critical moments, Danzo proved unreliable. Hiruzen, what shall we do now? They wondered, having witnessed Danzo's departure, their resolve wavering. Monitoring can be set aside, as long as he remains content within the village. Besides, given his current strength, should we push him too far, Konoha might very well become the next Iwagakure, Hiruzen lamented. Thus, the matter of surveilling Tenchi lingered unresolved. Chapter 53, Danzo seeks cooperation. Walking down the street, Tenchi mused, I never anticipated that the once steadfast Sarutobi Hiruzen would change so swiftly. Does power truly corrupt? If Hiruzen is this feeble, then Danzo must have indeed established the root organization, thriving in the shadows. Wait, Uchiha Tenchi. Danzo's voice called from behind. Upon hearing his name, Tenchi turned to see Danzo approaching. Shinobi Danzo? What brings you here? Have you come to witness my misfortune? He asked, astonished by Danzo's presence. I am not here to mock you. Rather, I seek to discuss a potential collaboration, Danzo replied, advancing slowly. Oh, a collaboration? This piques my interest. Let us converse at my residence, Tenchi suggested, guiding Danzo to his home. Once there, Tenchi led Danzo to the reception room, preparing tea with care. Let us converse. What do you propose regarding this collaboration? He inquired, his tone markedly more composed than before. I have recently established the root within Konoha. I understand your reluctance to join my organization. However, the root currently lacks formidable allies. Thus, I hope to collaborate with you, enlisting your aid in clearing formidable adversaries when necessary, Danzo stated, savoring a sip of tea. Oh, is that so? Do you not have any thoughts regarding the position of Hokage? Do you not wish to overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen and assume the role yourself? Tianqi posed a soul-searching question as he listened to Danzo's words. Sarutobi is the Hokage. Are you suggesting a coup? I advise you to refrain from such reckless talk. I will never betray Konoha. Although Danzo spoke these words, his hand gripping the cup betrayed him. The inability to become Hokage had long been his anguish. He dreamt of toppling Sarutobi and claiming the title for himself. However, he could not express this to Tianqi, whom he did not yet fully trust. Observing Danzo's trembling hand as he held the cup, Tianqi shook his head and spoke. Do you have any thoughts about the Hokage yourself? You are aware that I have consented to work with you. Now tell me what benefits you can offer me. I can grant you freedom, elevate you to high ranks, and protect your family as long as I am here. Upon hearing Tianqi's agreement, Danzo eagerly began to lay out his grand vision. However, as Danzo painted a picture of promises, Tianqi shook his head. I have no interest in such matters. I believe that if I wish to leave, no one can stop me. I have no desire for high positions, and as for the Uchiha clan, I do not trust that you have no ulterior motives. My demands are simple. I only ask that you speak on my behalf when I am at a disadvantage in Konoha and protect the approximately 100 Uchiha under my care. The fate of the other Uchiha is of no concern to me. If you can agree to these two conditions, we shall formally commence our collaboration. Listening to Tianqi's stipulations, Danzo began to contemplate. When Konoha seeks to punish him, he could intercede on his behalf. That was straightforward. As for the Uchiha, he indeed had designs on their Sharingan. Initially, he intended to deceive Tianqi, but the latter's request to protect just 100 of them meant the rest could fend for themselves, which was acceptable. Very well. Those two conditions are agreeable. I will arrange for you to assume an identity as a root ninja. You will then be free to leave the village. Here is a token for root. I will hold meetings every month, and you may attend. With that, Danzo handed Tianqi a root token and invited him to the meeting before departing. As Tianqi gazed at the token left behind by Danzo, a smirk crept across his face. That old fox, Danzo, is attempting to brainwash me through his subordinates. Does he wish for me to be indoctrinated as well? However, at the very least, Danzo is bold and accountable, which is a significant improvement over those petty individuals, almost forgetting about another person at home. He took a sip of tea and recalled that there was indeed someone else. War. I will notify the elder shortly to send someone to escort you home for your recuperation. Pushing the door open, Tianqi spoke directly. Tianqi looked at him in confusion, clearly having overheard the conversation between Tianqi and Danzo. War. Heed what you should listen to and disregard what you should not. I have my own plans. After returning, do not speak carelessly. Some matters can be known but not spoken aloud. With that, he notified the elder to send someone to escort War away. Tianqi then made his way to the Uzumaki household. Ah, you arrived later than I expected. I heard about the village's notification. I thought you would seek me out immediately. Mizuhara remarked, gazing at Tianqi seated across from him. It is better not to become a ninja and avoid missions altogether, without the threat to life. I lack for nothing financially. It is a perfect opportunity to enjoy a peaceful life, Tianqi replied nonchalantly. However, I perceive that your heart is not as tranquil as your exterior suggests. Mizuhara squinted at Tianqi, attempting to discern his true thoughts through their conversation. Anyone treated in such a manner would inevitably harbor some sentiments. You ought to let go. Time will heal all wounds. Indeed. He once contemplated fleeing Konoha to forge his own path, yet such thoughts dissipated quickly. He could evade and fight for himself, but not for his family and children. For their sake, he dispelled these notions. Since you have come to terms with that, what brings you here today? Observing that Tianqi genuinely seemed devoid of ulterior motives, Mizuhara found himself somewhat baffled. She had prepared a set of persuasive arguments, yet it appeared that Tianqi was entirely unconcerned. How perplexing. I merely came to familiarize myself with the place, as I now find myself with some leisure time. You are free as well. We could engage in conversation often. Tianqi shamelessly suggested, clearly interested in Mizuhara's granddaughter. Seeing Tianqi's proposition, Mizuhara was delighted. As long as no detrimental actions against Konoha occur, mere conversation is harmless. Over the next 3 days, Tianqi spent his time eating, sleeping, and wandering the streets, perfectly embodying a carefree vagabond. Having suddenly found myself with leisure, I am at a loss for what to do. Tsunade has yet to return, and visiting the Uzumaki household daily may not be appropriate. As for seeking out the elder, forget it. He only knows how to drink tea. While lost in thought, he unexpectedly collided with someone. Excuse me, they both exclaimed in unison. Looking at each other. It is a young man with white hair, about my age, who looks somewhat familiar. Have I seen him somewhere before? Tianqi scrutinized the individual before him. The white-haired youth regarded Tianqi with suspicion. What is it with this person staring at me? Is he perhaps not quite right in the head? The thought made him shudder. I apologize. It was my fault for bumping into you. How much do you require for compensation? I can give it to you right now, he said, extending his hand for money, anxious to resolve the situation quickly. Mistaking Tianqi for an ordinary person due to his lack of a ninja headband, he hastily offered money. What is your name? Tianqi inquired, observing the white-haired youth pulling out cash. I am Hatake Tsukumo. What of it? The youth replied, puzzled. Your skills are quite remarkable. Would you be interested in learning some ninjutsu from me? Tianqi extended an invitation to Tsukumo, feeling regretful for the future demise of this talented individual, who would ultimately take his own life following a failed mission. It was a tragic fate he wished to avert. Thank you, but no, I seldom employ ninjutsu. I prefer to wield a blade. I appreciate your kindness, but I must take my leave, Tsukumo replied, placing the money in Tianqi's hand before departing. Hey. Watching Tsukumo dash away, Tianqi glanced at the money in his hand. Is he treating me as a scammer? Or do people today possess such confidence in their own abilities? Young man, you cannot escape me, Tianqi remarked with amusement, a smile forming on his lips as he pursued Tsukumo. Before long, Tianqi had chased Tsukumo to the back mountain. Upon reaching the back mountain, Tsukumo halted and addressed the air. Shouldn't this be enough? Why do you not reveal yourself? Oh. Quite perceptive. You have noticed me, Tianqi said, stepping into view without concealment. As Tsukumo turned to face the emerging figure, he recognized the individual he had encountered earlier, who seemed rather peculiar. Who are you? And what is your purpose in following me? Tsukumo inquired warily. I am Tianqi, and I am aware of your reputation as a prodigy ninja in Konoha, one who surpasses the 3 students of the Hokage and wields the blade with extraordinary skill. Tianqi responded slowly. Oh, so you are well versed in my background. It appears our encounter in the street was intentional. What is it that you desire? Tsukumo furrowed his brow. I merely wish to engage you in combat, Tianqi replied with enthusiasm, having long wished to test himself against the famed White Fang of Konoha. Why? Provide me with a reason, Tsukumo slowly asked. A reason? Do the strong require justification? Are you not a genius? How could the title of genius be false? Tianqi advanced step by step. You overthink it. I am not a genius. The true genius is someone named Uchiha Tianqi, and I do not care for such hollow titles. With that, Hatake Tsukumo turned and walked away. Not concerned? What if I claim to be Uchiha Tianqi? Tianqi addressed the departing Hatake Tsukumo. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo halted. Turning to inquire, are you certain you are Uchiha Tianqi? At present, no one would dare impersonate my name. If there is only one Uchiha Tianqi in Konoha, it must be me. With that, Tianqi produced a Tang Dao, sensing the flicker of combat spirit in Tsukumo's eyes, albeit faint. Clang. Suddenly, Tsukumo surged forward, his short blade clashing against Tianqi's Tang Dao. Clang, clang, clang. In a flurry of movement, the two exchanged swift strikes. Clang, 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 with each passing assault. Tianqi began to fall behind, while Tsukumo grew ever more resolute. Truly, he is the White Fang. Such a domineering swordsmanship momentarily overwhelmed me. ZZ's T. Chidori Sharp Spear. Following a series of exchanges, lightning crackled around Tianqi's hands, repelling the advancing Tsukumo. What a formidable opponent, Hatake Tsukumo. Your swordsmanship is truly impressive, Tianqi remarked, his eyes betraying admiration. Your technique is commendable as well, if you can withstand my blade for so long, especially a ninja of your caliber. Indeed, you are Uchiha Tianqi. Tsukumo acknowledged with respect. Unfortunately, in terms of swordsmanship, I find myself lacking, Tianqi replied with a hint of disdain. As a super shadow-level powerhouse, I cannot be outmatched by a genin. This is unacceptable. Though your swordplay may not surpass mine, I recognize you as someone worthy of my full effort. Come now. I refuse to believe Uchiha Tianqi possesses only this level of strength. Tsukumo, unaware of Tianqi's thoughts, focused intently on his opponent, preparing for a fierce confrontation. Oh, is that so? It is an honor to engage with the strongest genius of the Hatake clan. Out of respect for my opponent, I shall not hold back. With that, Tianqi addressed the tailed beast. Kurama, channel all of your chakra to me. I am about to enter the Ninetales chakra mode. Snap. No problem. Prepare yourself. The Ninetales joined hands, exerting all its strength to transfer chakra to Tianqi. Whoosh. As the chakra flowed, golden energy enveloped Tianqi, and a golden chakra cloak appeared behind him, adorned with black tomo. So this is the Ninetales mode. I feel invigorated. No wonder I can contend with someone like Sasuke, who wields the Rinnegan. This power is indeed formidable. Observing the golden aura interwoven with black lines, Tianqi marveled internally. Hatake Tsukumo, witnessing Tianqi's transformation into a golden figure, furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing the imminent danger. Come forth. This is my most powerful form. I shall not hold back. I will exert my utmost to defeat you, Tianqi declared, pointing his blade at Tsukumo. I too shall not demean my esteemed adversary with half-hearted efforts. This time, you will understand the might of Hatake swordsmanship. Tsukumo firmly grasped his short blade. Is that so? In an instant, Tianqi transformed into a streak of golden light, striking at Tsukumo's right side. So swift. And the force is tenfold stronger. This attack caught him entirely off guard, yet he managed to defend through sheer instinct, though his grip began to tremble, sweat beading on his brow. Oh, is Hatake swordsmanship merely this? You can hardly withstand a single blow? Tianqi observed Tsukumo struggle, realizing the overwhelming strength he now wielded. Enough of your nonsense. Hatake swordsmanship is far from this. Ack. Tsukumo roared, forcefully propelling Tianqi away. Tianqi stepped back, gazing at Hatake Kakashi with a smile. This is how it should be. Please me to your heart's content and let the fervor ignite. He declared, behold my technique. Blaze Heaven Slash. Fiery chakra manifested upon his short blade, and Hatake Kakashi swung forcefully towards Tianqi, unleashing a colossal crescent-shaped blade of crimson energy. Well done. Let us see how you withstand this. As the blade of chakra surged towards him, Tianqi conjured two enormous hands crafted from Ninetales chakra, shielding himself. Boom. The moment the blade struck his hands, Tianqi staggered back slightly. However, the chakra blade persisted, clinging to his palms, intent on advancing further. What formidable energy. You blocked one strike, but now let us see how you fare against my subsequent assaults. He unleashed 3 successive slashes. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 chakra blades collided with Tianqi's hands, and this time, he began to be pushed back. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. For meters, just as he was about to retreat 5 meters, he halted. Do not underestimate me, he exclaimed. Now, I shall unleash my full strength. With that, he tightened his grip on the chakra hands. Boom. In an instant, several chakra blades were crushed by Tianqi's grasp. Chapter 55, Hatake Kakashi's defeat in a clearing within the forest behind Konoha. 2 youths stood in confrontation, surrounded by the remnants of the ravaged woods, the area in disarray. At that moment, Hatake Kakashi appeared disheveled. Not only were his clothes tattered, but he bore numerous wounds upon his body. Although Tianqi is slightly superior to Kakashi Hatake, he is not significantly better. The 3 wounds on his body testify that his battle with Kakashi was not as effortless as it might seem. Activated in the Ninetales mode, Tianqi temporarily holds a slight advantage. Kakashi sheathes his short blade and addresses Tianqi, Uchiha Tianqi. Given that the battle has reached this point, do you still refuse to concede? Do not jest, Kakashi. I currently hold the upper hand. Why should I surrender? I suspect you two wish to determine the victor. Do not hesitate. Unleash your strongest technique. Tianqi asserts with a serious demeanor, for his pride forbids him from yielding. Oh, is that so? As your opponent, I acknowledge your strength regardless of the outcome. Kakashi replies with evident interest before closing his eyes to gather energy, squatting slightly, and resting his right hand on the hilt of his blade. Prepare to strike at any moment. To engage in battle with you and earn your acknowledgement invigorates every cell in my body. Come forth, Kakashi, Tianqi proclaims, raising one hand. A spiral shuriken gradually materializes in his grasp. Unlike the ordinary variant, this one is enhanced with the tailed beast ball, forming a black sphere infused with wind-based cutting energy. The tailed beast spiral shuriken takes shape, accompanied by a piercing sound. Upon hearing the sharp noise, Kakashi cannot resist opening his eyes. Taken aback by the sight before him, Tianqi holds a colossal spiral shuriken, nearly his own size, with massive chakra taking a tangible form. At that moment, Kakashi comprehends the source of Tianqi's formidable reputation. However, there is no turning back now. Steadying his mind and attempting to calm his emotions, Kakashi prepares to unleash his ultimate technique. Initially gripping the hilt with one hand, he now employs both, as powerful white chakra envelopes his entire being. Convergence. With his command, chakra begins to coalesce around him, gradually forming a white wolf's head behind him, taking on a substantial form. In that instant, he seems to melt seamlessly with his blade. What an astonishing display of might. You truly are Kakashi Hitaki. Tianqi expresses his admiration as the massive wolf's head materializes behind Kakashi. In the clearing, both combatants channel their respective ultimate techniques, eyes locked onto one another, awaiting their ninjutsu's full potential. Suddenly, both react simultaneously, their techniques reaching completion. Prepare yourself, Kakashi. Tail Beast, Spiral Shuriken. Tianqi hurls the Shuriken forward, confident that this is his most potent single-target attack aside from the Sharingan, certain it will subdue Kakashi. As the Spiral Shuriken hurtles towards him, Kakashi shouts, "Come. Let me see whether you are stronger or I am weaker." Kakashi Blade Technique. Heaven's Break. He draws his short blade and slices through the air, the chakra wolf head charging towards the Spiral Shuriken. Boom. The two techniques collide, resulting in a massive explosion that sends both Kakashi and Tianqi flying, stirring clouds of dust and echoing throughout Konoha. What is happening? Why is there an explosion? Is there an enemy invasion? Panic ensues in Konoha as villagers scatter. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen seethes with anger, demanding, who dares to attack Konoha? Someone quickly investigate and reassure the villagers. After the dust settles, Tianqi gradually stands, reflecting on Kakashi's formidable prowess. Incredible, Kakashi. My strongest conventional technique has been thwarted. Truly. He is the future Konoha White Fang, and his strength surpasses even that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wait, where is he? He cannot be defeated. Oh no. Tianqi starts searching for Kakashi's figure. Kakashi. Kakashi. Where are you? You cannot just vanish. Otherwise, my guilt will be insurmountable. Stop shouting. I'm right here. Do you think I would let myself die so easily? Come and pull me out, you fool. Kakashi's voice emerges from beneath a pile of earth. Tianqi rushed towards the source of the sound and unearthed the buried figure of Kakashi Hitaki. At that moment, he was in a pitiful state, unable to move anything except for his mouth. Tianqi helped him out of the hole, saying, I thought you were done for. You scared me to death. Put your heart at ease. I'm not so easily defeated. However, this time, you have triumphed, and I concede, Kakashi said, his face filled with disappointment. Since leaving school until now, he had considered no one a match for him, yet he never anticipated such a thorough defeat. It's merely a matter of winning or losing. It does not signify much. As long as you diligently train, you may not lose next time. In my view, your strength has already surpassed that of many Kage. Tianqi encouraged, observing Kakashi's crestfallen expression. He spoke the truth. Although Kakashi still held the title of Jonin, his prowess had indeed reached the level of Kage. I know you were trying to uplift me. I am 15, and you are 16. If I strive to become stronger, you will not remain stagnant either. Nevertheless, thank you. I am truly glad to know you. After hearing Tianqi's words, Kakashi's spirits were lifted. Enough of this melodrama. We've stirred up trouble this time. With such a commotion, the village will undoubtedly be aware of it. We should make a hasty exit, Tianqi declared as he hoisted Kakashi onto his back, preparing to leave. What is there to fear? We were merely sparring, after all, and we weren't even in the village. Why should we run? Kakashi questioned, perplexed while lying on Tianqi's back. There was nothing amiss, but given my current strength, the village has become wary of me. Now that you can engage me in a back and forth, I fear it may implicate you, Tianqi explained as they walked. The village shouldn't react this way, should it? Kakashi responded, lacking confidence after hearing Tianqi's words. Take my advice, Kakashi, possessing excessive strength in the village may not be advantageous. If you are too strong, they will be wary of you. If you are too weak, they will overlook you. Sometimes it is wise to feign modesty unless you wish to leave Konoha. I learned this the hard way, Tianqi sighed, recalling his past actions. He regretted pretending to be someone he was not in the village, finding himself caught between two worlds. Though Kakashi did not fully comprehend this, he nodded in agreement, willing to trust someone he respected. Seeing him acquiesce, Tianqi fell silent and led him toward the village. By the way, Kakashi, will you recuperate at home or come to my place? Tianqi inquired as they entered the village. Chapter 56. The three Sannin arrived for a visit after escorting Kakashi home and tending to his wounds. Tianqi did not linger and slowly made his way back. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's search party had yielded no results, only a landscape of rubble. Frustrated by the lack of useful findings, Hiruzen personally ventured to the back mountain, scrutinizing the battlefield for clues. After searching for over 10 minutes, he finally discovered a piece of cutwood beneath the debris. As he gazed at the severed timber, he fell into deep contemplation. There's nothing else of value, just this cutwood. The marks indicate it was struck by wind release energy. The only one in Konoha capable of such a wide area attack is Uchiha Tianqi. What are you planning, Tianqi, and who is your opponent? Lord Hokage. Should we continue the search? A ninja interrupted Hiruzen's thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Hiruzen replied, no need. Inform the village that this was merely our own shinobi training techniques and to not panic. He commanded his subordinates. Understood, Lord Hokage. Thus, the panic within Konoha was swiftly quelled, attributed to the villagers practicing their ninjutsu. Upon hearing this news, Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, but soon he grasped the situation. He must have deduced it was me that led him to conceal the truth. He was unaware of who had engaged him in battle. Had he known, he would have sought a conversation with Hitaki Tsukumo. I shall remember this favor. A week passed, and Jiraiya, who had been training on Mount Myaboku, along with Tsunade and Orochimaru, who had been on missions, returned to the village. Upon his return, Jiraiya was summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen for a discussion. During their conversation, Sarutobi confirmed what Tianqi had said, leaving Jiraiya astonished at how well Tianqi understood Mount Myaboku. That evening, Jiraiya and his companions knocked on Tianqi's door. The presence of 4 of them was due to Tsunade bringing along her brother, Rope Tree. Tianqi, are you home? Jiraiya exclaimed, knocking vigorously on the door. I really don't understand why you all insist on seeking out this person. He has lost his ninja status in the village, and we still don't know what crime he committed. Why bother with someone like him? Rope Tree expressed his discontent. Had it not been for Tsunade's insistence, he would not have come. Hey, you little brat, stop spouting nonsense. Tianqi is innocent. Everything he did must have its reasons. Tsunade retorted, delivering a light punch to Rope Tree's head. TCH, Rope Tree muttered, clutching his head in annoyance. Tsunade was about to reprimand him further when the door swung open. Who is it? Tianqi, still bleary-eyed, opened the door. Oh, it's you all. What brings you here? Come in. Upon seeing Jiraiya and the others, Tianqi's demeanor brightened, and he warmly invited them inside. Tianqi, it's only 8 o'clock and you're already asleep? Jiraiya remarked incredulously. For Tianqi used to stay up late, and now he was retiring early. Well, I haven't had much to do lately, so I've been going to bed a bit earlier. But I still rise quite early in the morning, Tianqi replied somewhat sheepishly, acknowledging his recent lack of motivation. The 3 expressed disbelief that Tianqi would rise early, with Rope Tree's gaze filled with disdain. Subsequently, Tianqi led them to the room where they gathered around the table. Tsunade then produced a roast chicken she had prepared earlier. Ah, you brought roast chicken. But where is the wine? Just the other day. The elder brought me 2 jars of fine wine. I'll go fetch them. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated. With that, Tianqi dashed out. Who would have thought Tianqi had taken to drinking? It seems this incident has hit him quite hard. Let us comfort him later, Tsunade remarked, watching Tianqi leave. Jiraiya and the others nodded in agreement, while Rope Tree's disdain for Tianqi grew at the thought of him drinking. Here comes the good wine, gifted by the clan's elder. I've never tasted it before. Today is perfect for a try. Tianqi returned, pouring the wine into 4 bowls, distributing them among the group. 1 for Jiraiya, 1 for Tsunade, 1 for Orochimaru, and 1 for himself. Wait, 1 bowl is missing. HM? Where did that child come from? Tianqi finally noticed Rope Tree. Tianqi. This is my brother Rope Tree. Rope Tree, this is Uchiha Tianqi. Quickly greet your elder brother. Tsunade introduced, urging Rope Tree to acknowledge Tianqi. TCH. He is just a drunkard. Why should I greet him? Rope Tree turned away defiantly, refusing to comply. Just as Tsunade was about to scold him, Tianqi intervened. Let it be. He is still just a child. Let us enjoy our drinks. Tianqi had some recollection of Tsunade's brother. He had seen him on his way to the Mito family but had not spoken to him. He held no interest in this self-important youth who constantly boasted about becoming Hokage. Well, since you don't mind, I want to insist. Tianqi, when did you start drinking? Tsunade inquired. Tianqi was puzzled by the question. I only just began today because you all came over. Your first time? I thought you had become despondent after losing your ninja status, Jiraiya blurted out, immediately covering his mouth in shock at his candidness. Orochimaru and Tsunade stared at him with wide eyes. Seeing their expressions, Tianqi quickly realized they had misunderstood. Ha ha ha. Who told you I was despondent? Without missions. I feel quite liberated. Why would I be downcast? Really? You don't care about losing your ninja title? Tsunade asked skeptically. Not at all. I prepared this fine wine to treat you all for your hard work lately. I didn't expect you to think I was moping about. That's a bit much. Tianqi feigned anger at them. Haha. I knew it, Tianqi. Such trivial matters wouldn't get you down. Jiraiya exclaimed, only to receive a disapproving glare from Tsunade. So, Tianqi, you're just idling about now? Not planning to do anything? Orochimaru asked directly, curious about Tianqi's intentions. Jiraiya and Tsunade were equally intrigued. Idling? I just haven't had any missions lately. While they're SA lull, I thought it wise to rest. Soon, I'll be ready to undertake tasks again. Cheers. Tianqi declared, taking a sip of his wine. Missions? But didn't the village revoke your ninja status, preventing you from leaving? Orochimaru questioned with confusion. Jiraiya and Tsunade were equally perplexed, wondering if Tianqi had lost his mind and was still clinging to the notion of being a ninja. Chapter 57. A primer on sage techniques. Observing the odd expressions on Jiraiya and Tsunade's faces, Tianqi decided to clarify. Currently, I am working for the village as higher-ups, who ensure I can leave freely. As for who it is, I'll leave that for you to guess. I cannot divulge too much. So now you understand. I am not truly despondent. I am merely resting. Upon hearing this, the three began speculating about who this higher-up could be. TCH. What can a criminal ninja like you possibly do for the higher-ups? It must be fabricated. Rope Tree dismissed Tianqi's claim outright. Tianqi squinted at Xingtong, murmuring to himself. If you weren't Tsunade's brother, I would have dealt with you already. Do you really think I'm made of clay? The other three, witnessing Tianqi's demeanor, realized he was on the verge of erupting. Tsunade promptly pulled Xingtong aside, admonishing, you little rascal, watch your words, or I might just give you a beating. Tianqi. Since you have matters to attend to and are not in despair, we can rest easy, Jiraiya said, lifting his bowl to clink with Tianqi's. Here's to you, Tianqi. May your future shine brilliantly, Orochimaru echoed, raising his bowl as well. On the sidelines, Xingtong was puzzled, wondering why everyone seemed so intimidated by Tianqi. He found it hard to believe that Tianqi would dare to act out in Konoha. Noticing that Orochimaru had also lifted his drink, Tianqi shifted his gaze back to Xingtong. Chuckling, it's quite a feat for you to utter such words, Orochimaru. Come, it's not often we gather like this. Let us drink together. With that, the four raised their cups and took a drink. After finishing, Jiraiya directly posed his question, Tianqi, regarding Myoboka Mountain, how do you know so much? I heard from Sarutobi that you had once visited Myoboka Mountain. Tianqi, with a chicken leg in hand, presented it to Tsunade, despite her disapproving gaze, and said, oh, you're referring to this? I was merely teasing Sarutobi. These matters are but dreams I have encountered. What is this Myobokuzen, this dreamland you speak of? What are you two really talking about? Tsunade looked at Tianqi with a puzzled expression, and Orochimaru shared her confusion. Allow me to elucidate, Tianqi began. This world is home to three great sanctuaries, Myobokuzen, Richid, and Shikatsu Forest. Each sanctuary is inhabited by a sage, frog sage, white snake sage, and snail sage, respectively. It is said that if one can find them and gain their approval, they can learn sage techniques. Sage techniques? What are those? Tsunade and Orochimaru questioned in unison. Their faces a tableau of bewilderment. To their surprise, Jiraiya, brimming with pride, interjected, this is intriguing. Sage techniques are far superior to ninjutsu. I'm currently in the process of mastering them. Yet, despite his enthusiasm, Tsunade and Orochimaru still appeared perplexed, while Tianqi shook his head in exasperation. Jiraiya, your explanation leaves much to be desired. Let me clarify. Jiraiya sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging his own nascent understanding. We know that ordinary chakra is formed through the balance of physical and mental energy. Ninjas can expend a certain amount of chakra to unleash ninjutsu, body, and illusion techniques. In contrast, sage chakra, the power of sages, is derived from absorbing natural energy and harmonizing it within oneself, merging it with one's physical and mental energies. Techniques powered by this sage chakra are referred to as sage techniques. When mastered, one's strength can exponentially increase. Those sage techniques are formidable. Their practice is fraught with peril. A single misstep can be fatal. To learn them, one must find a competent teacher. Tianqi imparted this wisdom. Shushu was taken aback, pondering the veracity of the information. Is this truly the case? Can such individuals possess this knowledge? Indeed. It involves absorbing natural energy to enhance one's chakra and thereby augmenting power, correct? Orochimaru grasped the concept swiftly. Precisely. However, locating the sanctuaries and earning their acknowledgement hinges solely on the individual. No one can assist you in that regard, Tianqi added. As for the dream, I envisioned a white-haired man guiding a young boy to create a true era of peace in the ninja world. As he spoke, Tianqi fixed his gaze intently on Jiraiya. Tianqi, are you suggesting that the white-haired man is Jiraiya? That seems far-fetched, Tsunade remarked, glancing at Jiraiya in bewilderment, while Orochimaru looked equally taken aback. Hiki. Could it be that I am truly that remarkable? Jiraiya boasted, basking in their attention. Hardly, you simply happen to have white hair. Besides, I merely had a dream. Who can predict the future? Tianqi retorted, subtly downplaying the significance of his vision, aware that altering Jiraiya's fate could have dire consequences. I knew it. With that foolish demeanor, how could you possibly be the harbinger of peace in the ninja world? Orochimaru scoffed. Orochimaru, are you disparaging me? When I succeed, I shall make you regret ever doubting me, Jiraiya declared, his voice filled with conviction. Let us see if you ever reach that point, Orochimaru replied coolly. Come now. Let us feast, Tianqi exclaimed, amused by their banter. Indeed, there is joy in the company of true friends, devoid of schemes and deceit. Thus, amidst laughter, they consumed their meal, with the exception of Shushu, who observed quietly. At the entrance, Jiraiya, slightly inebriated, was supported by Orochimaru. Tianqi, I'll be taking my leave now. Take care, and ensure Jiraiya returns home safely. Tianqi waved goodbye. Leave it to me, Orochimaru responded, leading Jiraiya away. Come, Tsunade, I shall escort you home, Tianqi offered. Watching Orochimaru depart. No need, I can manage on my own. I haven't had much to drink, Tsunade blushed, feeling shy. Shushu, witnessing this side of his sister, was momentarily stunned, contemplating when she had become so feminine. It's unsafe for a girl to walk alone at night. Allow me to accompany you, Tianqi insisted, taking her hand and leading her outside, while Shushu followed, feeling like a mere observer. Tsunade, do you truly have no objections to the village's decisions? If so, I could speak to Granny Mito on your behalf. She attempted to ease the awkward atmosphere with a new topic. I have no significant objections, though I do feel a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, it is not a major concern. I have encountered similar situations during your great-grandfather's tenure, and it will resolve in due time, Tianqi replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence born from strength. Chapter 58, Confronting Shushu regarding the unfair treatment by my great-grandfather. I apologize, Tsunade said, acknowledging that he had indeed gone too far in his actions. She prepared to bow in respect to Tianqi. Tianqi noticed Tsunade bending down and promptly intervened, stating, that was your great-grandfather's doing. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, he acted for the sake of the village. I have long ceased to harbor resentment towards him. Were I in the position of Hokage, I would have made the same choice. Thank you, Tianqi. It's merely a trivial matter. The two locked eyes, and time seemed to freeze for an instant. Observing their exchange, Shinshu could no longer contain himself. Sister, why are you apologizing to him? Great-grandfather is the second Hokage. His decisions are undoubtedly sound. I, for one, stand firmly in support of him. He is the most formidable person aside from Grandfather Hashirama. Shinshu. Just as Tsunade intended to reprimand him, Tianqi gestured for her to hold her tongue. He then addressed Shinshu, your grandfather Hashirama is indeed remarkable. Who in the ninja world is unaware of the god of shinobi? Although Shinji Tobarama may not possess the same prowess, he is still quite formidable. Humph. It is good that you understand. Shinshu beamed with pride at being the grandson of two Hokages. However, before he could revel in his pride for long, Tianqi spoke again. Indeed, Shinji Tobarama's methods are exceptional, yet he does possess a rather sharp tongue. With that, Tianqi cast a challenging glance at Shinshu. What? How dare you speak of my great-grandfather that way? He is the second Hokage, and you risk punishment for such insolence. Shinshu shouted angrily. The two Hokages were his pride, and he aspired to become Hokage himself. He could not tolerate anyone insulting his grandfather. Caught between the two, Tsunade found herself in a difficult position. Torn between her younger brother and the man she cherished, it would be challenging to side with either. Tianqi, sensing Tsunade's concern, tugged gently at her sleeve, signaling her not to take Shinshu's remarks too seriously. Rest assured, I know my limits, Tianqi replied, turning to pat Tsunade's hand reassuringly. He then turned back to Shinshu with a dismissive expression. What punishment could befall me? Who would dare? I spoke no falsehood. Your great-grandfather simply has a sharp tongue. You scoundrel. How dare you speak of him so? Enraged, Shinshu swung a fist at Tianqi. Tianqi, unfazed by such a juvenile attack, swiftly grasped Shinshu's fist and tightened his grip, slowly applying pressure. Let go of me, you villain. I am the grandson of the first Hokage. Dare to strike me, and you will find yourself imprisoned. Shinshu threatened, feeling the pain from Tianqi's grip. Tianqi scoffed at the threat. Do not boast of your lineage. Even if Shinji Hashirama stood before me, he would not utter such words. What do you possess? Merely the title of grandson of the first Hokage? Your strength is lacking. You would not even qualify as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Pathetic. With that, Tianqi released Shinshu's hand. Let us go, he said, taking Tsunade's hand and leading her away, leaving Shinshu dazed and speechless. After a moment of shock, Shinshu felt tears streaming down his face, though he did not sob aloud. Having been born into privilege, he had always been showered with admiration and envy wherever he went. No one dared to speak ill of him. And upon learning of his grandfather's identity as the first Hokage, they treated him with utmost respect. Unlike Tianqi, who displayed open disrespect and even insulted him and his great-grandfather. He had never endured such humiliation. The thought of it made his tears flow uncontrollably. Tianqi, do you not think your words were a bit harsh? Shinshu is still a child, Tsunade remarked softly after they had walked a short distance. It is of no concern. Shinshu's spirit is not so fragile. He is merely ensnared by his own lofty status. With time, he shall come to terms with it. After what I have said, as long as he can find clarity, his future accomplishments will surely not be insignificant, Tianqi reassured Tsunade. Very well, she conceded, clearly leaning towards Tianqi's perspective, acknowledging that Shinshu could be a bit mischievous and unreasonable. Before long, the two arrived at Tsunade's doorstep. Well, we have arrived. You should go inside. I must take my leave, Tianqi stated, turning to depart. Wait. Upon hearing Tsunade call him, Tianqi's mind was suddenly filled with inappropriate thoughts. Could it be? Is she inviting me to stay the night? Alone together at this late hour? Surely not. No. How could I think such indecent thoughts? Tsunade would not be so trivial, he chastised himself, yet he found himself lost in fanciful musings, even smiling foolishly. Hey, Tianqi, were you even listening? Sanade snapped, having noticed his distracted state. Ah, yes, I am here. What were you saying? Tianqi replied, coming back to reality and adopting a serious demeanor, shedding his previous foolishness. What are you daydreaming about? Shinshu has not yet returned. On your way home, check on him, and ensure he does not fall into despair. Oh, is that all? Understood. I shall return to check on him, Tianqi replied, disappointment evident on his face as he prepared to leave. Wait. As Tianqi began to walk away, Sanade called out to him once more. What is it? Is there something else you wish to convey? Tianqi asked, perplexed. Without uttering a word, Sanade stepped forward and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, her face flushing with embarrassment as she dashed back inside and closed the door. Tianqi stood there, utterly stunned. What on earth is happening? I never anticipated such a twist. Is this what happiness feels like? He then gently touched the cheek that Sanade had kissed, chuckling to himself. Life in Konoha is bound to become increasingly intriguing. With a smile, he made his way home. After walking for a short distance, he spotted Shuki still wiping away tears. Huh. A man crying alone in the dead of night? Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Tianqi remarked without hesitation. Humph. I wasn't crying. It's merely some dust that got into my eyes, Shuki retorted stubbornly upon hearing Tianqi's voice, adding defiantly, I don't care who sees me, just not you. There's no need to explain. I am indifferent to such matters. If you wish to earn my respect, focus on your training and enhance your strength. One day, when you have the power to defeat me, reclaiming today's honor will be inevitable. As for gaining my acknowledgement, you are not yet worthy, Tianqi stated with a serious expression. Humph, don't get too smug. One day, I will defeat you with my strength and make you bow down to me and my grandfather. I will undoubtedly become the strongest Hokage. Just wait and see. Shuki shouted defiantly. I'll be waiting, Senju Shuki. However, future Hokage, you should head home now. Your sister is quite worried about you, Tianqi replied, shifting his tone as if urging a child to return to their family. Mind your own business. Shuki shot back before dashing home. Chapter 59. To the roots of Danzo, heh, little brat, if you want to play with me. You still have 20,000 years to wait, Tianqi said, turning away as he walked off. After taking another day to rest and spending a day wandering with Sanade, the time finally arrived for the monthly brainwashing assembly at the roots. Tianqi rose early and made his way towards the edge of Konoha. Soon, he arrived at the designated location where he was to meet Danzo, only to find a dilapidated little shack. Two individuals wearing cap masks blocked his path, coldly stating, This is a military zone. No trespassers allowed. Noticing their obstruction, Tianqi swiftly produced the token given to him by Danzo. Enter. Lord Danzo is waiting for you. They acknowledged with a glance, allowing him passage. One might wonder why they did not scrutinize the token further. After all, who in their right mind would seek entry into the roots without cause, especially wielding a high-ranking token? Clearly, this was not a tourist attraction. Upon entering the ramshackle dwelling, Tianqi discovered a staircase leading underground. As he descended, he curiously observed his surroundings. Despite being below ground, the air quality and lighting were surprisingly similar to the outside world, indicating that Sarutobi Hizashi had afforded Danzo considerable support. At the bottom, he was met by two more masked figures, who escorted him to Danzo's office. At the door, a ninja knocked firmly. Bang, bang, bang. A voice from within called out, Enter. Lord Danzo, the person has arrived, a ninja with a cat mask respectfully announced. I see. You may leave now, Danzo replied, dismissing his subordinates with a wave of his hand. Impressed, Tianqi remarked, Danzo, the quality of both the architecture and the ninjas here is extraordinary. You could be considered the underground Hokage. Sarutobi must have provided you with substantial support. With the departure of his subordinates, Tianqi approached Danzo, his curiosity piqued. There are certain matters he cannot address. Thus, I must take on that role, Danzo replied, declining to elaborate on his position as the underground Hokage. In essence, he was hypocritical, presenting a facade that belied his true nature. Humph, all Hokages are the same, he muttered, a hint of frustration creeping into his tone. Ah, and so what? As Hokage, one must maintain a public image, and certain actions are necessary, Danzo continued, relishing in Tianqi's annoyance towards Sarutobi. The more Tianqi was vexed by Sarutobi, the stronger their bond would become. Enough of this idle chatter. When will the meeting commence? And what tasks will follow? Danzo was keen to divert the conversation from Sarutobi, as he had once been his captain. This is your attire and mask. You will need these whenever you enter or leave the village, and even within the roots to prevent any information leaks. From now on, your name shall be Sannin, Danzo stated, retrieving a set of clothing from a drawer. The attire fit well, although the name felt peculiar. Sannin, reminiscent of something he had heard before. After changing into the outfit, Tianqi noted, the room next door is yours. You may store your belongings and rest there. Once you are settled, we shall proceed to the meeting. Danzo gestured toward an adjacent room. After stowing away his old clothes, Tianqi followed Danzo to the meeting area, where over 200 ninjas were lined up neatly, awaiting indoctrination. This is quite the gathering of ninjas. Where did you find them? Tianqi inquired, walking alongside Danzo. These ninjas were selected from various clans and chosen from among the elite of common ninjas. I am quite pleased with my subordinates, Danzo replied. Are they all willing to follow your commands? Tianqi pressed, voicing his concerns. Each day, professionals provide them with knowledge. Additionally, I have infused them with jutsu. Anyone who dares to betray me or disobey will find their lives forfeit. At my command, they would willingly end their own lives, Danzo said with a sinister smile. Ah, I see. That certainly aligns with your style. No wonder they are so obedient, Tianqi mused, finally grasping how the root ninjas could be so compliant with Danzo's directives. Indoctrinated and held by their very lives, rebellion was simply not an option. Danzo then commenced his speech, proclaiming, on the surface, the ninjas are the leaves of the tree, while we, in the shadows, are the roots. Without us, the leaves cannot thrive, thus, we shall spare no words. As Danzo continued to brainwash the assembly, Tianqi found himself lost in thought, selectively disregarding Danzo's rhetoric. Such toxic platitudes were not to his taste. Let us strive for the sake of Konoha, Danzo shouted passionately. For Konoha! For Konoha! The 200 ninjas echoed fervently. After an hour of relentless indoctrination, the session finally concluded, and Danzo led Tianqi back to his office. Danzo, your route should not consist of such a meager number of individuals, Tianqi remarked, puzzled. With such few personnel, it seems improbable for you to expand. In response to Tianqi's confusion, Danzo explained, many of my operatives are deployed elsewhere to gather intelligence. Survival in the shadows necessitates valuable information. Ah, that explains the sparse numbers. Tianqi acknowledged. But you haven't betrayed the village's secrets, have you? He narrowed his eyes, trying to discern any deceit on Danzo's face. Humph, you think too much. Regardless of the circumstances, I would never sell out the village. We can handle our own affairs without involving outsiders, Danzo asserted with a serious demeanor. That is reassuring. Should you betray the village, I could never ally with you, Tianqi stated, scrutinizing Danzo's expression, yet discerning no falsehood. Despite Danzo's numerous flaws and mediocrity in strength, he exhibited a profound loyalty to Konoha. Such individuals possess principles, unlike certain fools easily swayed by external influences. Prepare your belongings. I have a task for you. You will need to venture outside the village to resolve this matter, Danzo said, retrieving a file from his drawer and handing it to Tianqi. Oh, my first mission on my first day in the roots, Tianqi remarked as he accepted the dossier. Tianqi slowly opened the bag to inspect its contents. Kato Tsuru. A cloud ninja and an elite jonin? Indeed, this Kato Tsuru has recently been gathering various secret techniques in the Land of Fire, intending to bring them back to the Land of Lightning. We cannot allow this endeavor to succeed. However, he is a formidable elite jonin, and the only one capable of defeating such a powerful adversary is you. Therefore, I am dispatching you on this mission. Regardless of the outcome, you must detain him. As for the secret techniques, if you can bring them back, then do so. If not, it matters little, as they are merely trivial skills. Do you understand? Danzo said solemnly to Tianqi. Chapter 60. Departing the village for the southern town, the name Kato Tsuru sounded familiar. It seemed he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Tianqi pondered over the document bag. What is the matter? Is this task particularly challenging? Danzo inquired, noticing Tianqi's furrowed brow. The task is not difficult. Await my report. As for the secret techniques, let them be. The valuable treasures are found in the major ninja villages. I doubt you would hold any interest in the trivialities of smaller locales, Tianqi replied, putting the documents back into the bag, no longer dwelling on the name. Do not underestimate the secret techniques from smaller regions. Some of them are indeed quite remarkable. Although Tianqi was correct that many local techniques were subpar, certain secrets held potential, albeit with significant side effects, which would not hinder his experiments. Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. I advise you to refrain from conducting human experiments personally. Otherwise, you may find yourself unaware of how your demise might unfold. With that, Tianqi donned his mask and set off, mindful that he could not yet allow Danzo to fall. As he watched Tianqi's retreating figure, Danzo too fell into contemplation. Now is not the time for human experimentation. Should the truth come to light, it would spell disaster. It seemed imperative to find a scapegoat before proceeding with such endeavors. Tianqi was unaware that Danzo sought a scapegoat. He had just purchased a plethora of provisions on the streets of Konoha and was now making his way towards the village gate. Upon arriving, he intended to stride confidently out of the village. Stop. If you wish to leave the village, you must first register and obtain a permit, the two gatekeepers exclaimed, blocking his path as they noticed he had not registered. Didn't you see I am a member of the Umbu? Am I required to register for a covert mission? At that moment, Tianqi, wearing a cat-faced mask, was oblivious to the fact that even Umbu members were required to register. Oh, you must be new here. Regardless of who you are, anyone leaving the village must register. Once you register, I can issue your permit. Otherwise, if you leave now and return without a permit, you won't be allowed back in. So please, come over and register. The gatekeepers, not recognizing the masked Tianqi, assumed he was a newcomer and patiently explained the procedure. Very well, Tianqi replied, approaching the small table where the gatekeepers were stationed. Without waiting for their inquiries, he declared, Root Ninja, Sannin, Jonin. A Jonin from Root? The gatekeepers were taken aback. Encounters with Root ninjas were rare, and they were surprised to have one before them today. They only knew that Root was led by Shimura Danzo, but they were unaware of the existence of two factions within the Umbu. Is there an issue? Tianqi inquired, noticing their curious gazes. No, it's just that we seldom see your kind around. One of the gatekeepers stammered as he promptly prepared the permit. Lord Sannin, here is your permit for leaving the village. Please keep it safe. The two gatekeepers, upon realizing his rank, transformed into sycophants, addressing him with reverence. Thank you, Tianqi replied, taking the permit and departing. He was accustomed to such attitudes. These gatekeepers were naturally suited for their roles, reveling in the presence of those with strength. Once outside the village, Tianqi headed south, the last known location of his target. With such a vast expanse to cover in search of a single person, he wondered how long it would take. This mission seemed likely to extend over a considerable period, but he resolved to enjoy himself now that he had ventured out. He promptly removed his rude attire and mask, donning the garb of an ordinary citizen. Finally out. Time to find a casino and have some fun. Tianqi exclaimed with excitement as he sprinted towards a nearby town to the south. As for the mission, he scoffed, with my abilities, what could they possibly do if I fail? Danzo, you old rascal, if you dare, then take your turn. After more than an hour of vigorous running, Tianqi arrived near the town, spotting a large stone inscribed with the words Jiang'an Town. Wow, I've arrived at the lively Jiang'an Town. But wait, why is it named that? Ah, never mind, I'll just dive in and enjoy the day. He dismissed any further thoughts about the name and dashed into the town. Upon reaching the town, Tianqi was taken aback by the surroundings. Wasn't this supposed to be a vibrant place filled with festivities? Instead, he found ordinary people, mundane houses, and nothing resembling the lively entertainment he had anticipated. What a letdown. This is just an ordinary town with no enjoyable activities. How do these people not know how to have fun? He muttered as he strolled through the streets, hoping to stumble upon something entertaining. After 10 minutes of wandering, his patience wore thin. What is going on? Am I unable to find anything? Or is there truly nothing here? I should ask a passerby. He approached a friendly-looking older man. Excuse me, sir. Tianqi called out with a grin, catching the man's attention. What is it? The man replied, puzzled. I am merely a passing merchant, fatigued from my travels, hoping to find some entertainment here. Do you know of any places where I might have some fun? Tianqi asked with a mischievous glint in his eyes, confident that the man would understand his implication. As expected, the older man's expression shifted to one of comprehension. You can inquire at the big Gold Sands Hotel over there. The people there will surely have the answers you seek. Oh, I see. Thank you, kind sir. Tianqi responded before hastily making his way towards the hotel. Youth is indeed wonderful, the older man mused, watching Tianqi leave with a hint of envy. Arriving at the big Gold Sands Hotel, Tianqi scoffed at the rather unrefined name. The owner must be quite unrefined as well, he quipped silently before stepping inside. Upon entering, he noticed two guards stationed behind the entrance. What a surprise, guards at the back instead of the front. Seems I've come to the right place, he thought. He approached the front desk. Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today? The young receptionist greeted him with a bright smile. I'd like to reserve your finest room for one day, Tianqi declared, producing 10,000 coins. Apologies, sir, but our best room requires 50,000 coins. Your 10,000 is insufficient, the receptionist replied, still smiling, not looking down upon him despite his ordinary attire, as her employer had instructed her not to underestimate anyone. 50,000? I must ascertain its worth then, he mused, slightly taken aback. Ordinary individuals typically lacked such spending power. This place certainly had its secrets. However, 50,000 was not a significant amount for him, so he produced another 40,000 and placed it on the counter. Before long, the receptionist completed the reservation. Sir, your room is ready. It's room 404. Do you have any belongings to bring up? We have staff who can assist you with your items at no charge. No. I have nothing to carry, and I prefer to manage on my own, Tianqi replied, taking the key. Very well. I wish you a pleasant stay, the receptionist said, bowing as she watched Tianqi depart. Just as he was about to leave, Tianqi paused and turned back with a sly smile. By the way, do you have any entertainment here? Entertainment? What do you mean? The receptionist replied, momentarily taken aback by a sudden question. Tianqi found himself bewildered by her expression. You don't have any here? That can't be possible. After a moment, she responded, Oh, I see. What would you like to play, sir? She finally registered his presence, realizing that his appearance did not align with her assumptions. She had not anticipated him to be of such a disposition. A hint of disdain crept into her smile. Although well concealed, Tianqi discerned it nonetheless. I merely wish to indulge in a little gambling. What were you thinking? He straightforwardly articulated his intent, hoping to avert her judgmental gaze. I apologize, sir, but this is a legitimate establishment. We do not accommodate such activities. The receptionist maintained her smile while regarding Tianqi with obvious contempt. So, you are a gambler, hardly a respectable individual. If it were not for my livelihood, I would prefer to avoid such people. Is that so? I assumed a hotel of your stature would not rely solely on room rentals for profit. I happen to be quite affluent. If your boss were aware that you dismissed such a significant client, your position might be jeopardized, Tianqi remarked, preparing to ascend the stairs. The receptionist found herself in a quandary. She truly did not wish to lead anyone into a gambling den, yet she feared for her job. Wait, sir. After a brief hesitation, she made a decision and called out to Tianqi as he ascended. Allow me to have someone escort you inside. Did you not assert that this is a legitimate establishment devoid of such activities? Tianqi halted his ascent, turning to face her with a bemused smile. Madam, We have no choice in this matter. It is against our policy to permit any illicit activities, she explained with utmost seriousness, despite his teasing. Oh. And are you not concerned that I might be here to ensnare you in a sting operation? Such actions could prove perilous, Tianqi inquired, finding amusement in her earnest demeanor. What do you mean by ensnare? We have no such operations here, she replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Essentially, I am disguised as an investigator, Tianqi clarified, nearly forgetting that the term sting operation might not be familiar in this context. Oh, I see. I had my doubts earlier, but now your demeanor has dispelled them, she remarked, though with a fading smile, her expression morphing back to one of disdain. Enough of this. I do not wish to explain myself further. Please. Hasten and find someone to escort me inside, he said, noting her contemptuous gaze and opting to cease the conversation. Very well. Someone, take him to the members' area. She shot him a disdainful glance before summoning an attendant. Sir, please follow me, the attendant instructed, leading Tianqi onward. Just as he was about to depart, he turned back to the receptionist and stated, let me say one last thing. I am not the person you presume me to be. I was not in the past. Nor am I now, and I certainly will not be in the future. Without waiting for her response, he followed the attendant away. What an odd individual. Could I have truly misjudged him? No, a gambler can hardly be a good person. She dismissed her fleeting doubts and resolutely concluded that Tianqi was indeed a rogue. Tianqi followed the man directly to the basement, realizing the reason behind the difficulty he faced in locating it earlier. Indeed, it was because gambling was strictly prohibited in this area. Many indulged in it clandestinely, and without a guide, it would be nearly impossible to find. The man provided this explanation. Yet, I have seen others engaging in gambling elsewhere. Why is it not permitted here? Tianqi inquired. The man elaborated further, stating that many sought to risk their fortunes, only to end up losing everything, even selling their children. The mayor, unable to tolerate this, had imposed a ban on gambling and related activities in the vicinity. I see, Tianqi remarked, so there are too many losers, with such a high number of them. I can't help but wonder if there are any underhanded tactics involved. He squinted suspiciously at the man. Impossible. We maintain absolute fairness here. Wins and losses are purely a matter of luck, and there are certainly no manipulations, the man stammered under Tianqi's intense scrutiny, assuring him of the integrity of their operations. Let us hope so, Tianqi thought, skeptical of such claims. After all, how could a casino operate without some form of deceit? Such notions were more suited for children. Before long, the man led Tianqi to the third underground level. My word, this place indeed has it all, Tianqi exclaimed, marveling at the opulent decor and various gaming tables. Here, patrons gamble with cash, the man observed, noting Tianqi's empty hands with a peculiar expression. Who do you look down upon? Tianqi retorted, swiftly retrieving 100,000 from his divine space and brandishing it before the man. May your gaming be enjoyable. I'll take my leave now, the man said, visibly relieved upon seeing the money. Had Tianqi been empty-handed, he would have been unceremoniously ejected. Subsequently, Tianqi made his way to the more crowded areas to observe the excitement. Big win, big win, big win. Small, give me small. Tianqi listened to the crowd's fervent calls and squeezed his way in, initially mistaking the situation for a simple game of guessing the size of the dice. He mused that if only he had the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, he could easily profit from this. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged the nobility of the Hyuga clan, who would likely disdain utilizing their powers for such trivial pursuits. Ah. The Sharingan, capable of discerning the flow of chakra, he wondered if it could penetrate the obscured cups. With that thought, Tianqi activated his three-tomo Sharingan and directed his gaze. To his dismay, he found it indecipherable. This was where the advantage of the Byakugan became evident, a true tool for peering into the unknown. Disappointed, he departed from the dice-guessing game and turned his attention to the card tables. This is blackjack, another game of chance. He deemed it unworthy as he had come to earn money, not to rely on luck. He decided to explore other options. After surveying several games, he concluded that they all hinged on fortune. His skepticism stemmed not from poor luck, but from the inherent unpredictability of such games. If the dealer employed any sleight of hand, he risked losing everything. After all, his money was not simply a gust of wind. After a thorough examination, Tianqi settled on two types of gambling devices, the roulette and the coin flip. The roulette allowed players to either spin themselves or have the dealer do so. By successfully guessing where the small ball landed, one could win double their stake. With his Sharingan and considerable skill, he felt confident in his chances of winning. As for the coin flip, it was even simpler. One had to guess how many pieces the dealer was hiding. With the enhanced dynamic vision offered by the Sharingan, victory was all but assured. Chapter 62. The casino owner emerges after a brief moment of hesitation. He resolved to begin with the coin flip. I'll wager 100,000, he announced, slapping the stack of bills onto the table. The dealer's excitement was palpable upon seeing such a substantial bet. Typically, the low winning odds discouraged players from participating. Yet here was a seemingly unsuspecting lamb, boldly wagering 100,000. The dealer immediately began calculating how to ensure that this unwitting player would relinquish his tenaciously held funds. Tianqi observed the individual before him, whose face was alight with excitement, and realized that he was regarded as an unsuspecting prey. A sly smile crept into his heart as he thought, Sophisticated hunters often present themselves in the guise of their quarry. They wish to treat me as a mere lamb to the slaughter. Let us see who the true lamb is. The proprietor, with a keen eye, surveyed the scattered pieces on the board and prepared to place the silver lid over them. As Tianqi observed the dealer preparing to cover the pieces, he activated his Sharingan. With the enhanced dynamic vision granted by the three tomo, the dealer's movements appeared to him as though they were in slow motion. Before the dealer could completely cover the pieces, Tianqi swiftly counted them. There were 25 pieces within the lid's range, quite a simple task. He thought to himself, let's see if you can truly cheat. With that, he fixed his gaze intently on the dealer. With a resounding thud, the dealer finally placed the lid perfectly over the 25 pieces, then pushed aside those that remained uncovered. There are a total of 75 pieces here, the dealer explained with a smile. If you can guess how many I have covered, you can win double. He was confident that Tianqi would not guess correctly. Even if he did this time, he would certainly lose next time. It was precisely this audacious approach that had left him with so few patrons. Others preferred to play the long game, while he opted for a more direct slaughter. I wager 2,000 on 20 pieces. It can't be just that. I suspect there are at least 30 pieces. I'll raise it to 5,000, said one of the two players at the table, who promptly placed a bet of 7,000. The dealer paid little heed to this wager. Such amounts were insignificant compared to the larger stakes involved. He smiled and inquired of Tianqi, and you, my friend? How many pieces do you wish to bet? Let me think. Tianqi replied, feigning deep contemplation. The dealer, observing Tianqi's demeanor, internally scoffed at him, clearly a novice, daring to enter the casino. He thought to himself, I'll teach you a lesson about the depths of this game. Despite his disdain, he maintained a pleasant facade and prodded, have you made your decision? I am about to reveal. Yes, hurry up, we're waiting to win, urged the other two players at the table. Decided. I'm wagering 100,000 on 25 pieces. Let us go. With that, Tianqi placed his bet without hesitation. Bet locked in. Bet locked in. Here we go. With an exclamation, the dealer lifted the lid and began counting. 1, 2, 3. As the dealer began to count the pieces, the two players beside him grew increasingly anxious. While Tianqi, with his eyes narrowed, focused on the dealer's hands to prevent any cheating. 18, 19, 20. Upon reaching 20, one player's expression fell, exclaiming, what? There are over 20 pieces. My 2,000 is down the drain. The other player's face also soured. He had wagered 5,000 on the remaining pieces, which were now dwindling. How unlucky. 23, 24, 25. The dealer completed the count with astonishment. I never expected this novice sheep to be so fortunate. Winning right off the bat. Just wait. I'll make sure you lose it all next time. He collected the 7,000 from the other players and turned to Tianqi, presenting him with 100,000. Congratulations, you've won. Here's your prize. Winning once could lead to winning again and again. Losses mattered little in the pursuit of chance. Will you gentlemen play again? The dealer began to tempt the others. After hearing the dealer's words, the two players hesitated, realizing that the odds were too low, having already lost several thousand. Let us observe for now, they decided, opting to refrain from betting at that moment. Noticing the other two's withdrawal, the dealer did not press further. He turned to Tianqi, having won. You must surely wish to continue, right? He hoped fervently that Tianqi would keep playing. If Tianqi chose to stop after his win, it would be a significant loss for the dealer. Absolutely. I came to win big. This amount is far from satisfying, Tianqi declared, his expression revealing a determination to leave with millions today. Seeing Tianqi's resolve, the dealer felt reassured. Just moments ago, he feared that Tianqi might flee after a win, but now, with no intention of retreating, there was no mercy to be shown. With a cold smile, he laid out the pieces and commenced the game once more. Tianqi wagered the entirety of 200,000. In the subsequent rounds, the dealer was utterly astounded, as Tianqi consistently succeeded in accurately predicting the moves of the pieces. Whenever he contemplated a bold move, Tianqi would fixate on his hand, which was poised to make the daring play, wearing a mischievous grin that thwarted any opportunity for him to act. In front of Tianqi, the pile of money had reached 2 million. Observing the increasing crowd gathering around, all following Tianqi to place their bets, the dealer was drenched in cold sweat. By now, he had already dispersed several million. If this continued, his boss would surely not spare him. He dared not proceed any further. Come on, let us get started. What are you waiting for? It's not as if we can't afford to lose, they urged. When we lose, you don't hesitate to collect your dues, do you? Following this big shot, we are certain to recover our previous losses. At that moment, the boss also noticed the commotion at the table, wondering why so many people had gathered around one table. It seems this newcomer has already won several million from us. The dealer has been completely overwhelmed. One of the boss's subordinates remarked. Won several million? Quickly, go fetch Filio. I need to see what's going on, the boss instructed, sending one of his subordinates along with a group towards the scene. Make way, make way. The boss is coming. The subordinates cleared a path through the crowd. Upon seeing the boss's arrival, the onlookers quieted down, obediently parting to create space. In this small town, the boss wielded considerable influence, second only to the mayor. Who would dare to provoke him? This young man is finished. He has crossed paths with someone formidable. It will be difficult for him to leave today, one onlooker whispered. Indeed, keep your distance to avoid being dragged into this mess. As they observed the crowd's apprehensive expressions, Tianqi sighed inwardly. Such is human nature. It remains the same everywhere. When they profit, they cling tightly to you, but when adversity strikes, they abandon you without hesitation. Chapter 63, 2 Solutions upon the dealer's realization that his boss had arrived. He intended to explain the situation but was interrupted. No need for explanations. I am already aware of the circumstances. My friend here has won several million. It's best to call it a day, the boss said meaningfully. You are the boss here? Tianqi remained seated, scrutinizing the middle-aged man before him, clad in a black suit and sporting a slick-back hairstyle that exuded a certain charisma. Indeed. I am Takahashi Shinichi, the proprietor of this establishment. May I inquire what advice you have for me? He replied, feeling a surge of irritation that this young man dared to remain seated while addressing him. In this town, everyone else treated him with utmost respect. I wouldn't presume to offer advice, but I must ask, Mr. Takahashi, you operate this casino for profit, and I am here for the same reason. Why is it that when we lose, you do not intervene, yet when we win, you seek to cut us off? Is your current behavior not akin to robbery? Tianqi confronted Takahashi directly. I opened this casino knowing the risks of losing. However, with your style of play, I fear bankruptcy looms in just a few days. Let us end this here, shall we? Takahashi felt a surge of displeasure at being compared to a thief. Very well. I understand that you may not wish to continue playing. Thus, I propose 2 solutions. Let us see what you think. Tianqi sensed that his opportunity to recoup his losses was slipping away, but he still yearned for one last gamble. Oh, I'm intrigued. Please share your solutions, Takahashi responded. His interest piqued. First, if you give me 5 million, I will leave immediately. You can rid yourself of me, and I will feel satisfied having won enough. What do you say? Tianqi stood, presenting his proposal. Let us skip that. Just tell me the second option. Takahashi dismissed the first suggestion without hesitation. He could not afford to concede 5 million in front of so many witnesses. He needed to maintain his authority. I assume you want to agree to that. So let me propose the second solution, a wager between us. If I lose, I will return all the winnings from today and vow never to set foot in this place again. However, if you lose, you must pay me an additional 10 million in cash. What do you think? Tianqi crossed his arms, an air of arrogance about him. Takahashi fell into contemplation upon hearing the proposal. Though the second option was marginally better, it still fell short of his expectations. Losing 10 million was no trivial matter. It represented a third of his assets. Yet, if he allowed this man to remain, he risked further losses. Fine, I will accept the second option. Takahashi gritted his teeth and agreed, but added a stipulation. While the second option is appealing, it is not equitable. If you lose, you merely return the winnings, which doesn't pose a loss for you. If you wish to gamble with me, you must increase your stakes. He fixed his gaze intently on Tianqi. Oh? Increase the stakes? What do you propose? Upon receiving a positive response, Tianqi sensed the deal was on the verge of realization. If you lose, you will also need to provide an additional 5 million. If you can agree to this, we can proceed with the wager. However, it seems you do not have that much cash on hand, Takahashi boldly demanded. 5 million is a trivial sum for me. If I lose, I will retrieve the funds. I assure you of my creditworthiness, Tianqi responded calmly. Why should I believe you upon our first meeting? If you lose and cannot pay, does that not render the wager meaningless? Or do you intend to play the fool? Takahashi scoffed. Currently, I possess just over 2 million. I do not have more on me. However, my family hails from Konoha. Should I fail to pay, you may report me to the Konoha enforcement team. You should feel reassured by that. Tianqi waved his hand dismissively, though inwardly he thought, if you dare to win against me, I will raze this place to the ground. Money? Do you value your life? Meanwhile, upon hearing that Tianqi was from Konoha, Takahashi felt a sense of relief. The integrity of Konoha was well regarded in the Land of Fire. Even if Tianqi attempted to evade payment, he could summon Filia to deal with him. Filia, a rogue ninja, was a formidable shinobi. Takahashi ensured he was well fed and cared for to keep him on his side. It was precisely because of this alliance that he felt emboldened to expand his operations. Very well, I will trust you this once. Let us proceed to the private room, Takahashi declared, turning to lead the way to his exclusive chamber, with Tianqi following closely behind. Once they departed, the dealer exhaled in relief, and the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Wow, this young man is quite bold, daring to challenge the boss. Impressive, one exclaimed. Did you hear? He is from Konoha, carrying over 2 million with him. His background must be formidable, another chimed in. But no matter how formidable, he is still just an ordinary person. I heard the boss has ninjas working for him. How can an ordinary person compete? A third voice interjected. Goodness, is it possible that this boss possesses such formidable strength? Even commanding ninjas to work for him? Daring to put me in a difficult position, this time you are doomed. The dealer spoke menacingly as Tianqi departed. He was well aware of the boss's prowess. The ninja under his command was no ordinary warrior. Indeed, he was more formidable than many from the great ninja villages. Meanwhile, upon entering the private room, Tianqi took a moment to observe his surroundings. He initially believed the exterior was splendidly decorated. but was pleasantly surprised to find the interior even more exquisite. "It seems your business is quite prosperous," he remarked. "I have always valued a good quality of life. After all, earning money is merely a means to enhance one's living standards," he added, which lifted Takahashi Shinichi's spirit slightly. "You don't seem like someone who would be troubled by 5 million. Just hand over the 5 million, and I'll be on my way, sparing us both the hassle." Tianqi inquired curiously. "Although I don't lack the 5 million, it will take me 3 years to earn it back. Why would I toil for 3 years for you?" Takahashi retorted sharply. Chapter 64. Swift defeat of Takahashi's backing. Naturally, I cannot work for free, let alone for 3 years. However, there are times when it is wise to concede. Don't you agree, Takahashi? Tianqi said, propping his head on his hand and squinting at him. "Aha. I have endured many years of humility to achieve my current status. If you wish for me to concede, then you must demonstrate your strength. Without power." "Your words are meaningless," Takahashi replied, seriousness replacing his earlier mirth. "You are correct. I prefer to let my strength speak for itself. Let us dispense with the trivialities and commence," Tianqi declared as he placed 2 million on the table. Takahashi followed suit, and soon there lay 4 million before them. "How shall we proceed?" Takahashi asked, eyes fixed on Tianqi. "You wish to witness my prowess, so let us compare our hands directly. I believe this will expedite matters." Tianqi replied, eager to avoid further delay as fatigue weighed upon him. "Perfect. I too wish to avoid wasting time. Deal the cards," Takahashi commanded his dealer without hesitation. "There's no need for that. Let's draw directly. I have 2 million, and I am willing to wager it all," Tianqi stated, rising to stand before the dealer and taking the cards in hand. "What say you, Takahashi? Are you brave enough to join me?" The dealer looked bewildered at Takahashi, who waved him away, signaling for him to leave. Wagering such a large sum? 2 million is indeed a significant stake, he thought, feeling a twinge of apprehension. "Enough with the chatter. If you're frightened, simply hand over 10 million. Fate decides our fortunes. The bold thrive while the timid perish. If you're unafraid, then come forth," Tianqi proclaimed as he activated his Sharingan, shuffling the cards while memorizing their positions. Once done, he arranged them neatly. "Shall you draw first, or shall I?" "I'll draw first," Takahashi exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he approached the array of cards, hesitating for a moment before selecting the one at the end. Flipping it over, he revealed the ace of hearts, a smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha, my luck is impeccable today. It appears misfortune has found you." "Hold on. How can you assume I will lose when I have yet to draw?" Tianqi countered, reaching for the ace of spades from his memory. Without hesitation, he revealed the card, and ace of spades materialized before him. "Apologies, boss Takahashi, but your 2 million now belongs to me," he stated, collecting the money with ease. "Humph. Merely a stroke of luck in the first round. 2 million is a trivial amount. I can afford to lose," Takahashi remarked, contemplating the irony of fate as he ordered another 2 million to be brought forth. "This time, I shall shuffle the cards. I refuse to believe you can win again," he declared, taking the cards and skillfully shuffling them, demonstrating his expertise as a casino owner. "Come now, you draw first," he signaled to Tianqi, confident in his retention of the positions of the 4 aces. Little did he know, Tianqi had also memorized their locations. "Very well. Let us see if you regret this move," he said, once more seizing the ace of spades and revealing it without hesitation. Takahashi stared, bewildered as Tianqi once again produced the ace of spades. Was he merely feigning ignorance, or was he genuinely skilled? How could he have known the location of the ace? "Regrettably, boss Takahashi, you have lost once more. Your 2 million is now mine," Tianqi declared, preparing to claim his winnings. As Tianqi was preparing to take the money, Takahashi abruptly intercepted him. "Wait, I suspect you've cheated. This round doesn't count." Observing Takahashi's sudden change of heart, Tianqi felt perplexed. What could have prompted such a reversal? Then he noticed an individual at the entrance, seemingly a ninja, and not one without considerable strength. Understanding dawned upon him. "So, you've changed your stance because someone is backing you up. I was just beginning to think highly of you and considered recruiting you. But alas, Takahashi, you have truly disappointed me." He had genuinely believed in Takahashi's integrity, only to realize he was a hypocrite. "Humph, you think I would work for you? Who do you think you are?" Upon seeing his supporting ninja arrive, Takahashi brazenly threatened Tianqi's life. "Do not command me," Tianqi retorted, irritated by the audacity of an ordinary man attempting to issue orders. "Filio, I've invested so much in you. Is this how you speak to me? Get rid of him and retrieve my money." Though he felt uncomfortable with how his ninja spoke to him, he had to concede that the ninja was indeed powerful and invaluable. "Humph, if not for your wealth, do you think I would be under your command?" Filio regarded Takahashi with disdain. Then he turned to Tianqi, who was obediently preparing to hand over the money, warning him to comply or face dire consequences. "Aha. Are people truly this arrogant these days? The last person who spoke to me like that is now buried under 3 meters of grass." Tianqi, incensed by the ninja's arrogance, couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "So, you are not planning to hand over the money willingly?" Filio summoned all his chakra, ready to make a move. "Arrogance comes with a price," Tianqi declared. As Filio readied himself for a strike, Tianqi activated his Sharingan, unleashing his most potent physical attack, Amaterasu. Blood tears flowed from his eyes as a plume of black flames ignited above Filio's head. What the hell is this? Philia screamed, frantically swatting at the flames. But Amaterasu's fire would not extinguish until it had consumed its target. The flames also caught on his hands as he desperately cried out for mercy. Help, please. I was wrong. Spare me. I warned you that arrogance comes at a cost. It is too late to beg now, Tianqi replied. Blood tears now streaming from his other eye. At Earth release. Instantly, flames engulfed Philia entirely, and within seconds, he was reduced to ashes amid his agonized screams. Witnessing the swift demise of his most formidable supporting ninja, Takahashi fell to his knees in terror. Please spare me. I was blind to the might of a Konoha ninja. I am willing to surrender all my wealth to Konoha. I beg for your mercy. Kneeling, Takahashi repeatedly bowed to Tianqi, even offering to relinquish all his riches. To Konoha? Takahashi, you still do not understand. Hearing Takahashi's intent to hand over the money to Konoha, Tianqi's displeasure surfaced. No. I'll give it all to you. Just spare my life. Realizing his mistake, Takahashi continued to bow fervently. Very well, I do not seek your life or all your wealth. Simply pay me 10 million as we agreed. Tianqi, seeing Takahashi's cowardice, lost interest in the game. Deliver the 10 million to room 404 above. With that, he exited the underground casino. Yes, of course. I will have it sent immediately, Takahashi commanded his subordinates, collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion. As Tianqi emerged from the casino, he cast a glance at the front desk attendant, but said nothing as he ascended to the 4th floor. This gambler must have lost everything in just half a day. What a charade, the attendant thought, observing Tianqi's haughty demeanor. Before long, a group of individuals carrying money he had never seen before approached from the casino floor. Just as they were about to ascend, the front desk attendant stepped forward. Hey, what's going on? Why do you have so much money? Where are you headed? You don't know? A young man came to the casino today, winning over 10 million from the boss and even killing the boss's ninja. We are on our way to deliver the money to him, the leader of the group explained. Goodness, how formidable. Where did this person come from? The attendant's shock was evident upon hearing this. Forget where he is from. We need to deliver the money quickly. Don't block our way. If we're late, our lives are in danger. The leader urged as they prepared to move up. Wait, I'll guide you. I know this place well. You're looking for that room, she offered, eager to witness the might of the one who had subdued the boss. All right. Let's head to room 404. Hurry up. The leader responded, taking her hand as they made their way upstairs. 404? Why does that sound so familiar? She pondered, trying to recall which formidable individual resided in that room, when the group pulled her along. Inside room 404, Tianqi reclined leisurely on a sofa, sipping tea. This hotel is splendid. It has everything. I just earned over 10 million in a single outing, far quicker than any mission. It seems I can always return to these casinos when funds run low. As Tianqi enjoyed his tea, a knock echoed at the door. Sir, we are here to deliver the money. May we enter? Come in, Tianqi called, eager for the arrival of his payment. Hey, that voice sounds so familiar. The front desk attendant thought, feeling a sense of déjà vu. What are you waiting for? Open the door. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The leader urged. Noticing her hesitation. Oh, right. I'm opening it now. She snapped back to reality, hurriedly unlocking the door. Upon seeing Tianqi lounging on the sofa, she gasped in astonishment. How can it be you? Isn't that a male voice? Why has it turned into a female one? Were you always a man? Tianqi teased. Noticing the front desk attendant's shock. I'm a woman, not a man. Have you entered the wrong room? Get out now. This is the residence of a formidable individual. She attempted to drag Tianqi out. The others carrying the money stood frozen, astonished by her boldness. Are you sure this fool is one of your hotel staff? Tianqi inquired of the others. She might be confused, they replied, equally flabbergasted by her actions. Hey, what is going on? This person is in the wrong room. I was just about to escort him out, she said, bewildered and believing the group was blaming her for not expelling Tianqi. You need to leave now, she insisted. Glaring at Tianqi. Can't you see the gentlemen are angry? Hurry up. Witnessing her antics, the group was left speechless, their money scattering to the floor. This woman is truly fierce. That was not my intention. Tianqi unleashed a formidable surge of chakra, causing the receptionist to lose her grip. While several others were so terrified that they dropped to their knees. You few, leave your money behind and get out. This woman stays, Tianqi commanded, pointing at the receptionist. Upon hearing Tianqi's orders, the others fled the room in a panic. Turning to the receptionist, who was still in a daze, Tianqi smirked maliciously. So, do you still wish to take me outside? Why, you are the one who won over 10 million from the boss at the casino and even killed his backer? The receptionist stammered. Why else would you think so? Tianqi continued to gaze at her with a wicked grin. I should inform you that this is a lawful place in the land of fire. If you dare to do anything to me, I will call for help, she retorted. Clutching her chest in fear. You certainly have a flair for theatrics. I have no interest in your body. Just take 500,000 from the ground and leave this place. Your personality does not suit this job, Tianqi said, turning back to sip his tea. Relieved that he harbored no ill intentions, the receptionist was skeptical. You're not trying to buy me off, are you? I want to sell myself for 500,000. Am I wrong to offer you money? If you don't want it, feel free to leave. I'll save my money. Tianqi rolled his eyes, bemused by her naivety. Humph. Why refuse money? I'll take 100,000, not a penny more, she declared, swiftly snatching the bills from the ground. Well, as long as you're happy. Tianqi remarked, using his powers to absorb all the money into his space. She was taken aback by his method of collecting money, but recalling the various abilities of ninjas. She dismissed it. You take a rest. I'm leaving. As she opened the door, she turned back to ask, may I know your name? Tianqi, Uchiha Tianqi. Tianqi. Amused that she still wanted his name before leaving, offered it without hesitation. Uchiha Tianqi? I'm Haiming, Duo Chuan Haiming. Thank you for the 100,000. I will remember this kindness, she said before shutting the door behind her. Chapter 66, Elimination of Kato Tsuru Duo Chuan Haiming. Such a pleasant name, but alas. I shall not linger here, Tianqi mused with a self-deprecating smile as he watched her leave. At that moment, the system issued a new task. Ding. Eliminate Kato Tsuru. Reward, 150,000 points. Failure consequences apply. I understand your intention, Tianqi scoffed. You merely wish to eliminate me. However, those 150,000 points would perfectly allow me to acquire the 7 tails, suggesting the system desires me to gather all the tailed beasts. If the system wishes for me to collect the tailed beasts, I shall obligingly comply. 3 days later, at the border of the Land of Fire. A chase ensued, Tianqi pursuing his target, Kato Tsuru. 3 days prior, after leaving the hotel, Tianqi had stationed himself at the border, and, as expected, Kato Tsuru had appeared. Kato Tsuru, stop fleeing and surrender willingly. You cannot escape, Tianqi shouted at the fleeing figure. It must be said, Kato Tsuru was not particularly formidable, although swift. His strength was lacking. Ha ha ha, the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Tianqi, is nothing but talk. Once I cross the border, my companions will come to my aid. Come. If you dare to stop me, Kato Tsuru declared while sprinting toward the borderline, confidence swelling as he neared safety. Humph, do you truly believe I cannot catch you? I possess 100 methods to do so, Tianqi retorted, starting to weave hand signs. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. He unleashed several fireballs towards Kato Tsuru, who effortlessly evaded them with a few agile leaps. What are these little fireballs? Ha ha, Uchiha Tianqi, is this all you have? Such trivial techniques. He taunted. Trivial? Since you find them inadequate, allow me to present something grander, Tianqi declared, forming more seals. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song. For colossal dragon heads of flame surged towards Kato Tsuru, who began to prepare his own technique. Whoa, such massive fireballs, 4 of them. Kato Tsuru panicked, invoking lightning release, armor, to envelop himself in electricity, enhancing his speed to its utmost. Boom, boom, boom. The fire dragons failed to catch him, colliding with the trees and exploding. Phew. That was close. A moment later, and I would have been hit, Kato Tsuru sighed in relief, only to notice swirling spatial vortices surrounding him. What is happening? With a desperate roar, Kato Tsuru unleashed all his strength to escape the spatial confines. Though he managed to break free, he lost both of his legs in the process. Thud. Kato Tsuru fell heavily to the ground, defeated. Such a failure, merely crushing his legs. Indeed, the ability is ill-suited for high-speed targets, Tianqi observed. Disappointment etched on his face as he approached Kato Tsuru. I told you, I possess 100 ways to capture you. Do you believe me now? Tianqi looked down at the incapacitated Kato Tsuru. This was my miscalculation. I did not anticipate your long-range spatial jutsu. Do as you wish, Kato Tsuru replied, pale but composed. Despite the blood flowing from his wounds. Rest assured, I shall grant you a swift end. I have no penchant for torture, Tianqi noted. Sensing something amiss in Kato Tsuru's demeanor, he appeared far too calm for someone facing imminent death. With that realization, Tianqi readied his weapon, preparing to deliver the final blow. But just as he was about to end Kato Tsuru's life, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Regeneration, lightning release, thunderstrike. Kato Tsuru's legs suddenly reformed, and he harnessed lightning energy in his hand, leaping towards Tianqi's heart with deadly intent. Tianqi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events. But soon a smile crept onto his lips. He watched in disbelief as Kato Tsuru's hand pierced through his heart, followed by his entire being. How could this be? He had clearly been struck, yet he stared incredulously at his own hands. To his astonishment, you possess the ability of regeneration. You almost succeeded in your endeavor. For the moment, Tianqi suppressed the fury boiling within him. Ah, I must express my gratitude to your Land of Fire. I acquired this regeneration technique after annihilating a small village. Though it bears significant side effects, it proves invaluable in critical moments. I must concede. Your Land of Fire truly produces exceptional talents, Kato Tsuru remarked with a sinister grin. Is that lightning technique also pilfered from the Land of Fire? Tianqi recalled Kato Tsuru's earlier move, which bore a striking resemblance to the lightning release technique, and narrowed his eyes in inquiry. Indeed. Such a powerful ninjutsu is a sheer waste on those minor ninja villages. Not only did I seize all their ninjutsu scrolls, but I also decimated their village. Such formidable techniques should rightfully belong to the strong. When I slaughtered them, their faces were filled with sheer terror, an expression to behold. Upon hearing Kato Tsuru's incessant recounting of his village massacre, Tianqi could no longer contain himself. He raised his right hand, imbuing the Chidori with the flames of Amaterasu. Fire release, Chidori. Gripping the black Chidori, Tianqi surged forward in an instant, the black Amaterasu-infused Chidori piercing through Katsuru's heart, which was still babbling on. Splurt. Katsuru coughed up blood, gazing at Tianqi in disbelief. He had not even comprehended how Tianqi had closed the distance and penetrated his heart. You may have stolen secret techniques and taken a few lives, but to dare slaughter an entire village, do you truly regard human life as so worthless? Tianqi spoke with a dark expression. Anyone can utter such words, but you, of all people, cannot. You who invaded the Rock Ninja village and took countless lives, how dare you claim the moral high ground? With his final breath, Katsuru uttered this retort before closing his eyes for the last time. Tianqi withdrew his hand from Kato Crane's heart, and the lifeless body of Kato Crane collapsed to the ground. As he gazed upon the fallen figure, he pondered the final words of Kato Crane. Had his assault on the rock shinobi truly been misguided? Was it merely for fleeting satisfaction? Or did he genuinely act for the sake of the village? For a moment, Tianqi found himself enveloped in contemplation. After 10 minutes of introspection, clarity dawned upon him. The shinobi world is governed by the strong. The many lives he had taken were a testament to his own formidable power. What was Kato Crane, after all? In the eyes of the powerful, there was no place for the weak. Tianqi directly invoked Amaterasu upon Katsurushi's corpse, engulfing it in black flames that reduced it to ashes within mere seconds. Chapter 67, Assembling the Nine Tails. When did it become your place, you insignificant insect, to judge my actions? In your next life, strive to be born into a better fate, lest you encounter me again. Tianqi stepped firmly upon the ashes of Katsurushi. The notification of task completion resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and successfully earning 150,000 points. Please continue your efforts. Finally, the Seven Tails had arrived. Tianqi accessed the marketplace and promptly exchanged his 150,000 points for the Seven Tails. Successfully exchanged 150,000 points for the Seven Tails. May. A luminous orb then entered Tianqi's body. Tianqi gazed at the 10 tails worth 500,000 points and the sage body valued at 1 million points, momentarily engulfed in hesitation. He pondered whether acquiring the 10 tails would grant him the power of a sage. Becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails without the ability to wield sage techniques seemed like an anomaly. It appeared that he would have to embark on the path of mastering sage arts. There were 4 potential avenues before him. One was to await the system's task rewards or point exchanges, but redeeming points could take several decades. By the time he accumulated enough points, he would likely be too old to benefit from them. Relying solely on the system meant he could only hope for random rewards. And who knew when those would arrive? This left him with the 3 great sanctuaries, Mayaboka Mountain and Ryuchi Cave, both of which offered training in sage techniques, albeit with inherent risks. As for the Surebone Forest, he was uncertain if it possessed any methods for sage training. None of these options seemed particularly reliable, indicating that his journey towards mastering sage arts would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. With a resigned sigh, he decided to take things one step at a time, hoping that perhaps a new system task would soon present itself. Just as he resolved to move forward, another thought struck him. Alas, had he known, he would have destroyed the body of Kato Tsuru, for it undoubtedly harbored stolen secret techniques. The regenerative technique was worth investigating. Regret washed over him as he considered the task assigned by Danzo to retrieve the secret arts. He dismissed the thought with a scoff. Never mind, he muttered. Regret serves no purpose. He resolved to return to the village, having garnered sufficient rewards, money, and tailed beasts in abundance. Elated by this realization, Tianqi activated his Kamui, opting for teleportation rather than a long trek on foot. After several consecutive uses of Kamui, he found himself near the gates of Konoha, donning the attire of the route. He strode purposefully towards the village entrance. Upon exiting, the guards noticed Tianqi, masked and clad in the attire of the Ambu, and promptly requested his proof of departure from the village. Tianqi placed the village exit permit on the table and departed without a backward glance. Typically, he would engage in some banter with the gatekeeper, yet today, clad in the garb of the route, he felt emboldened. After all, the darkness lay with Danzo. How arrogant. What was he boasting about? He was merely a root ninja. Even the direct subordinates of the Hokage's Ambu were not so formidable. Observing Tianqi's audacity, the gatekeeper could not help but curse him. Enough. He is an elite jonin. Let us not provoke unnecessary trouble. Sit quietly, another individual remarked after reviewing Tianqi's exit permit. Addressing the foul-mouthed gatekeeper. What is so great about an elite jonin? One day, I shall surpass him and loiter at his doorstep daily, driving him to envy. All right. Let us not speak too much. If you possess such prowess, you wouldn't be relegated to guarding the gate. Tianqi was oblivious to the guard's scathing remarks as he entered the village and proceeded directly to the roots to complete his mission. In the office, he placed the task dossier before Danzo, stating, "Here you go. The mission is accomplished." "Oh, you've resolved it so swiftly. Truly impressive. Did you bring back the secret technique?" Upon hearing that Tianqi had completed the task with such alacrity, Danzo felt a twinge of astonishment, but then recalled that this individual was audacious enough to engage the rock shinobi, and his surprise dissipated. The secret technique? I didn't manage to bring it back. That regeneration jutsu was rather intriguing. I severed both legs, yet they could regrow. Alas, I was a bit too forceful, and both the individual and the technique were utterly destroyed. In response to Danzo's inquiry about the secret technique, Tianqi was candid and forthright. It would have been splendid to bring back the regenerative abilities, Danzo remarked, his face reflecting a sense of regret. Indeed, it is a pity. Had that wretched ninja not provoked me, I might have successfully retrieved that regeneration technique. That despicable shinobi truly infuriated me. Tianqi vented his frustrations, attributing the failure to the already deceased Kato Tsurugi. Kato Tsurugi, meanwhile, was lamenting in the restroom. I can't believe this. You cut me down, and now you're blaming me? Have some shame. Danzo shot Tianqi a disapproving glance, internally chastising him for his lack of restraint, yet outwardly maintaining a cordial demeanor. No matter, just be more cautious next time. If you encounter any such techniques in the future, do your utmost to bring them back. Understood. I'll make a point of bringing them back next time. I'll take my leave now. Notify me directly if there are any tasks, Tianqi declared, ignoring Danzo's thoughts as he exited the roots. Once outside, Danzo slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, regeneration techniques. The value of such research would be immense. Curse that rascal. It pains me greatly. Were it not for my current reliance on you, I would love to kick you for this. Upon leaving the roots, Tianqi donned casual attire and made his way to visit a few friends, first heading to the home of Shikaku Nara. Knock, knock, knock. Shikaku Nara, are you home? Tianqi called out at the door, but after a prolonged wait, no one answered. Out on a mission? What bad luck. With no one home. Tianqi turned and proceeded to Tsunade's residence. Tsunade, are you there? He knocked at her door, and this time, someone finally opened it. What brings you here? You annoying fellow? Shizen, Tsunade's assistant, opened the door and immediately regarded him with disdain. I hope I'm not interrupting. Is your sister home? Tianqi inquired, feeling a bit awkward. She is away on a mission and won't be back for a few days. If you wish to see her, you'll have to wait. Shizen replied brusquely, promptly closing the door. Am I being turned away? Is this how the youth of today behave? Tianqi muttered to himself, feeling slighted. He decided to head toward the elderess residence. Who just visited the Tsunade household, and why did the door close so quickly? Did they leave? Kushina, with a gentle demeanor, inquired of Shizen. They're gone, Grandma. You wouldn't even know who it was. It was that annoying guy, Shizen replied, her face a mask of displeasure. Annoying guy? Oh, you mean Tianqi. Kushina recalled that Shizen had previously mentioned Tianqi as the individual she disliked the most in the village. Thus, the visitor must have been Uchiha Tianqi. Chapter 68, The Path of Uchiha. Senator Tianqi sauntered into the residence of the Grand Elder, pushing open the door to find a man in his 30s seated at a table in the courtyard, sipping tea while engaged in conversation with the Grand Elder. Tianqi. You've arrived. Come, take a seat. I sought you out recently, only to discover you were not at home. Where have you been? The Grand Elder greeted him warmly upon his entrance. Tianqi finally discerned the identity of the person conversing with the Grand Elder. It was none other than our esteemed clan leader. Uchiha Senator, what brings you here today? Isn't the work at the security department quite demanding? Tianqi remarked nonchalantly to Uchiha Senator. Indeed, this individual was the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha-sen, and the son of Uchiha Qingyang. Come now, Tianqi. Must you always wear that expression? I simply came to engage in a pleasant conversation, Uchiha-sen replied with a congenial demeanor. Oh, merely to chat? Is that so? Grand Elder? Tianqi turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder, who appeared flustered and struggled to find the right words. It seemed that this was not merely a casual visit. To be frank, I have no desire to meddle in your affairs. If you are here for idle chatter, I welcome that. However, if there are other matters, there is no need to elaborate, Tianqi said, lifting the tea from the table and sipping it slowly. Noticing Tianqi's resolute attitude, Uchiha-sen cast a pleading glance at the Grand Elder, aware that the Elder's words still held some sway over Tianqi. Young clan leader. Perhaps you should at least listen to what he has to say, the Grand Elder suggested while pouring tea for Tianqi. Given his age, he still wished to lend some support to the Uchiha family. I have told you not to address me as young clan leader. Just call me by my name. And I have previously mentioned that their affairs are of no concern to us. What? Are you still contemplating mingling with them? Or do you wish to return? Tianqi was infuriated by the Grand Elder's words, having worked hard to sever ties with those short-lived souls, having even sold them to Danzo. Now, the thought of aiding them was intolerable. No, that is not what I meant. I simply suggested that you listen to what Sen has to say before making a decision. I do not wish to return, the Grand Elder hurriedly clarified, sensing Tianqi's irritation. Enough. Sit down. At your age, you should be more composed. I will grant you this favor and hear what he has to say, Tianqi relented, looking at the agitated elder. Speak, then. What is the purpose of your visit today? He turned his attention to Uchiha-sen, eager to uncover the true intentions behind his visit. Well, I noticed that you have been under house arrest in Konoha lately. I originally intended to invite you back to the Uchiha, but given your current demeanor, that plan seems futile, Sen admitted, responding to Tianqi's inquiry. Well, it is good that you are aware. Regardless of who suppresses, falsely accuses, or confines me, I will eliminate anyone who dares to bully me. Yet, I shall never betray the village. That is my bottom line. Tianqi candidly revealed his principles to Uchiha-sen, feeling somewhat exasperated by the village's decisions. So, You mean to say that as long as you do not betray the village, you could potentially vie for the position of Hokage? Uchiha suddenly interjected, intrigued by Tianqi's statement. The position of Hokage is within reach. Are you interested in it? Tianqi asked, casting a peculiar glance at Uchiha as he sipped his tea. No, I have no interest in it. I merely mentioned it casually, Uchiha quickly denied, shaking his head at Tianqi's inquisitive expression. That is for the best. If you entertain such thoughts, your demise is not far off, Tianqi warned, subtly advising Uchiha to abandon any such aspirations. Since you have no intention of returning to the Uchiha, may I ask one more favor? Uchiha pressed on, indicating that he still cared somewhat for the Uchiha clan. You may speak, but I cannot guarantee a favorable response, Tianqi replied casually. It is not an unreasonable request. Might you consider persuading the village to cease monitoring us? We have no intention of betraying, Uchiha implored, revealing his frustration over the constant surveillance following Uchiha Qingyang's failed coup. Isn't this all attributed to your father? Furthermore, I am currently in no position to assist you, Tianqi waved his hand dismissively. If you are willing to help, I believe you can find a way. Uchiha said earnestly, looking intently at Tianqi. Perhaps I should assist them. After all, you know well the discomfort of being constantly watched, the Grand Elder interjected. Supporting Uchiha's plea. Very well, I truly cannot assist you with this matter. However, there may be an opportunity in a few years. If you can seize it. Not only might the surveillance cease, but you could potentially regain the village's trust, Tianqi slowly revealed, recalling the Second Shinobi World War. What opportunity is that? Uchiha inquired, suddenly intrigued by the prospect of both lifting the surveillance and restoring the village's faith. In a few years, the shinobi world will gradually become unstable. If you actively contribute during that time, I believe the higher-ups in Konoha will be inclined to offer you an opportunity, Tianqi explained as he continued sipping his tea. How can you be certain that the shinobi world will become unstable in a few years? Uchiha asked, perplexed, while the Grand Elder echoed his curiosity. Isn't it obvious? Without anyone capable of maintaining order in the shinobi world, chaos is inevitable. It is a foregone conclusion. Just make sure to seize the opportunity when it arises. Tianqi casually dismissed their inquiries with a vague rationale. That makes sense. Very well, I shall endure for a while longer, Uchiha resolved, biting his lip in determination. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Uchiha excused himself, stating he had other matters to attend to, and departed from the Grand Elder's residence. Observing Uchiha's departure, the Grand Elder turned to Tianqi and expressed concern. Will the shinobi world truly descend into chaos in a few years? Indeed, chaos is forthcoming. However, you need not worry. With me here, our martial clan will remain safe. Are you not confident in my strength? Tianqi reassured the Grand Elder. Chapter 69. 5 years since Rope Tree's graduation. Upon hearing Tianqi's words, the Grand Elder felt a sense of relief wash over him. Choosing Tianqi had undoubtedly been one of the wisest decisions of his life. Not only was he powerful, but his character was commendable as well. 5 swift years passed, and Tianqi reached the age of 22, with only a few months until his 23rd birthday. His strength had grown to a level where he could challenge the entire shinobi world single-handedly. Aside from the 10 Tails and the Rinnegan, he had mastered nearly all forms of wood release and other ninjutsu. This year, Konoha had lifted his house arrest, granting him the freedom to leave the village once more. On the rooftop, Tsunade, clad in white attire, approached Tianqi from behind. Observing him standing there, she smiled and said, "Why are you still here? Remember, today is Rope Tree's graduation ceremony. If you arrive late, he may throw another tantrum." Tianqi donned a black trench coat, adorned with the emblem of the Uchiha clan on his back. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, he turned and embraced her, exclaiming, "Was I not waiting for you? Moreover, that insufferable brat would be delighted if I chose not to attend." Tsunade gently wrapped her arms around Tianqi and replied, "I understand that Shoshin holds some prejudice against you. But after all, he is my brother. We ought to go and extend our congratulations." "I never said we shouldn't go. It is still timely to make our way there," Tianqi responded as he took Tsunade's hand, leaping off the rooftop towards the direction of the Ninja Academy. As they strolled down the street, the striking pair became a breathtaking sight, drawing the attention of passers-by who could not help but gaze upon them. Tianqi gazed at the unfolding scene with a smile, stealing a glance at Tsunade's figure. At 17, Tsunade had matured, displaying a certain allure, though she had yet to reach the level depicted in the original work. One could only wonder why she would eventually attain such stature. As Tianqi's thoughts wandered, the two entered the school, and he recalled S.H. Matsu's untimely demise. He turned to Tsunade, remarking, "Tsunade, that reckless lad S.H. Matsu is far too impassioned. His impulsiveness will inevitably lead to misfortune. You should take it upon yourself to educate him properly." "I can hardly do anything about it," Tsunade sighed. "You know his temperament, stubborn to a fault. He never listens to my words." The exasperation she felt toward her younger brother was palpable. "Very well, I shall take on the task of guiding him," Tianqi said with a mischievous grin. "Just promise me you won't end up too scared to return home." Tsunade grasped Tianqi's arm. "Rest assured. This time I shall refrain from striking him. Instead, I will impart a lesson steeped in affection, ensuring he becomes obedient," Tianqi replied with a wicked smile. As their conversation unfolded, they unknowingly arrived at the school square, where numerous parents had already gathered. Each year, The Hokage delivers a speech on the will of fire to the graduating ninjas, commonly referred to as brainwashing. As Tianqi and Tsunade approached the designated area for parents, they spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the podium, waving and calling out, "Tsunade, Tianqi." Instantly, all eyes turned towards them. "Let us move on. This isn't the right place for us," Tsunade said, exuding a sense of resignation as she pulled Tianqi toward the stage. "Damn it, what is Sarutobi up to? Doesn't he realize I despise being the center of attention?" Tianqi allowed Tsunade to lead him. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Tianqi and Tsunade slowly ascended the podium. "That is my sister," Shinshu exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Tsunade take the stage, clearly eager for everyone to know their relationship. The surrounding individuals, intrigued, began to inquire about her, and Shinshu proudly introduced her, only casually mentioning Tianqi as future brother-in-law. Upon hearing Shinshu's words, Tianqi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was evident that the little rascal still held some disdain for him. On the podium, Tsunade greeted Sarutobi. "It's been a while, Hiruzen. You seem busier than ever." Sarutobi smiled and replied, "Indeed. Opportunities to see you both have become increasingly rare. I assume your presence here is for Shinshu?" "Yes, if it weren't for Shinshu, I wouldn't have had the time to come. I've been quite swamped lately," Tianqi said as he and Tsunade found a seat, with nearby teachers graciously making space for them. "By the way, it's been ages since I've seen Orochimaru and Jiraiya. What have they been up to?" Tianqi inquired casually. "Orochimaru appears to be engrossed in some ninjutsu research, while Jiraiya is off seeking inspiration for his writing," Sarutobi responded, casting a knowing glance at Tianqi. Tsunade looked at Tianqi with confusion, unable to grasp the underlying meaning of their exchange. "Is that so? That is quite commendable," Tsunade remarked, puzzled by Sarutobi's knowing expression. Tianqi awkwardly coughed into his hand. "Come on, you two lecherous masters. Tsunade is right here. What does that look mean? By the way, I heard you two are preparing for marriage. When is it?" Sarutobi quickly shifted the topic. The mention of marriage made Tsunade blush slightly, while Tianqi boldly replied, "We've decided on the 1st of next month. I'll need to trouble you to officiate the wedding." "Ah, there is still nearly a month to go. Time flies." "Before you know it, you'll be wed," Sarutobi noted, acknowledging how swiftly time passes. Subsequently, the graduation ceremony commenced, with Sarutobi delivering an impassioned speech about the will of fire to the newly graduated students. Tianqi mused, "If you can brainwash me, I'll consider you impressive." With applause resonating throughout the venue, the graduation ceremony concluded successfully. As Tsunade and Tianqi descended from the podium, Shinshu rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister." Seeing Shinshu, Tsunade smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Congratulations, Shinshu. From today onward, you are a genin." "Thank you, sis," Shinshu exclaimed, embracing Tsunade, their familial bond evident. "Didn't you notice someone else arrived?" "Call him over," Tsunade reminded Shinshu, who had neglected to acknowledge Tianqi. "Brother-in-law, I didn't expect you to be here," Shinshu said, his expression turning sour. "You probably won't have the chance to see me much anymore. Once I have children with your sister, we won't be able to look after you," Tianqi remarked. "Stop saying nonsense. There are people around." Tsunade blushed, playfully pinching Tianqi. "Humph, that is perfect. I'll finally be free from supervision," Shinshu retorted, turning his head away. Chapter 70, Tianqi gifts a blade. "It's great that you can think that way. Let us go," Tianqi said, pulling Tsunade along as Shinshu trailed behind, feeling like an invisible presence. "Isn't today my graduation? Why does it feel like Shinshu is the one sulking behind?" Soon, the trio arrived at Tianqi's home, where Tsunade had already moved in. "Sis, aren't we going back to our own home? Why come to this guy's place?" Shinshu questioned, visibly displeased. "Calm down. I just need to grab a few things before we head to Grandmother Mito's for dinner. Once your sister marries, this will be her home too," Tianqi replied, rolling his eyes at Shinshu before retrieving a rectangular box and emerging with it. "Let us go," Tianqi said, one hand carrying the box while the other held Tsunade's hand. "Come on, Shinshu. Grandmother Mito made a lot of delicious food to celebrate your graduation," Tsunade encouraged, affectionately patting Shinshu's head before following Tianqi. "Once you get a boyfriend, you forget your little brother." "Wait for me," Shinshu exclaimed, chasing after them. Before long, the three arrived at the entrance of Uzumaki Mito's home. "Grandma, I'm here," Shinshu shouted, pushing the door open and rushing inside, with Tianqi and Tsunade trailing behind. Upon entering, they were greeted by a table laden with dishes, with Mito serving the food. "Tianqi, you've come. Please, have a seat," Mito welcomed them, setting down the dishes. "Grandma, do you have any more dishes?" "I can help you serve," Tsunade offered. "None left. You all can sit down and start eating," Mito said, her smile warm as she looked at Tsunade. "Grandma, wasn't today's meal prepared for me? Why are you only paying attention to my sister?" Shinshu pouted, feeling neglected. "Oh, is that my eldest grandson? Congratulations on becoming a ninja. Come here and sit down," Mito said, coaxing Shinshu like a child, despite his unhappiness. Tianqi stood nearby, covering his mouth, a look of suppressed laughter on his face, truly a child of Senju Hashirama. "What does that expression mean? Are you mocking me?" Upon observing Tianqi laughing at himself, Shinshu felt disgruntled. "Who cares about you?" Tianqi dismissed the ridicule and curiously inquired of Uzumaki Mizuhu, "Mizuhu-sama, Now that I am married to Tsunade, should I address you as aunt or grandmother? I have pondered this question for quite some time. As an elder, please enlighten me. Shinshu, intrigued by Tianqi's inquiry, shared the sentiment, as did Tsunade. Uzumaki Mizuho wore a perplexed expression. If we follow your lineage, your father and Hashirama are contemporaries. So you should call me Aunt Mizuho. However, since Tsunade is Hashirama's granddaughter, she calls me grandmother. I am uncertain how you should address me. Perhaps it is best you decide. Let us go with grandmother then. After all, that old man has defected, so who cares about him? With this, Mizuho, indifferent, left Tianqi to throw Uchiha Madara under the bus. What do you mean, that old man has defected? Shinshu was utterly baffled. Focus on your meal. Can you not keep your mouth shut while eating? Tsunade threatened Shinshu, asserting that discussing Uchiha Madara's defection was best avoided. I only asked. Is that too much to ask? Shinshu mumbled while chewing. You still dare to speak? Tsunade shot him a glare, threatening him once more. Enough, Tsunade. Today is Shinshu's momentous day as a ninja. Let us not trouble him, Tianqi interjected, signaling his indifference. After all, he is your father. Let bygones be bygones. He is deceased now. So we should show respect for the departed, Mizuho reminded Tianqi, noting their impending familial bond. Indeed, Tianqi, he is an elder. Respect is due, Tsunade concurred. Understood, Tianqi replied. Though internally he cursed Madara. You old schemer, you're not even dead, yet demand my respect? How naive. Congratulations on becoming a ninja, Shinshu. This gift is for you. Tianqi presented a long box he had brought from home. Huh? What is this? The sun must be rising in the west for you to give me a gift. Surely. You're not playing a trick on me? Shinshu was filled with confusion as he beheld Tianqi's sudden generosity. Bang. What kind of expression is that for a gift from your brother-in-law? Tsunade playfully hit Shinshu on the head. You haven't even married yet. And you're already so biased. I refuse to accept it. Shinshu protested, clutching his head and pointing at Tsunade. Tsunade, why do you always pick on your little brother? You're about to marry. It's time to temper your temper, Mizuho chimed in to defend Shinshu. It's not me bullying him. This brat is becoming increasingly outrageous. Tsunade retorted, but Mizuho interrupted her. All right, Shinshu, let us see what your brother-in-law has gifted you. Mizuho took the box and handed it to Shinshu, urging him to open it. All right then, let us see what is inside. Shinshu eagerly opened the box with a flourish. Inside lay a black blade, quietly resting within. Shinshu gazed at the knife, puzzled, and looked toward Tianqi. Tianqi, why did you decide to give Shinshu a knife? Mizuho inquired, equally baffled. Isn't this your treasured blade? Why would you give it to Shinshu? Tsunade echoed the confusion. Facing their inquisitive gazes, Tianqi explained, my current prowess no longer necessitates the use of this blade. Rather than letting it gather dust, it is better to pass it on to Shinshu. What? You're just giving away a dusty blade? Shinshu grimaced at Tianqi's words. What dusty blade? What nonsense are you speaking? This is no ordinary sword. Many have desired it, but I've never parted with it, Tsunade asserted, defending the knife's value. Really? Shinshu still appeared skeptical as he looked at Tianqi. Do not underestimate this blade. Hundreds of ninjas have met their end by its edge. I have dealt with many formidable opponents using this very weapon. Furthermore, its material is unique in this world. It can channel chakra and is as light as a feather. Cutting through iron effortlessly, Tianqi elaborated, revealing its origins from his system exchange. How impressive. Shinshu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at the weapon. Tianqi. Such a magnificent weapon may be too much for Shinshu to handle. Perhaps it would be wiser to reconsider, Mizuho advised, concerned. Before Tianqi could respond, Shinshu exclaimed. I can handle it. I can handle it. Chapter 71. The wedding at last all right. If you like it, then it is yours, Tianqi smiled, displaying the pride of a father. A month later, the atmosphere in Konoha was filled with festivity as the news of Uchiha Tianqi and Senju Tsunade's impending marriage spread, bringing joy to all. Among them, the highest echelons of Konoha were particularly elated. The historically strained relations between the Uchiha and Senju clans were set to mend through this union, promising greater unity within the village. Thus, on the day of their wedding, Tianqi received an abundance of gifts, even from the land of Fire's daimyo, who sent envoys bearing blessings. Meanwhile, Tianqi's family courtyard was bustling with activity, adorned with vibrant decorations. Prominent figures like Kakashi, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were present, as were Danzo, Minin, and Koharu, not to mention the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who presided over the ceremony. In the grand hall, Mizuho and the elder sat at the center as esteemed elders, Mizuho holding Hashirama's portrait, while the elder held Madara's, creating a rather peculiar tableau. The envoy from the land of fire recognized the significance of this union and, in a humorous turn of events, contested Hiruzen for the role of host, leading to a series of amusing blunders. In summary, the wedding was met with great importance from all parties involved. Following the conclusion of various ceremonies, Tianqi descended to mingle with the guests. Congratulations, Tianqi. I didn't bring any substantial gifts, so please don't mind me just coming here to eat and drink, Kakashi beamed, having fostered a solid friendship with Tianqi since their prior battle years ago. Such words. Kakashi, today is my wedding day, let us drink to that, Tianqi proclaimed, raising his cup and downing it in one go, with Kakashi following suit. Congratulations, big brother Tianqi. Allow us to toast to you. Others joined in, raising their glasses to Tianqi. After circulating among the guests, the sky began to darken, and Tianqi felt a bit tipsy. However, one task remained. He filled his bowl with a bit of every dish before dashing out of the house. Huh? Where is big brother Tianqi going with that food? Is there someone begging outside? Jiraiya looked bewildered as he watched Tianqi leave, and the others echoed his confusion. Tianqi ventured to a secluded spot, bearing a meal in hand. He set down the utensils and declared, Uchiha Madara, do not berate me for my transgressions. Today, your son is marrying the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Perhaps you can savor a warm meal as well. Having uttered these words to the void, he turned and made his way home. As Tianqi departed, a spectral figure, clad entirely in white, emerged from the shadows, collecting the discarded utensils from the ground. In an unknown subterranean lair, this white figure, a product of Hashirama's cells, approached Uchiha Madara, presenting the untouched meal. Lord Madara, look at what I have brought back for you. Surprisingly, your son has a kind heart. Remembering his father even on his wedding day, the figure chirped incessantly. Enough, Zetsu. Have you gathered the information I requested? Madara inquired, directing a piercing gaze at the white figure. Indeed, this white apparition was Zetsu, cultivated from Hashirama's cells. What information, Lord Madara? I seem to have forgotten, Zetsu replied, feigning confusion. You know precisely what I am referring to. Do not jest with me, or I shall end your life, Madara retorted, his indifference suggesting that a mere life held little value in his eyes. Oh, please do not be angry, Lord Madara. I have indeed discovered what you asked about, and I even witnessed it firsthand. Zetsu continued his antics, seemingly unfazed by the threat. If you do not speak soon, I shall truly annihilate you, Madara said, his patience waning. Yes. You wanted to know who your son is marrying. It is indeed the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, and she is quite beautiful, Zetsu confessed, sensing Madara's growing ire and abandoning his frivolity. The granddaughter of Hashirama, you say? What a splendid son I have. Knowing full well the enmity between myself and Hashirama, he still chooses to wed his granddaughter. The union of Senju and Uchiha, how delightful. This is becoming increasingly amusing, Madara remarked, his expression shifting through various emotions before erupting into laughter. Lord Madara, will you partake of this meal? If not, I shall indulge myself, for it appears quite appetizing. Zetsu teased, preparing to dig in. Humph. Madara shot a glance at Zetsu that quelled his bravado. This is a tribute to you, Lord Madara. How could I possibly eat? Zetsu quickly placed the meal before Madara. Madara picked up the utensils and began to eat, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Tianqi remained unaware of the happenings concerning Madara. After delivering the meal, he returned home and entered his bridal chamber. Inside the chamber, Tianqi sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at Tsunade, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Who would have thought that he would transmigrate as the son of Uchiha Madara, endowed with formidable power? And now wed to Tsunade? Surely, this could not be merely a dream. What are you staring at so intently? Tsunade asked, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Tianqi gently placed his hand on Tsunade's face, saying, I never imagined I would be fortunate enough to marry you. It all feels like a dream, almost surreal. Tsunade reassured him, believe in yourself, Tianqi, this is all real. We are now married, and henceforth, we are a family. She attempted to retract her hand, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, we are a family now. From this moment forward, I will always protect and care for you, ensuring that you never come to harm, Tianqi asserted, holding Tsunade's hand tightly. Honestly, who speaks such words on their wedding night? Tsunade retorted, though her heart felt warm, she cherished this sentiment. Tsunade, shall we turn off the lights? Tianqi suggested softly. Yes, Tsunade replied, lowering her head, her face burning with embarrassment. Tianqi turned off the lights. And then, the following content is omitted. Feel free to imagine. Heh. While Tianqi and another person were entwined in affection, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he examined the documents brought by the Umbu. Little did he expect that only a few years had elapsed since the last conflict, and various nations were already stirring restlessly. It appeared that the ninja world was on the brink of chaos once more. None of the nations have engaged in battle, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the Umbu ninja with a serious expression. While no battles have occurred, tensions are certainly rising. It would be prudent to bolster our border defenses, lest we find ourselves at a disadvantage, the Umbu suggested directly. Yes, I will allocate more personnel to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. However, you must ensure that unless provoked, you must not initiate hostilities. Do not give them a reason to attack, he stated sternly to the Umbu. Understood, the Umbu nodded, though they were hesitant to voice further objections upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern demeanor. A month later, Tianqi was summoned to the Hokage building by Sarutobi Hiruzen, where the capable members of Konoha's upper echelon had gathered. Upon entering the office, Tianqi immediately began to complain. What is it, Brother Hiruzen? If there is nothing of great importance, I shall return home for dinner. Tsunade is waiting for you. You've been married for a month. The honeymoon phase should be over by now. It's time to undertake some missions, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, disregarding Tianqi's complaints. Humph, you usually don't assign me missions, Tianqi retorted, rolling his eyes at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem, that was under normal circumstances. I was concerned you might cause trouble if sent out. However, the situation has changed, Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted, feeling a bit awkward as he recalled having previously ordered Tianqi to refrain from leaving the village for missions. What is so different? Just tell me what the matter is. Sanade is waiting for me to return home for dinner, Tianqi replied nonchalantly, having grown accustomed to lounging about since his marriage. All right then, since you're here, let Sanade rest at home. Here are your mission details. Take a look, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, recognizing that newlyweds tend to have more energy. As Tianqi examined the documents, he frowned upon discovering he was assigned to defend the northern border. Brother Hiruzen, is there a mistake? Are we on the verge of war? This shouldn't be happening. According to the original timeline, the Second Great Ninja War is still far off. Why the sudden movements? Tianqi pondered, grappling with mixed emotions. It's not an immediate war. Nations are expanding their territories aggressively and encroaching upon our borders, leading to minor skirmishes. We have no choice but to prepare for defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained to Tianqi. Defend against what? If they dare to encroach upon our territory, we should confront them directly, Tianqi declared boldly. Hearing this, the others present nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tianqi's strength. Danzo interjected, Hiruzen, Tianqi is right. If they dare to provoke the land of fire, we should respond with force. Danzo, as an elder, how can you fail to grasp the situation? If all nations are expanding, do you intend for us to engage in war with all 4 major ninja villages simultaneously? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied sternly to Danzo. And what if we go to war? Tianqi alone could overpower an entire ninja village. If we can subdue the other villages, they will have to comply with us in the future. Danzo remained unyielding, advocating for conflict. How audacious. I never realized Danzo had such bravado, challenging Sarutobi and advocating war against other villages. That is impressive. Tianqi thought to himself, silently applauding Danzo. Humph. Danzo, you are naive. Setting aside whether we can win, do you comprehend the casualties that war would entail? Sarutobi Hiruzen's temper flared as he glared at Danzo. Should we win, all sacrifices will be justified. Those who perish will be hailed as heroes, Danzo insisted, refusing to relent. Enough. You will cease this talk. I am the Hokage, and I do not consent to war, Sarutobi Hiruzen chastised Danzo, frustrated by his defiance. Especially since the senior members had already resolved to adopt a defensive posture. The others present remained silent, wary of interjecting as the 2 higher-ups clashed. Tianqi, however, appeared to relish the spectacle. Ultimately, 2 other senior members intervened. Midogate said, Danzo, let us heed Hiruzen's counsel. Recklessly engaging in war would not benefit us. Indeed, Danzo. Let it go. Allow Hiruzen to have his way this time, Sanade echoed. Humph. You shall regret this, Danzo retorted angrily, leaving the conference room in a huff. As Danzo exited, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Well, it is settled. Tianqi, you will handle the north. Orochimaru and Jiraiya will manage the west, while Kakashi will oversee the east. I will assign additional personnel to the northern front. You all may leave now to select 10 individuals for the mission, and we depart tomorrow. After the meeting concluded, Jiraiya gathered Orochimaru, Tianqi, and Kakashi together, exclaiming, who would have thought we'd witness an elder clash with the Hokage today? It's absolutely thrilling. I bet Danzo is fuming right now. You seem to take delight in seeing Hiruzen in a predicament, Orochimaru remarked, narrowing his eyes at Jiraiya. Aha. I've never seen Hiruzen so flustered. Did you see his eyes nearly pop out? Jiraiya continued to chuckle. Though he is your teacher, you mock him without a hint of support. Jiraiya, that's rather unseemly, Kakashi interjected, quickening his pace to exit the room, with Tianqi echoing, indeed, that is quite unbecoming. Before following suit, that is rather unseemly, Orochimaru agreed, leaving Jiraiya standing there, bewildered. What do you mean I'm unseemly? You were all watching the show too. Enjoying it yet too timid to admit it, Jiraiya called after his departing companions. As the trio exited, they found Danzo waiting at the door with 2 umbu. Tianqi, Orochimaru. Come with me, he commanded before striding away. Kakashi, you go ahead. I'll accompany Orochimaru to see what this is about, Tianqi said, following Danzo. Huh? What are they up to? Kakashi wondered aloud as he watched Tianqi and Orochimaru depart. They must have some business to attend to. I'll head back to prepare. Kakashi replied, jumping onto the wall to leave. What is going on here? Everyone is busy, leaving me as the only one idle, while they are still in the village. I must quickly head to the bathhouse for inspiration. Who knows when I will return? Jiraiya paid no heed to them, striding toward the Konoha bathhouse with a rather lewd expression. Meanwhile, Tianqi and Orochimaru accompanied Danzo to the root base. Upon arriving at the office, Danzo's face was a mask of fury. Chapter 73. Danzo has something to discuss. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. Damn Amanaka-kosan. Danzo exclaimed, hurling the cup before him in a fit of rage. Was it really necessary to be this furious simply because they did not heed his advice? Tianqi found a stool and sat down, while Orochimaru remained standing nearby. Stop with your sarcastic remarks. When I was advising Sarutobi, where were you to voice your opinion? Danzo glared at Tianqi. I'm just a nameless nobody. What weight does my opinion carry? Besides, with Sarutobi's timid nature, he would never agree to an all-out war. Tianqi replied with an air of resignation, raising his hands in exasperation. Humph. That is nothing but an excuse. Anyone with clear sight can see that if this continues, war is inevitable. If Sarutobi doesn't take the initiative, won't we be even more passive when they come knocking? I truly wonder what Sarutobi is thinking, Danzo said. having vented his anger, and he pulled out a chair to sit opposite Tianqi. Isn't this more advantageous for you? Once he realizes that conflict is unavoidable, you can once again call for his impeachment. Danzo interrupted as Tianqi was about to continue. Cough, cough. Since he has already chosen a defensive stance, we should refrain from opposing him further. The reason I summoned you both today is to discuss another matter, Danzo signaled to Tianqi, indicating that there were others present. Though Orochimaru had slowly started collaborating with Danzo, their partnership remained limited. There were still certain matters that could not be openly discussed. Feel free to talk. I want to eavesdrop, Orochimaru remarked, choosing to feign ignorance as he noticed the gazes directed at him. Tianqi and Danzo exchanged exasperated glances at Orochimaru's nonchalance. You speak as if we are fools, leaving us with no words to utter, Tuanzong said darkly. The reason for calling you here today is simple. When stationed at the border, should you encounter ninjas from other nations, eliminate them without mercy, leaving no survivors. But didn't Master Sarutobi instruct us to adopt a passive defense and refrain from provoking war? Orochimaru interjected, voicing his concerns. Humph. That weakling Sarutobi, with his incessant passivity, will surely leave us vulnerable when war strikes. We cannot fathom how many ninjas might perish due to such an action. Orochimaru, do you not comprehend this? Tuanzang's gaze pierced through Orochimaru, leaving him momentarily speechless. Do you truly care about the lives of so many ninjas? Tianqi interjected, glancing at Tuanzang before turning to Orochimaru. While I do not oppose Brother Sarutobi's decision, Tuanzang is correct. Unyielding defense can easily lead to a disadvantage. Surely, Orochimaru, you know how to decide. Very well, I shall diligently eliminate our foes at the border. Tianqi acquiesced, and Orochimaru, though reluctant, also agreed. For he valued lives greatly at this moment. Ah, splendid. Orochimaru, I knew I could count on you. What say you, Tianqi? Tuanzang praised Orochimaru and turned his attention to Tianqi. Such matters require no prompting. I would act regardless. They are merely a troop of clowns daring to stir trouble. I will slay one upon sight, and two if they come in pairs. As for provoking war, I care not. If they oppose us, we shall engage, Tianqi declared grimly. With your words, I find solace. Prepare yourselves and return to me if anything is needed. I shall wholeheartedly support you, Tuanzang promised with a sweeping gesture, offering his assistance. Since we have clarified that there is indeed a matter on which I require your aid, Tianqi seized the opportunity to ask for help. Buoyed by Tuanzang's readiness, Orochimaru felt a bit awkward, sensing that Tuanzang's offer was merely a formality. What assistance could you possibly need before you even reach the border? Tianqi, you are quite bold. You are quite unreserved, indeed. I merely mentioned it casually. But do tell me what you require, Tuanzang replied with a sidelong glance. Since you insist, I must support you. Just ensure you frequently send me delectable provisions. For I am uncertain when I shall return from this venture, Tianqi stated plainly. Tuanzang had expected a more substantial request, yet was taken aback by such simplicity. Is this truly all? You cannot possibly expect me to deny even this modest request? Very well, it shall be done, Tuanzang hastily agreed, eager to appease Tianqi to avoid any further demands that would embarrass him in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Tianqi said to Orochimaru, who simply replied, No, I require nothing for now. Should a need arise, I will convey my message to Lord Tuanzang. Since you do not require anything, let us take our leave. I must return home to discuss matters with Tsunade. She will likely create a fuss again, Tuanzang announced. And with a nod, Tianqi and Orochimaru exited the root base. Once outside, Orochimaru gazed at Tianqi with a complex expression. Why do you look at me so? Is there something you wish to discuss? Tianqi inquired, sensing Orochimaru's curiosity. I am unsure if I should voice this, but Tianqi, do you and Tuanzang share some secret? Orochimaru asked awkwardly, the word secret veiling his true meaning. There is nothing that cannot be said. Tuanzang assists me, and I assist him. Our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit. As for any ulterior motives he may harbor, I have none, Tianqi replied nonchalantly. That is good to hear. I was beginning to worry that you both were plotting something. Orochimaru expressed relief upon hearing Tianqi's lack of ambition for the position of Hokage. If both harbored such desires, he would find himself in a perilous situation. Tuanzang's ambitions were of little concern to Orochimaru, after all. Such aspirations were not new to him. If Tuanzang possessed the capability, he would have succeeded long ago. Without Tianqi as his formidable ally, Tuanzang's chances would be slim. While Tuanzang was preferable to many duplicitous individuals, he was not without his faults. Orochimaru reminded himself to remain vigilant in their collaboration. One could never be too careful, for the day might come when Tuanzang would betray him, leaving him with no recourse. Rest assured, Brother Tianqi. I am aware that Tuanzang is not a virtuous man. Our relationship is purely one of cooperation. It is impossible for me to serve him, Orochimaru said, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 74. A night of turmoil. Now that you understand, I shall say no more. Just remain cautious, Tianqi advised. And the two prepared to part ways. Tianqi extended an invitation to Orochimaru to visit his home, but it was declined. Upon returning home, Tianqi called out, I'm back. As he entered his room, why are you home so late? I have prepared dinner. Wash your hands and join me, Tsunade said, emerging from the kitchen in her apron, carrying dishes. Apologies, I was detained by unexpected matters. Is there still food left? I can help, Tianqi offered, moving towards the kitchen. There is only 4 dishes and a soup left, no more. Hurry and wash your hands, Sanade said, pulling Tianqi back from the kitchen. All right, I will, he replied, giving her a quick kiss before rushing to wash his hands. Honestly, you act so frivolously when it's time to eat. Sanade chided, though a smile graced her lips. She was gradually growing fond of this domestic atmosphere. By the way, why has Shinjiro been over for dinner lately? What is keeping him busy? Tianqi asked as he sat down to eat. Did you not know? Shinjiro has become Orochimaru's disciple and is currently occupied with training under him, Sanade said, placing a piece of meat into Tianqi's bowl. Really? I was unaware that Orochimaru had taken Shinjiro as a student. Given my prowess, why seek an outsider for training? I wonder what he is thinking, Tianqi spoke, bemused as he continued eating. Well, Shinjiro's relationship with you has never been strong, and he admires Orochimaru. Let him be. It's fine, Sanade said dismissively. After all, Orochimaru was formidable and still one of their own. Unlike Sanade, Tianqi felt conflicted. In the original narrative, Shinjiro had perished after training with Orochimaru for a few years. What a dilemma! As his brother-in-law, saving him could alter the plot. Yet failing to do so would only sadden Sanade. What a predicament! Tianqi, what troubles you? Are you displeased with Orochimaru taking Shinjiro under his wing? Seeing Tianqi's troubled expression, Sanade inquired, what troubles you? Oh, it's nothing. I'm just lost in thought, he replied, regaining his composure. Each person has their own path, since Shinshu has chosen this one. He must walk it to the end without hesitation. What is it that has you so engrossed? Sanade asked with curiosity. Well, I can't exactly say that your brother is on the verge of death, can I? I'm contemplating whether to save him, Tianqi said, deftly sidestepping the topic of Shinshu and discussing instead the matter regarding the Hokage office as instructed by Sarutobi. Right. I still don't know why you went to the Hokage building today. What did Sarutobi-sensei tell you? Sanade continued, eating her meal. Recently, the ninja world has been rather unstable, with frequent border skirmishes. Your Sarutobi-sensei has ordered me to guard the border. Tianqi cautiously glanced at Sanade. What? Sarutobi wants to send you to the border? We just got married, and he is already sending you away. That old man is doing this on purpose, Sanade exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table, dropping the honorific and directly calling him that old man. She immediately stood to confront Sarutobi. Calm down, Sanade, Tianqi gently restrained her. How can I be calm? Guarding the border could take an indefinite amount of time. Once you leave, how long will it be until we see each other again? Sarutobi is deliberately trying to tear us apart. I must confront him today. Sanade struggled to break free. Listen, Sanade, we are ninjas. It is our duty to protect the village. Let South not place the blame solely on Sarutobi. Sacrificing a bit of time for the village is not too much to ask. Please, try to understand, Tianqi embraced her, gently patting her back while softly persuading her. I know all that, but I just can't bear to part with you, Sanade responded, returning the embrace. I promise, as soon as I have the chance, I will return to you, all right? Tianqi brushed his fingers through her golden hair. That is what you said, so don't go back on your word. Sanade rested her head on Tianqi's shoulder. I will never go back on my word, he affirmed, tightening his hold around her waist, feeling the warmth of their connection. Tianqi lifted Sanade, kissing her as he carried her towards the room. They had barely finished their meal when they found themselves back in the room, engaged until the early hours of the morning. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Tianqi slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Sanade, who was still asleep beside him. He gently caressed her cheek. Don't disturb me. I'm almost asleep, Sanade murmured, eyes still closed. Today I must set off for the border. Are you sure you won't wake up? Tianqi smiled at her. Upon hearing his words about leaving for the border, Sanade's eyes flew open. Oh right, you're leaving today. I must get up to see you off. She quickly got out of bed and began to dress. Watching her, Tianqi felt a rush of heat. Sanade's figure was truly a perfect embodiment of beauty, every curve in harmony. Who could remain indifferent to such a sight? Unable to contain himself, Tianqi leaped up and pulled her back onto the bed. Ah, what are you doing? You're leaving today? Shouldn't you hurry and get dressed? Sanade exclaimed, startled by his sudden action. Why the rush? We have a bit of time, Tianqi replied, leaning in to kiss her once more. After indulging for another 2 hours, Tianqi finally ceased his affections. Sanade lay exhausted on the bed, surrounded by disarray. Oh no, it's already 9 o'clock. We're going to be late. Tianqi glanced at the clock and quickly jumped out of bed, hastily dressing. Now you're in a hurry? Where were you earlier? Sanade teased, watching him scramble. I thought I'd be ready in an hour, but it turned into 2. I haven't even gathered the team for the border yet. This is a major blunder. Tianqi fretted as he struggled with his clothes. Didn't you say we weren't short on time? Want to have another go? Sanade smirked, teasing him further. Just wait until my return. I'll show you how I'll handle you then, Tianqi retorted, finally getting dressed and rolling up a pile of clean clothes into a scroll. Chapter 75, preparing to depart for the border. You don't need to see me off. Just rest well. I'll be on my way, Tianqi said, planting a kiss on Sanade before heading out. Take care on the road. I'll be waiting for your return, Sanade called after him. Understood, he replied, closing the door tightly behind him. After all, He wouldn't want anyone else to see his wife. With a determined expression, Tianqi leaped onto the wall and headed towards the elder's residence. It's no wonder they say a woman's gentle embrace is a hero's grave. The truth of it was undeniable, making him reluctant to undertake his mission. Yet, Tsunade truly had a captivating allure. Lost in thought of her, Tianqi couldn't help but drool with a foolish grin. Soon, he arrived at the elder's home. Bursting through the door in haste. Inside, he found Uchiha Jean and 9 others standing in formation in the courtyard. Jean, what is going on? Why are you all standing here? Tianqi asked, bewildered. Uchiha Jean remained silent, merely gesturing for Tianqi to look toward the center building. Why aren't you speaking? What is with that look? Have you lost your mind? Tianqi, confused, failed to understand Jean's silent communication. You're the one who has lost it. How can you be so clueless? Jean silently cursed, continuing to signal Tianqi with urgency. Uchiha Jean, stand straight. Tianqi has arrived. Let him in. The elder's voice called from within the house. Upon hearing his father's command, Jean straightened up, while Tianqi, still perplexed, entered the building. As he opened the door, he was met with the elder's stern gaze. What is troubling you today? You seem particularly irritable. Who has upset you? I can help deal with them, Tianqi said, attempting to placate the elder. Who else could it be? I heard you're heading to the border today. I prepared the personnel for you yesterday, yet here you are, dawdling instead of departing. I've waited all day for you. The elder scolded, clearly displeased. Yesterday you had already prepared the personnel for me. Truly. You are the esteemed elder. Having you around fills me with immense joy. Upon hearing that the elder had arranged for my assistance, Tianqi could not refrain from showering him with praise. You need not obscure the truth from me. I initially thought you had sought out others from the village, and I lamented my efforts were in vain. Yet, given your current demeanor, it appears otherwise. Pray, enlighten me on what you have been occupied with since yesterday. The elder took a sip of tea and turned his gaze to Tianqi. At that moment, Tianqi felt an acute sense of embarrassment. It was hardly appropriate to divulge that he had been engaged in a battle with Tsunade throughout the night. While I cannot meddle in your personal affairs, there are certain truths I must convey. As someone who has traversed this path before, I must caution you, a man should not wallow in despair over a woman, especially one as formidable as yourself. If you were to falter, what fate would befall the 100 or so Uchiha? Surely, you comprehend the gravity of my words. The elder said with earnest sincerity. Indeed, you are entirely correct, esteemed elder, Tianqi replied, feigning agreement while inwardly harboring disdain. In his youth, this old man must have indulged in his share of romantic escapades, yet he dares to admonish me. After all, I have finally found a partner. Should I not engage with her? Must I simply gaze upon her? As long as you can heed my counsel, that is sufficient. The hour grows late. Promptly lead the 10 individuals from the courtyard on your journey, the elder remarked after glancing at the time, urging Tianqi to set forth. Thank you, esteemed elder. The two then made their way to the courtyard, where the elder addressed the group directly. Listen closely, everyone. As you embark on this mission, you must uphold the honor of the Uchiha name, instilling fear in our enemies at the mere mention of it. Do you possess the confidence to do so? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Excellent. I now entrust you to Uchiha Tianqi for leadership. All of you are to obey his directives without question. Any who defy this order shall be expelled from the clan. Do you understand? The elder stated with a stern demeanor. Understood. We vow to obey, the group affirmed. The elder then nodded toward Tianqi. Tianqi nodded, stepping forward and pointing towards the gates of Konoha, proclaiming, Everyone, our destination is the Konoha gates. Let us depart. After issuing the command, he took the lead, charging towards the entrance. At the Konoha gates, over 30 individuals awaited their arrival. What's going on, brother Tianqi? It's almost 10 o'clock, and he still hasn't shown up, Jiraiya remarked, glancing at the time. But here he comes, Orochimaru indicated, pointing at Tianqi, who was hastening towards the gates. With swift movements, Tianqi and his companions arrived at the entrance. You finally made it. We thought you weren't coming, Kakashi stated. Looking at Tianqi. Indeed, brother Tianqi, you were rather slow. Could it be that something delayed you? Jiraiya grinned, casting a sly glance at Tianqi, prompting curious looks from the others, given his recent marriage. Ahem, why are you so nosy? Let's quickly gather our supplies and set off. Tianqi swiftly redirected the conversation, noticing the peculiar stares directed at him. Right, let us not waste time, Kakashi agreed. Following his lead, everyone formed a line to collect their supplies, which consisted of 2 scrolls, one for ninja tools and another for provisions. Once we've gathered our supplies, we shall part ways. I shall miss you all, Jiraiya lamented. Enough of the sentimentality, it's making me nauseous, Orochimaru retorted. You all continue your discussions. I shall take my leave, Kakashi declared before leading his team away. Another team leader chimed in. We will take our leave as well. Farewell, and promptly departed. Is that a Byakugan user? The leader of that team belongs to the Hyuga clan. I don't believe I've seen them before, Tianqi observed as he watched the departing group, noting their affiliation. That individual is from the branch family of the Hyuga clan. It is said they possess formidable strength, second only to the clan head. Orochimaru elaborated for Tianqi's understanding. The branch family, indeed. The Hyuga clan remains as rigid as ever, bound to serve the main family, and subjected to the caged bird seal. Such practices are truly outdated. Tianqi expressed his disapproval. Outdated? Indeed, the larger the clan, the more rules they impose. Which is why I have always held a disdain for such families and their treatment of the branch families, Jiraiya added, sharing his insights. Jiraiya, your broad statements are a bit excessive, Orochimaru remarked, casting a knowing glance at him. Ah, Brother Tianqi, I did not mean to include you in that. You are different from them, Jiraiya clarified, noticing Tianqi's narrowed gaze directed at him. Chapter 76, Do you believe I will break your legs? Tianqi paid no heed and instead turned his gaze towards Orochimaru's companions. Soon, he recognized a familiar face among them, Shushu, that mischievous rascal, had indeed shown up. Upon noticing Tianqi's stare, Shushu lowered his head in response. Jiraiya and his companion, observing Tianqi's silence and unwavering focus in one direction, followed his line of sight and discovered that it was Tsunade's younger brother, Shinshu. Just as Tianqi's elder brother, Orochimaru, was about to speak, Tianqi interjected. You need not say anything. Tianqi approached Shinshu, who was bowing his head, and coldly stated, You are to return with me and withdraw from this mission. I will not return. I must meet Tianqi and convince myself to go, he replied, lifting his gaze and fixing his eyes intently on Tianqi. Do you have any notion of the peril involved in this mission? Even a seasoned shinobi could meet their demise with the slightest oversight, let alone a novice like you. If anything were to happen to you, how heartbroken your sister would be. You are her only brother. Have you even considered her feelings? Tianqi said with a grave expression. Today, no matter what you say, I am determined to go. I will prove to you all that I am not merely a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. I have the strength to take care of myself, Shinshu retorted stubbornly, his gaze fixed on Tianqi. You possess strength? You are merely putting on a fayade. I have dispatched countless brats like you in the past. On the battlefield, you would be nothing more than cannon fodder, Tianqi scoffed disdainfully. So what? This is not a battlefield. Besides, with Master Orochimaru present, what is there to fear? I trust Master Orochimaru far more than I trust you, Shinshu replied nonchalantly, oblivious to the brutal realities of war. Seeing Shinshu's defiance, Tianqi's expression darkened further. Damn naive brat. Dare you retort? Do you believe I want to break your legs? Tianqi erupted with a surge of formidable chakra, startling Shinshu and those around them. Tianqi, calm down, Jiraiya urged, noticing Tianqi's outburst. If Shinshu wishes to go, let him. It's merely a border defense mission. With Orochimaru and me present, he will surely be safe. Tianqi ignored the crowd, continuing to gaze at Xiaotian, stating, I will give you one last chance. You can either return quietly on your own or have your legs broken and be thrown back. Choose wisely. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaotian, sensing Tianqi's seriousness, resolutely declared, If you have the ability, then break my legs. Even if you do, I will still go. Damn you. Insolent brat. Tianqi snapped, seizing Xiaotian by the collar, poised to break his legs at any moment. Noticing Tianqi's readiness to act, Orochimaru fixed his gaze on him, prepared to intervene should Tianqi strike, for he was quite fond of this disciple and could not bear to see him harmed. Jiraiya, like Orochimaru, was also ready to spring into action. The other team members held their breath, caught between Uchiha and Senju, the tension palpable, just as everyone anticipated Tianqi's impending attack. He unexpectedly let out a light laugh and released Xiaotian, walking past him. Without looking back, he remarked, If you weren't Tsunade's brother, your death would matter little to me. Mind your own affairs. Take care of the boy, Orochimaru. Don't let him meet a gruesome end, Tianqi instructed before dismissing the group, declaring, We've seen enough excitement. Uchiha's sons, let's depart. As Tianqi walked away, the onlookers were left bewildered. Moments ago, it seemed a brawl was imminent. Yet he left so abruptly, leaving them in disbelief. Xiaotian, too, wore a perplexed expression, astonished at how easily he had been let off. Orochimaru, however, comprehended the situation. Tianqi had merely sought to intimidate Xiaotian. I thought he was genuinely going to strike. My goodness, I was sweating, he mused. That was a close call. Had he truly decided to fight, we would likely have been the ones on the receiving end. Jiraiya exhaled in relief, abandoning his usual bravado. I assumed you weren't afraid, Orochimaru quipped, casting a glance at Jiraiya. What nonsense. I refuse to believe you are unafraid. Tianqi is, after all, half my master. Engaging him would be pure folly. I was terrified to the core, Jiraiya replied, unabashedly expressing his fear in front of others. Enough with the chatter. Let us hasten our departure before further complications arise, Orochimaru commanded, leading the group onward. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was making their way toward the northern border when Jean approached Tianqi, saying, I thought you were genuinely going to break that kid's legs. I was prepared for some entertainment, but you pulled back. How disappointing. Did you truly believe I would strike? If I broke his legs, given Tsunade's temper, I would likely find myself barred from home, Tianqi retorted, giving Jean a scornful glance. Haha, have you become henpecked? Afraid of women? Jean laughed heartily. This isn't about being henpecked, it's about respecting and caring for my wife. You, a lonely bachelor, will never understand, Tianqi replied, grinning smugly at Jean. Come on, it's just a wife. You're being overly proud. Once I finish my mission, I'll return to Konoha to find one for myself. Someone even more beautiful than Tsunade, and I'll flaunt her right in front of your door. I'll outshine you, Jean declared, gesturing playfully at Tianqi. With your brutish demeanor, you're unaware if any woman likes you. Keep dreaming about a stunning figure. We'll see if you ever find one, Tianqi shot back, rolling his eyes at Jean. What do you mean? How could no woman like me? I'm charming and handsome. Surely, countless beauties are waiting to throw themselves at me. Jean said, fluffing his hair with a self-satisfied grin. Go ahead and indulge in your self-love. My wife won't allow me to associate with fools like you. I'm leaving, Tianqi said, quickening his pace to escape Jean's obnoxious demeanor. Hey, you're the fool. Your whole family is a bunch of fools. Jean shouted after him. Pulling out a small mirror from his pocket, the readers might exclaim, wait, why does a grown man have a small mirror in his pocket? Jean was unabashed, declaring, it's my business. He inspected himself in the mirror, unable to discern any flaws, confident in his appearance. Why aren't there any beauties approaching me? It must be that their tastes are lacking, he concluded, concocting a flimsy excuse. Hey, tell me, is it my looks that are lacking, or are those women simply blind? Jean asked a nearby Uchiha. Lord Jean, you're so handsome. It's undoubtedly those women who lack discernment. They simply aren't worthy of your greatness, the Uchiha complimented. Ah, such sweet words. I do love to hear them. You're not deceiving me, are you? Jean said, patting the Uchiha on the shoulder, exuding an air of intimidation. Absolutely not. I speak nothing but truth, the Uchiha insisted, shaking his head, internally lamenting. How could I dare contradict him with that threatening expression? Well, as long as you're truthful, you speak more pleasantly than that guy. Let us pick up the pace and cover more ground before dark. Jean said before chasing after Tianqi. After traveling 100 kilometers without food or rest, the sky began to darken. Tianqi, it's about time we stop for the night. I'm starving. Jean called out, fatigue evident in his voice. Have you all not eaten? Tianqi asked, bewildered at the group's response. They nodded, admitting. We haven't eaten all day. You're incredible. Traveling without provisions? I'm truly astonished, Tianqi remarked, incredulous at their lack of foresight. What do you mean by that? You seem to be unaware that you haven't eaten either, yet Jean is perplexed as to why Tianqi would say such a thing. Nevertheless, he harbors an unsettling premonition. While munching on dried beef as I walk, I assumed you all were also eating on the go. I sincerely apologize, Tianqi awkwardly scratched his nose. What the hell? You sly one. It's not an urgent mission, so why must you eat while walking? Besides, you've been sprinting ahead so quickly. How could we know you've already eaten? We thought you were genuinely in a rush, and we've been accommodating you. Yet here you are, having finished your meal. Looking all sheepish. Have you no shame? Jean erupted, and the others glared at him with expressions of resentment. Oh, my bad. Let us settle here for the night. To make amends, I'll handle the accommodations. You all can start a fire and prepare dinner, Tianqi declared as he strolled towards a patch of open ground. Everyone, go gather some firewood. We'll eat once we're ready, Jean remarked, seeing Tianqi take charge of the lodging without further comment. While the group sought firewood, Tianqi formed 3 hand seals in the clearing. Would release, technique of the Senju pillars. A tangle of tree roots burst forth from the ground, and in an instant, 5 houses manifested in the clearing. Done. Would release ninjutsu is truly remarkable, few seals and so convenient, yet immensely powerful. It's no wonder Madara always finds himself at a disadvantage against Hashirama, Tianqi mused as he gazed at the houses. Now that they had accommodations, he realized he had none. Let me make myself comfortable. With that, Tianqi formed another set of seals, would release, technique of the 4 pillars. A luxurious 2-story building took shape before him. Now this suits my status, he said, admiring the structure before stepping inside. After a little over 10 minutes, the group returned with bundles of firewood, only to be astonished by the sight of the houses. Huh? How did houses appear here? Did we take a wrong turn? Why are you all standing around? Let us go. Jean, carrying a large bundle of firewood, called out when he noticed everyone had halted. Upon his command, the group parted to let him through. Jean then spotted the houses in the clearing. What the hell? Who led us here? This isn't our camp. The guiding ninja stepped forward to clarify. Lord Jean, this is indeed our camp. I didn't lead you astray. You dare to lie with your eyes wide open? Look around. Where did these houses come from? And where is Uchiha Tianqi? Tell me. Jean scolded the guide. I assure you, I did not take a wrong turn. This is our camp, but I do not know how the houses came to be, the guide replied, looking aggrieved. Still clinging to your delusions, huh? If you claim this is our camp, then Uchiha Tianqi must be here. Go find him. Jean dropped the firewood and watched the guiding ninja with a look of amusement. The guiding ninja, eager to prove his point, stepped forward and called out, Lord Tianqi. Lord Tianqi. Lord Tianqi. After several calls went unanswered. Just as Jean was about to speak, Tianqi's voice echoed. What are you shouting for? Are you summoning spirits? With an annoyed expression, Tianqi emerged from the house, having intended to take a rest, only to be interrupted by the ruckus. Upon seeing Tianqi emerge from the house, the group wore expressions of disbelief. Lord Tianqi, you finally appeared. If you hadn't shown up, I would have been wrongfully accused. The guiding ninja rushed forward and clutched Tianqi's leg, looking pitiful. Let go. If you have something to discuss, do so without clinging to me like that. What are you, a grown man? Tianqi pulled him up. Tianqi, we just returned and found these houses here. We thought the guide had taken us the wrong way. Where did these houses come from? Jean inquired, pointing at the structures. I created these using ninjutsu. With these houses, there is no need to camp outside. 2 people per room, Tianqi stated calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. Though for him, it indeed was. Jean's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? You must teach me. I won't have to camp out on missions anymore. Seeing Jean's excitement, Tianqi doused his enthusiasm with cold water. This is a secret technique. You cannot learn it. Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? You led me to believe I could learn it. Jean expressed his disappointment, fully trusting Tianqi. Knowing he had no reason to deceive him, he then turned to prepare for dinner, tossing the wood beside the camp. The group began to gather around the fire. While Tianqi addressed the guiding ninja, next time Uchiha Jean accuses you unjustly, don't hesitate to retaliate. Don't tolerate his nonsense. Understand? Who indulges his bad habits? And no. I can't lay a hand on Lord Jean. The guiding ninja shook his head vigorously at Tianqi's suggestion. Why fear him? We're equally matched. Both bearing one head and two shoulders. If you win, it's commendable. If you lose, then that's on you. Next time, just hit him. Tianqi said with a mischievous smile directed at Uchiha Jean, continuing his conversation with the guide. Yes, you're right. I'll go help them start the fire. The guiding ninja said, sensing Tianqi's absurdity, and promptly made his escape. Chapter 78. Uchiha Jean's confusion quite the joker. I haven't even started exerting myself. And he has already run off. Watching the guiding ninja flee, Tianqi leaped onto a tree branch to sit. Uchiha Jean followed suit, joining Tianqi on the branch. Aren't you worried you'll lead them astray? Who knows, they might actually dare to hit me one day. Haha, you have the strength, what is there to fear? I'm merely jesting with him. If you were genuinely bested, I would laugh in my dreams. Tianqi patted Jean's shoulder. Don't celebrate too soon. With their level of ability, they need centuries of training to defeat me. I still have that much confidence, Jean declared proudly, puffing out his chest. Then why worry? In the ninja world, strength speaks volumes. As long as you possess power, you wield influence, just as I do now. Speaking grandly, Tianqi assessed the entire ninja realm. Contemplating how few could truly match him, and even they could only trade blows for 50 exchanges at best, defeating him was utterly impossible. I envy you, at merely 20. You possess such strength. Just how powerful have you become? Jean expressed his admiration. Tianqi pondered for a moment and confidently declared, to what extent am I strong? You ask? Let me put it this way. For the next 30 years, as long as I remain steadfast, I shall be an invincible force. Invincible for 30 years? Goodness. But why just 30 years? Jean inquired, perplexed. Well, one must face the inevitability of aging. I cannot remain ageless, or I would become a mere specter of immortality. Perhaps. In 30 years, the younger generation might surpass me. Who can predict such matters? Tianqi replied. That is a fair point. To be invincible for 30 years is already a legendary feat yet. I have a question that has lingered in my mind. Though I am uncertain if I should voice it, Jean remarked, glancing at Tianqi. What is your query? Speak freely. I shall be most generous with what I can share. Given our camaraderie, Tianqi said, placing a hand on Jean's shoulder. Well, I shall be direct. Why is it that I have observed you seemingly training less in recent years? Yet your strength continues to grow? Could you enlighten me on this matter? Jean asked, finally articulating the question that had occupied his thoughts for so long. Tianqi hesitated, surprised that Jean, despite his rough exterior, was quite perceptive. With the advent of the system, who would toil tirelessly in training. Yet, how to respond? Perhaps it was best to maintain some discretion. After all, everyone possesses their own secrets, and I am merely curious. Noticing Tianqi's hesitation, Jean waved it off nonchalantly. This is not a secret per se, though it is somewhat awkward to discuss. Let me explain. I was once as powerless as a fledgling chick. Then one day, I encountered a fortuitous opportunity. With this chance, I transformed from a weakling into a widely recognized master. Each individual has their own opportunity, once it arrives. I believe you two can soar to great heights, Tianqi elaborated, cleverly substituting system with opportunity. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder I see you training less while your prowess increases. You have encountered your own opportunity. It seems that opportunity may indeed hold greater significance than sheer effort. I wonder when my own opportunity will present itself. I do not aspire to be as formidable as you, but if I could attain even half your strength, I would be content, Jean replied with a hint of resignation. Who can say for certain? Perhaps tomorrow will bring it, Tianqi offered, ensuring Jean retained a glimmer of hope. Perhaps. But, whatever will be, my tower is secure, and if it is not meant for me, then striving for it is futile. Jean dismissed the notion of opportunity. Lord Jean, Lord Tianqi, dinner is served. At that moment, the ninjas below had completed their preparations. The food was sealed within scrolls, ready to be consumed directly or heated for convenience. Enough idle chatter, I have not eaten all day. I shall descend to partake in the meal. Tianqi, will you join me? Jean inquired as he rose. You go ahead, I am not hungry. I shall return to my quarters to continue my repose, Tianqi replied. Leaping down from the tree and making his way towards the small building, while Jean proceeded to join the others for dinner. Back in the small building, Tianqi lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. He felt an inexplicable void. Having been out for merely a day, he already longed for Tsunade. He pondered when their mission might conclude. Never mind, count sheep and sleep. Tomorrow we must continue our journey, he mused, beginning to count. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. And soon he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Tianqi found himself standing amidst the starry expanse, where where a multitude of Tsutsuki clan members appeared before him, each possessing strength akin to the Six Paths. Every strike they unleashed threatened to rend the very fabric of existence. Tianqi faced the Otsutsuki clan members with an expression of utter calmness, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand gently, extending 2 fingers, and unleashed a beam of purple energy that pierced through the bodies of several Otsutsuki warriors, sending dozens to their demise. What are these Otsutsuki? Merely weaklings. Exterminating you is as effortless as squashing a few ants. Witness my prowess in battle. Tianqi swiftly conjured orbs of energy with both hands, brandishing them vigorously, one by one. The energy spheres surged toward the Otsutsuki horde, detonating upon impact and annihilating them in an instant. Haha, what a feeble clan. They are utterly defenseless. I am the strongest being in the entire Naruto universe. Haha. Tianqi, awaken. The voice of Jean echoed through his dreams, prompting Tianqi to slowly open his eyes, only to be greeted by the face of Jean, who was a mere 42 centimeters away. What the hell? Who are you, looking so hideous? Tianqi exclaimed, startled. What do you mean by that? I kindly came to wake you, and you call me ugly? How outrageous. Jean retorted, pointing at Tianqi. It's all a misunderstanding. Your face was too close, and I just woke up, still a bit dazed. Tianqi rubbed his eyes. In truth, Jean was not unattractive. The Uchiha clan generally possessed striking features, a trait inherited from Indra. Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, was the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, and he was quite handsome. Consequently, his descendants were not lacking in beauty either. I heard you laughing from outside and thought you were already awake, but upon entering, I found you dreaming and grinning like a fool. What could possibly be so amusing? Care to share? Jean looked at Tianqi with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Enough. Enough. Why are you so nosy about someone's dream? Tianqi replied awkwardly as he got out of bed and put on his shoes. Haha, I'm merely curious. What on earth could bring you such joy? Jean continued to gaze at Tianqi with an inquisitive expression, genuinely intrigued by Tianqi's elation. You gossiping fool. It was just a dream. I shall enlighten you. I dreamt of becoming the strongest person in the world, surrounded by beauty on either side. Are you satisfied now? Tianqi shot Jean a disdainful glance, realizing he had never noticed Jean's nosy nature before. It seemed that curiosity was an inherent trait of humanity, regardless of the setting. Huh? That's it. How could you possess such limited aspirations? Don't you have any lofty ideals, like benefiting the ninja world or becoming Hokage to end the wars? Upon hearing Tianqi's words, Jean scoffed. I certainly cannot compare to you, Jean. I am but a mundane individual, lacking such grand ideals. Power and beauty are my only pursuits. Tianqi replied with a hint of sarcasm. Hey, why does that sound so strange? I feel as if you're belittling me, yet I have no proof. Jean shrugged helplessly. Enough of your tongue wagging. Since we are already awake, let us tidy up and prepare to depart. Do not forget our mission. Tianqi finished putting on his shoes and began to gather his belongings. We finished packing while you were dreaming. We are merely waiting for you now. Hurry up. Jean declared before stepping outside. As Jean exited, Tianqi continued to pack, muttering to himself. He hadn't anticipated that sleeping on a wooden bed would lead to such a whimsical dream. It appeared he had grown accustomed to the bed. Damn. I've lost face this time. I hope Jean the Blabbermouth doesn't go around spreading this. Tianqi was just about to push open the door when he heard the sound of battle. Oh, you should have seen Tianqi's foolish expression. It was utterly hilarious and left me in fits of laughter. Tianqi, visibly troubled, slowly pushed open the door, his expression dark and foreboding. Upon his emergence, the onlookers straightened their postures, falling into a hushed silence, save for Jean, who remained oblivious, chattering away with laughter, imitating Tianqi's boastful declaration of being the strongest and desiring to embrace both sides. Tianqi's countenance darkened further at Jean's words, and as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the others exchanged anxious glances with one another, urging Jean to cease his antics. Unbeknownst to him, Jean continued to chuckle heartily, completely unaware of the brewing storm. Tianqi walked behind Jean and remarked lightly, "Isn't that amusing?" Of course. Who wouldn't laugh upon hearing such words? Jean replied directly, but as he turned around, he suddenly froze. Laughter fading away. Tianqi, come tell me what is so funny, Tianqi said with a sullen expression. Tianqi, this is a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. I saw someone behind me, Jean stammered, unable to articulate clearly. Uchiha Jean, you big mouth. Take this. One kick. Tianqi delivered a powerful kick that sent Jean flying 50 meters. Bang. Jean landed and immediately lost consciousness. The onlookers shuddered at the sight of Jean being sent flying by Tianqi's kick, exclaiming in disbelief, how terrifying. Lord Jean is so strong yet was kicked 50 meters away. Instantly, everyone straightened their posture. You all saw nothing and heard nothing, right? Tianqi declared as he revealed his 3-tomo Sharingan, channeling energy into a punch that struck the ground, causing a tremor that cracked the earth and sent debris crashing into several houses, which collapsed in an instant. The crowd gaped in astonishment at how easily Tianqi had destroyed the buildings. How did I end up here? Am I under a genjutsu? One Uchiha realized, questioning the person beside him. Yes, I wonder how I got here too. It seems we are under attack by an enemy's illusion. Let's check the surroundings. The nearby individual grasped the situation and dashed out. Wait, I'll go with you. Another interjected, finding an excuse to follow. Seeing this, The rest of the group rushed out too. We'll come along. As the crowd acted in unison, Tianqi felt a sense of satisfaction and wiped his hands, nodding approvingly. No, that's more like it. And don't forget to bring along that unconscious fool. After the commotion, the group continued their journey, with Jean being carried until darkness fell. When he finally regained consciousness, rubbing his groggy head, he inquired of those gathered around the campfire, "Where am I? What happened? My head feels so dizzy." The others remained silent, their eyes fixated on Tianqi standing behind Jean. Smack. Tianqi delivered a sharp slap to Jean's head, demanding, "Where were you? What happened? Do you remember now? Wow, you even dare to hit me. Who's so bold?" Jean was about to question, but upon seeing Tianqi, he instantly recalled the events. "Well, why have you stopped talking?" "I'm eager to hear what our Lord Jean has to say," Tianqi said, arms crossed, gazing intently at Jean. "Oh, no. I didn't say anything." Jean shook his hands, denying any wrongdoing. "Next time, if your mouth doesn't have a door, don't ever speak again. Understood?" Tianqi narrowed his eyes. Understood, completely understood." Jean nodded vigorously, fearing that any delay would result in another beating. He had genuinely learned his lesson and resolved never to speak carelessly again. "What are you all staring at? Get Uchiha Jean some roasted chicken to replenish his strength." Jean ordered the onlookers. Yes, Lord Jean." A ninja quickly brought a roasted chicken and placed it before Jean. Gazing at the succulent chicken, Jean's mouth watered. Having not eaten all day, he wasted no time and began devouring it. In no time, the entire chicken was gone. Seeing Jean consume the chicken so rapidly, Tianqi tossed him another, stating, "We've covered approximately 300 kilometers at full speed and are now quite far from Konoha. From now on, everyone will take turns keeping watch at night, so stay alert." "Yes, Lord Tianqi," the crowd replied in unison. 300 kilometers already? That's pretty quick. At this rate, it'll take us 2 more days to arrive. Is it really necessary to be so cautious?" Jean remarked while still chewing on the chicken, observing Jean's greasy mouth. Tianqi rolled his eyes. Chapter 80, The Well-Disguised Enemy. Be careful not to falter in the gutters. We must remain vigilant. The elders entrusted you to me, and I must take responsibility for you all. Any loss among you would be a loss for the Uchiha clan. I do not wish for any of you to perish because of me, so stay alert. Do you understand?" Tianqi spoke sternly to the group. "We understand, Lord Tianqi." The Uchiha clan members felt touched by Tianqi's words. They had not expected this seemingly fierce leader to care so much for their lives. Such a leader was worth their loyalty. "All right, we'll take turns keeping watch in pairs, 2 hours each. I'll take a solo watch. Those who need to rest should do so properly to regain their strength," Tianqi instructed before retreating to his makeshift shelter. The night passed with no incidents during their watch. The next morning, the group set off again, this time maintaining a moderate pace rather than rushing. 3 led the way, 4 flanked either side, while 2 guarded the rear. Tianqi and Jean positioned themselves in the center. Maintain formation and don't fall behind. "Stay alert," Tianqi commanded. "Wow, having so many people is truly troublesome. I wish it were just me. I could charge ahead without a care," Tianqi complained. "Hee, with you around, I feel strangely at ease. You provide a sense of security." Jean teased in an exaggerated feminine voice. "Keep acting like that, and I might just make you truly become a woman," Tianqi shot back, smirking at Jean's lower half. No, that is unnecessary. I won't mimic a woman's voice again. I just thought to lighten the mood during our journey," Jean said, shifting slightly away to maintain some distance from Tianqi. "They say women have a few days each month when their mood isn't great. Does Tianqi have those days too? Otherwise, why is his temper so foul?" Jean pondered, tilting his head to scrutinize Tianqi. Tianqi was oblivious to what Jean was contemplating. He remained earnestly attentive to the surrounding circumstances, ever ready to provide assistance. Had he been aware of Jean's thoughts regarding him, he would likely have unleashed a flurry of strikes. After the passage of another day, on the 4th day, Tianqi and his companions finally began to approach the border. They were merely 20 kilometers away from the stationed area. "Everyone, be cautious of the explosive tag traps beneath your feet. One of the 3 in front, activate the Sharingan to clear the path," Tianqi called out to the trio ahead. Thanks to the utilization of the Sharingan to forge a path, Tianqi and his team swiftly arrived safely near the northern border station, now only 5 kilometers from their camp. "Who goes there? Halt your advance immediately, or I shall not be so courteous." Just as they drew closer, a kunai suddenly shot forth from the shadows, embedding itself in the ground before Tianqi's group, accompanied by a voice that echoed forth, "We are ninjas from Konoha. Who are you?" The Uchiha ninja also drew forth a kunai, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. "Ninjas from Konoha? Do you possess any proof?" inquired the voice from the shadows. Tianqi swiftly stepped to the front of the group, proclaiming, "Every time, I must demonstrate that you lack fresh words. My eyes serve as the finest proof. Allow me to see clearly." With that, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. The hidden ninja, upon hearing Tianqi's words, perceived them as adversaries. However, upon witnessing Tianqi's Sharingan, he instantly felt reassured, for apart from Konoha, no other ninja villages possessed the Sharingan. Realizing they were not foes, he revealed himself before Tianqi, apologizing, "My sincerest apologies. It has been quite chaotic lately. Enemies have been disguising themselves in attempts to launch surprise attacks, and I must exercise caution. Please, follow me. I shall guide you to the camp. As he spoke, the ninja attempted to lead Tianqi and his companions away. Heh, we are ninjas of Konoha. But how can you prove that you are one as well? Tianqi squinted at him, sensing something peculiar about this individual, his words tinged with insincerity. Indeed. We are ninjas of Konoha. And you? How do you prove your allegiance? Uchiha Jean stepped forward, asserting his inquiry. Still doubting me? I possess a village exit permit. If you do not believe me, I can present it to you. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha ninja paused momentarily before producing the exit permit. The seal of no name westward? It appears genuine. Indeed, he is a ninja of Konoha, Uchiha Jean confirmed, glancing back at Tianqi. Although the ninja possessed the exit permit, Tianqi's instincts warned him that something was amiss. The ninja had hesitated when questioned, and his demeanor was excessively composed. Really? I initially suspected you to be a rock ninja masquerading as a Konoha ninja to deceive us. It seems I was mistaken, Tianqi remarked, casting a cautious glance at Jean before smiling at the ninja. Indeed, being so close to the camp, how could there be a rock ninja? Let us hasten. Once we reach the camp, all will be well. The ninja, relieved by Tianqi's words, urged everyone to move quickly. As the ninja named no name westward turned to leave, the Uchiha clan members prepared to follow, but Uchiha Jean signaled for them to halt. The group understood the gesture, instantly adopting a vigilant stance. Recognizing that the individual before them was an enemy, having walked several paces, no name westward noticed the ninjas had not followed and turned back, puzzled. Why have you not come? There are delicious treats awaiting you at the camp. Observing the ninjas' continued attempts to lure them, Tianqi smirked slightly, since there are delicacies. I shall not be polite. With that, he hurled 2 shurikens towards the ninja. Whoosh, whoosh. The ninja reacted swiftly, leaping aside to evade the shurikens. He looked up at Tianqi, his expression transformed entirely. How did you discern that I am not a Konoha ninja? Hiki, you concealed yourself well. I did not detect anything amiss. The shurikens were merely a test. However, now that you have acknowledged your true identity, there is no need for further probing. Tianqi waved his hand nonchalantly, appearing at ease. A test, indeed. Konoha ninjas are truly cunning, attempting to lure you into a trap while hoping to acquire the Sharingan. It seems my hopes are dashed, he lamented, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the nearby forest. Now that he had been discovered, his plans were thwarted. And with the opposing group seemingly comprising 11 elite ninjas, he realized a confrontation would be futile. It was time to seek an opportunity for retreat. Chapter 81, The Headless Rock Ninja Corps. Tianqi discerned the ninja's intent to escape and smirked, realizing the naivety of such a notion. The IWA ninja seized the moment to deploy a smoke bomb, and with a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke obscured the vision of Tianqi and his companions, allowing the IWA ninja to vanish from sight. Not good. He's trying to flee, Jean exclaimed, charging toward the smoke. However, Tianqi swiftly grasped the collar of Jean's clothing, halting his advance. Why are you stopping me, Tianqi? If we don't pursue him now, he'll get away. Jean furrowed his brow, perplexed by Tianqi's actions. Patience. Observe. Tianqi indicated towards the dissipating smoke. The mist, summoned by the IWA ninja, was swiftly scattered by the wind, revealing that he had already retreated 200 meters away. What are you waiting for? If we don't chase him now, it will truly be too late. Jean stamped his foot in frustration as the IWA ninja continued to distance himself. Noticing the absence of pursuit, the fleeing IWA ninja glanced back, surprised to find no one following. Are these Konoha ninjas fools? Why aren't they trying to capture me? It appears their capabilities are quite limited. He muttered before resuming his escape. To think he could escape from me is utterly absurd. I might as well let him run a few hundred meters to demonstrate the true power of the Uchiha, Tianqi declared as he activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Why does the pattern in his eyes differ from the usual Tomo, featuring something peculiar instead? The rest of the Uchihas, aside from Jean, gazed at Tianqi's eyes in bewilderment. Behold, Kamui. Tianqi aimed at the fleeing IWA ninja's head and unleashed the technique. Instantly, spatial vortices surrounded the ninja's head. Nanny. Before he could comprehend, his entire head vanished, leaving a gushing stream of blood where his neck had connected to his body. The IWA ninja collapsed lifelessly to the ground, having met his end unexpectedly. The Uchiha clan members stared in astonishment at this bizarre spectacle, their mouths agape. Jean mirrored their expression, having never witnessed Tianqi employ such a technique before. Have you all grasped the essence of it? This is the power of our Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan. Tianqi pointed to his eyes, addressing the group. Upon hearing Tianqi's proclamation, one ninja stepped forward, inquiring, Lord Tianqi, how can we attain such formidable strength? Jean also looked at Tianqi, eager to learn the answer. One day, when you lose your most cherished person, that power may manifest within you. In my view, love is the Uchiha's most formidable strength, Tianqi stated, feeling his very soul elevate with those words. Love? Losing someone cherished? The others were left in a fog, entirely bewildered by Tianqi's meaning, with Jean only partially understanding. You will come to understand one day. Now, let us proceed to the camp, Tianqi said, offering no further explanation as he began walking toward the encampment. Upon hearing Tianqi's intent to move toward the camp, Jean extended his arm to stop him. What are you doing, Jean? Tianqi inquired, looking at him quizzically. Do you grasp the current situation? An IWA ninja has appeared here, intending to lead us into a trap. The camp must have already fallen. If we swagger in there, we would be walking straight into their snare, Jean explained sternly. I am aware. That is precisely why I intend to stride in boldly. Have you heard the saying? A clever hunter often presents themselves as prey, Tianqi remarked. That is indeed true. The prey is adept at hiding and quite cunning. A skilled hunter often adopts the guise of prey to lower the opponent's guard. One must appear weak to ultimately outsmart the strong. Do you understand? Tianqi elaborated to Jean. All right. You make a valid point. But still, exercise caution. Lest you fall victim to their traps, Jean conceded, recognizing the logic in Tianqi's words, deciding not to impede him any further. Given Tianqi's prowess, as long as you remain vigilant, there should be no issue. Rest assured, everything will be fine, Tianqi reassured, patting Jean on the shoulder. He turned to the others, instructing. When we enter the camp, act naturally. It is likely that the camp has already fallen. We shall set a bait to eliminate them all. Understood? Understood. The group nodded in agreement. With that, Tianqi led the others toward the camp. As they approached within a kilometer, Tianqi caught a faint whiff of blood, albeit weak. Yet unmistakable. It seems the Konoha defenders have all perished. To catch the scent of blood from a kilometer away, poor ninjas, Tianqi sighed. Reflecting on the devaluation of life in the world of ninjas. What a bunch of useless fools, unable to guard even a border. The ninjas from Konoha are becoming increasingly inept. They are nothing compared to us Uchiha, Jean scoffed. Ah, but Lord Jean, there are indeed Uchiha stationed at the northern border. Another ninja interjected, promptly contradicting Jean. What? There are Uchiha there? Are they of our faction or the moderates? Jean queried, pulling the speaking ninja aside. One is from the moderates, while the other is from our side, the ninja explained hurriedly as Jean pressed for clarity. Trouble. Their entire regiment has been wiped out. And they likely couldn't destroy their eyes in time. We cannot allow the Sharingan to fall into enemy hands. Jean exclaimed, rushing to act. Tianqi, witnessing the scene, swiftly delivered a kick to Jean's backside, exclaiming, how is it that at times you exhibit such brilliance, yet at others, you appear utterly foolish? Jean, brushing off the kick, retorted, what foolishness are you speaking of? The Sharingan cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. It has been quite some time, if it were to be seized. It surely would have been by now. Your current anxiety is of no consequence. Furthermore, without the Uchiha bloodline, the Sharingan is merely a burden. Who in their right mind would seek after a liability? Do you not see how foolish this is? Tianqi gazed at Jean as if he were a simpleton. Observing the playful banter between the two, the Uchiha clan members bore expressions of accustomed indifference, showing no concern that their comrades might genuinely come to blows. Yet, the reality remained that many coveted the Sharingan. Although outsiders could not fully harness its powers, there were those who would still utilize it for support. Jean, undeterred, asserted. Very well, I promise you this. Should there arise anyone in the ninja world who possesses the Sharingan yet is not of the Uchiha lineage, regardless of their location, I shall ensure their demise. Is this satisfactory? Seeing Jean's unwavering determination, Tianqi offered him a guarantee. All right, remember, this is your vow, Jean declared before striding towards the encampment. As he departed, Tianqi and the others followed suit, unaware that hidden in the shadows of the camp, the rock shinobi had taken notice of their presence. The leader, observing Tianqi and his group, remarked to his companion, let us feign ignorance. It appears the Leaf Shinobi have dealt with them. How capable they seem. Captain, should we not act? We have 50 men. Shall we not charge forth and eliminate them all? One of the captain's subordinates suggested. Patience, the captain replied. Let us wait until they enter the camp and behold the carnage that awaits. Then we shall spring forth to instill despair in their hearts. Curse those Leaf Shinobi. Years ago, they dared to launch a surprise attack on our village. I shall ensure they suffer for it. He glared menacingly at Tianqi and his companions. Due to the distance, the captain had failed to discern Tianqi's true visage. Had he known that the very individual before him was the one who had assaulted their village years prior, he might have reconsidered his intentions of inflicting torment. After acquiring the 9 lamas, Tianqi gained the ability to perceive good and evil. He sensed multiple waves of overwhelming hostility directed towards him, indicating that he had entered the enemy's line of sight. Let me see what tricks you possess, he thought, maintaining an outward appearance of nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. As the group entered the camp, they were met with the grim sight of around 20 corpses strewn across the ground, each met with a horrific end. Their limbs had been ruthlessly severed, and the entire area was stained crimson with blood. Tianqi approached a lifeless body and began to examine it closely. With 2 fingers, he gently lifted the chin of the corpse, revealing a gash on the neck. The nature of this wound suggested that it would not be immediately fatal. It appeared that these individuals had been deliberately mutilated, their tendons severed, and subsequently bled to death. Tianqi's gaze shifted to the other bodies, each bearing a similar wound on their throats. What a monstrous act. The rock ninjas are truly barbaric in their methods. Quickly, search for any survivors and also check on the condition of our 2 compatriots. He cursed the rock ninjas for their cruelty while instructing his companions to seek out any living souls. On the surface, Tianqi appeared relaxed, yet he was acutely vigilant, ready to strike down any assailant in an instant. Lord Jean, Lord Tianqi, there is a survivor, and he is one of our kin, called out the individual examining the corpse. A survivor? How splendid! Jean exclaimed, rushing towards the sound. Indeed, how could an IWA ninja display such kindness? Tianqi remarked, following suit with a hint of surprise. As the two approached, they found themselves momentarily stunned. Before them lay a man, his limbs shattered, blood oozing from his neck, and his eye sockets hollow, clearly on the brink of death. It was evident he would soon take his last breath. Cursed IWA ninja. They deserve every bit of this, Jean exclaimed, urging the others to staunch the bleeding of the dying Uchiha. Observing their futile efforts to save a man who seemed beyond salvation, Tianqi could not help but reflect on the indomitable spirit of the Uchiha clan, united, brave, and loyal. It was precisely this reason that motivated Tianqi to lead them away from the more pacifistic faction. Step aside, you cannot save him. Allow me to try, Tianqi instructed. And the crowd parted for him. He knelt before the wounded ninja, placing his palm over the gaping wound on the man's neck, emitting a green chakra. After a minute, Tianqi withdrew his hand, revealing that the wound had miraculously healed, leaving no trace. Suddenly, the ninja, who was on the verge of death, coughed. Wonderful. This technique works. Tianqi. Apply it again. He will surely recover. Jean urged, his excitement palpable. Alas, my healing technique merely prolongs his life temporarily. It cannot save him. He has lost too much blood. The fact that he has survived this long is nothing short of a miracle. His ability to speak is merely a fleeting reflection of life as it wanes, Tianqi cautioned, tempering Jean's optimism. Impossible. You haven't tried enough. How can you be certain? Keep going. Perhaps it will help. Jean insisted, unwilling to concede defeat. Cough, cough. Lord Jean, there's no need to pressure Lord Tianqi further. I am aware of my own condition. Please, do not burden him. The dying ninja gasped weakly. Enough. Silence. I will not abandon any of my kin, Jean implored, his heart heavy with anguish. Tianqi, please, save him. Hurry. Tianqi remained still, aware that this clan member had more to say. I truly am useless. I neither destroyed the Sharingan nor protected it from being taken from me. I am ashamed to have brought dishonor to the Uchiha. As he uttered the final syllables of Uchiha, the clan member departed this world forever. Sighing, Tianqi remarked, in his last moments, he still thought of the Uchiha. At the end of life, could he not consider himself for once? Noticing the clan member's breath had ceased, he lamented. He was a commendable individual. He did not bring disgrace to the Uchiha. I, as an Uchiha, can take pride in being of the same clan as him, he declared, patting his chest, with others echoing his sentiments. Since we are of the same clan, allow me to escort you below to join him in pride. The captain of the Rock Ninja squad appeared, followed by a wave of Rock Ninja, encircling them. The Uchiha drew their kunai, ready for battle. Observing that there were approximately 50 opponents, Jean whispered to Tianqi, this time we've really stirred the pot. The enemy has 4 to 5 dozen. And it seems there are at least 20 jonin among them. Are you capable of handling this? Hearing Jean's words, Tianqi signaled that he was fine and stepped forward. The Rock Ninja truly have short memories. Did I not tell you to behave yourselves last time? He challenged. What kind of fools dare to be arrogant when surrounded? You are courting death. The captain glared at Tianqi, his eyes wide with disbelief. He would never forget the scene from years ago when a leaf ninja descended upon the Rock Ninja village like a natural disaster, toppling buildings and lives with no means of defense. To think that the harbinger of calamity has returned to the border. We believed you had perished all these years in the ninja world. It seems today we have our chance for revenge. The jonin gritted their teeth at Tianqi, while the other chunin remained perplexed. Ha ha ha, do you truly think so little of yourselves? A mere ninja village could not contend with me, and do you think you can? Tianqi scoffed. Humph. Since your last attack on our village, we have undergone rigorous training. We are no longer the same as before. Do not underestimate us. The captain, gripping his kunai, fixed his gaze on Tianqi. Times have changed, but the ant remains an ant. No matter how strong an ant becomes, it cannot challenge an elephant. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for you weaklings, Tianqi proclaimed proudly, completely dismissing his adversaries. Very well, since you look down upon us. Allow me to show you something, the Rock Ninja captain said as he pulled out a glass vial. How dare you touch the Sharingan of the Uchiha? Jean seethed, glaring at the vial containing 2 pairs of Sharingan. The rest of the Uchiha also stared at the Rock Ninja with intense anger. Aha. How does it feel to see your proud Sharingan in my possession? Isn't it particularly distressing? The captain reveled in their fury. How amusing. Are you, Uchiha Tianqi, laughing madly at the sight of your clan's Sharingan in my grasp? He taunted, shaking the vial. I had thought you had returned this to your village. But to my surprise, you still have it here. This saves me trouble. If I kill you here, retrieving the Sharingan will be effortless, Tianqi replied, surprisingly at ease. Uchiha Tianqi, do you think you can just kill us? We are not so easily dealt with. 50 of us are ample to handle you. Seeing Tianqi remain unperturbed, the captain returned the vial to his pocket. If you doubt it, come and try. Let me show you how easily I can handle you. Uchiha, step back. Today, I shall face these 50 alone. Tianqi commanded his clan, who promptly leaped aside, allowing him to confront the Rock Ninja. Everyone be cautious. He is no ordinary individual. Give it your all. Although the captain had previously asserted that 50 were sufficient to deal with Tianqi, he felt a twinge of doubt. Could 50 truly be enough against such a foe? Now was not the time for caution, as Tianqi leapt out of the encirclement of Rock Ninja, forming seals to unleash his jutsu. Would release. Birth of the deep forest, vast trees erupted from the ground, charging towards the rock ninja. This area of jutsu is impossible. I must be dreaming. Can such a person truly be dealt with by us? The rock ninja stood frozen, stunned by the sight of the advancing forest. Is that the wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? We are doomed, the captain cried. Do not stand there like fools. Quickly release your jutsu to defend. Otherwise, we will perish here. As his words broke the spell of shock, the others hastily formed seals to unleash their fire release techniques, attempting to incinerate the trees. How naive. If fire release were truly effective, Madara would not have lost to Hashirama. Tianqi scoffed at the rock ninja's futile efforts. Meanwhile, the Uchiha watched in awe, recognizing the wood release as that of Hashirama Senju. This is wood release. To think we would witness one of our own wielding it, one Uchiha exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Tianqi, you are remarkable. I never imagined you could even use Hashirama's wood release. What else are you capable of? Jean pondered silently. In a corner, Kagaya observed Tianqi's display of the deep forest technique, astonished. Previously, having seen him use wood release for constructing houses, she assumed he only possessed basic knowledge. Now, witnessing his mastery of the deep forest technique, she realized the gravity of the situation and knew she must quickly inform Madara. Using a white Zetsu clone, she rushed to notify Uchiha Madara. Since Tianqi's marriage, Madara had dispatched white Zetsu to monitor him. The surveillance had taken Madara by surprise. He never imagined that after all these years away from Konoha, his son had begun to awaken the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. This revelation left Madara questioning his own existence, and he began to closely observe his son's actions. Returning to Tianqi's side, the rock ninja frantically unleashed their jutsu, but it was to no avail. The forest surged towards them. Several frontline ninjas had their chakra absorbed by the trees and fell lifelessly. Captain, the fire release is ineffective. What should we do? One ninja turned to the captain, only to find him already fled 50 meters away. My goodness, how shameless. Brothers, the captain has abandoned us. We must retreat. Upon seeing their captain flee, the remaining ninjas ceased their techniques and began to scatter. Tianqi observed the scattered IWA shinobi and the squad captain, who had already fled from his sight. Truly, the most vicious words were spoken by the one who fled the quickest. Alas, how could they escape the forest of trees? With that thought, Tianqi channeled more chakra into the trees. The foliage expanded, and their speed increased, accompanied by the echoes of anguish cries as one life after another fell before him. Ah, help? No, please, don't. The cries of his subordinates reached his ears, prompting the IWA shinobi captain to flee desperately. Faster, faster, I must go faster. At that moment, he wished he had more legs to aid his escape. Soon, all the IWA shinobi had been harvested, with not a single soul left alive. As the reaping concluded, Tianqi fixed his gaze upon the fleeing IWA captain in the distance. How remarkable your escape is. Even with the descent of the forest realm, I cannot catch up to you. Quite intriguing indeed. However, I possess numerous methods to make you cease your flight. With that, Tianqi began forming hand seals. Wood release, insertion technique. A sharp spike emerged from the trees of the forest realm, and just as Tianqi prepared to launch it, a voice from the system interrupted him. Beep. The system issues a mission. The host must initiate the Second Shinobi World War by declaring war on 4 ninja villages simultaneously and achieving victory. Completion of this mission will yield 500,000 points and an opportunity for an enhancement of the Sharingan. Failure, however, will result in the permanent loss of one's manhood, sparing readers the unpleasantness of seeing such a fate. Goodness. To wage war on 4 villages at once and to achieve victory, what a grand undertaking. But first, I must deal with the one before me. Despite his eagerness to delve into this new mission, the sight of the IWA shinobi captain slipping away demanded immediate action. Whoosh. Tianqi directed a wooden spike toward the fleeing IWA shinobi, striking him squarely in the thigh. Had Tianqi not wished to spare his life for the sake of passing the news to Yama, he would have aimed directly for his body. Chapter 84. Tianqi prepares for war. The wooden spike penetrated the IWA captain's leg, absorbing chakra as 5 sharp protrusions erupted from the wound. Ah! The excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to halt mid-stride. Without hesitation, the IWA captain drew a kunai and severed his own leg. Ah! He cried out, his face paling as he continued to move forward slowly. The Uchiha clan members witnessed this scene, secretly admiring his unwavering will as he resolutely severed his injured limb without a moment's hesitation. Tianqi gathered his strength and leaped directly in front of the rock ninja, observing the man who had severed his own arm in a desperate bid for survival with admiration. You managed to cut off your own leg in an instant, quite impressive. I have high hopes for you, Tianqi remarked, a look of appreciation on his face. Humph. If you intend to kill me, then do it. Spare me your repugnant words. If I furrow my brow, I shall no longer be a rock ninja, he retorted coldly, facing the Uchiha Tianqi who stood before him. With no escape in sight, he resolved to maintain a semblance of dignity. Observing the rock ninja's unwavering determination, Tianqi chuckled, ha ha ha, I plan to kill you. But my earlier strike was not aimed at your legs. Now, I have decided to spare you. Spare me? What is your ulterior motive? Upon hearing Tianqi's intention to let him go, suspicion arose within him. Before Tianqi could elaborate, the Uchiha clan members encircled them, and Jean spoke up. Tianqi cannot let him go. If he escapes today, he will surely return with more allies. The others echoed in agreement. Indeed, we cannot let him go. Raising a hand to silence the crowd, Tianqi turned to the rock ninja and stated, "My reason for sparing you is singular. I need you to convey a message to Inoki. Deliver a message to the Tsuchikage?" "What message?" The rock ninja felt a flicker of hope at the thought of being spared, but Tianqi's next words dropped like a thunderbolt. "I want you to tell him that Uchiha Tianqi will launch a second shinobi world war against the 4 great nations in 1 month. I aim to leap into greatness as the second god of shinobi. Following the footsteps of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, I intend to restore the glory of the Uchiha," Tianqi declared with palpable excitement. "Tianqi, you have lost your mind. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you declare war on the 4 great nations?" Jean exclaimed, stepping forward, astonished. The other Uchiha members looked at Tianqi in shock, believing he had gone mad. Do I need to say more? Even your own subordinates do not believe you. It would be wise to refrain from such jokes. The rock ninja captain scoffed, clearly disbelieving Tianqi's words. "I, Uchiha Tianqi, am a man of my word. I do not jest about such matters. I grant you 1 month to prepare. In 1 month, on this very border, I will lead my clan into a full-scale clash with you. Do not underestimate me, lest it lead to your utter annihilation. I will not hold back. Now, go inform your village," Tianqi said, disregarding Jean, as he knelt to use healing techniques to mend the rock ninja captain's leg before allowing him to leave. "Are you truly intent on waging war against us?" The rock ninja asked seriously, sensing Tianqi was not jesting. "Enough with your prattle. When I say war, I mean it. Now, take your Sharingan and get out of my sight," Tianqi replied, turning his back and heading towards the camp. "You will regret today's decision," the rock ninja captain declared as he tossed the glass vial containing the Sharingan to the others before departing. Upon receiving the vial, the Uchiha members followed Jean into the camp, where they found Tianqi sitting quietly with his eyes closed. "Bang. Tianqi, what are you thinking? Why have you suddenly declared war on the 4 great nations?" Jean slammed the vial containing the Sharingan onto the table in anger. Tianqi slowly opened his eyes and spoke. "Regardless of the battle, there is no need for idle chatter. As long as my brothers stand by me, that is sufficient. However, you must provide me with a reason. Being left in the dark makes it exceedingly difficult for me." Upon hearing Tianqi's words, Jean's tone softened. "Very well, let me explain. I initiate this war not only for myself but for the entire Uchiha clan. I aim to restore the Uchiha stature from the Warring States period. This battle shall be a divine proclamation, laying a robust foundation for our descendants," Tianqi declared with great authority. "However, we, the martial faction, consist of only a handful of individuals. Even if we enlist the help of the moderate faction, do we truly possess the strength to contend with the 4 great shinobi villages? Is it not premature to engage in battle at this juncture?" Jean hesitated before voicing his concern. "Do not worry, Jean. This time, I shall not involve the timid members of the moderate faction. I have devised a strategy to confront the major shinobi villages," Tianqi reassured him, patting Jean on the shoulder before addressing the others. "You need not be apprehensive. I only undertake endeavors when I am certain of success. This time, I possess a 90% chance of triumph. Rather than cowering in Konoha daily, it is better to take a risk." Despite Tianqi's assertion of a 90% success rate, unease lingered among them, for they were indeed up against the 4 great shinobi villages. Observing the group's apprehension, Jean sighed and urged, "Tianqi, please share your plan, otherwise the morale of the group will falter." "Very well, in that case, I invite everyone to step outside with me," Tianqi proclaimed as he strode out. The others followed suit, curious about what he had in store. Once in an open space, Tianqi addressed them directly, since there is a lack of confidence regarding this war. "I shall demonstrate my strategy. Who among you is willing to step forward and give it a try?" The crowd glanced at one another, unsure of Tianqi's intentions, and momentarily no one dared to step forward. Noticing their hesitation, Tianqi scoffed, "We haven't even engaged in battle yet, and you all already display such cowardice. Are you truly the sons of the Uchiha clan? If not, then you might as well leave. I cannot afford to bear this shame." Witnessing the group's timidity, Tianqi felt that leading them into battle would be a grave mistake. "Allow me to take the lead," Jean boldly offered as he stepped forward upon seeing Tianqi's frustration. "Lord Tianqi, I shall stand with you." An Uchiha member also emerged, declaring their support before Tianqi could respond. Tianqi observed that apart from battle, someone had stepped forward. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the guide ninja, whose strength was arguably the weakest among this group. It was precisely due to his inferiority that he had taken on the role of a guide. Excellent. A true son of the Uchiha clan must embody such valor. "What is your name?" Tianqi regarded the guide ninja with admiration. His act of stepping forward had already eclipsed many others. "I am Uchiha Phone," he replied. Though he harbored some trepidation about instigating war, he was willing to place his faith in Tianqi. "Uchiha Phone, splendid. This is precisely the demeanor expected of my Uchiha kin," Tianqi exclaimed, repeating excellent thrice, genuinely optimistic about Feng's potential. Everyone should learn from him. While his strength may not be formidable, he possesses courage. With courage, I believe you will all emerge victorious. After addressing the crowd, Tianqi beckoned Uchiha Feng to step forward. As Feng approached, Tianqi instructed, "Extend your hand." Upon completing this command, Tianqi entered a mental space, addressing the Ninetales, QB, Lend him your chakra. I wish to forge a connection. Of course, Lord Tianqi, the Nine-Tails replied, joining hands and beginning to gather chakra. Uchiha Feng, uncertain of Tianqi's intentions, complied and extended his hand. Ready? I'm starting now. Tianqi said as he placed his hand atop Feng's. Instantly, a crimson, translucent chakra cloak enveloped Feng's entire being. What is this? This continuous surge of chakra energy. Uchiha Feng gasped, astonished by the sight of the red chakra cloak manifesting around him, alongside the ceaseless flow of chakra within. What is this phenomenon? The Uchiha clan members stared at the crimson cloak adorning Feng, bewildered. What exactly is happening? Jean, too, had never seen such a thing and turned to Tianqi. Confusion etched on his face. Do not rush, observe closely, Tianqi instructed, pointing to the back of Uchiha Feng. The onlookers shifted their gazes, noticing a tail-like appendage emerging. Look. It's growing another. No, not just one, but two. One by one, tails sprouted until a total of 9 emerged. 9 tails. Could this be? Jean pondered, a bold hypothesis taking shape within him. Indeed, this is the power of the tailed beasts, the first form of the tailed beast chakra cloak, Tianqi declared. No longer concealing the truth. This monstrous power, where did you acquire it? Jean questioned incredulously, unable to fathom how one could harness such formidable forces. Do not concern yourself with my sources, simply know that I can bestow this power upon you. Was it their prior anxiety? Now, you and Uchiha Feng should engage in a sparring match, Tianqi said, playfully pushing Jean towards Feng. Everyone, step back and watch closely. Let us see if Uchiha Feng can easily overpower Jean with this cloak. Tianqi called out, his voice booming. Lord Tianqi, how could I possibly match Jean? This is unthinkable. Uchiha Feng faltered at the prospect of battling Jean. Indeed, how could someone of his caliber contend with Jean? If he defeats Jean, I'll eat coal. The crowd expressed their disbelief, retreating to Tianqi's side. Whether he can win will become apparent only through combat. Care to wager a slap? Tianqi teased, a mischievous grin on his face. Gambling is perilous, let us just observe, the crowd retorted, quickly retracting their willingness to engage in such a risky bet. Why is everyone so timid? Tianqi scoffed, eliciting silence from the group. Feng, as I previously stated, we all bear the same weight upon our shoulders, who fears whom? Jean is nothing to be overly concerned about. Be confident and strike him with all your might. Do not bring me shame. Tianqi encouraged the two combatants. Jean rolled his eyes at Tianqi's words, irritated by his interference. Come on, Uchiha Feng. Show me the extent of your newfound power. Jean accelerated towards Feng, initiating an assault. Wait. Uchiha Feng panicked as he evaded Jean's strikes, narrowly escaping each blow aimed at him. You're quite nimble. Let us see if you can evade indefinitely, Jean remarked, ramping up his speed, his fists and feet leaving afterimages in their wake. Gradually, Uchiha Feng found himself acclimatizing to the battle, his evasion speed improving significantly. Even as Jean's offensive doubled in velocity, he still managed to avoid every strike. Your speed is commendable, but do not merely evade, attack him, Uchiha Feng. Strike him fiercely, Tianqi urged, exhilarated by the unfolding duel. In stark contrast to Tianqi's excitement, the onlookers were left in disbelief, witnessing Jean's rapid assaults being deftly dodged by the seemingly inferior Feng. Do not fret, perhaps his speed has increased. But his power cannot surpass Jean's, one of the observers suggested. Jean, feeling increasingly frustrated, was exerting his utmost yet failing to land a single blow on someone he once easily bested. Stop dodging. Without an attack. How can I assess how much stronger that chakra cloak has made you? Come at me. Jean commanded Feng. Very well, Lord Jean, but do take care. Feng replied, clenching his chakra-clad fist. Feel free to attack. I doubt it will enhance your power significantly. Jean waved him undismissively. Here I come, Uchiha Feng declared, charging at Jean with newfound vigor. Before Jean could react, Feng's fist connected squarely with his nose, causing blood to spurt as he was sent flying backward, leaving a beautiful arc of crimson in the air. Wow, Jean exclaimed upon landing, only to find Feng's fist already en route again, as he crouched low and unleashed a flurry of blows to Jean's face. Impressive. What a stunning display. Tianqi cheered, gleefully stomping his feet at the spectacle. How is this possible? Uchiha Feng is this strong? Surely, we must be dreaming. Today must be a dream. The crowd gasped in disbelief, witnessing the once mighty Jean being thoroughly thrashed by this previously unremarkable individual. After enduring a barrage of strikes, Jean could no longer bear it. Substitution technique, he exclaimed. Jean, having executed a substitution technique, managed to escape, leaving behind a mere piece of wood in his place. Upon witnessing Uchiha, Jean transformed into a wooden fragment. Uchiha Feng ceased his assault. Jean emerged from the adjacent thicket, covering his face, muttering curses under his breath. You little brat. Did you really have to go all out like that? Observing Jean's battered visage, resembling that of a pig, Uchiha Feng sheepishly scratched his head, noting the ceaseless flow of chakra within him. He felt a twinge of regret, acknowledging, I truly apologize, Lord Jean, for having struck you so fiercely. Tianqi and the others approached, their eyes fixed on the battered and bruised Uchiha Jean. They felt an urge to laugh, yet were apprehensive of provoking his ire. Thus they restrained themselves, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. Tianqi let out a carefree laugh that resembled the braying of a pig, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. How did you end up looking like this, Jean? Ah ha ha ha. He clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. You still dare to laugh? Isn't this all you're doing? Jean retorted, rubbing his swollen face and glaring at Tianqi. Haha. This is what you get for not training diligently. Now you've been beaten up. Let's see if you dare to be lazy again. Tianqi chuckled. Humph. I have no desire to converse with you. While this chakra cloak is impressive, it is clearly insufficient to contend with the major ninja villages, Jean remarked, shifting the focus from Bandit to the chakra cloak of Uchiha Feng. This alone is far from enough. Everyone continued to observe Uchiha Feng. Tianqi directed his palm towards Uchiha Feng, unleashing an invisible force upon him. The onlookers fixated on Uchiha Feng, witnessing his entire body tremble, a burning sensation coursing through him. Ah! He cried out in agony, attempting to move. Only to discover he could not. He had lost control over his own body. Uchiha Feng was left to scream in torment, as dark red chakra enveloped him, rendering his limbs immobile as he collapsed to the ground, his original form indistinguishable. Now, he was shrouded in a dark red chakra cloak, with 9 tails swaying behind him, resembling a miniature 9-tailed beast. Raising his head, Uchiha Feng exhaled a plume of white smoke, his round eyes fixing intently on the crowd, radiating a ferocious chakra energy. Lord Tianqi. The crowd recoiled in fear at his terrifying gaze, watching as Uchiha Feng approached Tianqi. Jean, witnessing Uchiha Feng's transformation, felt a shiver run down his spine. Look at your cowardly faces. A single glance has frightened you all, Tianqi said, rolling his eyes at the group. Now, Uchiha Feng's will has been entirely usurped by the tailed beast chakra. He will heed only my commands, so rest assured, he will not attack you. Ah. So that's how it is, they murmured, realizing their fear was not mere cowardice but rather a response to Uchiha Feng's overwhelming energy and piercing gaze. TCH. It's still cowardice. How can you even say that? You were all scared by just one look. Tianqi shot them another disapproving glance. The group fell silent, acutely aware that they had indeed been frightened and had no counterargument. Uchiha Feng's current demeanor was indeed intimidating, though they were curious about his combat capabilities. Perhaps Tianqi should demonstrate, Jean suggested, eager to see Uchiha Feng's strength in action. Very well, since you wish to see. I shall provide a spectacle that is sure to astonish you, Tianqi replied with a mischievous smile, then commanded Uchiha Feng, go. Show them your power by destroying a few trees. He pointed towards the nearby forest. Roar. Responding to Tianqi's command, Uchiha Feng let out a furious howl. His limbs tensed as he accelerated forward, his form blurring into a dark red streak. Uchiha Feng charged into the woods, violently colliding with the trees. Boom, boom, boom. With each impact, the trees fell effortlessly before him. Wow, he is demolishing trees with just his body. His speed and power are astonishing. The crowd gasped. Their eyes widened in awe at Uchiha Feng's rampage. Such incredible speed and ferocity. However, I wonder if he possesses any long-range capabilities, Jean inquired, glancing at Tianqi. Of course. He does. This chakra cloak has reached the level of a Kage. Both his offensive and defensive capabilities are impeccable, Tianqi assured. Uchiha Feng. Unleash your void dog cannon and obliterate the forest. Tianqi commanded, his voice carrying across the distance. Though he could convey his thoughts through chakra alone, he chose to vocalize it for the benefit of the spectators. Void dog cannon? What a peculiar name. It sounds rather strange. Jean and the others exchanged confused glances upon hearing the name. Meanwhile, Uchiha Feng opened his mouth wide, raising his head as yin-yang chakra gathered in front of him in an 80-20 ratio, swiftly forming a sphere the size of a fist. This dense chakra sphere, when unleashed, holds tremendous power, but will it be sufficient to devastate this forest? Jean pondered, watching the tailed beast sphere coalesce before Uchiha Feng with curiosity. Tianqi chuckled softly, gesturing towards Uchiha Kazuki in the distance. Hold your horses, let's continue observing. Jean and the others turned their gaze towards Uchiha Kazuki, who had fully formed a tailed beast ball in front of him. Without hesitation, he consumed the chakra sphere. He devoured the tailed beast ball. Is he attempting self-destruction? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on Uchiha Kazuki. They witnessed Kazuki's cheeks puff slightly, and the next moment, his mouth opened, unleashing an explosive surge of energy directed into the forest. Whoosh! As the energy barreled into the woods, Jean and the others stared, astonished by the unfolding scene. Trees, woods, all vanished. Is this truly so terrifying? Before them lay a barren expanse, devoid of the lush greenery, with Uchiha Kazuki standing alone amidst a radiant void. With such power, you need not fear confronting the 4 great ninja villages, right? Tianqi inquired, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed the scene. Worry? What is there to worry about? As long as you can ensure each of us possesses this power, who cares about the 4 great ninja villages? Jean exclaimed, leaping with joy. The others nodded in agreement, their previous concerns dissipating entirely. With such destructive power, who would be foolish enough to harbor fears? Chapter 87. The Wrath of Madara. Not a problem. Everyone will possess this ability. Come forth and extend your hands, Tianqi instructed. Without hesitation, the group presented their hands, casting aside their prior doubts. Clap, clap, clap. Tianqi struck each person's hand, and in an instant, a crimson chakra cloak enveloped them all. What a marvelous sensation. I feel more than twice as powerful, Jean exclaimed, clenching his fist as he marveled at the red chakra cloak adorning him. The other Uchiha members were equally exhilarated by their newfound chakra cloaks. "I'll test the potency of my ninjutsu," Uchiha Jean declared, forming seals and unleashing his technique. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. A colossal fireball erupted forth, hurtling towards the ground and detonating with tremendous force. Boom. Is this truly the Great Fireball? Jean stammered, awed by the magnitude of the explosion, while the others gazed at him in astonishment. Impressive. Lord Jean's strength has grown even more formidable. This time, we shall undoubtedly prevail. Observing the elated expressions of the crowd, Tianqi stepped forward, stating, "The chakra cloak will enhance your ninjutsu and physical abilities across the board. Let us cease experimentation for now." With a grand gesture, Tianqi commanded the dissolution of everyone's chakra cloaks, leaving the onlookers bewildered as they gazed at the vanishing energy, casting puzzled glances at Tianqi. Tianqi elucidated to them that when not in use, the chakra cloak would retract into their bodies, only to re-emerge when needed. As their playful antics concluded, he indicated that it was time to attend to more serious matters. He summoned Uchiha Kazekage from the distance, witnessing the slow disappearance of his dark red chakra. As the cloak faded, Kazekage revealed his scorched skin, transitioning from the second to the first form of the cloak, while the red chakra began to mend his wounds, restoring him to his former state in no time. The onlookers marveled at the miraculous sight, while Kazekage, regaining his composure, gazed at the others in confusion. Inquiring about the events that had transpired, Tianqi interrupted, promising to clarify matters shortly, but first, he needed to assign them a task. After a day of rest, he would personally escort them to the 4 great nations. The group expressed curiosity regarding the nature of the mission. Tianqi, with a glint of determination in his eyes, revealed his intent to provoke a war, stating that to initiate conflict, they must first deliver a challenge and act to assert their strength, for otherwise, they would not be taken seriously. "Are we truly to sow discord? I find that rather appealing," one member remarked. Yet, he noted the urgency of their timeline, having previously mentioned an impending war within a month. With time running short, they needed to prepare adequately. Tianqi reassured them, stating he possessed a jutsu capable of traversing the 4 great nations within a single day, thus alleviating concerns about time. He instructed everyone to disperse and ready themselves for the battles ahead, emphasizing the need for rest. The group complied, gathering their belongings, while Tianqi and Jean retreated to their tent. Meanwhile, on Uchiha Madara's side, he received intelligence from Zetsu. This time, Zetsu was serious, stating, "Lord Madara, Uchiha Tianqi has not only awakened the Manjiki Sharingan but has also mastered wood-release techniques." "What? Wood-release?" Madara was taken aback, having recently monitored Tianqi and becoming aware of his newfound abilities. Though he initially dismissed it, considering it normal for his son to achieve such power, he was unaware that Tianqi had awakened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, not just the ordinary variant. "I have observed it clearly, previously, when he utilized the 4 pillars technique. I assumed it was not wood-release. Now, he has directly employed the divine tree technique. As I was born from Hashirama's cells, his mastery of wood-release may have unveiled my presence. What should I do next?" Zetsu rambled, his anxiety palpable. "Calm down. Articulate your thoughts one at a time. However, his use of the divine tree technique truly surprises me. It seems my son is far more complex than I anticipated. How did you acquire the power of wood-release?" "Tianqi?" Madara pondered deeply. "Lord Madara, I fear I have been discovered. Will our plans be jeopardized?" Zetsu interrupted Madara's contemplation, his lack of awareness evident. "Humph. He likely realized your presence the moment he developed wood-release. He simply chose not to expose you. One can only wonder what else he knows, including whether he is aware of my survival," Madara muttered to Zetsu. "Lord Madara, there has been a development," Zetsu interjected, providing him with the latest intel. "Must you always interrupt? Is it so difficult to relay information in one go? Can you not see I am deep in thought?" Madara's irritation flared. "I have received news that Uchiha Tianqi is preparing to declare war on the 4 great shinobi villages," Zetsu stated plainly, aware of Madara's rising temper. "War against the 4 great shinobi villages? Does he truly believe he stands a chance with his current strength? Is he out of his mind? Does he think the Manjiki Sharingan and wood-release grant him the power to challenge them?" Madara questioned, his agitation palpable, directing his inquiry at Zetsu. "According to the reports, it seems Uchiha Tianqi aims to become the second sage of the 6 paths, seeking to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan," Zetsu confirmed. "The sage of the 6 paths? The glory of the Uchiha? How naive!" Madara scoffed, kicking the stone table aside in frustration. "What delusions he harbors! With merely a hint of strength, he fancies himself a god among shinobi. The Uchiha's legacy is beyond such trivial pursuits. His actions may lead him to his own demise." Observing Madara's fury, Zetsu remained curious, struggling to comprehend human emotions, having never witnessed Madara in such a rage. "What shall we do next, Lord Madara?" Zetsu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Madara responded, "Zetsu, relay a message to him, but ensure my identity remains concealed. Remember my words precisely." Madara then conveyed a lengthy message, leaving Zetsu momentarily bewildered. "Did you grasp my instructions? I require you to deliver my message verbatim." "Verbatim? Could you repeat that, Lord Madara?" "There were a few phrases I did not fully capture," Zetsu requested. Madara sighed in exasperation. You truly are a defective product, unable to even remember a simple phrase. Very well, convey the essence of my message instead. Remembering every word is too much to ask. Now go. Understood, Lord Madara. I shall relay your message. Zetsu affirmed before vanishing underground. Madara, lost in thought, mused, I wonder what Tianqi is truly contemplating. Can the combined might of the Uchiha and Senju truly manifest in such a way? I hope for your growth and strength. Yet I also desire a life of tranquility for you. Tianqi, you have me torn in conflicting emotions, he contemplated, feeling the weight of paternal concern for his son. In the shadows, Black Zetsu, having eavesdropped on their conversation, was equally perplexed. Uchiha Tianqi? He possesses both the Mangekyou Sharingan and would release? Could it be that I have chosen the wrong person? No. Even if Uchiha Tianqi possesses both of these powers, it is impossible for him to awaken the Rinnegan. He is neither the reincarnation of Ashura nor Indra's chakra. No matter how formidable he is not the individual I seek. My focus now shifts to Uchiha Madara. For he is indeed the one I am searching for. Madara is the reincarnation of Indra's chakra and has also acquired a portion of Ashura's power, and at this moment, he has already awakened the Rinnegan. I must admit, Kurizetsu's hidden abilities are truly remarkable. Madara has been oblivious to the fact that he is being monitored for so many years. Kurizetsu is currently seeking an opportunity to appear before Madara in a plausible manner, without raising his suspicions. As night descends upon the border camp, Tianqi and his companions have managed to catch a few wild chickens and fish. Gathering around the campfire to roast their catch, Uchiha Kaze looks at Tianqi, hesitating momentarily before deciding to voice his concerns. Lord Tianqi, we are at war with several great nations. Konoha will certainly not acquiesce. What if they join the fray against us? Upon hearing this, the others also turned to Tianqi, as they had long wished to pose this question. However, it is a delicate topic. Anyone could ask, but he cannot. If Konoha were to enter the conflict, they would all become rogue ninjas, yet Tianqi is adamant about waging war, which puts them in a difficult position. Before I address your question, you must first answer mine. If I were to command you to leave Konoha, would you comply? Tianqi counters, gazing at the group. The others are at a loss for words. Having lived in Konoha for such an extended period, the prospect of leaving leaves them in a quandary. As long as the majority of the martial faction desires to depart, I too would leave Konoha without hesitation. Wherever the Uchiha are, that is home. Uchiha Kaze declares as he rises to his feet. Upon hearing Kaze's words, the others stand as well, exclaiming, indeed. Wherever we are together is home. We Uchiha do not hold Konoha in high regard. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Since you have expressed this sentiment, I shall disclose my intentions. Tianqi gestures for everyone to sit. If Konoha refrains from engaging in battle, that is one matter. However, if they choose to intervene, we will not hold back. Let it be a battle of life and death. What of Konoha? Tianqi's expression darkens, revealing a murderous intent. For the sake of the Rinnegan and the Tintails, no one shall impede his path. Since you have made your decision, let us evacuate our people back to the village once we declare war. For Konoha will no longer be safe, Jean states without hesitation upon hearing Tianqi's declaration. Evacuation is imperative, and I intend to do so transparently. I recall there exists an underground warehouse within the Land of Fire, known only to a select few, Tianqi inquires, looking towards Jean. Indeed. There is an underground warehouse in the west, utilized by our martial faction for storage. Apart from us, no one is privy to its existence. Are you suggesting we relocate our people there? Jean contemplates before responding to Tianqi. Precisely. For now, we shall temporarily house them there. It is ample and sufficiently secluded. Our conflict will conclude swiftly, and we shall retrieve them thereafter, Tianqi asserts confidently, glancing at the flickering flames of the fire. How swiftly will it conclude? Tianqi pondered for a moment and remarked, in my estimation, within a week at most, we shall complete this battle and attain legendary status. Can it truly be that swift? Tianqi chuckled. Indeed. If the process unfolds smoothly, it might not even take us a week. With a smile, he continued, at that time, I shall unleash the Susanoo upon these nations, leaving them in utter disarray. Who could possibly stand against us? Even Uchiha Madara would have no choice but to concede. As Tianqi reveled in his daydreams, a peculiar surge of would-release energy enveloped the surroundings. Everyone, please continue with your tasks. I shall return to the camp for a brief rest. I find myself feeling rather drowsy, he stated, making his way towards his quarters. His early fatigue suggested that Tianqi was not as carefree as he appeared. The weight of pressure bore down on him, and Jean, observing Tianqi's departure, could only shake his head. Tianqi returned to his dwelling and addressed the surroundings. Come out, do not hide. A chuckle followed. And Uchiha Tianqi observed as Baiju emerged from the ground. You must have something to say now that you've revealed yourself, Tianqi remarked with interest. Baiju, with a smirk, confirmed, indeed, it is my master behind me who wishes to convey a message to you. The master behind you? Surely, that is Uchiha Madara, Tianqi mused. Intrigued by the notion that Madara had words for him, to share what he wishes to convey, Baiju then rubbed his neck, his voice shifting to that of Uchiha Madara's, and he echoed, cough, Uchiha Tianqi, do not let a modicum of power lead you to arrogance. Your strength is but a grain of sand, insignificant compared to mine. When faced with the ninja of the great nations, you stand no chance. I advise you to abandon this folly and take heed of your own well-being. After delivering the message, Baiju reverted to his own voice. Upon hearing these words, Tianqi laughed heartily. A grain of sand? No chance against the great ninja villages? Huh. What gives him the audacity to claim such? With a piercing gaze fixed on Baiju, Tianqi continued, if he believes my power is inferior, then why does he cower in the shadows? He who has forsaken his family has no right to lecture me. Relay this to him. His limitations do not define the capabilities of others. I, Uchiha Tianqi, shall fight until the very last breath. Retreat is an impossibility. With that, Tianqi turned in anger, signaling for Baiju to leave. I shall convey your words. Baiju replied, observing Tianqi's fury before dissolving into the ground. Chapter 89, The Assault on the Cloud-Hidden Village. Once Baiju had departed, Tianqi turned, a slight smile gracing his lips. Madara is aware of my intention to confront the 4 great ninja villages. How considerate of him to offer a warning. How amusing. Yet I am no longer the person I once was. Seeing that he still harbors some concern for me, I shall refrain from greeting him tonight. Now that I am here, it is time for rest. Tomorrow holds significant undertakings. With that, Tianqi laid down, closed his eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Madara, upon receiving Tianqi's message relayed by Baiju, did not react with anger but instead sought confirmation. Baiju, is that truly what he said? You are certain you did not miss a single word? My lord, I assure you, I have not omitted a thing. You have asked me several times, Baiju replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. How does he know I am still alive? Is my feigned death uncovered, or is there another reason? Madara pondered deeply. Since the battle at the Valley of the End, I have been gravely injured by Hashirama, my physical capabilities deteriorating. Were it not for the chakra supplied by the outer path golem, I would scarcely have the strength to stand. Now that Tianqi knows I yet live, what of my plans? Madara gazed at the outer path golem, his Rinnegan reflecting a profound sense of solitude. For years, his heart had felt hollow until he witnessed his son gradually gaining strength and eventually marrying, bringing a flicker of warmth to his heart. At last, the Uchiha bloodline shall endure. My lord, now that he knows you are alive, could this impact our plans? Baiju questioned, mimicking a gesture of cutting his throat. Humph. You dare. Madara retorted, thrusting a black rod into Baiju's leg. I have lost my brother, my clan's faith. Do you wish for me to lose my son as well? And no, I only fear he may interfere with your plans, my lord, Baiju stammered, half kneeling in fear. My ambition is to harness the Rinnegan to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, thereby controlling all of humanity, unifying the world and creating a realm of eternal peace within an illusion. If I were to lose my son and descendants, must I endure a lifetime of solitude? Madara's gaze bore into Baiju, who remained cowering on the ground. I worry that Tianqi and his offspring may oppose you. After all, this plan seeks to unify the world. We cannot predict their stance, Baiju continued. Humph. Such matters are not your concern. Come what may, I shall have my ways, and thoughts of eliminating him must not cross your mind again. With that, Madara returned to his seat and closed his eyes. Time passed to the following day. After breakfast, the group stood in neat formation at the camp, with Tianqi positioned at the forefront. We shall declare war upon the great ninja villages and assert our dominance. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. The crowd responded in unison. Excellent. Maintain this resolve. I shall now transport you to an alternate space. Once we arrive, I will release you. With that, Tianqi activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, employing Kamui to envelop them into the Kamui dimension. Within the dark expanse, the group gazed around, noticing only faint outlines of one another. Curiosity filled the air. Is this the alternate space Lord Tianqi mentioned? It's so barren and dark, seemingly boundless. How fascinating. As they surveyed their surroundings, Tianqi executed a space-time leap, a vortex swallowing him. Moments later, he arrived near the gates of the cloud-hidden village in the Land of Lightning. Upon reaching their destination, Tianqi released the group. We arrived so quickly? Where are we? They marveled, scrutinizing their surroundings. This is the Land of Lightning. We stand before the gates of the cloud-hidden village, Tianqi explained. From the Land of Fire to the Land of Lightning's cloud-hidden village in such a short time. Lord Tianqi is truly remarkable. Such speed. Your ninjutsu is quite convenient, Tianqi. As the crowd chattered, Tianqi interjected, enough. Now that we have arrived, let us not waste time. Do you see the cloud-hidden city walls over there? Unleash your chakra and bring them down. As Tianqi's voice fell, 10 individuals roared in unison, immediately entering the second mode of the tailed beast chakra cloak. Beholding the 10 diminutive, dark red versions of the 9 tails arranged in perfect alignment, Tianqi felt a sense of euphoria. Such a sight, featuring these 10 miniaturized tailed beasts, was unparalleled. Little ones, unleash the tail beast bombs to demolish the city walls and alert the cloud shinobi, Tianqi commanded, pointing towards the walls of the hidden cloud village. Upon receiving Tianqi's orders, the 10 individuals coalesced their tailed beast orbs and fired at the walls. Bayu, bayu, bayu. They unleashed, resembling a barrage of gunfire. With a series of explosive sounds, bang, 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 the walls of the city crumbled, causing chaos to erupt within the hidden cloud village. The village is under attack. Run for your lives. I don't want to die yet. The citizens cried out in panic as the walls fell. Everyone, stay calm. Lower-ranked shinobi, evacuate the crowd. Others, prepare to confront the enemy, commanded a prominent ninja amidst the turmoil. In the Raikage's office, AI overheard the explosions. What is happening? Where are those explosions coming from? Quick! Someone inform me. Soon, a flustered ninja rushed in, exclaiming, "It's bad. Our village is under attack, Raikage-sama. Nanny, who dares to assault our village? I shall see who is so foolish," AI declared, smashing the table before him with a punch and leaping through the shattered window. "Wait for me, Raikage-sama. Everyone, follow the Raikage and ensure his safety." The elite bodyguards scrambled to keep pace with AI. Meanwhile, after the city walls had fallen, Tianqi ceased his assault. He was not there to annihilate the village, but to declare war. He stood resolutely, awaiting the arrival of the Cloud Shinobi. Soon, a group of Cloud Shinobi emerged. And upon sighting Tianqi and his peculiar entourage, their leader bellowed, "Who are you? Why have you attacked us? Do you not know this is the land of lightning? The hidden cloud village?" As Tianqi and his cohort bore no headbands, the Cloud Shinobi were oblivious to their identities. I shan't waste words on you worthless insects. I demand to speak with your Raikage. If you are wise, fetch him swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my impoliteness." Tianqi retorted, arms crossed and exuding arrogance. Chapter 90, Declaration of War by the Third Raikage, AI. Do you think you are someone important? The Raikage is not someone you can simply meet at will. AI's voice thundered as a dozen Cloud Shinobi surged towards Tianqi. It's attempting to combat an elephant. How utterly laughable. Tianqi scoffed, instructing the Uchiha to engage. With a resounding roar, 5 mini Ninetales transformed into streaks of light, launching forward, while the remaining 5 remained grounded, elongating their tails to strike at the Cloud Shinobi. It was evident that the Cloud Shinobi were no match for the mini Ninetales. In mere moments, several fell, meeting their demise in various brutal ways, some impaled by tails, others with broken necks, and a few simply bitten to death. Now that the ordinary civilians have retreated, target that cluster of buildings and unleash the phantom dog cannon to draw out the Raikage, Tianqi commanded, observing the villagers' exodus. Though he harbored no ill will towards the common folk, recognizing their vulnerability, he refrained from harming them. Upon receiving Tianqi's command, the mini Ninetales gathered their tailed beast orbs, swallowing them before aiming at Tianqi's indicated direction. With a swift release, a terrifying surge of explosive energy surged forth. Just as the energy was unleashed, the Raikage arrived. Cease this at once. Clad in a full suit of lightning release chakra armor, AI split the explosive energy in two with a swift strike of his hand. Bang! The explosive sound reverberated as structures on either side were still destroyed. Damn it! Uchiha Tianqi, what do you intend to accomplish? Are you declaring war against us, Konoha? AI seethed, glaring at Tianqi amidst the devastation. What a pity. I could have obliterated the entire area, but alas, only half remains. Truly disappointing. Jean. You must strive harder next time, Tianqi remarked, disregarding AI and addressing Jean, who had transformed into a mini Ninetale. Hearing Tianqi's words, Jean silently bowed his head. Observing Tianqi's lack of response, AI's fury escalated, and he charged at Tianqi, releasing lightning release chakra in a furious hand strike. You despicable wretch. Tianqi interlocked his hands, effectively blocking AI's attack. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Tianqi cracked as AI executed a powerful chop. What immense strength. AI, your temper remains as volatile as ever. Can't you maintain your composure? Tianqi remarked, while simultaneously defending against AI's onslaught. You've already demolished my walls and eliminated several ninjas. And now you wish to ravage our village's homes. Do you believe I am like the shadows of other villages? I will not indulge your foul temper. With that, he increased the pressure of his hands. Your strength has indeed escalated. It seems that in order to converse with you calmly, I must employ some measures. Susanoo. Feeling the overwhelming force emanating from AI, Tianqi activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan and summoned Susanoo. A skeletal form enveloped him, and a massive skeletal hand emerged, striking AI back with a resounding thud. Raikage. A group of shadow guards, just arriving, witnessed their leader being repelled by the enemy. Raikage, are you unharmed? They inquired, quickly supporting AI. Do not worry. Such an attack is merely an annoyance, AI replied, then turned his gaze to Tianqi. Speak, Tianqi, what do you intend for Konoha? It appears that to engage you in dialogue, I must demonstrate some strength, Tianqi chuckled. Answer me, Uchiha Tianqi. AI bellowed, noticing Tianqi's nonchalant demeanor, which only fueled his anger. Listen closely, Raikage AI. I'm not jesting, nor am I mad. I, Uchiha Tianqi, on behalf of myself and the Uchiha martial faction, hereby declare war against you, the Cloud Shinobi, and the other 3 great ninja villages. The battleground shall be the northern border of the Land of Fire. Upon hearing Tianqi's declaration, AI and the shadow guards were momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Tianqi, have you lost your mind? AI exclaimed incredulously. With your meager numbers, you dare challenge the 4 great ninja villages? Cease this farce. You must be deranged, the shadow guards scoffed. I will reiterate, I am not insane. In 1 month's time, I shall commence battle. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, Tianqi stated solemnly, fixing a serious gaze upon AI. Seeing Tianqi's seriousness, AI furrowed his brow. Uchiha Tianqi, are you certain you are not jesting? You truly intend to wage war against the 4 great ninja villages? Humph. Look at those beside me. Do I seem like one who jokes? I, Uchiha Tianqi, do not engage in such frivolities, he declared, gesturing towards the small-tailed beasts nearby. Indeed, the power of tailed beasts, how has he managed to harness such strength? AI pondered, his brow tightening. It was no wonder he thought this way. No one had yet mastered the power of tailed beasts. Perhaps Konoha had indeed learned to utilize it first. Using Uchiha Tianqi as a test subject to prepare for unifying the ninja world. You are declaring war on us at the behest of Konoha, aren't you? Konoha intends to use us to experiment with the power of tailed beasts. How naive they must be to think we would believe that. AI shouted furiously, convinced he had deciphered Tianqi's intentions. Haha, AI, since becoming Raikage, your thoughts have become quite convoluted. I have stated it is I, Uchiha, who declares war upon you. Should Konoha choose to meddle, I shall strike them as well. This time, I shall become the second ninja god and restore the glory of my Uchiha clan. With that proclamation, Tianqi erupted into laughter. Is it truly as I suspect? Has Uchiha Tianqi genuinely lost his sanity? AI thought, a serious expression crossing his face. Uchiha Tianqi, if you wish to plunge into madness, do not blame us for uniting against you. Ha ha ha, just a few ninja villages? I, Uchiha Tianqi, fear you not. Come at me. I shall defeat you utterly. Tianqi laughed, locking his gaze on AI with his eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Suddenly, AI's chakra surged, and with a swift acceleration, he executed the hell stab, piercing through Tianqi's body and striking the stone behind him with a resounding impact. The shadow guards gaped in astonishment, bewildered by the Raikage's sudden aggression, especially since the attack seemed ineffective. Ah, I did not expect you to be so cautious. I thought I would secure victory and end this war swiftly, AI remarked, shaking off the residual energy from his technique and turning his attention back to Tianqi. AI, you should save your breath. I was already prepared for your attack. Instead of wasting time, you should contemplate how to win this war, Tianqi replied, activating Kamui and departing with the small-tailed beasts. Chapter 91, The Fury of Korosetsu. Uchiha Tianqi, just how formidable have you become to dare challenge several great villages? What fuels your confidence? AI murmured as he watched Tianqi's retreating figure. Raikage, that individual is from Konoha. Are we truly going to war with them? The leader of the Shadow Guards approached AI, seeking clarification. We are not at war with Konoha, but with the Uchiha. That man is indeed mad. I wonder just how powerful he truly is, AI replied, shaking his head. So, Raikage, what shall we do next? The Shadow Guards inquired, awaiting AI's orders. What else can we do? We must gather our forces and prepare for war. Underestimating that individual would be a grave mistake. I need to convene a meeting with the leaders of each village, AI stated, making his way towards the collapsed wall. Raikage, we shall go inform the Shadow Guards. They nodded in agreement before departing. AI stood amidst the wreckage of the shattered walls and ruined homes, lost in thought. The magnitude of destruction wrought by Tianqi indicated a power level that rivaled the shadows. How did he achieve such strength? Meanwhile, Tianqi had utilized space-time ninjutsu to arrive at the border of the Land of Lightning, releasing his companions upon arrival. Jean, how do you feel? Although the burns on his body had been mended, fatigue still lingered within Jean. I am merely a bit tired, he replied, rubbing his temples. Come now. You possess such immense power, and yet you only feel fatigued. Others yearn for such strength without opportunity, Tianqi chided, patting Jean's head. Did we truly cause such significant destruction? Jean asked, puzzled by Tianqi's earlier remarks. Indeed, the walls are gone, and numerous houses lie in ruins. Fortunately, I am acquainted with Raikage AI. We have mutually respected each other in the past. Had this occurred in Konoha, the third Hokage would have been at my throat by now, Tianqi remarked with a smirk. Oh dear, this chakra cloak is splendid, but once we enter the second state, we remain oblivious to what transpires. How delightful it would be to witness the destruction of the Cloud Village's walls and homes firsthand, Jean said, chuckling foolishly. Fool, Tianqi scoffed, regarding Jean's silly grin with disdain.